Hello everyone. As we all know that RBI Grade B notification is expected to be out really very soon, and this is the right time not only to cover the upcoming days current affairs but also to revise the current affairs which we have covered in the past. So in order to help you guys, what we have done is we are creating the combined videos from our previous months. For example, पिछले week you got a session on March current affairs, which was basically a compiled video for all those sessions which I have conducted on YouTube for the March month, that is the finance current affairs for the March month. तो हमने उसको आपको एक वीडियो बनाकर दे दी so that you can find out the entire March month in one single video and you can watch it on 1.5 or 2x speed as per your requirement so that you can revise the entire month from one single video itself rather than wasting your time in finding the videos कि इसके बाद कौन सा सेशन हुआ था, इससे पहले कौन सा सेशन हुआ था. So there's no need to get into that conflict. So I'm pretty sure these videos are going to help you a lot. Check out the entire video, watch it on 2x speed so that you can revise the entire content. और इस वीडियो को पढ़ने के लिए एक और हैक है जो मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा. Before you start watching this particular video, what you do is you keep the PDF handy. You keep the PDF handy which I have provided you while you were attending my sessions. So what you can do is you can easily download the PDF of this session from the link which is given in the description. The moment you will be seeing this video, you can click on the link, fill the form and you will be able to download the PDF. तो PDF download कर लो. PDF download करने के बाद उस PDF को handy रखो. For example, you are watching this session on laptop, then open up the PDF in your phone or open the session in phone and open the PDF in the laptop. तो ये simultaneous चलने देना. एक तरफ there would be a session going on and just listen that session and write side by side जो session चल रहा है, जो मैं उसमें न्यूज़ पढ़ा रहा हूँ, उसी न्यूज़ को आप अपने नोट्स में से पढ़ते जाओ ताकि आपको वो क्लैरिटी होती रहे. और ये नोट्स को बार बार पढ़ना इज़ रियली वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट क्योंकि इन द एग्जामिनेशन you will not only retain the data, you will also visualize the data. So rather than reading the different PDFs for single month, it's better to read a single PDF for a number of times so that you can visualize the content while you will be writing your answer or while you will be answering your questions in the examination. So do watch the video, do share your feedback as well as suggestion in the comment section below. Good luck, take care. Hello everyone, warm welcome to Finance Current Affairs and my name is Madhav Sir. I welcome you all in the next session. So in today's session, we will be discussing the Finance Current Affairs for 1st to 3rd of April, and as usual, we will be discussing many important updates related to RBI as well as the rest of the financial world. So before we start the discussion, may I have a reply in the comment section that I'm audible, visible, everything is fine, we are good to go, so that we can begin the discussion without any further delay. May I have a reply, guys? Am I audible, visible? Just give me yes sir in the comment section. Let me check it once. Are we good to go? Yes, we are good to go. Quickly reply, guys, so that we can begin. Quickly reply so that we can begin. So today we are going to discuss many important news which has a potential that it could be asked in phase 1 as well as phase 2 examination. I don't know, जो लोग आज शायद पहली बार जुड़े हैं उन्हें मैं बता दूं कि ये जो सेशन है, इस सेशन में we try to cover all the important finance related current affairs which will help you not only in phase 1 but those will help you in phase 2 as well. Dana ji, shall we begin? Okay, thank you Omkar, Aviral, Mukund, thank you everyone. Chalo. So let's get started with the first news. But before I start the discussion, I would request you along with me quickly copy the link of this session. Let's share it with your friends and with your friends who all are preparing for RBI or any other regulatory body exam. Do share the link on WhatsApp, Telegram, Facebook, whatever, wherever you follow each other. Chalo ji, let's begin the discussion. So I'll start my discussion with the first point, but before that, if you want to download the PDF of this particular session, the PDF of this particular session is available on my Telegram channel, which is Economics by Madhav Sir. So I have a first news for you. The direct image has been taken from the RBI website itself. And what is this news all about? I'll just quickly summarize it because it's a very quick update and I'll not take much time on this. recently RBI has started with the official WhatsApp channel where RBI will be sharing all the important piece of information directly to you. So if you want that आपको पता चलता रहे आरबीआई के सिनेरियो में क्या क्या लेटेस्ट अपडेट्स है और वो अपडेट्स आप तक पहुंचते रहे और वो भी एक बहुत ही सीमलेस मैनर में, फॉर दैट पर्टिकुलर पार्ट आरबीआई हैज कम अप विद दिस इनिशिएटिव. अगर आपने कभी सुना हो, पढ़ा हो या नोटिस किया हो, we receive n number of messages from RBI by the term RBI say या सुनो RBI क्या कहता है. So सुनो RBI क्या कहता है और I use a word RBI say. What is it basically? So basically it is the initiative taken by RBI through which RBI is trying to make the public aware regarding the financial terms, financial day-to-day updates. Or I would say it's an initiative where RBI is trying its level best to make the public aware regarding the financial transactions, which will help the public to survive and to fight against n number of frauds and number of issues which are prevailing in the country. Fine guys. Okay, moving on to the next point. So in this particular news, what we have to remember only two things. First one, the Reserve Bank of India is conducting public awareness campaign across various mediums, which include text messages you might have received, television ads or digital advertisements under the name that is RBI क्या कहता है, या we call it as RBI say initiative. Now, in order to expand the outreach of this particular campaign, in order to make the public more aware regarding the financial terms, regarding the financial day-to-day issues, RBI is now expanding by adding to the WhatsApp, and an additional means to deliver the public awareness messages have been introduced. So RBI has set up its official account on WhatsApp, which aims to make important financial information, and these important financial information will be now more accessible to everyone regardless of their geographical location. अब कोई कहे कि हमारे यहाँ तो न्यूज़पेपर ही नहीं पहुंच पा रहा, तो कोई बात नहीं, थ्रू भारत नेट आरबीआई इज ट्राइंग इट्स लेवल, गवर्नमेंट इज ट्राइंग इट्स लेवल बेस्ट कि हर जगह इंटरनेट पहुंचे और उस इंटरनेट की मदद से यू कैन एक्सेस व्हाट्सएप, और उस व्हाट्सएप की मदद से यू कैन एक्सेस ऑल द इंपॉर्टेंट इंफॉर्मेशन शेयर्ड बाय आरबीआई. तो दिस इनिशिएटिव विल एंश्योर द वाइटल इंफॉर्मेशन, जो इंपॉर्टेंट इंफॉर्मेशन है ऑन डे टू डे बेसिस, this information should reach the people in a very simple, direct and effective manner, and this will undoubtedly strengthen the digital financial ecosystem of the country. It will increase the financial awareness, it will increase the financial knowledge as well as understanding of the public. I don't know whether you have seen this or not, but this was the image which was shared by RBI. So this is Reserve Bank of India, and you can scan this code in order to join this WhatsApp channel, or I would say to join this particular profile. So yes, I have personally joined it, and I have even messaged hi. तो जैसे मैंने message किया hi लिखकर, so what reply I got, I would like to share with you. So the reply I got on this is काफी इंटरेस्टिंग सा रिप्लाई था जिससे क्लियर हो रहा था. हाँ, welcome to RBI's official WhatsApp channel. Thank you for connecting with RBI. Stay informed about RBI and guidelines. RBI कहता है जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए. तो और भी अगर डिटेल चाहिए तो उसके लिए उन्होंने दे हैव गिवन मी दी RBI वेबसाइट, कि वहां जाओ, विजिट करो और एंजॉय करो. मैंने कहा यार वो तो मैं कर ही रहा हूँ, ऑब्वियसली आई एम कमिंग अप विद एन नंबर ऑफ न्यूज ऑन रेगुलर बेसिस, बट ठीक है. तो ये RBI का एक नया इनिशिएटिव है. फेज 1 में एक अच्छा खासा पोटेंशियल क्वेश्चन है. RBI कहता है RBI से WhatsApp official WhatsApp channel where you can connect, and RBI will be updating the public regarding the day-to-day updates. ठीक है जी, क्लियर हो गया. चलो अगले पॉइंट पे बढ़ते हैं. अगला पॉइंट देखिए क्या कहता है. द नेक्स्ट न्यूज इज रियली वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, बट बिफोर आई डिस्कस द नेक्स्ट न्यूज, आई हैव अ क्वेश्चन फॉर यू. द क्वेश्चन सेज, which of the following statement regarding the limits for investment in debt and sale of credit default swap by foreign portfolio investment is correct? Now the question is कि सर इस क्वेश्चन को आंसर करने से पहले हमें पता होना चाहिए किसके बारे में. वी मस्ट नो व्हाट एक्चुअली द क्रेडिट डिफॉल्ट स्वैप इज. आई डोंट नो कितने लोगों ने ये टर्म पहले कभी सुनी है या नहीं, लेकिन ठीक है, इस टर्म के बारे में आज डिटेल में बात करेंगे. तो अगर आपने नोटिस किया हो कि जो करंट न्यूज है, आई हैव नॉट फ्रेम्ड अ क्वेश्चन ऑन द करंट न्यूज बिकॉज पर्सनली आई फील कि ये करंट न्यूज ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, बट उस करंट न्यूज में कवर्ड ये टर्म दैट इज क्रेडिट डिफॉल्ट स्वैप, ये ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, तो जल्दी से इसे डिस्कस कर लेते हैं ताकि इससे रिलेटेड कोई क्वेश्चन आपके एग्जामिनेशन में पूछा जाए तो यू विल बी इन अ पोजीशन टू आंसर इट। चलिए तो पहले क्वेश्चन की ओर, पहले न्यूज की ओर बढ़ते हैं। न्यूज क्या है सर? रिसेंटली आरबीआई ने अनाउंस किया है, क्या सर? आरबीआई ने अनाउंस किया है डेट एंड सेल ऑफ क्रेडिट डिफॉल्ट स्वैप। तो लिमिट अनाउंस की है, किसकी? डेट की और सेल की। किसके लिए? क्रेडिट डिफॉल्ट स्वैप के लिए। और ये लिमिट्स किसके लिए? सर दीज लिमिट्स आर फॉर द फॉरेन पोर्टफोलियो इन्वेस्टर्स। दोज हु डोंट नो, आई विल क्विकली एक्सप्लेन देम। फॉरेन पोर्टफोलियो इन्वेस्टमेंट का मतलब क्या सर? व्हेनेवर अ फॉरेन एंटिटी is investing in India, whenever a foreign entity is investing in India, and this investment in a company, if in terms of equity I'm saying, if the investment is done in a company in the form of equities up to 10%, or the investment is done through the issued securities, or the investment is done through the issued securities in the market, that kind of investment is known as foreign portfolio investment, which means अगर मैं securities की बात करूं तो what I'm trying to say in case of securities, sir in case of securities I'm trying to say कि let's suppose a foreign entity is investing in the Infosys shares, foreign entities purchasing the government securities, foreign entities purchasing the bonds or debentures issued by TCS. All this investment which is done through the share market or which is done into the security instruments by the foreign entity is known as what? Sir, it is known as foreign portfolio investment. But whenever the investment is done in an equity, that means a foreign entity is purchasing the equity of a company. If the equity purchase is up to 10%, that will be FPI. लेकिन अगर आपने परचेज कर लिया 10% से ज्यादा, that will be termed as FDI. Is it clear everyone? इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि अगर किसी कंपनी के 20% शेयर अगर कोई फॉरेन एंटिटी परचेज कर लेती है, that investment for that particular company, we will not say it as FPI. It will be treated as what, sir? It will be termed as, it will be treated as foreign portfolio investment up to 10%. Above it, it will be termed as foreign direct investment. समझ आई बात? क्लियर हुआ ये पॉइंट? चल अब इसके बारे में समझते हैं, लेकिन इन सारी चीजों को समझने से पहले आई वुड लाइक टू नो फ्रॉम यू ऑल guys, do you aware of this point that whenever we talk about government securities are basically the debt instruments which are issued by the government in order to borrow the funds from the public, and this borrowing, जो ये बोरोइंग है की जाती है ताकि गवर्नमेंट अपने जो मिसमैच है, बजट मिसमैच है, उसे क्या कर पाए? कंपनसेट कर पाए या बजट मिसमैच को ओवरकम कर पाए, एंड व्हाट आर अदर थिंग्स व्हिच वी हैव ऑलरेडी डिस्कस जब हमने WMA की बात की थी। लेकिन जब भी कभी हम फॉरेन पोर्टफोलियो इन्वेस्टमेंट की बात करते हैं, व्हेनेवर अ फॉरेन पोर्टफोलियो इन्वेस्टमेंट और अ फॉरेन एंटिटी इन्वेस्टमेंट इज डन इन द गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी, दिस इन्वेस्टमेंट इज डन थ्रू टू रूट्स। मेजर जो क्राइटेरिया है दैट इज टू रूट्स। फर्स्ट वी कॉल इट एज fully accessible route and second we call it as non fully accessible route. अगर आप सर्च करेंगे non fully accessible route तो ऐसा कोई नाम ऑफिशियली आपको नहीं दिखेगा. It's just me, I'm explaining you in this format. तो fully accessible route क्या, non fully accessible route क्या, पहले ये समझेंगे. फिर इन दोनों रूट्स के बाद हम समझेंगे क्या लिमिट्स है और उन लिमिट्स का करंट वैल्यू क्या है. देन ओनली दिस न्यूज इज गोइंग टू मेक सेंस फॉर यू. समझ आई मेरी बात? तो सबसे पहले हम क्या बात करेंगे सर? सबसे पहले तो हम ये बात करेंगे कि अगर फॉरेन पोर्टफोलियो इन्वेस्टमेंट की जाती है गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज में, अगर फॉरेन पोर्टफोलियो इन्वेस्टमेंट की जाती है गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी में, ये कितने रूट्स हैं जिन रूट्स के जरिए, यानी कितने रास्ते हैं, कितने तरीके हैं जिनके जरिए ये इन्वेस्टमेंट की जाएगी. फिर उनकी लिमिट्स पे बात करेंगे और लिमिट के बाद हम करंट जो डेटा है उसको डिस्कस करेंगे. आई होप यू ऑल आर रेडी एंड आई होप यू ऑल आर, आई वुड से कन्विंस कि हम करने के वाले. यू आर वेरी मच क्लियर विद द फ्लो ऑफ दिस पर्टिकुलर न्यूज. क्योंकि मैं नोटिस कर रहा था बहुत जगह ये न्यूज ऑलरेडी कवर हो चुकी है बट नो वन हैज एक्सप्लेन्ड दीज टू रूट्स. तो जब तक आप ये रूट्स नहीं बताओगे देयर इज नो बेनिफिट ऑफ अंडरस्टैंडिंग द लिमिट्स. सो बिफोर वी अंडरस्टैंड द लिमिट्स लेट्स ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड द रूट्स. ओके चल. सो सबसे पहला पॉइंट I'll start my discussion from this point. So I'll start my discussion from this point that अगर कोई फॉरेन पोर्टफोलियो इन्वेस्टमेंट, यानी कि अगर कोई फॉरेन एंटिटी wants to invest in the government securities which are issued by the government. Which government? Both center government as well as state government. तो सेंटर और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट द्वारा जो गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज इशू की जाती हैं, अगर a foreign portfolio investor, a foreign entity wants to invest, the investment can be done majorly into two routes, but technically यहाँ पे तीन routes हैं. तो मैं एक को बोलूंगा fully accessible route and the other one I'll just, for your reference, for your understanding, I'll say it as non-FAR. तो non-FAR क्या है? FAR क्या है? पहले FAR पे बात करेंगे. So fully accessible route and non fully accessible route foreign portfolio investment in government security. इसका मतलब है कि ये जो FAR है, fully accessible route है, as the name suggests, fully accessible route. तो fully accessible route के तहत if you want to invest, you can invest without any pre-decided limit. तो यहाँ पे कोई लिमिट नहीं है. Fully accessible means you can access it as much as you want. So that is known as fully accessible route. So fully accessible route allows the foreign investors to invest without any restriction. To invest without any restriction, but obviously, in case of fully accessible route, all the securities are not issued under. All the government securities are not issued under fully accessible route. Some specific government securities are issued under the fully accessible route. अब आप सोच रहे होंगे कि सर fully accessible route जो है, जिसमें जितना भी foreign investment आ सकता है, ये तो अच्छी बात है. तो आपने इसको इतना स्पेशल क्यों किया? आपने क्यों कहा that only specific government securities will be allowed? या फिर what is the need of this non-FAR? भैया fully accessible route करो, fully accessible route करोगे, that will be more beneficial. No. See, as a nation, we are looking forward for enhanced foreign investment, not foreign debt. So with the help of government securities, we are getting foreign, or I would say we are receiving the foreign currency, but this foreign currency which is enhancing our reserves will result in liability on the nation because it is against the government security. So government want that this sovereign debt to be limited, to be restricted, due to which this fully accessible route has been introduced, where it has been said that for certain specific securities, we allow the foreign entities to invest as much as they want without any restriction, without any limit. But on the other side, there will be certain restrictions, there will be certain limits if a foreign entity wants to invest. Recently, there was a news that 30 years maturity government securities, 14 years maturity government securities, which were issued recently, they were included under the non-FAR. They were included under non-FAR. मतलब वहां पे clearly बोला गया कि ये जो 30 साल की maturity वाली security है, या ये जो 14 years की maturity वाली security है, इनको हम FAR में launch नहीं करेंगे. We are not looking forward for unrestricted, uncounted or unaccounted foreign investment or foreign debt. That is why we are going in the format of non-FAR. तो आओ जरा अब इसको समझते हैं. So fully accessible route is designated. It is a designated route for the non-resident investors to invest in specific notified government securities without any investment limits, without any restriction. So it aims basically why this route has been introduced. इसका भी मैं आपको reason बता देता हूँ. The reason behind introducing this route was when India got registered on the JP Morgan debt index. I hope you must have heard about this index. तो उस index पे जब India register हुआ, there was a condition that if a nation is registered on this particular index, then the nation has to come up with immense volume of government securities. There should be never ever a situation जहाँ पे government securities available ही नहीं है. तो उस चीज को mindset में रखते हुए, दिमाग में रखते हुए ये initiative लिया गया. So it aims to increase the foreign participation in India's bond market by providing unrestricted access to certain government securities.
अब यहां पर आपको समझना होगा क्या इन्वेस्टमेंट लिमिट्स है। सर यहां पर कोई इन्वेस्टमेंट लिमिट्स नहीं है। यू आर अलाउड विदाउट एनी कैप, विदाउट एनी रिस्ट्रिक्शन टू इन्वेस्ट इन केस ऑफ फुली एक्सेसिबल रूट। आरबीआई का क्या रोल है इन केस ऑफ फुली एक्सेसिबल रूट? सर आरबीआई का रोल है इन केस ऑफ फुली एक्सेसिबल रूट दैट आरबीआई विल डेजिग्नेट द सिक्योरिटीज एलिजिबल। आरबीआई बताएगा कि कौन सी सिक्योरिटीज एलिजिबल है अंडर एफएआर और कौन सी सिक्योरिटीज एलिजिबल है अंडर नॉन एफएआर, दैट इज नॉन फुली एक्सेसिबल रूट। ठीक है जी। उसके बाद अगर हम बात करें नॉन फुली एक्सेसिबल रूट का मतलब एक ऐसा रूट जिसमें फॉरेन एंटिटीज दे आर अलाउड to invest in government securities but up to a certain limit, up to a predefined limit. अब question ये आएगा कि sir what are these limits? If I talk about these limits, so for center government these limits are 6%. For state government securities limit is 2%. For corporate bonds, do you understand corporate bonds? The bonds issued by companies, so the debt instruments issued by companies to raise the funds, for that the limit is 15%. So you need to remember 6%. अगर मान लो 100 रुपए की गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज को इशू किया गया, then in that particular case FPI can be done of 6 rupees. अगर 200 रुपए के स्टेट सिक्योरिटीज को या स्टेट गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स को इशू किया गया, then in that particular case 2%, that is 4 rupees can be invested by FPI. और अगर हमारे जो कॉर्पोरेट बॉन्ड्स है they are of value 1000, तो 15 rupees can be raised through foreign portfolio investment. That is what I'm trying to say. ठीक है जी। This is what? So this is the restricted route. This is the restricted route, limited route. So investment limits, FPI investment in government securities are subject to limit, which are typically expressed as the percentage of the stock of securities. So these are the percentages: 6%, 2%, 15%, and this was the limit for 2024-25. Now we have to check what is the limit for 2025-26, which I will be checking with you in some time. But before I move ahead, इसके थोड़े टेक्निकल टर्म्स देख लेते हैं. सो द टेक्निकल टर्म्स कम इन दिस मैनर कि सर जो हमारे पास एग्जिस्टिंग रूट्स है ना, उसमें एक रूट तो है जिसे हम कहते हैं फुली एक्सेसिबल रूट, दूसरा रूट है जिसे हम कहते हैं मीडियम टर्म फ्रेमवर्क, और फिर है वॉलंटरी रिटेंशन रूट. तो मैं ये कहूंगा कि जो आपका नॉन एफएआर है, यू कैन गो इन दिस, और जो एफएआर है वो ये आ गया. वॉलंटरी रिटेंशन रूट के बारे में अगर ये जो मीडियम टर्म फ्रेमवर्क है, ये तो वही है जो अभी हमने पढ़ा था, 6%, 2%, 15% लिमिट वाला. और अगर हम बात करें वॉलंटरी रिटेंशन रूट की, तो व्हाट इज वॉलंटरी रिटेंशन रूट? तो आरबीआई हैज इंट्रोड्यूस्ड अ स्कीम व्हिच इज नोन एज वॉलंटरी रिटेंशन रूट, एंड दिस स्कीम हैज बीन लॉन्च्ड ओनली एंड ओनली for the FPIs. This scheme has been launched only and only for the FPIs. And why this scheme has been launched? In order to undertake long-term investment. Medium term में कोई investment time period की बात नहीं की गई है. Here we have all different types of investment, all different types of security maturities. But in case of voluntary, we focus on long-term investment in Indian debt market. Under this scheme, FPI has been given greater operational flexibility. यहाँ पे FPIs को ज्यादा operational flexibility दी गई है in terms of instrument choices beside exemption from certain regulatory requirements. तो यहाँ पे आपको regulatory requirements में भी कुछ exemptions मिलेंगी, और उसके साथ साथ कुछ और benefits भी दिए गए हैं just to promote this scheme. And if I talk about the limits, so the limit says the aggregate investment limit shall be 40,000 crore for VRR government, that is voluntary retention route government, and it should be 35,000 crores for voluntary retention route corporation. यहाँ पे एक और point है जो कि बहुत important है. The minimum retention period means अगर आप invest कर रहे हैं, then you need to retain. What is this retention? You need to hold it. You need to retain the securities with you, and you have to retain these securities with you for 3 years. And during this period, FPI maintain a minimum of 75% of allocated amount in India. तो जो भी उनका allocated amount है, उसका 75% they should hold at least for 3 years under VRR, that is voluntary retention route. Is it clear, everyone? Is it clear? So we have FAR, fully accessible route, जिसमें कोई लिमिट, कोई बाउंडेशन कुछ नहीं है. फिर आया नॉन FAR. नॉन FAR में हमारे पास एक जो लिमिट है दैट इज ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ ओवरऑल लिमिट 6%, 2%, 15%, और फिर हमारे पास एक आता है जिसे हम कहते हैं VRR, दैट इज वॉलंटरी रिटेंशन रूट, जहां पे आप चूज कर सकते हैं एज अ फॉरेन पोर्टफोलियो इन्वेस्टर, यू गेट अ चांस, यू चूज इफ यू वांट टू बिकम अ वॉलंटरी retention, or if you want to invest in the voluntary retention route, then we'll give you certain benefits in terms of norms, we'll give you certain incentives as well, and uske साथ साथ you can invest 40,000 crore limit for government and 35,000 crore for corporation. Now I have a question for you, and the question is, sir, the limit of 40,000 crore and 35,000 crore in case of government and in case of corporation, is it still the same or revised? Is it still the same या फिर इसे रिवाइज किया गया? एक बार कमेंट सेक्शन में इसके बारे में मुझे क्लास के बाद जरूर बताइएगा, ठीक है? ओके, चलो अब वापस चलते हैं. नाउ लेट्स गो बैक एंड लेट्स रीड आउट द न्यूज व्हाट वी हैव. तो न्यूज क्या थी सर? हमारे पास जो न्यूज थी सर, द न्यूज वाज रिलेटेड टू द लिमिट्स. और अगर हम इन लिमिट्स की बात करें, वन सेकेंड, अगर हम इन लिमिट्स की बात करें, वी नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड फ्यू थिंग्स. जस्ट गिव मी अ सेकेंड. ठीक है, तो अगर हम बात करें न्यूज की, सो द न्यूज वी हैव इज, लेट्स क्विकली कंप्लीट दिस न्यूज. तो ये न्यूज क्या कहती है सर? न्यूज कहती है द लिमिट फॉर FPI इन्वेस्टमेंट इन गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज. अब आपको ये लाइन पढ़ते ही एक चीज क्लियर हो गई कि सर ये जो आप लिमिट्स की बात कर रहे हैं ना, यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट व्हाट सर? यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट द कंडीशंस अंडर नॉन FAR. क्योंकि अगर FAR होता, फुली एक्सेसिबल रूट होता, तो उसमें तो ये अलाउड ही नहीं था. जो डिस्कशन आप कर रहे हैं दैट इज वर्थलेस, दैट वाज नॉट रिक्वायर्ड. नाउ इफ यू आर डिस्कसिंग दिस, दैट मींस you are talking about non-FAR. So the limits for FPI investment under non-FAR in government securities, that is center government securities, state government securities and corporate bonds, is unchanged. 2024-25 में भी यही था. I just gave you this data and it is still the same, that is 6%, 2% and 15%. तो 6% किसके लिए? Center government securities, 2% limit in state government securities, and we have 15% limit in case of corporate bonds. तो अगली बार अगर आपसे कोई पूछे क्या ये लिमिट्स चेंज हुई, नहीं सर, these limits are still unchanged. Moving on to the next point. What does the next point say? So the next point says the allocation of incremental change in government security in absolute terms over the two sub categories general shall be retained. ये मैं समझाता हूं क्या है. देखो, जब भी कभी हम गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज की बात करते हैं, whenever we talk about the government securities, in that particular scenario, the government securities are categorized into two. One we call it as long-term government securities, and the other one we call it as general securities. So general securities include short-term securities, but long-term, as the name suggests, it includes the securities which possess maturity at a long term. नाउ अब हुआ क्या, आपके लिए जो लिमिट है वो लिमिट कितनी है सर? दैट इज 6%. अब वो लिमिट कितनी है? दैट इज 6% ऑफ द आउटस्टैंडिंग स्टॉक. जितना भी आपका गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज का आउटस्टैंडिंग स्टॉक है, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की सिक्योरिटीज का आउटस्टैंडिंग स्टॉक है, उसका 6% इज योर लिमिट. तो 6% इज द लिमिट फॉर जनरल सिक्योरिटीज, 6% ही लिमिट है आपके किसके लिए? लॉन्ग टर्म सिक्योरिटीज के लिए. तो जो करंट FPI लिमिट्स है, the current FPI limits are 2,68,000 crores, और लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए लिमिट कितनी है? दैट इज 1,37,000 crores. All the I would say data is in crores. ठीक है. अब उन्होंने क्या कहा? इंक्रीमेंटल का मतलब क्या कि मान लो गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज जो है, जो पिछले साल इश्यू हुई थी, या जो करंट FPI लिमिट्स के अकॉर्डिंग अगर हम बात करें करंट फाइनेंशियल ईयर की, तो करंट फाइनेंशियल ईयर के भी सेकेंड हाफ में बात करें तो दीज आर द लिमिट्स. अब अगले साल के लिए गवर्नमेंट ने अपनी जो लिमिट है ऑफ इशूइंग या वैल्यू ऑफ गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज है वो इंक्रीज कर दिया. लास्ट टाइम गवर्नमेंट वाज इशूइंग 100 रुपीज ऑफ गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज. नाउ गवर्नमेंट हैज डिसाइडेड कि भैया हमें 500 रुपए की गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज को इशू करना. 500 रुपए की गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज को इशू करना. इसको समझ लो वरना इसमें कंफ्यूजन होगा. ध्यान से सुनना व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से. सर गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज जो इशू की गई 2024-25 में, उसकी वैल्यू थी 100 रुपीज। उसकी वैल्यू थी कितनी? 100 रुपीज। अब वो जो 100 रुपीज था, सर उस 100 रुपीज में कुछ होंगी आपकी जनरल गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज और कुछ होंगी आपकी लेट्स से लॉन्ग टर्म गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज, और इसके लिए जो लिमिट है एफपीआई की वो कितनी है? 6%, यानी एफपीआई टोटल कितना हो सकता है? 6 रुपीज। अब अगले साल 2025-26 के लिए सिनेरियो चेंज हुआ। तो जैसे सिनेरियो चेंज हुआ, so government is aiming to borrow more because of increased liabilities. So government ने aim किया that I will be borrowing more, and let's say government is trying to borrow this time 300 rupees. Government is trying to borrow this time 300 rupees. अब ये जो 300 rupees government ने borrow करने का सोचा, that is ये कितने से इंक्रीमेंट हुआ, कितने से इंक्रीज हुआ? सर ये 200 से इंक्रीज हुआ। द मोमेंट इट इंक्रीज बाय 200, अब हो सकता है कि ये 200 का 200 जनरल में ही बड़ा हो सकता है ना, कि पहले मान लो ये 50 थी, ये भी 50 की वैल्यू थी। इस बार गवर्नमेंट इज सेइंग दैट वी विल इशू जनरल गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी फॉर 250 एंड वी विल इशू लॉन्ग टर्म गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज फॉर 50 ओनली। लॉन्ग टर्म गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज फॉर 50 ओनली, दैट इज द केस। व्हाट आरबीआई सेज इन दिस, आरबीआई सेज दैट कि सर ये जो इंक्रीमेंट हुआ है ना, ये जो इंक्रीमेंट हुआ है, this increment will be divided 50-50. This increment will be divided 50-50. What I'm trying to say कि सर ये 200 रुपए का इंक्रीज हुआ, 200 रुपए का इंक्रीज हुआ, तो 6% के हिसाब से पिछले साल के मुकाबले अब एक्स्ट्रा सिक्योरिटीज कितनी ले पाएंगे? यू कैन परचेज एक्स्ट्रा 12 रुपीज। पिछले साल यू परचेज द गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज ऑफ 6, नाउ यू विल बी अलाउड टू परचेज 12 + 6 दैट इज 18। 12 + 6 दैट इज 18। ठीक, अब जो पहले आप 6 रुपीज की गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी परचेज कर रहे थे, दैट वाज फाइन। अब ये जो एक्स्ट्रा 12 है ना, ये जो एक्स्ट्रा 12 है, इसका 50% ऐड होगा जनरल में और इसका 50% ऐड होगा लॉन्ग टर्म में, रिगार्डलेस ऑफ द फैक्ट कि एक्चुअल इंक्रीज कितना हुआ। समझ आई ये बात? समझ आई ये बात? इसको थोड़ा सा और बताता हूं। जो बताने वाला हूं वो टेक्निकली गलत है, जो बताने वाला हूं वो टेक्निकली अगर आप इसे इंप्लाई करोगे गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज वाले कॉन्सेप्ट पे गलत है, लेकिन मैथमेटिकली सही है, वो समझना। जनरल गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज वर इशूड लास्ट ईयर 50 रुपीज, लॉन्ग टर्म गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज वर इशूड लास्ट ईयर ऑफ वैल्यू 50 रुपीज। बट दिस टाइम गवर्नमेंट ने कहा कि नहीं सर, जो हमारी जनरल गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज है वो हम कितनी इशू करेंगे? सर वी विल इशू 250, और लॉन्ग टर्म हम आज भी कितनी इशू करेंगे? सेम, दैट इज 50 रुपीज। हम आज भी कितनी इशू करेंगे? सेम, दैट इज 50। अब उसके हिसाब से चले तो लास्ट टाइम 6% इसका कितना हुआ? 3 रुपीज। 6% इसका कितना हुआ? 3 रुपीज। टोटल कितना हो गया? ओवरऑल का 6% और टोटल कितना हो गया? 6। सही है। अब क्या है सर, ये जो 300 की वैल्यू है, इस 300 वैल्यू का आपको कितना इशू करना अलाउड है? Sir, as a foreign portfolio investor, you are allowed to invest only 6%. So you will be investing what value? So you will be investing 18. अब उसके हिसाब से चले तो आप कहोगे इसका भी 6%, इसका भी 6%। तो अगर मैंने इसका 6% लिया तो ये कितना हो गया? 3। इसका 6% लिया तो ये कितना हो गया? 15। बट दैट इज नॉट अलाउड। कि सर ये अलाउड नहीं है, ये अलाउड नहीं है। क्या कहा जाता है यहां पे? ये कहा जा रहा है कि जो इंक्रीमेंटल वैल्यू है, जो इंक्रीमेंटल वैल्यू है, कितनी है इंक्रीमेंटल वैल्यू? 6 से बढ़कर कितना हो गया? 18। तो इंक्रीमेंटल वैल्यू कितनी हो गई? 12। और वो जो इंक्रीमेंटल वैल्यू है वो दोनों में ऐड होगी। दिस इज 6, दिस इज 6। तो लास्ट टाइम 3 था, अब 3 में 6 और ऐड कर लो तो दोनों में कितना हो जाएगा? 9 इररिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ देयर एब्सोल्यूट वैल्यूज। समझ आई ये बात? जिसको ये पॉइंट समझ आ गया यस सर टाइप कर दो। अगर किसी को समझ नहीं आया तो आप क्वेश्चन पूछ लो। इससे ज्यादा डिटेल में कहीं नहीं पढ़ाया गया ये टॉपिक, और बहुत बार तो फिर मुझे कमेंट में भी लिखा जाता है कि सर इतने तो हमें जरूरत ही नहीं है। बट इसे बताए बिना ये स्टेटमेंट समझ नहीं सकते आप। ये स्टेटमेंट को अब पढ़कर देखो क्या कहता है। द एलोकेशन ऑफ इंक्रीमेंटल चेंजेस इन गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी लिमिट, द एलोकेशन allocation of incremental changes in the government security in absolute terms over the sub two categories, that is general and long term, shall be retained at 50%. यानी जितना भी इंक्रीमेंट होगा एब्सोल्यूट टर्म्स में उसे रिटेन करना है कितना, 50% इररिस्पेक्टिव की गवर्नमेंट ने बैक एंड पे क्या इंक्रीज किया। तो उस हिसाब से अगर आप देखें पिछले साल के मुकाबले इस फर्स्ट हाफ में 268 से बढ़कर कितना हुआ, 279, यानी लगभग 11,000 करोड़ बढ़ा। तो यहां पे भी कितना बढ़ा, 11,000 करोड़। तो दोनों में जो इंक्रीमेंट है दैट इज इक्वल, दोनों का जो इंक्रीज है दैट इज इक्वल, वेदर इट इज जनरल सिक्योरिटी या फिर लॉन्ग टर्म गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी। इन केस ऑफ स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, इन केस ऑफ स्टेट गवर्नमेंट कहानी डिफरेंट है। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के केस में दो तरह की स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की सिक्योरिटीज है, एक है लॉन्ग टर्म, दूसरी है जनरल स्टेट गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी, और लिमिट ओवरऑल कितनी, 2%। और वहां पर क्या कहा गया कि सर जो लॉन्ग टर्म है ना वो एब्सोल्यूट वैल्यू में भी क्या रहेगा, सेम। परसेंटेज तो सेम है ही, परसेंटेज तो सेम है ही 2%, लेकिन एब्सोल्यूट वैल्यू भी सेम है। मतलब अगर सरकार, राज्य सरकार पिछली बार 100 रुपए की गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज इशू करी उन्होंने, जिससे 2% निकल कर आया, और वो 2% में कुछ हिस्सा लॉन्ग टर्म का था और कुछ हिस्सा किसका था सर, शॉर्ट टर्म का, है ना, ऐसा ही था। इस बार अगर ये 200 से 400 भी हो गया, 200 से 400 भी हो गया, तो लॉन्ग टर्म का हिस्सा आज भी पिछली बार जितना ही रहेगा। अगर पिछली बार 1 था तो आज भी 1 ही है, और बाकी का जो इंक्रीमेंट है, बाकी का जो इंक्रीमेंट है वो जो 7 रुपए का इंक्रीमेंट होगा वो किसमें आएगा, 400 रुपए जो इंक्रीमेंट आएगा वो किसमें आएगा सर, दैट विल बी इन द शॉर्ट टर्म। तो अगर आप देखें यहां पर एब्सोल्यूट वैल्यू लॉन्ग टर्म की सेम है, लेकिन जो इंक्रीमेंटल हुआ है या आप ये कहें कि जो इंक्रीज हुआ है इन द लिमिट दैट इज फॉर जनरल, नॉट फॉर द लॉन्ग टर्म। रीजन क्या है सर, स्टेट मतलब क्या, तो क्रेडिट डिफॉल्ट स्वैप का मतलब क्या होगा, इस क्वेश्चन को ध्यान से सुनिएगा। क्रेडिट डिफॉल्ट स्वैप का मतलब क्या होगा, इस पॉइंट को ध्यान से सुनिएगा। देखो मैं एक कंपनी हूं, फॉरेन पोर्टफोलियो इन्वेस्टर हूं। मैंने क्या किया, मैंने इंडिया की एक कंपनी लेट्स से इंफोसिस के द्वारा इशू किया गया जो लॉन्ग टर्म डेट इंस्ट्रूमेंट था वो खरीदा, जिसको हम क्या बोलते हैं सर, वी कॉल इट एज कॉर्पोरेट बॉन्ड, वी कॉल इट एज कॉर्पोरेट बॉन्ड। और इस इंस्ट्रूमेंट के बदले में आई वॉज एक्सपेक्टिंग कि मेरा प्रिंसिपल भी मुझे वापस मिलेगा, प्लस मुझे इस पर क्या मिलेगा, इंटरेस्ट एट द टाइम ऑफ मेच्योरिटी, प्लस मुझे क्या मिलेगा, इंटरेस्ट एट द टाइम ऑफ मेच्योरिटी। ठीक है, अब इसमें पॉइंट क्या आया सर, इसमें पॉइंट ये आया कि अगर ये सिचुएशन है तो ये जो एफ है इंडिविजुअल, ये थोड़ा डरा हुआ है, ये सोच रहा है कि अगर कल को इन्फोसिस ने मेरा पैसा वापस नहीं किया तो मैं क्या करूंगा। तो उस केस में एफपीआई ने, इस एफ इंडिविजुअल ने क्या किया सर, इस एफ इंडिविजुअल ने एक्स इंडिविजुअल के पास जाकर या एक्स कंपनी के पास जाकर एक स्वैप एग्रीमेंट किया, दैट इज नोन एज क्रेडिट डिफॉल्ट स्वैप। ये क्रेडिट डिफॉल्ट स्वैप क्या है, क्रेडिट डिफॉल्ट स्वैप का मतलब है कि कल को मेरा क्रेडिट डिफॉल्ट हो गया, यानी कल को अगर इन्फोसिस ने मेरे क्रेडिट के बदले में पैसा नहीं दिया, इफ इन नियर फ्यूचर इन्फोसिस डू नॉट पे बैक अगेंस्ट माय बोरोइंग्स, देन आई रिक्वेस्ट यू टू पे द लॉस। उस केस में एक्स विल पे नॉट ओनली द प्रिंसिपल बट द इंटरेस्ट एज वेल टू एफ। तो एफ ने एक तरह से क्या किया सर, एफ हैज डन रिस्क मिटिगेशन। What F has done? Sir, F has done risk mitigation. What was the risk in this? Sir, risk क्या है? That is counterparty risk. And if you have signed a credit swap agreement, it has resulted in risk mitigation. और ये जो risk mitigation किया गया, it will be done against fixed charges. तो ये जो X company है, इसे fixed charges मिलेंगे and F company will pay those charges in order to get itself secured. ये देखो flow. Bond seller ये कौन है, इन्फोसिस। ठीक है, अब इन्फोसिस ने बॉन्ड सेल किया किसको, एफ को। एफ ने बॉन्ड खरीदा और एफ ने बॉन्ड के बदले में क्या किया सर, एफ के बदले बॉन्ड के बदले में उसने क्या खरीदा, सीडीएस यानी क्रेडिट डिफॉल्ट स्वैप खरीदा, किससे, एक्स से। और एक्स ने बदले में क्या दी, प्रोटेक्शन। कल को अगर पैसा वापस नहीं आया तो एक्स पूरा पैसा देगा, वरना एक्स को टाइम टू टाइम क्या मिलेगा, अपना कमीशन अपना प्रीमियम मिलता जाएगा, जिसके कॉन्टेक्स्ट में, जिसकी वजह से ये पॉइंट क्या किया गया था, इशू किया गया था। हाँ, ठाकुर कह सकते हैं इट्स अ टाइप ऑफ इंश्योरेंस, बट ये इंश्योरेंस नहीं है, इट्स नॉट एक्चुअली एन इंश्योरेंस, इट इज अ clear format. It's a clear format of what? That is risk mitigation. It is a clear format of risk mitigation. ठीक है, अब आपके अगर कोई डाउट्स है तो पूछ लो. Your classes follows a flow like a math class. Theorem first, the problem statement. Thank you Kartike. Okay. Madhav Sir, I have a question. 90 days. बेटा WMA के केस में अगर आपने 90 डेज के लिए लोन लिया तो आपको रेपो रेट पे करना है. 90 डेज के बाद भी अगर आप लोन वापस नहीं कर पाए तो उस केस में आपको रेपो रेट प्लस 1% पे करना है. अगर आपने WMA की पूरी लिमिट को एग्जॉस्ट कर लिया, लेट्स से आज आपने 1.5 लाख करोड़ का लोन लिया और आज दूसरा दिन है उस लोन का, दैट मींस 90 डेज अभी पूरे नहीं हुए, स्टिल यू वांट एक्स्ट्रा अमाउंट दैट विल कम अंडर ओवरड्राफ्ट. अगर लोन एक्स्ट्रा WMA के ऊपर 1.5 लाख करोड़ से ऊपर होगा, मान लो 1 लाख करोड़ या 1.5 लाख करोड़ या उससे कम है, तो आपको देना है रेपो रेट प्लस 2%. और अगर आपने लोन लिया 2 लाख करोड़ का तो उसकी वैल्यू होगी रेपो रेट प्लस 5%. क्लियर हो गया सर? CDS प्रीमियम इज पेड बाय इन्वेस्टर और रिसीविंग कंपनी. इन्वेस्टर और रिसीविंग कंपनी, इन्वेस्टर कौन है? दोबारा बात करते हैं. मुकुंद कहां कंफ्यूज हो रहे हो? अब आप इन्वेस्टर और रिसीविंग कंपनी, मैंने ये दोनों नाम नहीं लिए, मैं आपको बताता हूं दोबारा से. ये इन्फोसिस है, ठीक है. इन्फोसिस ने कॉर्पोरेट बॉन्ड इशू किया और ये बॉन्ड को परचेज किया BMW ने, ठीक है. BMW ने बॉन्ड को परचेज करने के बाद इसके बदले में CDS यानी क्रेडिट डिफॉल्ट स्वैप खरीदा, लेट्स से फ्रॉम माधव. अब मुझे बताओ आप किसकी बात कर रहे हो? अगर यहां पे हम बात करें प्रीमियम, कौन पे करेगा? BMW पे करेगा. प्रीमियम या चार्जेस कुछ भी कहो, वैसे प्रीमियम इज अ गुड वर्ड. तो प्रीमियम पे करेगा BMW टू माधव अगेंस्ट द माधव सर्विसेज. और फ्यूचर में ये जो प्रिंसिपल और इंटरेस्ट है, फ्यूचर में जो प्रिंसिपल और इंटरेस्ट जो BMW ने लोन पे दिया है, वो अमाउंट किसे पे करनी है? इन्फोसिस को. अगर इन्फोसिस पे नहीं करता तो इस सारी अमाउंट का कॉम्पनसेशन माधव को देना होगा. किसे? BMW को. दिस इज द फ्लो. अब यहां पे आपको जो पूछना है आप पूछ लो. CDS बायर, दैट इज बॉन्ड बायर गिव्स द प्रीमियम. CDS बायर, तो यहां पे मैं आपकी भाषा में बात करूं तो ये CDS बायर है, ठीक है जी. ये CDS सेलर है और प्रीमियम कौन देगा? CDS बायर देगा. अब शायद मुकुंद क्लियर हो गया होगा. इफ इट इज क्लियर जस्ट गिव मी यस सर सो दैट आई कैन मूव अहेड. भाव्या, आई होप योर डाउट इज क्लियर. शैल आई मूव अहेड? चलो लेट्स मूव ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट न्यूज. तो आई गेस ये है पूरे का पूरा कंक्लूजन में क्या कि सर FPI की जो लिमिट्स है वो सेम रखी गई. सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट 6%, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट 2%, कॉर्पोरेट बॉन्ड्स 15%. करंट अगर हम बात करें लिमिट्स की तो ये करंट आउटस्टैंडिंग लिमिट्स है, दैट इज 2.79 फॉर फर्स्ट हाफ, 2.89 फॉर सेकेंड हाफ फॉर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट. एंड अगर हम बात करें फॉर कॉर्पोरेट बॉन्ड्स दिस इज द वैल्यू. और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट, अभी तक जो यूटिलाइज हो चुका है, अभी तक ये जो लिमिट्स यूटिलाइज हो चुकी हैं, दे आर जस्ट 22.3%. तो अभी तक सिर्फ 22.3% लिमिट यूटिलाइज है. कॉर्पोरेट बॉन्ड सिर्फ 15.7% यूटिलाइज है. यानी कि यहां पर अच्छा खासा पोटेंशियल है टू रेज द फंड्स फ्रॉम द फॉरेन एंटिटीज. बट अगेन ये जो फंड रेजिंग होगी दैट विल बी अ लायबिलिटी व्हिच विल इंपैक्ट द ओवरऑल एग्जिस्टेंस. इट विल इंपैक्ट द ओवरऑल credibility as well as the financial stability of the sovereign nation. क्लियर हो गया जी? समझ आ गया? Shall I move ahead? अगली न्यूज की ओर बढ़े. अगली जो 3 न्यूज मैं आपके लिए लाया हूं, दे हैव अ ग्रेट पोटेंशियल कि वो फेज 1 में बार बार आपसे पूछी जाएंगी. और वो तीनों की तीनों न्यूज अगले 5 मिनट में हम कवर करेंगे और फिर इस सेशन में आगे कुछ नया देखेंगे. तो यहां से अगली जो हमारे पास न्यूज है दैट इज, अच्छा इस न्यूज पे जाने से पहले इस क्वेश्चन को सॉल्व करते हैं. अब इस क्वेश्चन को पढ़िएगा इतना समझाने के बाद, whether you are in position to answer this question or not. Which of the following statement is correct regarding CDS? FPI can invest in government and corporate bond instruments without any upper limit. ये तो कोई मतलब ही नहीं हुआ, लिमिट तो है. FPI can sell credit default swap only if only if they have underlying exposure to Indian debt securities. RBI has imposed restrictions on FPI selling CDS to prevent market speculation and systematic risk. FPI not allowed to invest, ये तो गलत है. FPI को तो अलाउ किया, अभी हमने 15% पढ़ा, ध्यान से देखना. FPI can sell credit default swap only if they have underlying exposure to Indian debt security. सर अगर FPI को एक्सपोजर होगा किसका, डेट सिक्योरिटीज का, अगर एफपीआई को एक्सपोजर होगा यानी अगर एफपीआई ने डेट खरीदा है, इफ एफपीआई हैज परचेज द डेट इंस्ट्रूमेंट फ्रॉम द इंडियन सिक्योरिटी मार्केट, इन दैट केस एफपीआई will not sell, FPI will not sell the credit default swap, rather it will purchase the credit default swap. तो उस केस में ये स्टेटमेंट गलत. अब आरबीआई क्या कहता है कि सर ये आप कितने इशू कर सकते हैं, यू कैन इशू ओनली 5%. तो ये जो क्रेडिट डिफॉल्ट स्वैप है ये लिमिटेड इशू हो सकता है. ये देखो ये वाला सेंटेंस. सो इन टर्म्स अकॉर्डिंग टू एन एडिशनल लिमिट, तो लिमिट कितनी है, 2,93,000 crore rupees for 2025-26. बट इफ आई टॉक अबाउट द परसेंटेज दैट इज 5%. तो लिमिटेड आप इशू कर सकते हैं, साइन कर सकते हैं क्रेडिट डिफॉल्ट स्वैप को. सो इन दैट पर्टिकुलर कॉन्टेक्स्ट आंसर इज गोइंग टू बी सी ऑप्शन. चलो अगले क्वेश्चन की ओर बढ़ते हैं. उम्मीद करता हूं कि अगले क्वेश्चन का आंसर आप लोग कर पाएंगे. लेट्स गो अहेड विद द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन एंड हियर यू गो. क्वेश्चन इजी है. आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग दैट यू ऑल विल गिव मी द आंसर. और इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर दीजिए. विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हैज रिसेंटली अपॉइंटेड सोहिनी रजोला एज एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर फॉर ग्रोथ. तो एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर फॉर ग्रोथ अपॉइंट की गई है कौन. सो द आंसर इज सोहिनी रजोला. बट द क्वेश्चन ओवर हियर इज शी हैज बीन अपॉइंटेड फॉर विच ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, किस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर अपॉइंट की गई है. सर रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया की, सेबी की, एनपीसीआई की, स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया की, या फिर इंडियन बैंक्स एसोसिएशन की. व्हाट विल बी योर आंसर. द आंसर टू दिस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन इज नेशनल पेमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन ऑफ इंडिया. द आंसर इज नेशनल पेमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन ऑफ इंडिया. सो नेशनल पेमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन ऑफ इंडिया हैज अपॉइंटेड सोहिनी रजोला as their executive director for growth, and she will be taking up the NPCI's payment solution, which will focus on product enhancement, business development, strategic alliances, and innovative marketing initiative, because she has an immense experience, because she has worked with she has worked 2 decades. She has worked over 2 decades, and she was earlier operating, or I would say working, as the Asia Pacific regional head at Western Union. So I hope you all have heard about Western Union. So that is the point. तो नाम याद रखिएगा, nothing else is important. नाम पूछा जा सकता है कहां पर, आपके फेज 1 में. अगला क्वेश्चन फिर से इंपॉर्टेंट है. अगले क्वेश्चन का आंसर दीजिए. बच्चे को ये आंसर पता होगा. Who has been appointed the new deputy governor of RBI? So the new deputy governor of RBI is the central government has appointed. The central government has approved the appointment of Poonam Gupta as the new Deputy Governor of RBI. Deputy Governor of RBI. एक point शायद मिस हो गया जो मैंने सोचा था, मैंने लिखा नहीं. She women Deputy Governor has been appointed after how many years? After how many years? बहुत जगह ये कहा जा रहा है कि पूनम गुप्ता इज द फर्स्ट वुमेन डिप्टी गवर्नर ऑफ आरबीआई. क्या ये पॉइंट सही है? नहीं सर, ये पॉइंट बिल्कुल गलत है. इससे पहले भी विमेन हैव बीन अपॉइंटेड एज द डिप्टी गवर्नर, लेकिन हाँ आज तक किसी भी विमेन को गवर्नर ऑफ आरबीआई अपॉइंट नहीं किया गया. तो इस न्यूज को अगर मैं देखूं तो इस न्यूज में हमारे लिए 3-4 चीजें इंपॉर्टेंट है. पहली, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट हैज अप्रूव्ड द अपॉइंटमेंट of Poonam Gupta as the new deputy governor of RBI, and she will be succeeding MD Patra. अगर मैं MD Patra की बात करूं, so MD Patra was one of the most important names in the clan of deputy governors, because he was the part of monetary policy committee as well. So she is the first female, please pay attention, she is the first female deputy governor at RBI in nearly 14 years. ऐसा नहीं है कि अभी तक की पहली फीमेल डिप्टी गवर्नर है, लेकिन पिछले 14 सालों में पहली बार एक विमेन को अपॉइंट किया गया एज अ डिप्टी गवर्नर. लेकिन इससे पहले विमेन हैव ऑलरेडी served as the Deputy Governor of RBI. So the first Deputy Governor, first women Deputy Governor of RBI was KJ Udeshi, 2003 to 2005. Then we have S. Gopinath, 2004 to 2009. Then we have Usha Thorat, 2005 to 2010. So Poonam Gupta, she is the fourth women Deputy Governor of RBI till date, and she will be serving as RBI Deputy Governor for next 3 years as the appointment has been done by appointment committee of the cabinet, which is headed by Prime Minister. और अगर मैं इनकी बात करूं, she is a well-known personality because she is a member of Economic Advisory Council टू प्राइम मिनिस्टर. तो जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर की इकोनॉमिक एडवाइजरी काउंसिल है, जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर को एडवाइस करती है रिगार्डिंग द इकोनॉमिक डिसीजंस, क्या लेने चाहिए क्या नहीं, उसकी मेंबर है. जैसे सी रंगाराजन वाज द चेयरमैन ऑफ दिस कमेटी, वही कॉन्टेक्स्ट है. और 2021 में शी बिकेम द फर्स्ट वुमेन टू लीड National Council of Applied Economic Research, which is a premier New Delhi based economic think tank. So she has become the first woman to lead NCAER, that is National Council of Applied Economic Research. तो अगर हमसे कोई पूछे, Poonam Gupta has been appointed as the Deputy Governor, or Women Deputy Governor has been appointed after how many years? 14 years. Or she is the first female Deputy Governor appointed in last 14 years. So the answer to this particular question is going to be 14 years. Agla question. Who has been appointed as the new chairman of PFRDA? So PFRDA is the regulatory body which is responsible to regulate pension authorities. So what will be the answer? So recently S. Raman. Who is S. Raman? This is very important. He is a well-known personality. He is the Deputy Comptroller and Auditor General. Deputy Comptroller and Auditor General, yani Deputy CAG. He is Deputy CAG. He is appointed as the chairman of PFRDA, and he will be replacing Deepak Mohanty. Whose term is going to complete in May 2025. तो याद रखिएगा, Deputy CAG is going to replace Deepak Mohanty as the chairperson of PFRDA. So the new chairperson of PFRDA is none other than S. Raman, who is the current chairperson. So the current chairperson is Deepak Mohanty. Is it clear? अब इसके अलावा मुझे दो और आंसर्स दीजिएगा. Who is the new chairman of SEBI? And who is the new finance secretary of India? बाद में क्लास के बाद आप कमेंट कीजिएगा एंड आई विल बी लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू इट. ठीक है जी, क्लियर है? जल्दी से रिवाइज कर लेते हैं लास्ट क्लास में हमने क्या पढ़ा था. अगर आपको याद हो तो लास्ट क्लास में we talked about the external debt. अगर आपको याद हो तो in last class we talked about the external debt, और external debt के साथ साथ काफी important चीजों पे हमने डिस्कशन किया. So external debt क्या है, कैसे कैलकुलेट की जाती है, सारी चीजों पे हमने काफी डिटेल में बात की थी. I'm pretty sure you have gone through with the PDF. उसके बाद हमने अगली जो न्यूज डिस्कस की, that was related to ATM charges. तो एटीएम चार्जेस कितने चेंज किए गए, और उसके बाद नेट इंटरनेशनल इन्वेस्टमेंट की हालत, और एक क्वेश्चन था हमारा आईबीए पे, उसे हमने कवर किया. सो दीज वर द क्वेश्चंस व्हिच वर कवर्ड इन द प्रीवियस सेशन. डू रीड द PDF for the previous session as well, and if you want to download the PDF of this session, that is available on this particular link, that is Economics by Madhav Arora, and you can even scan the code, or my handle is Madhav Arora. My handle is MADHAVAORA. आप डायरेक्टली मुझे यहाँ भी मैसेज कर सकते हैं if you have any doubt regarding your day-to-day preparation. Thank you so much. I hope you must have enjoyed the discussion. As always, आपको मजा आया होगा, और क्लास के बाद होमवर्क क्वेश्चन जरूर कमेंट सेक्शन में कमेंट कीजिएगा, और उसके साथ साथ डू शेयर योर सजेशंस एंड फीडबैक रिलेटेड टू द सेम सेशन. आई विल बी glad to learn, glad to hear from you all. What all feedback, what all suggestions do you have for this class, so that I can incorporate them and I can give you the best which can help you in your examination, and it should become an asset for you. ये जो session है, the series should become an asset for you, so that when you write an exam, you sit in the exam, you must remember these videos, you must remember these sessions, as a building block कि हाँ ये वहां समझा था, यहाँ से ये clear हुआ, I am able to answer the question. That is what I'm looking forward for you all. Thank you so much. Good luck. God bless you all. Hello everyone. Warm welcome to Super Coaching Regulatory Bodies YouTube channel by Testbook. My name is Madhav Sir. I welcome you all in the next session. Unfortunately, last class का session conduct नहीं हो पाया था because of some unavoidable reasons. तो उम्मीद करते हैं कि ऐसे कोई reasons आज नहीं होंगे. Everything is going to be really very fine. Ceiling is not going to fall down today and we will be completing this session in much detail. So before we start the discussion, may I have a reply in the comment section that I'm audible, visible, everything is fine. I welcome you all in the finance current affairs where we'll cover the finance current affairs from 4th to 6th of April 2025. और अगर मैं कहूं कि आज का जो हमारा सेशन है that is going to be really very important. Again, today we are going to discuss an RBI. Today we are going to discuss RBI circular, which is going to hold an importance for next an year or so. तो अगले 1-1.5-2 साल के लिए ये जो आज का सर्कुलर है, it's also going to hold a great importance. So without any further delay, let's begin the discussion. May I have a yes sir, may I have a thumbs up in the comment section that yes, we are good to go, so that we can begin the discussion without any further delay. Quickly everyone. ठीक है, तो I'll just give you an overview first that what this circular is all about, and then we will be discussing this in much detail. But I would request you, if possible, do take a pen and paper with you. And if you are holding a pen and paper with you in this particular session, तो उससे फायदा ये होगा कि after the completion of this session, the paper which you are going to have, that will hold the entire session discussion. Otherwise, you have to go through with 40 to 42 slides to cover the same news. So I request you, bring your pen and paper and get ready. Let's begin the discussion. Before I start my discussion, if you want to download the PDF of this session, guys, the PDF of this session will be available on my Telegram channel. So this is the Telegram channel. You just follow the Telegram channel in order to download the PDF, and you can even scan the code to reach to the Telegram channel for sure. ठीक है जी, चलो. Moving on to the starting of this discussion. So today we are going to discuss a master discussion, obviously presented by Reserve Bank of India, and this master direction which we are going to discuss today, it is based on, or it is related to, the interest rate on deposits. We all know that we have different types of deposit facilities which are offered by the banks, which include saving account, current account, fixed deposit, recurring deposit. So these deposits which are accepted by the bank, these are basically the liabilities on the bank, and bank is liable to pay interest on these liabilities. Now RBI has come up with master directions which are need to be followed by all the commercial banks as well as the other banks which are going to provide deposit facility to the public. So let's get started. So the first point from where I'm going to begin this discussion is, so interest rate on deposit, this is going to be applicable on which all banks? So this master direction, it is applicable on scheduled commercial banks, as well as it is applicable on regional rural banks. Along with that, it is applicable on small finance bank, payment banks, as well as your local area banks, and even it is applicable on the cooperative banks, which include primary urban cooperative banks, then state cooperative banks, district cooperative banks. Remember, scheduled commercial banks basically include public sector banks, that is government owned banks, private banks, as well as the foreign banks. So on all these banks, these directions which we are going to discuss today are going to be applicable. ठीक है जी, क्लियर हो गया ये पॉइंट? आई होप दिस पॉइंट इज क्लियर टिल दिस पार्ट. अब सबसे पहली चीज, सर इस पर्टिकुलर डायरेक्शन को कवर कैसे करना? तो इस पर्टिकुलर डायरेक्शन को कवर करने का एक बहुत सिंपल तरीका है विच वी विल बी फॉलोइंग टुडे. एंड व्हाट इज दैट form, or I would say the method to cover this particular session? So the method to cover this particular session is, on one slide, open up a free slide, open up a free page for you and keep on writing along with me, ताकि जब ये सेशन खत्म हो तो आपके पास पूरे का पूरा डिस्कशन एक जगह पर क्लोज डाउन हो जाए. ठीक है, तो सबसे पहले तो हम ये देखते हैं कि जब भी कभी हम बैंक के डिपॉजिट्स की बात करते हैं, we classify the bank deposits into different categories. So what all these categories are, and then we will be moving ahead and I will be discussing all the discussions or all the directions to the respective one. So when we talk about bank deposits, so we have two types of deposit. One we call it as demand deposit. One we call it as demand deposit, and the other one we call it as what? So the other one we call it as term deposit. But in both the cases, I'm talking about which kind of deposits, and I'm talking about domestic currency deposits by residents. I hope this is clear to you. Which means कि sir जो deposit किया गया in the domestic currency, obviously that is rupees, INR, but this rupees deposit is done by you and me, that is the resident of the country. So we have different types of deposit accounts. So the first deposit account we have is that is savings account. Second deposit account we have is that is current account. Then the next deposit account we have is that is fixed deposit, and the next deposit account we have is that is recurring deposit. So first I'll write some basic things which are going to be common, common for all the accounts. So if I talk about the interest wala part, so the interest which is going to be paid, on these deposits, these interest rates are going to be decided by the board of the bank or by the board of the directors of the bank. So first point कि भैया rate of interest कौन decide करेगा? Sir, rate of interest board द्वारा decide किया जाएगा, and this rate of interest is going to be decided not only for saving account but it will be decided for saving, current as well as fixed deposit accounts. ठीक है जी. दूसरा पॉइंट यहां पर ये है कि सर ये जो इंटरेस्ट रेट डिसाइड किए जाएंगे, these interest rate will be paid on regular intervals. That is really very important. So I'll just show you what I'm trying to do. मैं आपको दिखा देता हूं मैं करना क्या चाह रहा हूं. ध्यान से देखो. अगर हम बात करें डिस्कशन की, तो सबसे पहला ये जो पर्टिकुलर डायरेक्शन है, सर दिस डायरेक्शन इज गोइंग टू बी एप्लीकेबल और दिस डायरेक्शन इज ऑलरेडी एप्लीकेबल ऑन द बैंक्स सिंस द मास्टर डायरेक्शन वाज आउट. तो अगर कोई पूछे कि क्या ये वाला पार्ट इंप्लीमेंट हो चुका है, यस सर, इट हैज बीन इंप्लीमेंटेड इवन आफ्टर द इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ दिस पर्टिकुलर डायरेक्शन. HDFC as well as Yes Bank, these two banks, they have already revised the interest rate they are offering on their fixed deposits. So directions provide a framework for the banks. These directions are basically for the banks, which the banks will follow certain steps in order to formulate their policies on interest rates on the deposit. So now this direction is very important for the banks because on the basis of these directions, bank will be framing their interest rate policies in the near future. ठीक है जी. अब ये किस banks के ऊपर applicable है? तो I would say it is applicable almost on all the banks, which include scheduled commercial banks, that is public sector banks, private bank, foreign banks. It include RRB, small finance bank, payment banks, local area banks, and even it include the cooperative banks as well. अब पहला पॉइंट देखो क्या कहता है. पहला पॉइंट जनरल है. It is general for all the different types of deposits. What does this say? It says there shall be a comprehensive policy on interest rate on deposits duly approved by the board of directors. So you have to frame the policy for the interest rate and it is ought to be approved by the board of directors. This is the first point in general. Second point is the rate shall be uniform across all the branches for all the customers. No discrimination in matter of interest should be done. No discrimination is need to be done or no discrimination should be done by the bank in terms of payment of the interest rate. In terms of payment of the interest rate, no discrimination is need to be done. So this is going to be the second point. So what is going to be the second point as we are noting down here? So the second point says interest rate decided by the board. Interest rate is going to be decided by the board of directors of the bank. board of directors of the bank. Second point is no discrimination should be made in terms of setting the rate of interest. So no discrimination will be done between the depositors as well as uniform policy as well as uniform interest rate for all branches. Uniform interest rate for all branches. ठीक है जी? Are you getting my point? Moving on to the next statement. The third condition under the direction is interest rates payable on deposits shall be strictly as per the schedule of interest rate disclosed in advance. So bank will be paying the interest rate and bank will decide or bank will disclose in advance that in what regular manner the interest rate is going to be credited into the depositor's account. The rate shall not be subject to negotiation between the depositor as well as bank. Interest rate offered shall be reasonable, consistent, transparent. समझ आ गई ये बात? अब यहां पर देखो, in general interest rate से related क्या क्या? पहला, सब bank will decide the interest rates and these interest rates are going to be decided for all the accounts. These interest rates are going to be decided for all the accounts by whom? So these interest rate will be decided by all the accounts or by all the for all the different types of deposits by the board of directors. So these interest rates are going to be paid regularly and the regular intervals are going to be disclosed by the bank only. Bank पहले दिन बता देगा कि sir, if you are opening a saving account with us, we will be crediting the rate of interest on quarterly basis. So it will be discussed, it will be disclosed in advance. Third point is no discrimination shall be made between the depositors. Uniform interest rate for all branches. Next point is no negotiation. That means you cannot negotiate. No negotiation can be done between the bank and depositor. So bank and depositor, they cannot negotiate. Bank ऐसा, depositor ऐसा नहीं कह सकता कि सर प्लीज थोड़ा सा इंटरेस्ट और दे दो ना, 3% नहीं सर, प्लीज मेक इट 3.10%. That is not possible. You are not hiring a taxi or rickshaw that you can negotiate with respect to the interest rate. That is not allowed. And the interest rate which bank is going to pay, that should be its calculation should be transparent and an appropriate value of interest rate is need to be paid. समझ आ गई ये बात? ये पहले 5 पॉइंट्स है, नोट डाउन कर लेना. इफ समवन आस्क यू as per the latest RBI master direction, who will decide the interest rate? RBI? No sir. Interest rate will be decided by the board of directors of the bank itself. That means bank has the power to independently decide the deposit rates. Second is, sir, interest rate will be paid on regular intervals and these intervals will be pre-disclosed. Second is, no discrimination will be made between the depositors in terms of interest payment and uniform interest rate will be paid from all the branches of the same bank. Last is, no negotiation can be done between the bank as well as the depositor. Is it clear till this point? This is the first thing which we need to remember. Now let's move on to the next point. The next point we have is a deposit maturing on non-business working day for the commercial bank. So if I talk about a commercial bank, and in case of a commercial bank, let's say you have an FD and this FD is going to mature on Sunday. If this FD is going to mature on Sunday, then in that particular case, which is a non-business working day for the commercial bank, so if a term deposit is maturing for payment on a non-business working day, bank shall pay the interest at the originally contracted rate on the originally principal deposit amount for the non-business working day. Simple है सर, क्या बात है? अगर आपका डिपॉजिट वैल्यू 10 लाख रुपीस है और आपका जो डिपॉजिट है फिक्स डिपॉजिट दैट इज ऑफ 10 इयर्स, और अगर हम कहें कि सैटरडे वाज द लास्ट वर्किंग डे और आज संडे है एंड टुडे इट इज गोइंग टू मैच्योर, एंड इफ योर एफडी इज गोइंग टू मैच्योर टुडे, यू कैन नॉट विड्रॉ इट. You will be obviously withdrawing on Monday, so bank will pay the rate of interest of this Sunday as well. तो bank will pay the rate of interest, और वो rate of interest किस पे pay होगा? Principal पे या amount पे? Sir, it will be charged, it will be calculated on the principal, not on the amount. क्योंकि हो सकता है 10 सालों में जो total principal plus interest है, let's suppose वो 20 लाख हो गया हो, this is the amount. So interest of only Sunday will be paid on 10 lakh. Let's say interest is 10% per annum. So what will be the interest? So 10 lakh into 10% per annum. This is for 1 year. What will be for 1 day? So this will be 1 divided by 365. So this value of interest rate will be added in this amount and this amount will be paid on Monday. This amount will be paid on Monday. बोलो समझ आ गई बात? Clear हो गया ये point? बहुत important है. Question can be asked. Second point क्या कहता है? The second point says in case of reinvestment deposits. How many of you know this? Reinvestment deposits? इस पे बात करेंगे. What is reinvestment के केस में? What will be the conditions? But my question is very simple to you. What is reinvestment deposits? Have you ever heard this term? Reinvestment deposit. Say yes or no. Quickly. If you don't know, then don't worry. Please pay attention on the screen. If someone asks me what is reinvestment deposit, so reinvestment deposit basically allows you to reinvest the interest earned on your deposit. What does it mean? It means that you are earning a regular interest on your deposit. For example, you have a fixed deposit, that is FD, and bank is paying you the interest on annual basis. हर साल 10 लाख रुपए का प्रिंसिपल है आपका, उस पे 10% इंटरेस्ट मिल रहा है, that is 10% per annum, which makes it 1 lakh rupees. So bank is paying you 1 lakh rupees as an interest. तो बैंक हर साल इंटरेस्ट आपको दे देता है. The interest has been credited into your account. So rather than using that interest for your expenditure and other purposes, you can reinvest the same interest and you can sign an agreement or you can sign a contract with the bank itself that I want to have reinvestment deposit plan. So reinvestment deposit plan basically allows you to reinvest the interest earned on your deposit. Now you must be worried कि sir, in case of fixed deposit, bank क्या करेगा? Will bank pay the principal as well as interest at the time of maturity after 10 years, or bank will only pay principal at the time of maturity and interest is paid on regular basis? Then I would say there are both the options which are allowed by the bank. You can go and you can ask for both the options. If you want interest payment to be done regularly, that can be also done. If you want that interest should be paid along with principal at the time of maturity and your interest is added into the principal and principal is compounded every year, that is also allowed. So in this particular case, if you choose the option to reinvest, your interest, that is known as reinvest deposit plan. So individual trader, self-employed, everyone is allowed to open this. Interest on your deposit also earns interest. So interest on your deposit will earn interest, which is interest on interest, and even you can avail loan on the same. What should be the minimum amount? That should be 1,000 and above that in multiples of 100. If I talk about the minimum time period, so minimum period is 6 months, maximum is 120 months, that is 10 years. Payment of interest, so quarterly, compounding and paid at the time of maturity. So here the interest on interest is compounded quarterly and it is paid at the time of maturity in one go. That means you will getting the entire interest at the time of maturity. So अगर आपके पास reinvestment, if you have a reinvestment deposit in that particular case, or in case of recurring deposit, I hope you all understand what is recurring deposit, that is RD. So RD basically means मैं बैंक के पास गया, मैंने बैंक को कहा sir I want to deposit 5 lakh rupees. Bank says please give us 5 lakh. I said I'm really very sorry sir, I don't have 5 lakhs. I will be depositing in the upcoming time period. Bank says okay. Bank says okay, we offer you a recurring deposit account where we allow you to deposit 5 lakh rupees in next 5 years, which means I will be depositing 1 lakh every year, or maybe I will be depositing 1 lakh divided by 12 every month. So this amount which I'm going to deposit every month, it will mature not only to 5 lakh because this is the principal, and along with this principal I will get interest at the time of maturity. So this type of deposit where you deposit on regular intervals but up to a fixed value till a fixed time period is known as recurring deposit. So in case of recurring deposit as well as reinvestment deposit, the day on which recurring deposit or reinvestment deposit was maturing, and if it is a non-business working day, then in that particular case, interest of non-business working day will be paid on maturity value. Interest will be paid on maturity value. याद रहेगा? Is this point clear? I'll just note it down for you ताकि आपके पास लिखा हुआ हो. If I say in case of fixed deposit, which is maturing, fixed deposit maturing on non-business day, will attract what? Sir, will attract the interest rate on principal. Simple, interest rate on principal. But in case of RD as well as reinvestment deposits, as well as are lighted as RI, reinvestment deposit, it will attract interest of that non-working day on maturity value. So bank has to pay interest on the maturity value, not only on the principal. Are you getting my points, guys? Are you all present? Are you understanding what I'm discussing? Say yes or no. Otherwise, it's of no use. If you are not responding, if you are not active. Okay. Thank you so much if you are active and you are listening to me. Thank you. Chalo. Moving on to the next point. Now the next point says, sir, deposits maturing on Sunday, holiday or non-business working day for cooperative banks. In case of cooperative banks, what will be the scenario? Sir, in case of cooperative banks, same conditions are going to be followed. Which means in case of FD, interest will be paid on principal only. In case of recurring deposit and reinvestment deposit, in case of a cooperative bank, interest paid on maturity value. I guess it is clear, nothing to worry about. Moving on to the next. The next point is, so what is the consequence of transfer of branch of one commercial bank to the another commercial bank? What does it mean? What does it basically means? I hope you all remember. If I give you a practical discussion on this, when I was in 10th, my father opened a saving account for me, and it was in State Bank of Patiala. Later on, State Bank of Patiala was merged with State Bank of India, and the branch of State Bank of Patiala in which I was holding my account was closed, and my account was shifted to the nearby State Bank of India's branch. That is what they are talking about. What they say, deposit account transferred from one bank branch to the another bank branch on account of takeover of the bank branches in rural or semi-urban areas will follow the following conditions. So if I was having a fixed deposit account in State Bank of Patiala, for example, and now this bank has been overtaken by SBI. So deposit account shall be deemed to be transferred to the new bank and will continue to be governed by the terms of contract agreed to between the customer and the bank branch which is being takeover. तो अगर मेरे पास ये जो FD था या फिर any other deposit account था, this account will be shifted to SBI and I will enjoy same benefits. As earlier. Same rate of interest shall be payable till maturity on such transfer deposit as was payable at the time of takeover. So same rate of interest, same benefits will be enjoyed by me, even if my bank has been taken over by the another commercial bank. Remember that. Now, this is very important. Now we'll talk about the interest rate on domestic deposits account. Now, if I talk about the interest rate on domestic deposit accounts, so in case of current account, so no rate of interest is paid. As per RBI allows the bank that if you are not paying any rate of interest, it's okay with me. RBI says if you are not paying any rate of interest, it is okay with me, nothing to worry. Second point is, let's suppose the current account is on the name of the individual. And after the death of the individual, after the death of the individual, then in that particular case, until and unless deposit is claimed, till the time deposit is claimed, obviously by the nominee, till the time deposit is claimed by the nominee, or I would say by the claimed by the nominee or by the legal heir, till the time it is claimed, rate of interest will be paid. Rate of interest will be paid. Is it clear? Is it clear? I'll just make you understand what I'm trying to say. See, provided that balances lying in the current account standing in the name of the deceased individual, the one who has died, or the sole proprietorship concerned shall attract interest from the date of the death of the depositor till the date of repayment to the claimant, the one who is going to claim, at the rate of interest applicable to the saving account deposits, at the rate of interest which is applicable on the saving account deposit. Is it clear, everyone? Is it clear, everyone? So what I'm trying to say, I'm trying to say that in case of current account, no rate of interest is paid if individual is holding an account and he died. After the death of the individual, deposit is claimed by the nominee. So till the time deposit is claimed by the nominee, rate of interest will be paid, but this rate of interest will be equal to the saving account ROI. This rate of interest will be equal to the saving account ROI. Is this point clear or not? Just give me yes, sir. दूसरी तरफ, the second point we have is that is savings account. Now, if I talk about saving account, what is the condition for the saving deposit? Sir, interest on the saving deposit shall be calculated on daily basis, a uniform interest and differential rate of interest. Please pay attention. In case of savings account, please pay attention, guys. In case of savings account, what is going to be the condition? Sir, in case of savings account, firstly, rate of interest will be calculated on daily basis. How many of you are aware of this point, that rate of interest is calculated on daily basis, or what is the meaning of this? Simple example. Let's suppose today I opened up a deposit account with a bank, and today I have deposited 10,000 rupees in the bank account. So tomorrow, when the bank system will switch on in the morning, so tomorrow morning, this is today, this is tomorrow. So when the bank system will switch on tomorrow, they will check my deposit value. If my deposit value today, before starting of the bank, before starting of the, or at the time of starting of the banking systems, my deposit is 10,000, then 10,000 on this 10,000 rupees, interest will be calculated for the previous day on the next day. Are you getting my point? Interest rate is calculated on for the previous day on the next day. यानी कि कल आपके अकाउंट में 10,000 था पूरा दिन, और आज उस 10,000 पे इंटरेस्ट देंगे. इंटरेस्ट कितना होगा सर? 10,000 आपका प्रिंसिपल है. लेट्स से 4% इज द रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट वी आर ऑफरिंग फॉर अ ईयर. What will be the rate of interest for 1 day? So this is going to be the rate of interest for 1 day. So on savings account, interest rate is calculated on daily basis. Remember this, interest rate is calculated on daily basis. Is this clear? I'm pretty sure most of you have got to know this understanding, or most of you have understood this concept for the very first time, that what is the meaning of daily basis. Daily basis means on the rate of interest for the previous day. The rate of interest for the previous day is calculated on the next day. Rate of interest for the previous day is calculated on the next date. Remember that. So rate of interest will be calculated on daily basis. Second point is again important. What does the second point says? Second point says saving account with deposit up to 1 lakh. If your deposit value is up to 1 lakh on the day of calculation, then same ROI for all. Same ROI for all accounts. That means whether your deposit is 10,000 or maybe 20,000, maybe 40,000, maybe 99,000, same rate of interest will be paid by the bank. But if your deposit is greater than 1 lakh, if deposit is greater than 1 lakh even today, then for today itself, bank has a power to pay you a differential interest rate. Pay you a differential interest, that means to pay you a rate of interest higher than the general rate of interest. So I'll say R plus. So higher rate of interest is allowed by the bank or is allowed by RBI to its customer. I'll just read out for you. Now it will be clear. Interest rate on the domestic rupee deposit accounts should be calculated on daily basis. Uniform interest rate shall be set for the balances up to 1 lakh, irrespective of the amount in the account within this limit. Differential rate of interest may be provided for any end of the day saving, बैंक बैलेंस एक्सीडिंग 1 लाख. आज मेरे अकाउंट में 90,000 तो आपके अकाउंट में 10,000, हम दोनों को सेम रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट. अगले दिन अगर मेरे अकाउंट में 1,10,000 है तो बैंक हैज द पावर टू पे मी extra rate of interest in comparison to the deposits of value below 1 lakh rupees. So this power is given. I'm not saying that bank is liable to do that. RBI is saying we are giving you the power. It's your choice. Do as per your will, as per your requirement. Got it? Moving on to the next point. The next point is, sir, what is the periodicity? What is the periodicity of interest payment? If I talk about the periodicity of interest payment, then remember that in case of savings account, interest will be credited on quarterly basis. Interest will be credited on quarterly basis. In case of scheduled commercial banks, it is at least quarterly basis. It is at least quarterly basis. That means at least once in a quarter, rate of interest is need to be credited in case of scheduled commercial bank. But in case of cooperative banks, your rate of interest will be credited after 1 quarter only. So your rate of interest will be credited after a quarter. So what I'm trying to say, it will be much clear. Interest rate on saving deposits shall be credited by the commercial banks at quarterly or shorter intervals. But in case of cooperative banks, it will be credited at quarterly or longer intervals. I hope this point is clear. And remember that interest rate will be credited to the frozen accounts as well. If your account is frozen because of any reason or some of the reasons, then also in that particular case, in the frozen accounts as well, bank is liable to credit the interest rate. Moving on to the next. So the next point we have is fixed deposit. Now I'm talking about term deposit, that is FD as well as RD. In case of FD and RD, so banks, they are free to decide the tenure of the deposit, and this deposit tenure is minimum 7 days and maximum 10 years. So in case of term deposit, so minimum tenure for the term deposit is 7 days and maximum is 10 years. Remember that bank has a power to announce differential rate of interest on the bulk deposit. That means bank can offer high rate of interest on the bulk deposit. Now you must be wondering, what is a bulk deposit? Note down this point. This is really very important. What is bulk deposits? A single term deposits of rupee 3 crore and above. So if your deposit account is of value 3 crore and above, in case of scheduled commercial banks, scheduled commercial bank means public sector banks, foreign banks, private banks, small finance banks, then in that particular case, this will be termed as what? It will be termed as bulk rupee account or bulk deposit. If your deposit is of value greater than 1 CR, in case of RRBs as well as in case of local area banks, then also it will be termed as bulk deposit. If your deposit is greater than 1 crore and above, it is known as bulk deposit for tier 3 and tier 4 cooperative banks. And if your deposit is greater than 15 lakhs, if your deposit is greater than 15 lakhs, it will be termed as bulk deposit in case of tier 1 and tier 2 cooperative banks. In case of tier 1 and tier 2 cooperative banks. Is this point clear? Is this point clear? This is the most expected question which can be asked by RBI in the phase 1 examination, that is the definition of bulk deposit. So a deposit is termed as bulk deposit if it is of value more than 3 crores in case of scheduled commercial banks, which include public sector banks, foreign banks, private banks, as well as small finance banks. If the deposit is above 1 crore, then it will be termed as bulk deposit in case of RRBs, local area banks, tier 3 and tier 4 cooperative banks. But if your deposit is of value greater than 15 lakhs, then it will be termed as bulk deposit only and only in case of tier 1 and tier 2 cooperative banks. Now you must be wondering, sir, what is the difference between tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cooperative banks? So please pay attention. Tier 1 cooperative bank means cooperative bank with public deposit up to 100 crores, cooperative bank with public deposit up to 1000 crores. So if I talk about tier 1 and tier 2, then your fixed deposit account with deposit more than 15 lakhs will be treated as bulk deposit. But in case of tier 3 and tier 4, where deposit is 1000 to 10,000 or more than 10,000 crore, then 1 crore and above deposit will be treated as bulk deposit. These things which you need to remember has been clearly mentioned on the screen. Are you enjoying the discussion, guys? Say yes or no. हाँ, इसमें याद करने लायक काफी चीजें हैं. You have to memorize many things in today's master direction. But if you'll try to note it down in this manner, the way I am writing it for you, this is going to help you a lot, and you will be able to, I would say, decode these 30-40 slides to just 2 to 3 A4 size sheets only. Done, guys? Shall I move ahead? Clear? Keep on replying, please, because it's full of theory topic today, and I need your active support so that I come to know that yes, you are listening to me and everything which I am discussing with you is crystal clear. If it is done, just give me yes. Okay, thank you, Akash. Moving on to the next point. Now, the next point from where I would like to start my discussion, or I would like to continue my discussion, is non-availability of premature withdrawal. What does it basically means? First of all, if I talk about FD and RD, in case of FD and RD, you need to remember that term deposit is allowed by the banks. Extra or differential rate of interest can be offered only on bulk deposit, and we have just discussed the definition of bulk deposit. Remember another thing, sir, in case of FD and RD, premature withdrawal is allowed. In case of FD and RD, premature withdrawal is allowed. That means if you are promising to deposit, or if you have come up with a fixed deposit for 10 years, but you want to withdraw it after 5 years, no one is going to stop you. So premature withdrawal is allowed. But if you are withdrawing before time, then penalty will be charged. And this penalty will be decided by board of directors. And this penalty will be charged on the rate of interest only. Bank has no power to charge penalty on the principal. Last point is, sir, if the premature withdrawal is done before 7 days, as we have discussed that the minimum timeline is 7 days for term deposit, 7 to 10 years. So in that case, if you are making the premature withdrawal before 7 days, then in that particular case, that means before minimum timeline, then no interest rate or no ROI will be paid in case of fixed deposit. No ROI will be paid in case of fixed deposit. I'll just read it out for you. Provided that all term deposit accepted by commercial banks from individuals for the amount of rupee 1 crore and below. So this premature withdrawal is allowed for deposit up to 1 crore. If your deposit value is greater than 1 crore, then in that particular case, premature withdrawal is not allowed. Secondly, provided that all term deposit accepted by the cooperative banks from HUF is again rupee 1 crore and below, will have premature withdrawal. So if you have a deposit of value up to 1 crore, then only premature withdrawal is allowed. If the deposit value is greater than 1 crore, then premature withdrawal is not allowed. Next point is, interest shall be paid at the rate applicable to the amount and the period for which the deposit remained with the bank, not the contracted rate. What does it mean? आपने 10 लाख रुपए का फिक्स्ड डिपॉजिट अकाउंट ओपन किया फॉर 10 years और 10 years के रिस्पेक्ट में बैंक promised you to pay 10% per annum as the interest. But now you are making a premature withdrawal after 5 years. So if you are making a premature withdrawal after 5 years, then bank will pay you rate of interest which bank is offering today on 5-year deposits. So let's suppose if bank is offering 7% per annum on 5 years deposit, then 7% will be calculated on 10 lakhs and the amount will be credited into your account. So interest shall be paid at rate applicable to the amount and the period for which deposit remain with the bank. Got it? Next point. No interest, as I mentioned, no interest shall be paid where premature withdrawal of deposit takes place before completion of the minimum specified time period. Before the minimum specified time period. Moving to the next. So bank has a power that they can provide additional interest of 1% per annum over and above the rate of interest mentioned in the schedule of interest rates on saving or term deposit of banks, staff and their exclusive association, as well as on deposits of chairman, CEO and all. What does it mean? It means that bank can pay 1% extra rate of interest. 1% extra rate of interest on the deposits which are done by their employees. So if the deposits are done by the bank staff or their chairman, their managing director, their CEOs, their executive directors, 1% additional rate of interest can be applied by the bank. This 1% is the limit. Bank can go for 0.5, 0.25, 0.75, but 1% is the maximum limit up to which bank can go. In case of amalgamation, if there is an amalgamation of two banks, the additional interest rate is allowed if the interest at the contractual rate together with the additional interest rate do not exceed the rate which could have been allowed if such employee were originally employed by the bank. इसका मतलब समझ लो, स्टेट बैंक ऑफ पटियाला, ठीक है, स्टेट बैंक ऑफ पटियाला के एम्प्लॉय, he has opened up a fixed deposit account with State Bank of Patiala. Rate of interest offered was 8% plus 1%, that is 9%. That is 9%. Now this bank has been merged with SBI. This individual has become the employee of SBI. His FD belongs to SBI. So this account will attract 9% interest, or the earlier interest only if it is allowed by SBI. If SBI allows 7 plus 1, that is 8% only, then in that particular case this account will not attract 9, rather it will attract 8% as maximum allowed by the SBI. The maximum interest which is allowed by the SBI can be accepted, can be given to the amalgamated account from the amalgamated branch, from the amalgamated bank. I hope it's clear. Last point over here is, in case of term deposit, bank at their discretion formulate term deposit schemes specifically for senior citizens. So bank has a power to come up with differential rate of interest scheme for these senior citizens, and no one is going to challenge bank in case of these benefits. No one is going to challenge bank in case of these services or these announcements. Next point is overdue deposit, overdue domestic deposit. What does it mean? If a term deposit matures and proceeds are unpaid, the amount left unclaimed with the bank shall attract the interest rate as applicable on the savings account. This is really very important. You need to remember this point very carefully. Please pay attention, guys, what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that today your fixed deposit is matured. Okay, so today your fixed deposit is matured, but you have not made withdrawal of the same, and you may be withdrawing after 6 months. I'm just taking an example. So after 6 months, if you're withdrawing, you will be attracting a rate of interest for these 6 months, and this rate of interest for the 6 months will be equal to the rate of interest offered on saving account or the interest which is already offered on the fixed deposit, whichever is lower. We all know that whichever is lower means आप खुद बताओ rate of interest बैंक का saving account पे कम होगा या fixed deposit पे कम होगा. Obviously, so bank will pay a low rate of interest on saving account. So obviously saving account rate of interest यहाँ पर pay किया जाएगा. So do remember, if this question is asked, sir, in case of unclaimed deposit accounts, in case of unclaimed term deposit account, what will be the rate of interest paid after maturity? So the rate of interest which is going to be paid after maturity, it is equals to the saving account rate of interest offered by the same bank. Floating rate domestic term deposit. So floating rate domestic term deposit shall be linked to the directly observable and transferable market determined. So we know that when you go and open up a fixed deposit account, there could be two options. You go with fixed deposit or you may go with floating. Floating one should be very transparent and it should be linked to the market determined external benchmarks. But this point I think is more important than the second one. So remember that. Then if we talk about the individual who passed away. So rate of interest on the mature deposit standing in the name of deceased individual depositor or two or more joint depositors where one of the depositor has died shall be subject to condition let down. So if I talk about these conditions, so what will be the conditions over here? So the rate of interest which are going to be observed in case of death, that will be the same rate of interest as it was announced earlier. Same rate of interest as it was allowed earlier. So same interest rate will be offered in case of death of the individual, but in case of unclaimed saving account, equivalent rate of interest will be paid. Moving to the next. Penalty. What will be the penalty on premature withdrawal? As I discussed, there shall be a comprehensive policy which will be framed by Board of Directors on the penalty for the premature withdrawals. Components of the penalty should be brought to the notice of the depositor. So first is penalty कितनी होगी, कौन decide करेगा? Board of Directors. जब आप account open करेंगे, at the time of opening up the account, bank should bring these penalties into your notice. अगर बैंक ने आपको नहीं बताया, the bank has signed या the form which you have filled at the time of opening up a fixed deposit account, or if on that form the conditions are not mentioned. What conditions? So the conditions related to penalty value, then you are not liable to pay those penalties. So remember that अगर notice में नहीं लिखा, आपके notice में नहीं लाया गया, you won't be responsible to pay those penalties as per the announcement. And last but not the least is, in case of splitting of amount of term deposit at the request of claimant of deceased depositor or joint account holder, no penalty for premature withdrawal of term deposit shall be charged if the period and aggregate amount is same. मान लो there are two individuals, 1 and 2, okay, they have opened up a term deposit account. Now one of the individual passed away. So second one said, let's split the fixed deposit. One fixed deposit shall be in another bank, another deposit should be in. Let's split the fixed deposit. पहले भी 10 लाख का डिपॉजिट था टोटल 10 साल के लिए, आज भी 10 लाख का ही है 10 साल के लिए, लेकिन उसे आपने दो में स्प्लिट कर दिया. तो इन केस ऑफ स्प्लिटिंग, not withdrawing, you are splitting your account, you are not withdrawing the deposit, that will be charging or that will be attracting no penalty in case of, premature splitting of the account. समझ आ गई बातें? ये जो कंडीशंस मैंने आपको बताई हैं फॉर टर्म डिपॉजिट, ऑलमोस्ट सेम कंडीशंस विल बी एप्लीकेबल ऑन एनआरई, एनआरओ एंड एफसीएनआर अकाउंट्स एज वेल. सो अब जो मैं पढ़ाया है अभी तक, व्हाटएवर वी हैव डिस्कस्ड टिल नाउ, इट इज गोइंग टू कॉम्प्लीमेंट अस फॉर द rupee deposit accounts which are opened by non-residents in India. So I hope you all remember. I hope you all remember about these three accounts: NRE account, NRO account, FCNR account. तीनों में क्या difference है? NRE account stands for non-resident external account. NRO account stands for non-resident ordinary account. So if you are a non-resident Indian, you can open up an NRE account, and in this NRE account you can deposit your foreign earnings. But when you will be depositing your foreign earnings, it will be deposited into this account in INR form, and you can make the withdrawals in India in INR form, and even you can transmit this funds back to the same nation from where the transfer was done. Let's say you are living in Australia. So if you want your funds back, you want to purchase a car in Australia, you can again repatriate the same deposits to Australia again, and you can use them. So these will be again converted into Australian dollars. From Australian dollars, they are converted into rupees. These are NRE accounts. But if NRI is holding up an account, that is NRO account, where NRI's Indian earnings, for example, he is receiving, I would say, rent and all. So if he is receiving rent and all, that deposit will be done in the NRO account, and this is again an account which is in INR, that is Indian rupees account. So I'm talking about those accounts, that is NRE as well as NRO accounts. What is the difference between the two? Sir, इस account से आप कितना भी पैसा वापस निकाल सकते हैं. इस account से आप कितना भी पैसा वापस निकाल सकते हैं. इस account से you can only take back the interest, but if you are taking up the principal, that is allowed up to $1 million per year. $1 million per year. This is the benefit. Or NRI opening NRE account, that is very beneficial for Indian government, because this will attract foreign currency to India. It will boost up the foreign currency reserves of the nation. Got it? Now, let's talk about these accounts. So, if I talk about NRE and NRO account, they are regulated under none other than Foreign Exchange Management Act 1999. Interest rate on rupee deposit account. So, if I talk about the interest rate on rupee deposit non-resident account is, bank shall have the freedom to determine the maturity as well as tenure of deposit subject to the condition. Minimum tenure of NRE account is 1 year and minimum tenure of NRO account is 7 days. This is very, very, very important. Note these points down, that what is the minimum tenure time period for NRE account, that is 1 year. What is the minimum time period for NRO account, that is 7 days. 7 days क्यों? सर इंडिया का अकाउंट, इंडिया का पैसा इंडिया में है, इट्स ओके. बाहर से पैसा आ रहा है. Sir, we don't want that it should be volatile in nature. Today you are depositing the funds in your NRE account and tomorrow you are closing down the account, and we as an Indian, we have to pay you the foreign currency. So we as an Indian authority, we don't want such level of uncertainty with us. So if you want to open NRE account, please open it and hold it for at least 1 year. Got it? Moving to the next point. The next point is, so differential rate of interest is offered on bulk deposit. That is allowed. Bulk deposit conditions are still the same. 3 crores, 1 crore, 1 crore, 15 lakhs. Then the next point is premature withdrawals. So premature withdrawals are allowed. Premature withdrawals are allowed. Same condition if your deposit value is up to 1 crore. But if your deposit value is above 1 crore, then premature withdrawals are not allowed. Premature withdrawals are not allowed. Please pay attention. Interest rate on NRE and NRO deposit shall not be higher than those the banks offer on comparable domestic rupee term deposit account. So bank should try to come up with a competitive interest rate for NRE and NRO account, because NRE and NRO account, these accounts, they are allowed in all the forms. You can open up saving account. You can open up current account. You can open up the term deposit account in the case of NRE and NRO account. And in this case, the interest rate which is going to be offered by the bank, that should be in accordance with the domestic, it should be in accordance with the resident opened accounts in the same bank. I hope that is clear. Nothing new. Okay, fine. ठीक है. अगला point आता है sir, if I talk about the non-availability of premature, I guess this is repetition. Yes, this is the repetition. This is done. This is done. So the benefit of the additional rate of interest on deposit on account of being bank's own staff or senior citizens shall not be allowed. तो यहाँ पे ना तो कोई बैंक का स्टाफ होगा क्योंकि NRI है, और NRI सीनियर सिटीजन को भी कोई बेनिफिट एज सच नहीं दिया जाता. इंटरेस्ट क्रेडिट किया जाएगा सेम फॉर्म में. अगर सेविंग अकाउंट है, इंटरेस्ट विल बी क्रेडिटेड एटलीस्ट वंस in a quarter by the commercial bank, or saving account के केस में it should be credited in a quarter or more. In a quarter or more in case of cooperative bank. Same condition for NRE account as well. अगला point क्या आता है? The next point is, if NRE account holder come back to India. For example, I am an NRI and I was living in Australia. Now I come back to India. The moment I come back to India and I request you to convert my NRE term deposit account into the resident foreign currency account, then in that particular case, if NRE deposit has not run for a minimum period of 1 year, then interest shall be paid at a rate not exceeding the rate payable on the saving deposit. तो इसका मतलब क्या, आपने NRE अकाउंट ओपन किया, ठीक, आप इंडिया में वापस आ गए, आपने कहा सर इस अकाउंट को कन्वर्ट कर दो रेजिडेंट फॉरेन करेंसी अकाउंट. रेजिडेंट मतलब नाउ आई विल बी स्टेइंग बैक इन इंडिया, आई एम द रेजिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया एंड ओपन अप माय फॉरेन करेंसी अकाउंट बाय द कैटेगरी रेजिडेंट फॉरेन करेंसी अकाउंट. सो इंटरेस्ट रेट विल बी पेड. अगर तो आपने ये अकाउंट होल्ड किया फॉर मोर देन 1 ईयर, इफ यू हैव होल्डेड दिस अकाउंट फॉर मोर देन 1 ईयर, then you will be getting the rate of interest as promised. But if you have holded this account for up to 1 year, क्योंकि आपका minimum time period या minimum tenure क्या था for NRE account? So the minimum tenure for NRE account was up to 1 year, and if you have not holded the account for up to 1 year, then in that case, rather than offering you no rate of interest, bank will offer you saving account rate of interest. So you will attract the same rate of interest which a saving account rate which is offered by the bank on the saving account. Is it clear? Moving on to the next point. The next point is penalty on premature. So no penalty shall be charged for premature withdrawal of NRE term deposit account for conversion into RFC account. So if you are converting your NRE account into resident foreign currency account, no penalty will be charged. Penalty for premature withdrawal shall be charged for conversion of NRE into FCNR. If you are converting your NRE account into foreign currency non-resident account, or if you are converting your foreign currency non-resident account which is available only in term deposit back into NRE account, then yes, penalty will be charged, but this is more important, no penalty if you are converting it. In case the claimant of NRE deposit, term deposit account of a deceased depositor are resident, अगर मान लो किसी इंडिविजुअल का अकाउंट था and this individual is non-resident Indian, he has opened up NRE account in India and we got a news that he has passed away in Australia only. If he has passed away in Australia, then the amount of NRE account will be given to the legal heir, will be given to the nominee. Let's say the nominee is residing in India. So this nominee will get the claim. In the form of domestic rupee term deposit account. So in that particular case, on maturity, it shall be treated as what? It shall be treated as rupee term deposit account, and interest shall be paid for subsequent period at the rate applicable to the domestic term deposit account. तो जितना maturity period है, मान लो 5 साल, तो 5 साल के लिए जो आपके domestic accounts पे जो rate of interest offer किया जाता है, the same rate of interest will be paid because it will be treated as resident, it will be treated as domestic resident deposit account. ठीक? Now moving on to the last account of the day. The last one is foreign currency non-resident account. Foreign currency non-resident account is basically a term deposit account which allows the non-residents to open up term deposit account in India, but they can open up these term deposit account in specific currencies only. If I talk about the, chalo, let me give you the homework. Give me the list of foreign currencies in which foreign currency non-resident deposit account can be opened. So I give you a hint, there are 6 currencies in which this account can be opened, and give me the list in the comment section after the video. Now what is the tenure? So if I'm talking about term deposit, in this case term deposit can be of different tenures. It can be 1 year minimum, 1 year to 2 years. I hope if you have studied mathematics and sets in the past, then you must be able to understand. Close bracket basically means 1 is included and 2 is not included. So from 1 year, greater than or equals to 1 year but less than 2 years, greater than and equal to 2 years but less than 3 years, greater than or equals to 3 years but less than 4 years, greater than or equal to 4 years but less than 5 years, and the last one is 5 years only because FCNR account can be of maximum timeline, that is 5 years. It cannot be offered for more than 5 years as a single deposit. ठीक है जी. In this particular case, no bank shall accept or renew FCNR deposit over 5 years and no recurring deposit shall be accepted. So पहली बात तो you cannot accept recurring deposit, no recurring deposit, only fixed deposit, and fixed deposit is also accepted for a timeline up to 5 years. For a timeline up to 5 years. अब क्वेश्चन आता है कि सर इन डिपॉजिट्स पे रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट कितना होगा? इफ आई टॉक अबाउट द रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट, प्लीज पे अटेंशन. First of all, in case of FCNR, bank offers two types of rate of interest. One is fixed rate of interest, other one is floating rate of interest. Fixed rate of interest comes up with a ceiling, and what is the ceiling? So the ceiling comes up with a ceiling in case of fixed deposit rate. The ceiling is overnight alternate reference rate, and in case of floating, the ceiling is swap rate. Don't worry, in a separate session I will be discussing with you what is OARR and swap rate, but for now just remember it. Interest rate on floating rate deposit will be revised on a regular interval of 6 months. So floating rates will be revised on a regular interval of 6 months. Remember that. What is going to be the deposit rate? If your deposit is for time period 1 year to less than 3 years, what will be the ceiling rate? So ceiling rate is overnight alternative reference rate plus 2.50%. Then 3 years to 5 years, it will be ARR plus 3.50%. So interest rate ceilings on the FCNR deposits, please pay attention. So if I talk about the ceilings, one is with respect to OARR, fixed OARR, and the other one is swap rate. So please pay attention. What I'm trying to say, if you are opening up 1 to 3 years, of fixed rate of interest FCNR account, then what will be the rate of interest? It will be ARR plus 2.50%. If it is floating FCNR, then it will be swap rate plus 2.5%. If it is 3 to 5 years, in that case it will be ARR plus 350 basis point means 3.50%. We know that 1 basis point is equals to 0.01%, and here it will be swap rate plus 3.5%. समझ आया? कहने का मतलब ये है कि फिक्स्ड रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट के केस में सीलिंग डिसाइड होगी ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ ऑल्टरनेटिव रेफरेंस रेट, और फ्लोटिंग के केस में सीलिंग डिसाइड होगी ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ स्वैप रेट. एंड व्हाट इज द floating rate? So floating rate को revise किया जाएगा on every 6 months. And how the calculation is done? For 1 to 3 years, in case of fixed rate, it is ARR plus 2.50 is the maximum interest. Floating के लिए swap rate plus 2.5, 3 to 5 ARR plus 3.5 and swap rate plus 3.5 for 3 to 5 years. Clear हुआ ये point? क्रूशियस माइंड, आई गेस आप पहली बार आए हो मेरी क्लास में, और अगर आप पहली बार आकर 15 मिनट रुककर ये क्वेश्चन पूछते तो शायद आप ये क्वेश्चन ना पूछते. पिछले 1 घंटे से, ऑलमोस्ट 1 घंटे से हम एक ही आरबीआई का सर्कुलर कवर कर रहे हैं. अगर एक सर्कुलर में 1 घंटा लगा रहा हूं और हर एक सर्कुलर को कवर करूंगा तो आई गेस इससे ज्यादा ना तो कोई पढ़ा पाएगा, ना किसी और वेबसाइट पे जाकर आपको कंटेंट मिलेगा. सो आई गेस दिस इज द राइट प्लेस. स्टे विद मी, hold tight, and you will be in a position to answer most of the questions in your upcoming examination. ठीक है जी. Now, how the interest rate is calculated? So 360 days is used as a 1 year calculation. मतलब we are not calculating the interest rate for 365. Once 360 is done, calculation for 1 year is done. And once 180 is done, calculation for half yearly is done. Remember 180 and 360. Last but not the least is payment. So if you talk about the payment of interest on FCNR deposit of NRIs who return to India. So FCNR deposit on maturity shall be converted into resident rupee deposit account or resident foreign currency account if eligible, at the option of the account holder. That means yes, at the time of maturity, you can convert it. And if you are converting it, bank shall pay the interest rate at time of conversion. At time of conversion, even if the deposit is not completed the minimum maturity period. So even if the deposit has not completed the minimum maturity period, but if you are converting your FCNR into RFC, then also rate of interest will be paid by the bank. Rate of interest shall not increase the rate payable on saving bank deposit if minimum time period is not fulfilled. If the minimum timeline is not fulfilled, in that particular case, rate of interest is going to be equals to saving account only. In case of premature, so yes, you are allowed to withdraw the premature withdrawals, but if you are withdrawing before minimum timeline, then no interest will be paid. If you are withdrawing before minimum timeline, no interest will be paid. Last is, what is the penalty? So rest all conditions are as it is. It is same. If you are withdrawing the funds before maturity, yes sir, penalty will be charged, and this penalty value is going to be calculated by board of directors. Penalty shall be clearly brought into the notice at the time of the deposit. Shall be clearly bring into the notice of the depositor at the time of deposit. Penalty shall be charged on premature withdrawal when depositors return to India for permanent settlement. For conversion of FCNR into NRE account, penalty will be charged. If you are splitting the account but you are not changing the aggregate amount and timeline, no penalty. If you are converting the account, you are not withdrawing, you are not making the premature withdrawal, but before maturity you are just converting your FCNR account into RFC, then also no penalty will be charged as per the latest announcements. Moving on to the next, banks are prohibited for certain conditions as per the given timelines. So banks are prohibited for all these tasks which are mentioned. I'll talk one very interesting task which I think is very important. Let's suppose bank is inviting you, one of the bank agent catches you on the road and asks you, so please open up a deposit account with us and we'll gift you Bluetooth speaker, we'll gift you smartwatch. Have you ever heard this? No sir. They gift you smartwatch, they gift you Bluetooth speaker only when you are opening up a credit card with them. Because if you are opening up a deposit account, bank can give you at max gift of 250 rupees. This is the only provision bank has to give you as a thanking note. If you are opening up a deposit account with the bank, that is up to 250 rupees as prescribed by IBA. As prescribed by IBA. Interest-free deposits will be accepted by the bank on current account. This you need to remember. Again, very, very, very important term. Guys, have you ever heard this point? If you have a fixed deposit with a bank, on that fixed deposit, you can borrow the loan. Any idea, guys? Do you have this idea that you can use your fixed deposit as a collateral? Say yes or no. You can use your fixed deposit as a collateral. Do you know this point? The answer is yes, sir. We know this. We have heard this n number of times. So if I say that you can use your fixed deposit as a collateral in order to borrow the loan, from the bank, but there is a condition. The condition is, in case you are borrowing loan against the FD, then bank will apply lien on it. Lien basically means legal authorization, that SBI will become the legal authority, that without SBI approval, no withdrawal from this FD is allowed. Now, is it possible that you are borrowing loan from ICICI Bank, but you are giving fixed deposit of SBI as a collateral? So that is not allowed. That is not allowed, which means, see, grant advances, please pay attention, grant advances against term deposit maintained with other bank, that is prohibited. Bank can't grant, bank is not allowed to grant advances against the term deposit which is maintained with the other bank. That means अगर FD आपकी SBI में है तो पहले अगर आपकी FD SBI में and you want to borrow loan from ICICI लोन नहीं देगा. ICICI कहेगा आप अपनी FD SBI वाली तुड़वा लो, पैसा मेरे पास ले आओ, मेरे पास नई FD बनाओ और उस नई FD पे I'll provide you with the loan. That is the condition which you need to remember. Is it clear, everyone? Is it clear? So these are some of the prohibitions which have been announced. I'm pretty sure each and every point related to each and every account. All the rate of interest conditions are crystal clear, सिवाय दो टर्म्स के, एक है alternative reference rate और दूसरा जो टर्म है that is swap rate, which I will be discussing very soon in the upcoming sessions itself. अगर आज discuss किया तो session बहुत ज़्यादा लंबा हो जाएगा. So I want you to just go through with this, and I'm pretty sure the way I am making these notes, you should also make these notes for yourself before going to bed today so that you can memorize the entire content in one go itself. Is it clear, guys? I hope you must have enjoyed the discussion. Do give me yes sir in the comment section if you have enjoyed the discussion, and if you haven't liked the session yet, do push the bell icon for upcoming sessions, for getting the notification of all the upcoming sessions, and do like the session before leaving. I hope the way I have prepared this PDF, it's going to help you a lot. जो point आपको note down करना, I have highlighted all those points. Rest information which I have not highlighted, it's just for you to read it once so that you can have a better understanding. So note down वो करना which is highlighted. Rest is just for your reference. Refer it and do short notes for this particular session before going to bed today itself. Thank you so much for joining, guys. We'll catch you in the next session. Hope you have enjoyed the discussion, and I will be catching you all in the upcoming sessions to go. Request you to like the session before leaving and catch you in the upcoming sessions to go. Bye-bye. Take care. God bless you all. Bye. Good evening, everyone. Warm welcome to Super Coaching Regulatory Bodies YouTube channel by Testbook. I'm really very sorry for starting the class late, almost by 13 minutes, but there was some technical issue. Actually, the camera was not working, due to which it took much long to start with the session. But I guess now I'm audible, visible, everything is fine. Just let me know in the comment section if I'm audible, everything is good, fine, we are good to go, so that we can begin the discussion without any further delay. And I can assure you guys, as always, this session is again really very important for you all, and many questions can be expected from today's session as well. और आज का जो सेशन है उसका इम्पोर्टेंट सिर्फ और सिर्फ फेज 1 के लिए नहीं, बट फेज 2 के लिए भी काफी इंपॉर्टेंट सेशन है, एंड आई एम प्रीटी श्योर दैट यू आर गोइंग टू एंजॉय द डिस्कशन. बट बिफोर वी स्टार्ट, मे आई हैव अ रिप्लाई in the comment section? Are we good to go? May I have a reply in the comment section, guys? Are we good to go so that we can begin? I think I'm audible. Akash, Shruti, may I have a reply, please? So quickly give me a reply in the comment section. I'm still waiting. Quickly reply if I'm audible, visible, everything is fine. Give me a thumbs up. Okay, thank you so much. So let's begin the discussion. So today, before I start the discussion, first thing from where I would like to start my discussion is, today what we are going to do is, today we will be discussing one of the important news which is not directly presented by RBI, but yes, it is related to the financial sector only. And if you want to download the PDF of this session, and trust me, the PDF of this session is going to be really very important, because many important content as well as the data are going to be discussed in today's session. So PDF can be downloaded from the given Telegram channel, which is Economics by Madhav Sir, or you can scan the code directly to reach. चलो, so आज का जो हमारा डिस्कशन है वो किसके अराउंड है, मैं आपको थोड़ा सा एक आइडिया दे दूं. Guys, I hope you must have heard about a term RRBs, है ना? You must have heard about the term RRB. So my question over here is, under the one state one RRB plan, the number of regional rural banks will be consolidated from 43 to what? तो RRBs का जो नंबर है, जो काउंट है, उसे अब डिक्रीज किया जाएगा from 43 to how many RRBs? And if I talk about the consolidation, this consolidation has been announced, and this consolidation will be implemented from 1st of May 2025. This consolidation is going to be implemented from 1st of May 2025. Can you please let me know in the comment section? Yes, sir. That is absolutely correct, sir. It will be consolidated into 28 RRBs. जब आपने ये न्यूज़ पढ़ी होगी, इसके अराउंड दो चार चीजें आपने और जरूर पढ़ी होंगी, and I'm pretty sure that most of the candidates who are watching this session, they have already gone through with this particular news. Sir, अगर ऐसा है, if we have already gone through with this particular news, then why you are discussing this news? So please pay attention, guys, what all things we are going to understand and what kind of questions can be asked from this particular topic. See, the moment RRBs are in news, and it's a, I would say, pretty big news related to RRBs. So firstly, there was a master direction given by RBI related to RRBs. Do you remember? We have discussed that. And now secondly, there is a news related to the amalgamation or merger of RRBs. So two news back to back, and that too most important news of the year related to RRBs is there. That means there is a huge probability that these questions will be asked, or RRB is going to be a centric target for the examiner. अब क्वेश्चन ये है कि अगर RRB से एग्जामिनर क्वेश्चन बनाएगा तो व्हाट काइंड ऑफ क्वेश्चंस विल बी फ्रेम्ड. अगर हम बात करें फेज 1 की, तो फेज 1 में जो क्वेश्चन बनेंगे दैट विल बी डेटा रिलेटेड, कि सर इससे पहले कभी मर्जर हुआ या नहीं, अगर हुआ था तो कितने बैंक्स थे, कितने बैंक से कम होकर कितने हुए, तो डेटा रिलेटेड कितने बैंक्स हैं, कौन कौन सी स्टेट्स में बैंक्स हैं, कितनी स्टेट्स के बैंक्स मर्ज होने वाले. सो डेटा रिलेटेड क्वेश्चंस विल बी फ्रेम्ड इन द फेज 1 एग्जामिनेशन. फेज 2 की अगर मैं बात करूं तो फेज 2 में ऑब्वियसली यू कैन एक्सपेक्ट आई वुड से अ पैराग्राफ बेस्ड क्वेश्चन. एक पैराग्राफ दिया होगा फॉर आरआरबीज और उससे रिलेटेड आपसे कुछ क्वेश्चंस पूछे जाएंगे इन द 2 मार्कर फॉर्मेट, जहां पे एग्जामिनर विल ट्राई टू जज, ट्राई टू चेक हाउ मच यू नो इन डेप्थ अबाउट द आरआरबी सिनेरियो इन द कंट्री. और दूसरा जो पॉइंट है, अगर आरबीआई ने चाहा और आरबीआई इज इन अ thought process to check your knowledge regarding the current scenario of RRBs, and there could be a question, a descriptive question on RRBs. A descriptive question on RRBs will not only and only related to the amalgamation. It will be, you can expect an overall general questioning on RRB. For example, discuss the status of RRBs in India. Simple. Discuss the status of RRBs in India. If this kind of question is asked, where RBI wants to know the status of RRBs in India, that means you need to talk about what is RRB, then you need to talk about what are the reasons due to which RRB was set up. Along with the reasons, you need to talk about what were the issues which are and were prevailing with RRBs, what was the reasoning behind the merger of RRBs, then what is the latest news related to the merger, what is the latest news related to the master direction for RRBs. That could be related to CAR, it could be related to interest rate decisions, it could be related to the day-to-day operations of RRBs. So keeping all these areas in mind, as always, I will be discussing this question from 0 to advanced, so that if any question related to RRB is asked in the examination, you will be in a position to answer it. I hope the context is clear, the stage is set. If you all are ready and you want me to start with the discussion now, just give me yes sir. Just give me yes sir. अगर आपको ये पता चल गया कैसे ये flow होगा पूरे का पूरा session, why we are going to flow it in this manner, and what is going to be the benefit of that flow. So the benefit is it can be asked in both the phases, and you will be in a position to answer the question in both the phases. And when you clear phase 2, RRB related question is expected in interview as well. So this is going to help you in your entire journey. So this is really very important. So without wasting much time, let's start the discussion. So what will be the flow of this discussion? First, we'll discuss about RRBs. Static discussion, when RRBs were set up, on the recommendation of which committee RRBs were set up, how many times in the past amalgamation is done, what was the objective behind setting up of RRBs, what are the problems related to RRBs, what are the advantages of RRBs over commercial banks. We'll discuss that. Then we jump and then we come to the current news. Okay, so please pay attention. So the first thing from where I'm going to start is from where I'm going to open this particular news is the news which is going on in the market, that one state, one RRB. One state, one RRB will now become a reality. So it's not the first time that this one state, one RRB is discussed. It was discussed earlier as well, but now there is a announcement that yes, one state, one RRB is going to become a reality, which means 15 regional rural banks across 11 states. Across 11 states, they are going to be consolidated so that we can improve the operational efficiency as well as cost rationalization of RRB. So if I talk about these 11 states, obviously there's no need to memorize the name of these 11 states, but these 11 states are those states which possess more than one RRB operating in their concerned state, and now more than one RRBs operating in these states will be merged into one by the name of the state itself. For example, Andhra Pradesh Regional Rural Bank or Andhra Pradesh Gramin Bank, Assam Gramin Bank, Punjab Gramin Bank. In this manner, by the name of the state, Andhra Pradesh Gramin Bank, Uttar Pradesh Gramin Bank, West Bengal Gramin Bank, Gujarat Gramin Bank, Bihar Gramin Bank. In this format, the banks which are operating in these states, they will be merged into one, and a single common name will be given to them, and that will be on the name of the state. Thick. We'll discuss the current news, but let's first discuss what are RRBs. Guys, we all know that RRBs were set up back in 1975. To be very precise, first RRB was set up on 2nd of October 1975 on the, I would say, on the eve of or on the occasion of Gandhi Jayanti, and the name of the first RRB was Pratham Gramin Bank, and the sponsor bank was none other than Syndicate Bank. And if I talk about the headquarter of Pratham Gramin Bank, so the headquarter of Pratham Gramin Bank was in Moradabad, UP. But you know what? RRB Act was passed in 1976. But what I'm saying is, first RRB was set up on 2nd of October 1975. How is it possible? Sir, it is possible when Parliament is not in session in that particular timeline. President of India has the power to pass an ordinance. An ordinance is nothing but it is a temporary law, and which is applicable, which is effective as a law in the country until the next Parliament session is started. So President of India passed the ordinance, and this ordinance was passed on 26th of September 1975. So under this ordinance, First Gramin Bank was set up on 2nd of October 1975 under the ordinance which was passed on 26th of September 1975. Later on, Parliament came into session, and then RRB Act was passed, that is RRB Bill was passed, and it became Act in 1976. Remember that this RRB Act was passed on the recommendation of Narasimhan Committee on Rural Credit. बहुत बार ना दिमाग में ये क्वेश्चन आता है और पूछा भी जाता है, स्पेशली इन द इंटरव्यूज, आखिरकार आरआरबीज को क्यों बनाया गया? सी बिफोर आरआरबीज 1972 प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग टर्म वाज इंट्रोड्यूस्ड. उससे पहले अगर हम देखें एक्चुअली क्या था, व्हेन इंडिया गॉट इंडिपेंडेंस, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया रियलाइज्ड दैट इंडियन बैंकिंग सेक्टर is not mass oriented. In India का जो banking sector है, it is not mass oriented. It was not providing services to the masses. Rather, the banking sector was predominant by the private players, and they were operating to earn profit, and they were providing the banking services only and only to the elite classes, industrialists, as well as the high net worth individuals, companies, corporates. The moment government and as well as RBI realized that Indian banking system is not mass oriented, and to make it mass oriented, first I would say decision was priority sector lending, which was implemented in 1972, or which came into discussion in 1972. अब प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग के बाद एक प्रॉब्लम और आई कि सर जो हमारे इंडिया के बैंक्स हैं, प्राइवेट बैंक्स हैं, वो प्राइवेट बैंक्स दे आर मेजरली ऑपरेटिंग इन द अर्बन एरियाज, एंड दे डोंट वांट टू ओपन अप देयर ब्रांचेस इन द रूरल एरियाज बिकॉज ऑफ, आई वुड से, द ऑब्वियस रीजन, दैट इज लो प्रॉफिट capacity or low earning capacity from those rural areas, due to which in 1969 government of India has nationalized private banks. 14 private banks were nationalized, and these 14 banks, their ownership was transferred from private to government. Then the next point is priority sector lending. It came into existence in 1972, and in the same race in 1975-76 RRBs were set up. What was the logic behind setting up RRBs? Logic क्या था? बड़ा simple था कि sir, we should set up a separate bank for the rural areas. Separate bank means the banks who are allowed to operate in the rural areas only, or who are targeted to earn profit to survive from the rural area operations only. So once I'm very clear that I cannot open my branch in the urban areas, and if I want to survive, if I want to live, if I want to earn, I should be operating and I should be providing my services in the rural areas only. That was the first thing. Second thing was, it was thought that if we are setting up RRBs, RRBs will be set up with a decent infrastructure, which is appropriate enough to provide the banking services. Along with that, we should hire the employees from the local areas itself, from the rural areas itself, so that if we are paying them less salary in comparison to the other commercial banks, it will be fine. Because if you get a job in rural area and you belong to that rural area where your expense is already low, so it's better to stay in the rural area even with the low salaries rather than shifting to cities or metro cities with maybe 10 or 20% extra salary. That is not effective. So thought process was this, that we will come up with a bank with low operational cost due to decent infrastructure, low salaries. Appointment will be done from the local areas only, from the rural areas only. So the aim was basically to come up with a bank with low operational costs. But unfortunately, this aim was not real. I would say this aim did not turn into reality. When RRBs were set up, we have witnessed that the salaries of RRB employees were in some states is even more than the salaries of I would say the commercial bank employees. I'm comparing Grameen Bank to your IBPS PO banks, or I would say SBI, PNB, or Punjab and Sindh banks. So if you are working in PNB or SBI as a probationary officer and you are working in an RRB as a probationary officer, technically, as per the aim, salary should be different, but we have witnessed that either the salaries are at par, or even we have witnessed that the salary of RRB employees is higher than that of the commercial banks. तो भैया आपने सोचा था कि ऑपरेशनल कॉस्ट कम रखेंगे ताकि अगर ऑपरेशनल कॉस्ट कम है, what was the target? The target was, if operational cost is less, that means we can provide better services to the rural public at low lending rates. यही तो टारगेट था कि लो lending rates पे, यानी कि लोन दे लेकिन वो भी कम रेट्स पे दे, because the rural public as well as the weaker section of the public in the rural areas, they can also enjoy, they can also have the benefits of the banking sector. But unfortunately, operational cost high हो गई, lending rates low रहे या रखने पड़े because of the aim, जिसकी वजह से banks, they end up into the situation of loss. And because of this immense loss in the past, RRBs have been merged from time to time just to increase their efficiency as well as to decrease their operational cost. Clear हुई बात? अब पढ़ लेते हैं. This is the entire structure of RRBs. So RRBs were set up basically to provide credit to the rural economy by providing development for the agriculture, trade, commerce, industry, as well as the productivity. These banks, they basically pay attention. These banks, they basically aims to enhance the accessibility of banking services for the rural and agriculture communities while fostering rural development. So the main target was rural development by providing credit facility to the rural as well as agriculture communities. Now, moving on to the next point. The next point says, what is the current structure? The current structure says, in India, we have 43 RRBs which are operating as of now in 26 states and 3 union territories. So we have 43 RRBs operating in 26 states and 3 union territories with a total number of branch of around 22,000. And if I talk about the scheduled commercial banks, which all are operating as a sponsored bank, they are 12. Now you must be wondering, so what is the meaning of this sponsor bank? जब ये RRBs को बनाया गया और RRBs को ये बनाया गया या फिर जब इनका एम रखा गया कि इन बैंक्स का जो ऑपरेशनल कॉस्ट है that will be low, what was the aim? So the aim was, we will keep the operational cost of these banks pretty low, and these banks, they will provide loan to the public at low lending rates, and even they will provide deposit facility to the public at a higher rate of interest in comparison to the scheduled commercial banks in the same areas. So it's quite obvious these banks, they are not going to make much profit. It's quite obvious that they are not going to make much profit, and you can only overcome the huge potential of loss by decreasing your operational cost. And that is the reason when RRBs were set up, it was said that center government and state government are going to be the investor. Center government invested 15%, state government invested 15%, center government invested 50%, but the sponsor bank was given a responsibility to invest 35%, and sponsor banks are the banks which are actually responsible for managing the RRBs on day-to-day basis. Center government ने कहा हम पैसे लगा सकते हैं, state government ने कहा we can also invest the funds, लेकिन we don't know how to run a bank and we don't want to get in that format of running the bank. So let's call the third party, that is a sponsor bank. Sponsor bank will also invest in the bank and they will be responsible for managing and running the banks on day-to-day basis. So sponsor banks, any scheduled commercial bank was allowed to become a sponsor bank, but it's quite obvious no private bank will get into this loss-making fortune, or no foreign bank will get into this particular race. Obviously, public sector banks, they were not willing, but yes, they were forced by the government to become or to be a sponsor bank, and these public sector banks, government-owned banks, are the sponsor banks of these RRBs. And in total 43 RRBs, they have 12 scheduled commercial banks who are operating as a sponsor bank. So this is the criteria: center government, sponsor bank, as well as state government. You know what? One point is really very important over here. What are the functions of sponsor bank? Sponsor bank is responsible for the management of RRBs. That means day-to-day management. Even RRBs, when they open up, they need to, if they want to manage their cash, or I would say overnight cash management, overnight cash settlement, which a scheduled commercial bank can easily do with RBI. So RRBs, they are allowed that for the first 5 years, you will be managing your cash with the sponsor bank, and after that you can manage directly with RBI. Later, the next point is sponsor banks, they are also responsible for the recruitment and training of the employees, of the RRBs, that is regional rural banks. So these are the facilities, these are the operations which are ought to be performed by, these are the services which are ought to be performed by whom? So these are the services which are ought to be performed by sponsor bank. Got it, guys? Okay, so if I talk about the regional rural banks, so the focus of regional rural bank in these areas is basically to reduce the economic disparity between urban and rural population. So in order to decrease the disparity, in order to decrease the exploitation of rural public, which is done by the local money lenders in the rural area, so in order to escape the rural public from all these exploitations, RRBs were introduced, which will obviously decrease the urban and rural disparity, the urban and rural inequality. Now, moving on to the next point. What were the objectives behind setting up RRBs? So the first objective was to provide loan not only to the small but also to the marginal farmers. So we all know that what is marginal farmer, what is small farmer. So marginal small farmers will be provided loan by RRB. So the main objective is to provide credit and banking facility to the small and marginal farmers, as well as to the agriculture laborers, small artisans, entrepreneurs in the rural areas. This is first. RRBs, they were conceptualized to combine local feel and familiarities of rural problem characteristics of cooperatives with professionalism and large resource base of, this is very important. As I said earlier, कि आरआरबी को बनाया इस तरह से गया था कि अगर हम लोकल स्टाफ हायर करेंगे तो द लोकल स्टाफ दे विल बी वेरी वेल अवेयर ऑफ द करंट सिनेरियो इन द रूरल एरियाज, एंड इफ दे आर अवेयर ऑफ द करंट सिनेरियो इन द रूरल एरियाज दे कैन help the public in a better manner, and this was the basic objective behind setting up the RRBs. RRBs were established to develop banking system in rural areas, that is for agriculture sector, commerce, industry and other credit facility, and RRB also cater the scattered population that demands smaller ticket of loan, as well as all those population which are not capable enough to borrow the loan from the commercial banks due to their strict operational norms, which can be liberalized in case of RRBs, and RRBs can provide them loan in a better manner. Now, sir, Public sector banks are also owned by Government of India. RRBs, they are also owned by Government of India. So what is the difference between RRBs and public sector banks? See, if I talk about the ownership is absolutely clear that yes, both the banks, they are owned by government, but public sector banks, they are full-fledged. Public sector banks, they are full-fledged profitable banks. They are full-fledged profitable banks. But if I talk about the RRBs, so RRBs technically as per their balance sheet, they are commercial banks. As per their balance sheet, they are commercial bank means they are profitable banks, but the profit which they are trying to earn over their balance sheet, which they are expecting to earn over their balance sheet, is not their ultimate aim. Their ultimate aim is to provide better banking services, better I would say financial services to the rural public. Actually में होता क्या है, RRB ने पब्लिक से डिपॉजिट लिया at rate of interest, let's say, I'm just taking an example, 6%. RRB ने loan दिया to the public and let's say the lending is done at 8% per annum. But जब balance sheet में लिखेंगे, we will be writing it at 10%. When balance sheet में लिखेंगे, we will be writing it at 4%. तो balance sheet में we will decrease the rate of interest in comparison to the actual one. We'll increase the lending rates in comparison to the actual one. And this gap, ये जो 2% का मैंने example में gap लिया, this 2% gap is basically, you can say it is basically provided by the government. It is basically provided by the government. It's not a subsidy. It's not a subsidy, I would say. It is a support which is provided by the government. It is a capitalization which is done by the government to provide better as well as low cost services to the rural public. But on the other side, in the balance sheet or in the profit and loss statement or in the cash flow statement, the bank will look as a commercial bank. This is the point which you need to remember. Next point. Sir, RRBs are a new form of scheduled commercial banks which are backed by strong commercial banks. So this is the first difference. Public sector banks, they are not backed by any other commercial bank, but yes, RRBs, they are backed by commercial banks. Each RRB is operated within a certain limit only. So what is the limit? You know what? One RRB can operate in one state only. Why one RRB can operate in one state only? We cannot have a multi-state RRB. The reason is 15% of investment is done by state government. So if the 15% is invested by Punjab government, then Punjab government will not allow their RRB to open a branch in Haryana and provide better low cost services to the Haryana public, and the cost against that low cost service which is provided to the public will not be bared by Punjab government. It is supposed to be bared by Haryana government. So that is the reason one RRB operates in one state only, and predominantly it holds its majority branches in rural areas only. But on the other side, one state can have more than earlier, not today. Today the merger has been announced, but earlier one state can easily have more than one RRBs. How we can have more than one RRB? Center and state is same, but due to the different sponsor banks, the number of RRBs in a particular state will increase. Remember that. So regional rural banks in India, they provide banking facilities to the small marginal farmers, artisans in rural areas, but public sector banks, they provide services not only in rural but in the commercial area, in the urban areas as well, as their motive is to earn profit. Their motive is to promote the economy. Their motive is to promote the banking sector in the country. RRBs, they reduce regional imbalances. By checking the outflow of rural deposit to urban areas. This will increase employment generation in the rural area. So if savings in rural areas increases, as per the Keynes law, if saving increases, it will result in increase in investment, and whenever the investment increases, it results in increase in productivity as well as output of the nation, which will undoubtedly increase the employment opportunities. तो अगर rural areas की savings rural areas में invest होनी शुरू हो गई, कैसे? मैं rural area में, I am residing in rural area, I have deposited my funds in a RRB, in a deposit account, and from the same RRB, someone has borrowed loan in the rural area to set up an industry. So that industry is going to provide employment opportunities to the rural public itself. So this is how the rural saving is generating employment for the rural public itself. RRBs, they provide 75% of their A and BC, 75% of their A and BC as priority sector lending, which is obviously promoting the financial inclusion as well as promoting the beneficial outcome for the weaker sections of the society. अब अगला पॉइंट है कि सर क्या ये amalgamation बहुत नया है या it is a very I would say surprising news with in relation to RRBs? The answer is no. It's not anything which is very surprising with respect to RRBs, because you set up a bank with a motive of low operational cost, with a motive of low lending rates, with a motive of high rate of interest, but you cannot achieve low operating cost operations, due to which your losses increased, and due to the increase in losses, it's obviously, whether it is a government, it will be tough to survive. It will be always be tough to run a company which is a loss-making company. So it's not the first time that the amalgamation has been announced. It is in the history of RRBs. If I show you the entire list, please pay attention. You are going to enjoy this. This is the official list which I have taken from the NABARD website. In 1975, 6 RRBs were set up. This count increased to 85 in 1980. Then this count increased to 1985 and this count increased to 188 in 1985. This count was 196 in 1990. 1995 may be 196, 2000 may be 196. Are you getting this point? देखो जरा ध्यान से, कहीं नहीं मिलेगा ये लिस्ट काफी इंपॉर्टेंट है, ध्यान देना। ये लिस्ट क्या कह रही है कि सर आरआरबीज का जो काउंट है वो 6 से इंक्रीज होकर कितना हुआ था 1996। तो आरआरबीज 6 थे कब? इन 1975, फिर 80 में 85 हो गए, 1985 में 188 हो गए, 1990 के बाद द काउंट वाज 196 ओनली। फिर आई जी नरसिम्हन कमेटी। नरसिम्हन कमेटी ने पहले रिकमेंड भी किया था आरआरबीज के सेटअप को। फिर नरसिम्हन कमेटी ने 1998 में कहा कि जो आरआरबीज है उनका एनपीए भी बढ़ रहा है, बिकॉज low repayment capacity of the borrowers who have borrowed the funds in the rural areas. So in that particular scenario, RRBs were not only witnessing loss due to their high operational cost in comparison to their spread or NIM, but also they were witnessing huge losses due to huge value of loan turned into NPA. So in सारी चीजों को देखते हुए there was a recommendation that let's now merge the banks. If we have 20 loss-making banks, let's combine them into one. Their capital will increase, their exposure to the market will increase, their operational cost will decrease, their branch expenditures will decrease, and keeping that in mind, amalgamation was started. So amalgamation was started after 2005. Actually, the amalgamation began, and in after 2005, the count dropped down to 133. The count dropped down to 133 in 2016. Then the count dropped down to 82 in 2011. This is not the final count. Then again after 2011, second phase of amalgamation was initiated. So in the second phase of amalgamation, this count was decreased to 56. This count was decreased to 56, and in the third phase of amalgamation, the count was decreased to 43. अब आप सोचते हैं कि आपको ये सब याद करना है? नहीं, what you need to remember is बस आपको इतना ही याद करना है कि फेज 1 में 2005 से 2011 196 to 182, remember this. फेज 2 2011 से 2016 56 to 82. Then we have 2018-19 में स्टार्ट हुआ, 21-22-23 तक गया, तो ये जो काउंट था इट हैज ड्रॉप डाउन फ्रॉम 56 टू 43, फ्रॉम 56 टू 43. बस यू हैव टू रिमेंबर दिस. लेकिन ये मैंने आपको बस एक फ्लो दे दिया सो दैट यू कैन अंडरस्टैंड कि जितनी तेजी से आरआरबी सेटअप हुए उतनी ही तेजी से आरआरबी क्लोज डाउन भी हुए और मर्ज भी हुए बिकॉज ऑफ देयर लॉस मेकिंग सिनेरियोस. बिकॉज ऑफ देयर लॉस मेकिंग सिनेरियोज। अब इसमें एक चीज समझिएगा आप, जो मैंने कहा रिकमेंडेशन दैट वाज अ इनफॉर्मल रिकमेंडेशन व्हिच वाज गिवन बाय द नरसिम्हन कमेटी, बट जो फॉर्मल रिकमेंडेशन आया था रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया इन 2011 आफ्टर द रिकमेंडेशंस in 1998 Narasimhan Committee second, a separate committee was set up under the chairmanship of Dr. V.S. Vyas, और Dr. V.S. Vyas ने कहा कि banks जो है RRBs जो है they are witnessing huge losses. It is better that we should merge them in order to improve the credit system in the country, as well as it would be an alternative to decrease, or it could be a good alternative to decrease their operational costs. So Dr. V.S. Vyas, the name of the committee was Flow Credit to Agriculture and Related Activities from the Banking System, and finally in year 2005 पूरे का पूरा structure announce कर दिया that on the basis of this consolidation process the merger or amalgamation of the RRBs will be done, which led to the decrease of count from 196 to 82, 82 to 56, 56 to 43. So this is how the amalgamation has been done in the past. Clear हो गया जी, समझ आ गया? नेक्स्ट पॉइंट, बहुत बार काफी बार ये क्वेश्चन पूछा जाता है, सर हु इज द रेगुलेटर ऑफ आरआरबीज? इफ दिस क्वेश्चन इज आस्क्ड कि आरआरबी का रेगुलेटर कौन है, तो आप क्या आंसर देंगे? द रेगुलेटर ऑफ आरआरबीज इज नन अदर देन आरबीआई, बट हु इज द सुपरवाइजर हु लुक्स आफ्टर द डे टू डे ऑपरेशंस ऑफ द आरआरबीज? देन योर आंसर वुड बी नाबार्ड. तो ये दोनों टर्म्स याद रखिएगा. RBI under the Banking Regulation Act 1949 possess the power to inspect and supervise commercial banks. RBI is overreaching regulator of the entire banking system. तो RBI जो है it is the regulator of the entire banking system. लेकिन NABARD, in this case NABARD, so NABARD functions as a supervisor of rural financial institutions, not only for RRBs but also for cooperative, not only for RRBs but also for the cooperative banks which are operating in the rural areas. तो सुपरवाइजर कौन हुआ? नाबार्ड. और अगर हमसे कोई पूछेगा रेगुलेटर कौन है, सो रेगुलेटर ऑफ द RRBs इज नन अदर देन RBI. रेगुलेटर इज नन अदर देन RBI. मूविंग ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट पॉइंट, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, ध्यान से सुनना. अगला क्वेश्चन कहता है व्हाट आर द फंक्शंस ऑफ रीजनल रूरल बैंक्स. थोड़ा डेप्थ में जाके फंक्शंस डिस्कस करूंगा, प्लीज पे अटेंशन. आई विल डिस्कस ईच एंड एवरी फंक्शन विद यू. सो बेसिक फंक्शन, इट्स अ बैंक. तो बैंक है तो इसका ट्रेडिशनल फंक्शन तो है ही, एक्सेप्ट डिपॉजिट्स, प्रोवाइड लोन. ठीक है सर, दिस इज परफॉर्म्ड बाय आई वुड से ऑल द बैंक्स, एंड नॉट ओनली बैंक्स, दीज फंक्शंस आर इवन परफॉर्म्ड बाय द NBFCs. RRBs, they provide various banking facilities to the rural and urban areas, and these various banking facilities which are provided in the rural and semi-urban areas, it is basically to counter, or it is basically to decrease the disparity among rural and urban. The main function of RRB is to disperse. Question आ गया phase 1 का. The main function of RRB is to disperse wages under Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, that is Manrega, as well as Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana worker and distribution of pensions. तो अगली बार अगर हमसे कोई पूछेगा wages of Manrega are distributed by which bank? Answer is RRBs. Wages to the workers under Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana distributed by RRBs. Pension distribution is done by RRBs again. Next point, RRBs, they provide para-banking facilities. Para-banking means along with banking, traditional function, it provide other functionings as well, or other functions as well. For example, locker facility, debit and credit card, mobile banking, internet banking, and UPI services. They provide basic banking needs to the development of agriculture, trade, commerce. This is fine, and it provides facilities to the agriculture laborers, even the landless laborers, artisans, as well as the small entrepreneurs, so that they can set up their production units. Very important, फिर से मार्क कर लो, यहां से फिर क्वेश्चन बनेगा इन योर फेज 2 पैराग्राफ फॉर्मेट क्वेश्चन जो आएगा 2 मार्कर क्वेश्चन, वो यहां से आने के पूरे चांसेस है. दैट इज रिलेटेड टू द चेयरमैन ऑफ RRB. क्वेश्चन आएगा कि हु अपॉइंट्स द चेयरमैन ऑफ RRB? Each regional rural bank has a separate chairman under the provision of Section 11 of RBI Act 1976, chairman of the RRB is appointed by government. No. So chairman of the RRB is appointed by the sponsor bank of the respective RRB. With consultation with NABARD, the sponsor bank appoints the chairman of RRBs, but there are no guidelines for the selection of chairman. तो किस बेसिस पे सिलेक्शन होगी ये नहीं बताया, लेकिन ये बहुत क्लियरली बता दिया कि who will be appointing the chairman of RRBs. So chairman of RRBs will not be appointed by the government, but the chairman of RRBs will be appointed by sponsor bank, and this appointment will be done in consultation with NABARD. Is it clear, everyone? Is it clear till this point, guys? If it is clear, just give me yes sir. Is it clear? Sir, in mergers का employment पे भी we'll talk about that. Fake mail will discuss कि mergers का employment पे क्या फर्क पड़ता है. Even will discuss कि vacancies पे क्या फर्क पड़ेगा. In the end, I'll answer these two questions. So, can the amalgamation of RRBs led to the expansion of unorganized sector? नहीं. Merger हो रहा है, but उस merger से aim is not to decrease the branches. Aim is not to decrease the branches. हाँ, अगर मान लो कि एक रूरल एरिया में दो RRBs की दो branches हैं आमने सामने, opposite to each other, then one branch will be closed down. So that is the operational benefit. That will be the increase in efficiency in terms of operation. But in terms of existence, in terms of reachability, the branch is still there on the same location, catering the same set of population. Is it clear, Akash? Is it clear? I hope it's clear to you now. Chalo, moving on to the next point. Sir, what are the problems which are related to RRBs? जिसकी वजह से we have witnessed the mergers n number of times in the past. So the first problem is lack of capital. Lack of capital का मतलब, so the bank is not earning much profit because of their low lending rate facilities, because of their high rate of interest facility on deposits, basically to attract the weaker rural section society, weaker section from the rural sector. These banks, they are not making much profit. If they are not making much profit, that means they don't have much capital which can be invested every year in order to expand the banking operations as well as to increase the efficiency of the banking operation, which is not possible. ठीक है जी. तो लैक ऑफ कैपिटल. अब आप कहोगे कि सर अगर लैक ऑफ कैपिटल है तो गवर्नमेंट कहां गई? भाई गवर्नमेंट कितनी बार पैसा इन्वेस्ट करेगी? गवर्नमेंट बार बार पैसा इन्वेस्ट करती रही है सिंस इंडिपेंडेंस टिल 1991. इसीलिए तो वो हालत हुई जो 1991 में सिचुएशन आई वेयर वी वेंट टू एलपीजी, लिबरलाइजेशन, प्राइवेटाइजेशन, ग्लोबलाइजेशन. क्यों? गवर्नमेंट हैज टेकन कंट्रोल ऑफ ऑल द सेक्टर्स ऑफ द इकोनॉमी. गवर्नमेंट को लगा हम चला लेंगे सब, बट एंड ऑफ द डे लॉस, रेड टेपिज्म, करप्शन impacted the operations of these public sector owned institutes, due to which some of them were merged, some of them were closed down, some of them were privatized. तो ये situation तो थी गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के साथ, स्पेशली वो ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के साथ जिनका एम प्रॉफिट से ज्यादा वेलफेयर था. Then we have lack of trained personnel. I would not say lack of trained personnel, I would say lack of proper रिक्रूटमेंट एंड ट्रेनिंग प्रोसीजर, जो कि पास्ट में था, आज नहीं है. आज तो थिंग्स हैव बीन रिजॉल्व्ड, बट इन द पास्ट दिस वाज वन ऑफ द रीजन. अब अगर स्किल्ड लेबर नहीं है, ट्रेन्ड स्टाफ नहीं है, ऑब्वियसली एफिशिएंसी विल बी लो. देन वी हैव हाई कॉस्ट ऑफ ऑपरेशन. So why high cost of operation? We were looking for low cost of operation. High cost of operation क्यों था? Because of the small size of their business and lack of economies of scale. तो एक तो उनका small size है business का, plus they cannot operate outside a particular state. They even cannot operate outside a particular region, that is rural area. So their major branches are only in rural area. So because of economies of scale, because of their small size of business, they were witnessing high cost of operation. Then for every decision, for every step, for everything, there is a dependence on sponsor bank, and if sponsor bank is not doing well, ultimately the RRB will not do well. अब मान लो एक बैंक है, syndicate bank. If syndicate bank itself is not doing well, it's quite obvious that its RRBs will also not perform really very well, because for every task RRBs are dependent on स्पॉन्सर बैंक्स ओनली। तो अगर स्पॉन्सर बैंक खुद ही कुछ अच्छा नहीं कर रहा तो वो अपने आरआरबी के लिए अच्छा क्या ही करेगा। नेक्स्ट इज पॉलिटिकल इंटरफेरेंस। दिस इज प्रीटी ट्रू इन डे टू डे ऑपरेशंस ऑफ आरआरबीज ड्यू टू द इन्वॉल्वमेंट ऑफ स्टेट गवर्नमेंट। पॉलिटिकल इंटरफेरेंस इज ह्यूज एंड ड्यू टू दिस पॉलिटिकल इंटरफेरेंस हैज लेड टू द ह्यूज losses, huge blunders in the day-to-day operations related to the RRBs. कुछ एडवांटेजेस हैं जो मैंने बहुत बार आपके साथ डिस्कस की है, मैंने एक लिस्ट में दे दी है एडवांटेजेस, बस एक बार पढ़ लेना। इफ अ क्वेश्चन इज आस्क्ड यू विल बी इन अ पोजीशन टू आंसर दिस। सो आई हैव हाइलाइटेड IRDP, MSP, ये कुछ टर्म्स हैं जो मैं हाईलाइट कर देता हूँ। स्मॉल स्केल इंडस्ट्रीज, अपॉर्चुनिटीज, उसके अलावा एक टर्म और थी दैट इज रिलेटेड टू मनी लेंडर्स एंड ट्रेडर्स। तो लास्ट में सच एज वुमेन एंड SC/STs, बस मैंने ये हाईलाइट किया। जब आपके पास ये PDF आएगी पढ़ लेना, इट्स वेरी इजी। इसलिए मैंने इसका साइज कम रखा बिकॉज आई वोंट बी डिस्कसिंग ऑल दीज एडवांटेजेस, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी इस पे बात कर चुका हूं। बट यस, यू मस्ट हैव द नोट्स एंड आई हैव गिवन इट इन दिस फॉर्म। मूविंग टू द लास्ट पॉइंट। सो द लास्ट पॉइंट इज जहां से शुरू हुए थे, अब वहीं आ गए जहां से शुरू हुए थे। और वहां हम कहां से शुरू हुए थे? वी स्टार्टेड with this news, one state one RRB. तो ये जो one state one RRB है, it is going to be implemented from 1st of May 2025 as announced on 5th of April 2026. As per the notification, the entire amalgamation will be done under section 23A of RRB Act 1976, and these RRBs, they will merge into a single entity in public interest. Public interest means for the benefit of the public and in the interest of the development of the area served and also in the interest of RRBs themselves. तो कोई पूछे, as per the act, merger of RRBs allowed? Yes sir, it is allowed under which section? Sir, it is allowed under section 23 of RRB Act 1976, and this time the merger is done with three motives: interest of the public, interest of the with the motive of development of rural areas, as well as in the interest of RRBs themselves. So these are the reasons due to which merger has been done. अब अगर मैं बात करूं आज की, अगर हम आज की बात करें, where we say we have 43 RRBs, हम कहते हैं ना हमारे पास 43 RRBs है, तो हमारे पास एक स्टेट है आंध्र प्रदेश। आंध्र प्रदेश में 3 RRBs है। अब ये तीनों RRBs को मर्ज करके एक सिंगल RRB बनाया जाएगा एंड वी विल कॉल इट एज आंध्र प्रदेश ग्रामीण बैंक। समझ आई ये बात? Telangana, in Telangana we have 2 RRBs. These 2 RRBs they will be merged into one RRB. Assam mein no merger will be done because they already have only one RRB. It will operate as it is. Arunachal Pradesh operate as it is. Bihar, if we say Uttar Bihar, Dakshin Bihar, these 2 RRBs they will be merged into one. These 2 RRBs will be merged into one. Then in case of Chhattisgarh, एक ही है, leave it. In case of Gujarat, we have 2 RRBs, they will be merged. हरियाणा एक ही है, बात खत्म। हिमाचल एक ही है, बात खत्म। झारखंड, it's fine. J&K में we have 2 RRBs. One is J&K Grameen Bank, other one is Dehati Bank, so they will be merged into one. Then we have Karnataka. In Karnataka also we have 2 RRBs which will be merged into one. Then Kerala में एक ही, it's fine. In Maharashtra we have 2 RRBs, it will be merged into one. Madhya Pradesh 2 RRBs will be merged into one. For Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland एक है, nothing to worry. Odisha again 2 RRBs will be merged into one. Punjab एक ही है, Puducherry एक ही है। राजस्थान में we have 2 RRBs which will be merged into one. Tamil Nadu एक, Tripura एक, कोई टेंशन नहीं। यूपी में we have 1, 2, 3. In UP we have 1, 2, 3 RRBs which will be merged into one. And then we have उत्तराखंड, then we have West Bengal, और West Bengal में अगर हम बात करें तो 1, 2, 3 RRBs हैं जिनको मर्ज किया जाएगा इनटू वन। अगर आपको याद हो तो एक सेंटेंस हमने पढ़ा था स्टार्टिंग में। वो स्टार्टिंग में जो सेंटेंस था, I'll just show you that, वो अच्छा था, तब मैंने उस पर बात नहीं की, बट आई वुड लाइक टू डिस्कस दैट पॉइंट ओवर हियर। सी व्हाट डज इट सेज? इट सेज RRBs in 11 states will be merged. ये देखो 15 रीजनल रूरल बैंक्स अक्रॉस 11 स्टेट्स विल बी मर्ज। तो ये जो 11 स्टेट्स हमने देखी हैं, अभी मैंने आपको लिख के भी दी थी वो 11 की 11 स्टेट्स, लेकिन अगर आपने मेरा काउंट देखा होगा तो वेस्ट बंगाल पे मैंने 12 लिखा था। रीजन 11 स्टेट्स है प्लस 1, यूनियन टेरिटरी है एंड दैट इज J&K, एक यूनियन टेरिटरी है एंड दैट इज J&K। I'll just show you ताकि आपको ये पॉइंट याद रहे। सो 1 2 3 स्टेट्स, 4 5 6, बट दिस इज यूनियन टेरिटरी। 7 8 9 10 11 12, तो अगर यूनियन टेरिटरी हटा दे तो 11 स्टेट्स के बैंक्स को मर्ज किया जाएगा और 11 स्टेट्स के जो 15 बैंक्स हैं वो मर्ज हो जाएंगे। अगर 43 में से हम 15 माइनस करते हैं तो टोटल इज गोइंग टू बी 28। लेकिन एक पॉइंट और था, जब हम ये पढ़ रहे थे ना कि इंडिया में 43 RRBs है, वहां पे एक स्टेटमेंट लिखी थी 26 स्टेट्स, वी हैव RRBs इन 26 स्टेट्स। सर एक्चुअली हमारे पास जो नंबर ऑफ स्टेट्स है वो कितनी है? दे आर 28। अगर स्टेट्स 28 है बट वी हैव RRBs ओनली इन 26 स्टेट्स, इसका मतलब दो स्टेट्स ऐसी हैं जहां पे कोई RRB नहीं है। और वो दो स्टेट्स कौन कौन सी है सर? एक है गोवा और दूसरी है सिक्किम। गोवा और सिक्किम आर द टू स्टेट्स इन विच वी डोंट हैव RRBs। बेटा डिसाइड नहीं किया जाता, इट इज जस्ट कि सेंटर गवर्नमेंट एंड स्टेट गवर्नमेंट दे आर रेडी टू सेट अप RRB, they make the announcement, and if a bank is ready, bank can apply for the sponsor bank, and out of the received application, the most appropriate bank is taken, or most appropriate bank will be the choice of the government. But appropriate जो word है ना, that will depend on the presence of the bank in that state. It will depend on the capital structure of the bank. It will depend on the number of branches of the bank in that particular state. It will depend on the reputation and trust of the public of that bank in that particular state. On the basis of these different parameters, the final choice is going to be made कि किसे स्पॉन्सर बैंक बनाया जाए। बट सच ये है कि स्पॉन्सर बैंक के लिए जब कॉल किया जाएगा तो उस केस में ऑब्वियसली पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक्स आएंगे, गवर्नमेंट ओन्ड बैंक है, गवर्नमेंट ही डिसीजन ले रही है, तो वो बात है घर की बात है, जिसको जैसे ठीक लगेगा, जो ज्यादा जिसके लिए अप्रोप्रिएट होगा उस हिसाब से चूज कर लिया जाएगा। आई होप यू आर गेटिंग माय पॉइंट। चलो मूविंग ऑन टू द लास्ट पार्ट। सर ऑल एंटिटीज दे वुड हैव ऑथोराइज कैपिटल ऑफ 2000 करोड़। तो जो एंटिटीज बनेंगी they must have the authorized capital of 2000 crores after the consultation with stakeholders. Amalgamation of 26 RRBs in 10 states and 1 union territory has been carried out with a primary focus on the improvement in scale efficiency as well as cost rationalization. At present we have 43 RRBs जिसमें हमारे पास 26 states हैं, 2 union territories हैं। I hope you are clear with this। 26 states और 2 union territory, एक J&K और दूसरी कौन सी है? That is पुडुचेरी। और अगर हम बात करें 26 में गोवा और सिक्किम नहीं है, दैट इज अ रीजन फॉर 28 स्टेट्स वी हैव RRBs ओनली इन 26। RRBs की जो मेजॉरिटी ब्रांचेस हैं दे आर इन रूरल और सेमी अर्बन एरियाज। 92% ऑफ द ब्रांचेस आर इन रूरल एंड सेमी अर्बन एरियाज। उसके अलावा 2021-22 में फिस्कल was a watershed year in the context of RRB as the central government decided to infuse। तो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने लगभग 5500 करोड़ रुपए इन्वेस्ट किए थे 2021-22 में ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ 2 years, ताकि इस कैपिटल की मदद से दे कैन पुश द RRB सो दैट दे कैन ग्रो इन द फ्यूचर टू गो। उसके बाद अगर हम परफॉर्मेंस मेट्रिक्स की बात करें तो परफॉर्मेंस ऑफ RRBs हैज इंप्रूव्ड ड्यूरिंग 2023-24 which has reached a historic high on several parameters. RRB posted highest ever consolidated net profit. RRBs, they have posted highest ever consolidated net profit of 75-71 crore during 2023-24 and their consolidated capital adequacy ratio, I hope you understand, CAR, consolidated, if we calculate CAR for all the RRBs, आज जितनी RRBs है सबका कैपिटल ले लिया, tier 1 tier 2, उसके हिसाब से सब बैंक्स के लिए RWA निकाल लिया। समझ रहे हो? What I'm trying to say is we have 3 banks, इन तीनों बैंक्स को कंबाइन कर दिया, इनका कैपिटल भी कंबाइन हो गया, इनकी एसेट भी कंबाइन हो गई। कैपिटल आ गई टीयर 1 टीयर 2 एज वेल एज एडिशनल टीयर 1, वो देख ली, और यहां से हमने क्या कैलकुलेट कर लिया? वी कैलकुलेटेड द RWA और उसके बेसिस पर जो कंसोलिडेटेड कैपिटल एडिक्वेसी रेशियो निकल के आया विच इज नॉट बैड, दैट इज 14.2% एज ऑफ 31 मार्च 2024। लेकिन अगर हम ग्रॉस एनपीएस की बात करें, सो ग्रॉस एनपीएस the quality measured by gross NPA at 6.1% was the lowest in the previous 10 years। मैं कह रहा हूं 6.1% बहुत ज्यादा है NPA, लेकिन that is lowest in the last 10 years। टेक्निकली देखें तो इंप्रूव हो रहा है, बट अगर हम वैल्यू ऑफ NPA देखें that is pretty high। सेंटर हैड इनिशिएटेड द स्ट्रक्चरल कंसोलिडेशन, तो 196 टू 43 हुआ था, 43 से कम होकर कितना हो जाएगा, दैट विल बी 28, दैट विल बी 28। 2015 में अमलगमेशन किया गया था जहां पे ये कहा गया था कि नाउ आरआरबीज दे कैन raise capital, they can raise capital from the capital market as well as they can raise capital from the money market। लेकिन जो सेंटर गवर्नमेंट का अगर वो अपने शेयर्स बेचेंगे मार्केट में पैसा रेज करने के लिए, तो अगर आप स्टेट अपने शेयर्स को डाइल्यूट कर रहे हैं, सो इन दैट केस आल्सो द शेयर होल्डिंग ऑफ द सेंटर एंड स्पॉन्सर पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक टुगेदर कैन नॉट बी बिलो 51%। आई होप यू आर गेटिंग दिस पॉइंट। सेंटर गवर्नमेंट के पास 50%, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के पास 15%, स्पॉन्सर बैंक के पास 35%। Now, like a public company, if RRBs they want to issue their shares in the market or they want to dilute their shares, for example, center government wants to sell 10%, sponsor bank wants to sell 10%, that is possible. But the condition is combined shareholding of center and sponsor bank should not be below 51% after the dilution। तो आप कितना भी dilute करो, but you cannot dilute below 51%, that is the combined shareholding of whom? So that is center as well as sponsor bank। As per March 2024, 43 RRBs they are operating in the country। तो दो यूनियन टेरिटरी है जिसके बारे में मैं ऑलरेडी बात कर चुका हूं, वन इज पुडुचेरी एंड द अदर वन इज JNK। क्लियर हो गया जी, समझ आ गया। तो न्यूज तो बड़ी छोटी थी, दैट वाज ओनली ऑन RRB, लेकिन एज ऑलवेज आई हैव प्रेजेंटेड द न्यूज इन दिस मैनर कि अब एग्जामिनर RRB से रिलेटेड कुछ भी पूछ ले, अगर आपने ये सेशन और इससे पहले वाला सेशन ऑन मास्टर डायरेक्शन which we have discussed the master direction on RRBs, अगर वो किया होगा then you will be in a position to answer each and every question on RRBs in the upcoming RBI Grade B examination। ठीक, I hope Sakshi I have answered your question, but there was a question asked जो मैंने कहा था कि हम बाद में बात करेंगे। फेक मेल ने पूछा था सर इन दी मर्जर एम्प्लॉयमेंट का क्या होगा। इन केस ऑफ मर्जर जो करंट एम्प्लॉइज हैं दे विल बी वर्किंग एज इट इज। For example, I am employee of X Grameen Bank and now my bank is merged with Y Grameen Bank, or three banks have been merged into one. Then all these three bank employees, they will be working under a single brand name. They will be working under a new merged organization and they will be enjoying the salary benefits as it was promised at the time of their recruitment. Now the question is, what will happen on if we talk about recruitment? Obviously, if the merger is done, recruitment is going to hamper in the starting phase. That means if the merger is done in the current year, that is 2025-26, then we can expect pretty low vacancies in next 2 years. But uske baad, once they are in flow, once everything is set, once the new structure is structuredized, then we can expect the notification for employment in the near future as it was happening earlier। सर RBI भी FM में MCQ and descriptive में आपकी क्लास ऑलमोस्ट yes Falak, if you are following this session you will be in a position to answer more than 70 to 80% questions in your phase 1 and finance and management finance section। चलो ठीक है जी, आकाश आई गेस डिस्क्रिप्टिव आंसर हो गया, चलो बहुत बढ़िया। तो आई थिंक that will be all from my side guys, we'll catch you in the next session। If you have enjoyed the discussion, do reply in the comment section, even give me an answer। I have a homework for you and this homework is bit, I would say, descriptive one। My homework is, sir, Goa and Sikkim are the two states where we have no RRB, but the question is why? But my question is why? Find the answer, comment your answer in the comment section below and I will be discussing the same in my next session। Don't forget to hit the like button before leaving and I will be catching you all in the upcoming sessions to go। Bye bye, take care, good luck, God bless you all। Hello everyone, warm welcome to Super Coaching Regulatory Bodies YouTube channel by Testbook। My name is Madhav Sir, I welcome you all in the next and a very important session on finance current affairs। So today in this session we will be discussing the current affairs from 10th to 12th of April, and today The current affairs are not only helpful for your phase 1, but the discussed, or I would say the current affairs which we are going to discuss, they will help you in the phase 2 examination as well, in MCQ section as well as the descriptive part. So before we begin the discussion, may I have a reply in the comment section that I am audible, visible, everything is fine, we are good to go, so that we can begin the discussion without any further delay. And even I would request everyone along with me, copy this link of this session, let's share it with our friends so that more and more students, they can join us live in this particular session. So let's quickly share the link of this session all together, and then we'll begin the discussion. Today you are going to enjoy the session because on request of one of our student, I got some messages from students, even I have received some emails, and in all the messages, in all the emails, one thing was common, that sir, we are not finding the statement based questions which can be asked in the finance section. So in order to help you guys to attempt the statement based questions which will be asked in the examination, I have included many questions today in this particular session, and all the questions are statement based, where you need to read out each and every statement before answering the question. So let's begin the discussion, guys. I hope you all are ready. We are good to go. Here we go with the first news of the day. But before that, if you want to download the PDF of this session will be available on my Telegram channel. You can join the Telegram channel by searching the handle that is @Madhav Sir, or you can scan the code to join the channel right away. Okay, guys, here we go with the first news. The first news is now on your screen. This news has a great potential that it can be asked in the examination, obviously in the phase 1 part, but along with that, the way I will be discussing this particular news, and even I will be discussing the related news, even I will be discussing some of the related news to the same regulatory body, that is SEBI, that will help you a lot. So let's read out the news. What does the question says? Who has been appointed? The question says that who has been appointed as the head of SEBI's high-level committee to review 2008 Code of Conduct. So guys, I hope you all are very well aware that the former chairperson of SEBI, the name is Madhav Sir. She was the first women chairperson of SEBI, and she was under certain allegations related to the Adani issues or the Adani case. You must have gone through with that particular news. So with respect to those issues which were prevailing in the economy, SEBI has come up with SEBI has set up a high-level committee, and this committee is going to review the code of conduct, especially focusing on the board of directors, so that the required changes or the required amendments can be done in the code of conduct in order to overcome the issues which were witnessed in the past. So keeping that in mind, we have to find out the answer. But before I give you the answer, let's try to decode this news. Let's try to understand the news. So the news is now on your screen. I'll quickly, give me a second, guys. I hope now I am visible. Everything is fine. Okay. So the news says SEBI has announced the constitution of 6-member high-level committee, and the chairman of this particular committee is going to be whom? So the chairman of this particular committee is going to be Pratyush Sinha. Who is Pratyush Sinha? Sir, he is the former Chief Vigilance Commissioner of the country, and he is not alone. As mentioned, it is a 6-member committee, but he will be chairing the committee, and this committee will be submitting its report within 3 months. So this committee will submit its report within 3 months कि क्या-क्या changes हमें करने होंगे in the code of conduct in order to avoid the same issue which prevailed in the past. वो issue क्या था? That is conflict of interest. Conflict of interest का जो issue हुआ in the past with Madhav Sir, in order to avoid the same, this initiative has been taken. Along with Pratyush Sinha, we have Injeti Srinivas. This name is again really very important. Who is he? Sir, Injeti Srinivas is the former Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, as well as he is the former chairman of one of the regulatory bodies, that is International Financial Service Center Authority, and he is appointed as the vice chairman. So these two names are really very important. So if I answer this, Pratyush Sinha is absolutely correct. But if someone asks me, who is the vice chairman of this particular committee? What will be my answer? So the vice chairman of this particular committee is Injeti Srinivas. And Injeti Srinivas, if I'm talking about, who is he? You need to remember, sir, he is the former chairman of IFSC, International Financial Service Center Authority, which is the regulator of international financial service centers. Remember this point, it's really very important. Now the question is, ki, sir, ye jo committee hai, what it is going to review, what is the issue under which this review is going to be done. See guys, I have given you the names of other members also, but I would recommend you just read these names. There's no need to memorize these names. No one is going to ask you these names, but you just have them handy in these notes so that you can read them if required. Moving to the next point. So this high level committee has been appointed. This high level committee has been appointed because this committee will be conducting comprehensive review. This committee will be conducting the comprehensive review of regulation regarding governing property, investment and liabilities of board of members. So if I talk about the SEBI board of members, I hope you all know that SEBI possesses one chairman. Along with that, we have 5 members as board of members in SEBI, out of which at least 3 members should be whole-time members. And then we have 2 members from Finance Ministry and Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and the last member is from RBI. So we call them these 3 as part-time members, and these are 5 members, out of which at least 3 should be whole-time members and 1 is the chairman. Who is the current chairman? Sir, Tuhin Kanta Das is the current chairman of SEBI, and he has been appointed after the replacement of Madhavi Puri Bush. And related to Madhavi Puri Bush, there was a case, or there was the proceedings related to what? So that is your Adani Group issues which were prevailing. So now, ये जो committee बनाई गई है, this committee will review the regulations. This committee will review the regulations governing property as well as investment and the liabilities of the board members of the SEBI. ये जो committee है, this committee is to identify the gap in the existing provision and recommend a strengthened framework to prevent as well as to mitigate as well as to manage the conflict of interest. So norms बनाए जाएंगे, norms present किए जाएंगे that in near future if required, what steps should be taken, what steps are need to be taken in order to overcome these conflict of interest, especially अगर board member है या फिर chairperson है या फिर board member of SEBI है, उनका relation with the market कैसे अलग किया जाए, उनकी property, उनकी investment, उनकी liability को कैसे review किया जाए, what should be the process, ताकि जो conflict of interest past में हुआ, that should not happen in the future. That is a point which you need to remember. इसके साथ साथ एक और point introduce किया गया जो कि very important है, that is really very important, कि एक mechanism भी introduce किया जाएगा जिसके तहत जो public है, they can raise their complaints, they can raise their concerns regarding the conflict of interest and disclosures, including a clear process of examining such complaints. So यहाँ पे एक नया mechanism setup किया जाएगा जिस mechanism के तहत public can easily file their complaint regarding the conflict of interest which is happening in the SEBI or I would say among the board members of SEBI. Is it clear, everyone? So next time, if someone asks you, SEBI has appointed high-level committee. Who is the chairperson? Pratyush Sinha, and this committee is going to present its report after 3 months. And remember that this committee is going to review the 2008 Code of Conduct. Now, there is a homework, guys. You need to give me. This is your first homework. Code of Conduct. Code of Conduct was amended. Code of Conduct was amended recently in which year? So this Code of Conduct is not the first time that it is going to be amended or required changes will be done in the near future. No, recently. I give you a hint, couple of years ago couple of years ago, this code of conduct was amended recently. You need to give me the answer that last or the latest amendment of code of conduct 2008 of SEBI was done in which year? Fine guys, I hope I can expect this answer from you all. Is it good? It is fine. Just give me yes sir. Moving on to the next news. Again, a very important news. The question, I think now you can see the length and breadth of the question. I hope this is what you were looking forward for. So the question says, SEBI relaxed disclosure norms for foreign portfolio investors by revising the threshold for granular beneficial ownership disclosures. So recently SEBI has come up with the update that if you are a foreign portfolio investor, there is a threshold limit. If your investment is above that threshold limit, then only foreign portfolio investor is responsible and required to make all the disclosures regarding the beneficial ownership, that who all are the owners among this particular foreign portfolio investment. ठीक? Now, first statement. SEBI has doubled the asset threshold, relaxation reduced threshold conditions. So let's first read out the news. Once we are aware of the news, then it will be better for us to read the statement and answer the question. So please pay attention guys. SEBI has recently relaxed the disclosure norms for foreign portfolio investor by doubling the asset threshold limit for the beneficial ownership disclosure. Beneficial ownership disclosure word आप समझते हैं? अगर मैं आपसे कहूँ, what do you understand by a word foreign portfolio investment? What will be your answer? What do you understand by a term foreign portfolio investment? What will be your answer? May I have an answer guys? May I have an answer for the same? What do you understand by the word foreign portfolio investment? So foreign portfolio investment is basically investment from non-Indian. That is fine. But context क्या है? Foreign portfolio investor is an organization, or is it a company, or is it a group of individuals, or even a single individual can be termed as foreign portfolio investor? That I'm trying to ask. Obviously, the limit for foreign portfolio investment is up to 10%. If it is above 10%, then it will be treated as what? Sir, it will be treated as none other than foreign direct investment. So remember that guys, whenever we talk about foreign portfolio investment consists of securities and other financial assets which are held by investors. Please pay attention. Which are held by investors in another country. Remember that when we talk about the foreign portfolio investment, it basically means the portfolio of securities which is holded by whom? So the portfolio of securities which is holded by foreign investors in India, if I talk with respect to India. Now the question is, whenever we talk about FPI was earlier divided into different categories. We had foreign institutional investors, then we have qualified institutional buyers, then we have qualified individual buyers. There were different categories, but now we have only FPI, which is categorized as category 1 and category 2. That is it. So when we talk about the foreign portfolio investors, these foreign portfolio investors are basically the group of individuals, or I would say foreign portfolio investors include the foreign institutional investors, as well as it includes the qualified foreign investors, as well as the other investors which we call them as sub-account investors. Now they are combined, they are merged into a new class, and that new class is known as foreign portfolio investors. So this new class, it includes foreign institutional investors, it includes qualified foreign investors, sub-accounts, they all are included under the same. Due to which this condition has come up. And what is this condition? The condition says these revised norms which are come up, if a foreign portfolio investment is done of value more than 25 crores, in that particular case, earlier, the foreign portfolio investor was responsible to disclose the list of to disclose the list of whom? So to disclose the list of beneficial ownership. To disclose the list of beneficial ownership. Now the question over here is, so what do you understand by the word foreign portfolio investment? Foreign portfolio investment, and then there is a next word under the same, that is beneficial ownership. That is the beneficial ownership. What is the meaning of this beneficial ownership with respect to foreign portfolio investment? This means the names, or I would say beneficial investors, they basically include all the individuals, all the entities, all the parties which are investing as a single unit under the category of foreign portfolio investment. So in this case, this disclosure has to be done, and disclosure will be done if your investment value is above 25,000 crores. But now SEBI has come up with a revision. SEBI said no, you will be responsible to disclose the list of beneficial owners or the beneficial investors if your investment is above in total. If your investment is above in total 50,000 crore rupees. If your investment is above in total 50,000 crore rupees, and this is valid in case of offshore derivative investment as well, which is done in the country. So as per the norms, please pay attention. FPIs, as you see, either individually or as a group, holding over 50,000 crore rupees of equity assets under management, 50,000 crore rupees of equity assets under management in Indian market, not for one company, in total I am talking about. समझ आ रही है मेरी बात है? मैं एक कंपनी की बात नहीं कर रहा, टोटल मार्केट में अगर आपकी जो इक्विटी शेयर होल्डिंग्स है अलग अलग कंपनीज की, अगर वो वैल्यू 50,000 करोड़ से ज्यादा है, देन इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस यू आर रिस्पॉन्सिबल टू डिस्क्लोज, यानी यू हैव टू कम अप विद द डिटेल ऑफ ऑल द एंटिटीज होल्डिंग एनी ओनरशिप, एनी इकोनॉमिक इंटरेस्ट or exercising control on a full look through basis. So you have to come up with all the details, all the nitty-gritties who are involved. अगस्त 2023 में सेबी ने कहा था FPIs who were holding more than 50% of their equity asset under management in a single corporate group. So if I talk about in a single corporate group, if your equity holding is more than 50% with an overall holding of 25,000 crores, then you were responsible to make the disclosure. But now this disclosure limit has increased to 50,000 crore, but the 50% value or the 50% limit is still the same. But in terms of the value of investment, in terms of the value of equity holding, now it has been increased to 50,000 crore rupees. But there are certain expectations. You can even check these expectations. But before that, if you have any doubt, you may ask, please. Before that, if you have any doubt, you may ask, please. So next time, if this question is asked, that in case of foreign portfolio investment, disclosure of the ownership is need to be done, but this disclosure is need to be done in what condition? So the condition is your total holding, that is equity asset holding under the asset, I would say asset under management. If it is more than 50,000 crores, then you have to come up with the disclosure. Is it clear, everyone? Let me check out some of the doubts. Okay, sir, how the foreign investors can invest in Indian stock market? Okay, Aman, in India we allow them to invest. So there are few routes through which the investment is done. Don't worry, in the near future I will be discussing a topic that is FDI, FPI, how FDI versus FDI is there. All these things will be discussed. Don't worry. Moving ahead. So if FPI is 50%, see, जब हम FPI limit की बात करते हैं, this FPI limit up to 10% is basically for a single ownership. It is basically for a single ownership. मतलब क्या हुआ? If we have a company and in that company multiple foreign investments is done, multiple foreign investments is done, and each investment which is done is up to 10%, then each investment will be termed as FPI only. But if their overall holding goes above 10%, we will call it FDI only if more than 10% investment is done by a single entity. More than 10% investment is done by a single entity. I'll give you an example. Today, after this class, go and check HDFC Bank. The moment you will check the HDFC Bank shareholding, you will realize that the foreign investment in HDFC Bank, it's pretty huge. It's pretty huge in comparison to 10%. But still, we don't say that there is FDI, because FDI term is relevant in two forms. One is entity holding, and the other one is the investment done either at the time of setting up of the company, and the investor is directly involved in the management and operational issues of the company. Then only the term FDI is introduced. Is it clear now? Okay. I hope fun your doubt is clear. So what if we are not understanding certain heavy terms? You may ask your heavy terms right away. I'll make you understand. Participatory notes IDR से कर सकते हैं ना सर? बिल्कुल कर सकते हैं. Participatory notes as well as Indian depository receipts, global depository receipts, you can do that. So they have to disclose each and every person who is holding in much percentage. Yes sir. Yes Kumkum, absolutely correct. More than 50,000 crore shareholding collectively in the whole equity market. Yes. Yes, as I've said this, equity assets, core 50,000 crore of equity assets under management. So assets under management, if the equity value in the whole market is greater than 50,000 crores, then you are responsible for the same. I hope Shubhadeep, Kumkum, Fun, your doubts are clear. Let me move on to the next news. But before that, let's try to answer this question. SEBI has doubled the asset threshold for triggering beneficial ownership disclosures from 25,000 to 50,000 crores. Yes, sir. The relaxation aims to reduce compliance burden. Yes, sir. And promote the ease of investment for large FPIs. Absolutely correct. Third point, the threshold change applies only to FPIs from Financial Action Task Force. No, sir. It applies to all the jurisdictions. It applies to all the jurisdictions regardless of the fact that whether the investment is done from which country. The revised norms were recommended by the working group of FPI regulations. Yes, sir. These norms were recommended by the working group on FPI regulations. That is correct. Even after threshold increases, FPI with concentrated holdings in a single Indian corporate group must still disclose beneficial ownership. Sir, this is the fact. क्या वो 50% वाला point अभी भी applicable है? Yes, sir. So we have 50% as well as 50,000 crores. So 50% is with respect to a single entity. As it says, even after the threshold increases, FPI concentrated holding in a single Indian corporate group, if it is above 50%, then yes, you have to disclose the ownership details. So that is correct. And overall holding limit is 50,000 crores. So either 50% in a particular corporate group or overall 50,000 crore rupees in the overall equity market of the country, then it is true. So the answer is going to be 1, 2, 4 and 5. D option is correct. Is it clear, everyone? Is it clear? I hope now you are in a position to understand the question in a better manner, and I'm pretty sure the question is clear to you. If it is clear, just give me yes, sir. If you're enjoying the discussion, please give me yes, sir. If you haven't liked the session yet, then I would request you quickly hit the like button and share the session with your friends. Moving on to the next news. The next news says, what is the primary objective of India-UK Free Trade Agreement? Now, my first question for everyone is, what is a free trade agreement? What do you understand by the term free trade agreement? If this question is asked to you, if someone asks you what is the meaning of free trade agreement, then my answer should be free trade agreement is basically an international agreement between the countries either to reduce or to eliminate the trade barriers. Trade barrier means I'm talking about custom duty. What is custom duty? When you are importing goods at the entry, when India is importing goods and at the entry level, tax is charged, and this tax which is charged at the entry level, we call it as custom duty, or we can even call it as what? So we can call it as trade tariffs. Similarly, if economy don't want the exports to be high, then economy can even apply duties or same custom duty on exports as well. Now you must be wondering कि सर इंडिया कभी कस्टम ड्यूटी लगाएगा क्या एक्सपोर्ट पर? मेरा आंसर है यस सर, इंडिया कस्टम ड्यूटी जरूर लगाएगा एक्सपोर्ट पर अगर इंडिया चाहता है कि वो गुड्स इंडिया के बाहर ना जाए, अगर इंडिया चाहता है कि वो गुड्स इंडिया के बाहर जाकर एक्सपोर्ट ना हो। अगर वो सिचुएशन है, फॉर एग्जांपल फूड ग्रेन्स ड्यूरिंग कोविड व्हेन देयर वाज immense pressure on the agriculture produce of the country, so in order to I would say demotivate the exporters to export agriculture produce, government has introduced custom duty even on the exports. But let's suppose if India sign an agreement with UK where India says हम आपके दोस्त आप हमारे दोस्त, मतलब you don't charge or you charge discounted tariffs on our goods and we will be charging a discounted tariffs on your goods so that we can promote international trade. That kind of agreement is known as trade agreement. If there is no tax, no tariff charge, then we call it as a free trade. And if there is a concessional tariff which is going to be charged, then we call it as a international trade which has been signed between the two nations. So remember that the goal is basically to increase the trade and investment by making it easier to buy as well as sell the goods and services across the borders. So if I talk about the purpose of this free trade agreement is to reduce or eliminate trade barriers like tariffs as well as not only taxes. Earlier, like India had quotas that only this percent or this value or this amount of import can be done or export can be done. So those quotas can also be removed under these agreements. It creates a more favorable trading environment. It helps in expanding the business opportunities and it increases the access to the foreign goods. All these is done with the help of foreign trade agreement. It can be bilateral between two nations, let's say India, UK. It can be multilateral between more than two nations. For example, India, UAE, CAPA. For example, Australia, UK free trade agreement, ASEAN, Australia, New Zealand free trade agreement. They all fall under the category of the same, that is free trade agreement. So free trade agreement, if I say India as well as UK, is it complete or is it still under talk? What will be your answer? Then my answer would be India, UK. My answer would be India has already signed 13 free trade agreement and 6 preferential pacts with its trading partners to promote exports of goods and services beside ensuring the market access for the domestic country. So since 2014, if I say, India has signed 3 such agreements which include Mauritius, UAE, Australia, and even we include EFTA, that is European Free Trade Association. India is actively negotiating similar tie-ups with the UK as well as European Union. So recently UK Secretary of State for Business, I think the name is Jonathan Reynolds, yes. Jonathan Reynolds announced a resumption of negotiation. That means they will again resume the negotiation for the proposed free trade agreement between the two countries. So I hope now what is a free trade agreement, that is absolutely clear to you. So one reason is in February, UK Secretary was in India where they have announced the same, where they have made this announcement regarding the continuation of negotiation between the two nations to implement free trade agreement. The name is Jonathan Reynolds. But if I talk about one more reason why this news was there, why I have taken this news for you all, then my answer is India and UK, they have reaffirmed their commitment to enhance bilateral ties, particularly free trade agreement as well as bilateral investment treaty. So investment treaty means we will be providing incentives to the UK investors and UK will provide incentives to the Indian investors investing in UK. The primary objective of India-UK Free Trade Agreement is to enhance trade and investment between the two countries, by reducing trade, by using tariffs as well as non-tariff barriers. Remember that. Why it was in news? यहाँ से एक question नया बन रहा है. We have a new news for you, and the new news for you all is 13th Economic and Financial Dialogue. 13 Economic and Financial Dialogue between India and UK was held in London, which was co-chaired by India's Prime Minister Nirmala Sitharaman as well as UK Chancellor, the name is Rachel Reeves. So ये जो 13th economic, there could be a question in phase 1, 13th economic and social dialogue, 13th economic and financial dialogue between India and UK was held in which country? Answer is UK. Where in UK? Answer is London. The next question which is important from here is, sir, both the countries, they have reaffirmed that they will be again in starting down, they will again start the negotiation to sign and complete the free trade agreement between the two nations. So UK shared updates on its upcoming industrial strategies during this economic and financial dialogue. UK talked about industrial strategies like advanced manufacturing, life sciences, clean energy, creative industries. Both the sides, they look forward to sign India-UK defense industrial roadmap so that the industrial ties and supply chain can help both the nations regarding their defense industry. And finally, remember the financial market dialogue. The financial market dialogue between India and UK was held in Gift City in Gujarat in December 2024. So these are the latest updates between India and UK जो मैंने एक ही जगह पर आपको present कर दी, so that if a question is asked related to India UK, you can answer it pretty well. So what is the primary objective of India UK free trade agreement? To promote trade and investment by reducing tariffs and barriers. To increase industrial subsidies? No, sir. To regulate cryptocurrency? No. No, no. So the answer to this particular question is A option. Easy, easy, easy. I hope everyone has given the correct answer. Okay. I hope your doubts are clear. I hope all your doubts are clear. Moving on to the next question. What is the primary goal of MoU between NABFID and New Development Bank? I hope we all know that NABFID, it is the All India Financial Institute. It is the All India Financial Institute. It's among the 5 All India Financial Institutes, that is NABARD, then we have SEBI, then we have EXIM, we have NHB, as well as we have Mudra. So we have NHB, NABARD, then we have SEBI, then we have EXIM. These are the 4 All India Financial Institutes. The 5th one is NABFID, and this NABFID is a financial institute which is set up by the government for the development of infrastructure. As we know, NABARD को set up किया गया था for the development of agriculture and rural development, SIDBI for small industries, EXIM for export and import industry, Housing Bank for the housing sector. But now NABFID was set up by the government to promote as well as to increase the development in the infrastructure sector of the economy. Then we have New Development Bank. This is the bank which was set up by BRICS nations, and now this bank is basically operating as a development bank which provides development funds, which provide loans for the development purposes, not only to its member nations, not only to the BRICS nation, but also to the non-BRICS nations in the past itself. Now, before I answer the question, let's try to decode the news. Sir, National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development. So what is NABFID? It stands for National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development. It is India's leading developmental financial institute, has signed MoU with NDB to establish what? Sir, to establish framework for cooperation in infrastructure financing and development. I repeat, framework for cooperation in infrastructure financing and development. Trust me guys, इससे ज़्यादा बड़ा क्वेश्चन यहाँ से नहीं पूछा जाएगा. If a question is asked, आज आपको लग रहा होगा कि it is very easy, but when out of a when suddenly in the examination you find a question that NABFID has signed MoU for so and so purpose with which organization, then you will be in a situation of blank that you don't know with which organization this tie was signed. So I am coming up with this question which is having a probability to be asked in phase 1 alone, but still let's try to decode it. What is the purpose of this MoU? So the purpose of this MoU is to create deep and sustainable infrastructure financing market. So basically, what is the purpose? So the purpose is to create deep and sustainable infrastructure financing market in India and develop a supportive ecosystem around it, because India or Indian government is trying its level best to boost up India's infrastructure. I can relate it to the National Infrastructure Investment Plan. Then we can relate it to the I would say, compound annual growth rate of India's capital expenditure, which is being announced by the government in its budget. So every step of the government is supporting the infrastructure development in the country. So what are going to be the focus areas? So with respect to infrastructure, the focus areas are going to be clean energy. That means renewable energy initiatives, sustainable water and sewage management projects will be funded under this particular tie-up. Transportation means development of eco-friendly urban mobility solution, that is e-trains, e-vehicles and all. Capacity building, joint seminars, workshops and research to enhance institutional capabilities between India as well as the members of BRICS nation or the officials of NDB along with NABFID, so that India have more insights regarding what is going on all around the globe in order to promote infrastructure development. See, infrastructure is the sole motive of development. If you want to be a developed nation, it is impossible without infrastructure. It's always wrong to predict कि पहले डेवलपमेंट होगा फिर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर आएगा. नहीं, पहले इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर आएगा फिर आपकी इकोनॉमी क्या होगी, डेवलप होगी. अमेरिका इज नॉट डेवलप्ड. अमेरिका or I would say American roads are not developed because America is developed. Rather, American roads were developed, which helped America to become a developed nation. It was the statement given by one of the president of US. Collaboration between NABFID and NDB will partner in research and capacity building initiatives, including seminars and whatnot. So I hope you all know NDB. It's a multilateral development bank established in 2015 by the BRICS nation, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Now, coming back to the question, what is the primary goal of MoU? Sir, strengthening the international trade? No. Developing sustainable infrastructure financial market? Yes. Promoting cryptocurrency? No. Boosting foreign direct investment? No. Establishing joint network? No. So the answer to this particular question is absolutely correct. That is B option, and majority of you have given the correct answer. Is it clear, guys? Moving on to the next question now. The next question says, what is the primary objective of phase 2 of Nveshak Didi initiative, which have been launched by EPFA as well as Indian Postal Payment Bank, What will be your answer? So let's try to decode this. Let's try to decode this, then we'll come back and answer this question. First of all, guys, what is the news? The news is related to a term, that is Nveshak Didi. What is this Nveshak Didi? As the name suggests, Didi, they are basically focusing women. Hana? Nveshak basically talking about investors. So Nveshak Didi is something, if you don't know, I'm giving you a hint. Nveshak Didi is something which is related to women and investment. So this means it is a particular initiative which have been taken in order to make women aware regarding the financial instruments, regarding the financial investment portfolios which are available in the economy. In short, it is an initiative where women will be provided financial literacy, as well as women will be used as an agent. Women will be used as an agent to spread the financial literacy in the economy. So let's try to answer this question. So Investor Education and Protection Fund Authority. So first organization is IEPFA, that is Investor Education and Protection Fund Authority, under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, has signed memorandum of agreement with a bank named India Post Payment Bank, which is operating under Department of Post, which is under Department of Communication. One time I asked a question in my paid class, or I think in a free class, I don't remember, कि इंडियन पोस्ट पेमेंट बैंक कौन सी मिनिस्ट्री के अंडर है. आई गॉट इट आंसर, सो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फाइनेंस. देन आई डिसाइडेड दैट कभी भी अगर अगली बार इंडियन पोस्ट पेमेंट बैंक मेरी न्यूज में आएगा, आई विल help you to understand, guys. Indian Post Payment Bank under Department of Post, which is operating under Ministry of Communication. So what is this Nveshak Didi? Sir, it is basically to promote financial literacy among women in rural, semi-urban as well as underserved areas across the country. So let's discuss what is Nvesh Didi. So Nvesh Didi is an initiative which is a community-led financial literacy program that train women postal workers. Please pay attention. First, women postal workers, the women which are working in the post offices, they will be trained, and community leaders, and they will be made community leaders. They will be termed as community leaders to serve as a financial educators in their local area. समझ आई बात? तो इन्होंने क्या कहा? They said post offices, in the post offices, all the women who all are working in the post offices or who all are the postal workers, all the postal workers, first training will be departed to them regarding the financial literacy, and then they will be asked to train their own community, their family, their neighbors, or their entire village if possible. So this is the initiative. So it promotes responsible investing. So what kind of financial literacy? So literacy related to the investment facilities, literacy related to fraud prevention. Do not share your OTP, do not share your mobile number, do not share your Aadhaar numbers, something like that. Saving habits as well as use of digital banking tools. So what all targets are set? So the targets are how to do responsible investment, how to save public from fraud, saving habits, as well as promote the use of digital banking tools. So this is, as mentioned in the question, this is phase 2. So let's discuss फेज 1 में क्या हुआ था ना. फेज 2 पे जाने से पहले ये तो देख ले कि फेज 1 में आखिरकार क्या हुआ था. इफ आई टॉक अबाउट द फेज 1, then I would say phase 1 was completed, and in phase 1 more than 55,000 people participated in the Indian Postal Payment Bank financial literacy camps across India. 60% of the participants were women, primarily from youth as well as economically active age group. Economically active age group means the age group which is in a range of 15 to 64 years. If I talk on international level, we call them as the working age group. So most of them were from the working age group and they were youth. 2 out of 3 beneficiaries, very important. 2 out of 3 beneficiaries belong to the deep rural areas, ensuring strong grassroots impact. So this was the target, and yes, this target was achieved because 2 out of 3 beneficiaries who have received the financial literacy, they were from the deep rural areas, which has ensured strong grassroots impact. अब क्वेश्चन आता है कि भैया फेज 2 का क्या टारगेट है. If I talk about the phase 2 targets, as per Nveshak Didi, under the phase 2 targets or objective is 4,000 financial literacy camps will be conducted across India. 4,000 financial literacy camps will be conducted. Nearly 40,000 women postal workers will be trained as Nveshak Didis so that they can lead these camps at community level. तो पहले 40,000 दीदीज को ट्रेन करो, फिर वो 4,000 लिटरेसी कैंप्स को लीड करेंगे and they will depart the financial literacy to the underserved rural and semi-urban areas, focusing primarily women but not only women. अब क्वेश्चन है कि सर you used the term IPPB, वो तो पता है, Indian Postal Payment Bank, sir पता है, payment bank can only accept deposits, it cannot provide loan. 75%, at least 75% of the total deposit should be invested in government security. Rest can be deposited in the banks. Per individual account can hold up to 2 lakh rupees only. Paid up capital is 100 crores. All these terms related to payment banks, sir, ये तो हमें पता है, ये तो आपने बहुत बार पढ़ा है. But tell us, what is Investor Education and Protection Fund Authority? Sir, Investor Education and Protection Fund Authority basically aims to educate and protect investors, especially in rural and underserved regions. And this organization is operating under which ministry? Sir, it is operating under Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Now let's check out the question. The question says, what is the primary objective of phase 2 Nveshak Didi initiative launched by IEPFA as well as IPPB? Promote digital banking in rural areas, provide financial education for rural women, offer micro loans to women entrepreneurs, train post office staff in investment planning. What will be your answer? What will be your answer? So your answer should be provide financial education to rural women. Provide financial education to rural women. If it's a multi-choice question, then train post office staff in investment planning. So we can go with B and D. So we can go with B and D. Moving on to the next question. Again, the next question is in a statement form. I hope you'll like the question and then we'll decode this question as well. So recently RBI has received an award, and this award is given to RBI by Global Finance, which is a London, UK based organization if I'm not wrong. And this award is given for most innovative global financial institution. Before I talk about this, guys, RBI has already received an award regarding Global Innovation Award. Do you remember, guys? And this Global Innovation Award was related to the 2 in-house updates which were done by RBI, which we have discussed in our previous session. Could you name those 2 initiatives of RBI? Could you name those 2 initiatives of RBI for which this prize was given? Any idea, guys? For which this prize was given? Any idea? One is Sarthi, absolutely correct. I have given the hint as well. And the other one is Prava. Now, after this award, which I'm talking about, this Global Innovation Award, this was given by which bank, guys? That bank was also based in UK. Can you name the bank which has given this award with respect to Sarthi and Prava, which have been introduced by RBI? Name the bank. But now we have a global finance institution which has given the award. So let's try to decode this. So Reserve Bank of India has been honored with the most innovative financial institution globally in 2025's in the 2025 innovators list by the Global Finance magazine US. So it is not based in UK. I was just trying to confuse you because I have very clearly mentioned Global Finance magazine, which is based in US, marking the first time a central bank has received this award. So this is the first time a central bank has received this award. So this has been witnessed for the very first time. Central Bank of London, that is absolutely correct. The second point is, this award has also recognized HSBC as well as Standard Chartered under the same list of innovation banks, or I would say the innovations done by the bank. But this time, this award is given with respect to unified lending interface. Do you remember, guys? In the past, we have discussed this. In much detail, that what is unified lending interface, and this unified lending interface has been developed. By one of the wholly owned subsidiary of RBI. And what is the name of this subsidiary? So the name is RBIH. So what all things you need to remember? What is ULI? So ULI stands for Unified Lending Interface. It is basically Reserve Bank's technology platform which will enable frictionless credit to the public. Similar to UPI, which has revolutionized the retail payment, similarly ULI will transform the lending landscape. With this motive, it was launched. So what is the background idea behind ULI? So with the rapid progress in digitalization, India has come up with a concept of digital public infrastructure, which encourage banks, NBFCs, fintech companies, as well as startups to create as well as provide innovative solutions in payment, credit, and the other facilities. Keeping that in mind, UPI platform is a platform which is providing seamless and I would say consent-based flow of digital information, including record of various states from multiple data service provider to the lenders. So it will cut down the time taken for credit appraisal, especially for smaller and rural borrowers. It is aimed to bring about efficiency in lending progress in terms of reduction of cost of lending, quicker disbursement of the loan, as well as this is a model which is scalable. It can be scaled to, I would say, sky is the limit in this case. So ULI architecture, it has a common and a standardized application programming interface, which is designed for a plug and play approach. Plug and play approach means you want to start your digital lending, come just join this unified lending interface and start dispersing the loan. And if you want to borrow, you can directly borrow from the platform. So this is what it has been introduced. So let's take an example. Let's say there is a dairy farmer and the dairy farmer is taking a loan. So in case of dairy farmer, bank can find the data from the milk cooperative to know about the cash flow of the dairy farmer, land ownership status from the land records of the states, then insights into his financial conditions through the farming pattern. Thus, this ULI will help the lenders to fetch this information immediately so that they know what is the income of the borrower, they know what are the asset holding of the borrower, so that easy and fast loan can be dispersed to the borrower. Thus, decision making would be automated with the help of the detail provided by ULI, and this loan could be sanctioned and dispersed within minutes, for which this ULI has been introduced. So there is a new trinity. Earlier we had a trinity, we called it as JAM trinity, that is Jan Dhan, Aadhaar, Mobile. Now we have a new trinity. The new trinity says JAM, UPI and ULI. कि भैया पहले हम जनधन योजना, आधार और मोबाइल से यूपीआई लाए. अब यूपीआई के इतने ज्यादा सक्सेस के बाद वी आर लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू हैव एन इजी सक्सेस एंड इजी रिकमेंडेशन एंड अपडेशन एंड इंप्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ यूएलआई एज वेल. सो यूएलआई इंटरफेस platform developed by RBIH, that is Reserve Bank Innovation Hub, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of RBI, along with DICGC as well as Bharatiya Reserve Bank Note Mudran Private Limited, and we have IFTAS. Along with this we have Rebit. So this is the fifth wholly owned subsidiary of RBI after DICGC, Rebit, IFTAS as well as Bharatiya Reserve Bank Note Mudran Private Limited. This pilot project was launched back in August 2023, which aims to provide frictionless credit delivery by providing lender with seamless access to the authenticated financial and non-financial data through the standardized application program interface. So in its 12th annual Innovators Award, so this was the 12th annual Innovators Award given by Global Finance magazine, they have for the very first time given the award to a central bank under the innovation category. So the recognition was primarily attributed to RBI implementation of CBDC and its global leadership in instant payment system. I would say yes, sir. This is nothing wrong in this. RBI was the first bank in Asia. Yes, sir. Award acknowledged RBI's effort in fostering financial inclusion through regulatory sandbox. That was also discussed. RBI innovation in climate risk stress testing for banks was also cited. Yes, sir. Recognition was specially limited to the domain. It was not limited. It was not limited. So it was open. So answer is going to be along with 1, 2, 3, 4. They have also made into or they have also taken into consideration, that is ULI. ULI. Got it? Okay. Moving on to the next news. The next news is related to Just Pay. So I won't discuss much this news because this is the question only. No detailed discussion is required. Guys, काफी time से we listen a term, we hear a term, that is unicorn. है ना? India has so many unicorns, and so that a startup with a value of more than $1 billion is termed as a unicorn. So the first unicorn of the financial year, first unicorn of the year 2025 is Just Pay. So Just Pay has been announced as the first unicorn of 2025, which marks a significant development in the fintech startup space. In this context, Just Pay achieved unicorn status after funding round led by global private equity firm pushing the valuation. Yes, sir. ये तो criteria है that is need to be fulfilled. Company specializes in payment authentication. Yes. It provides UPI infrastructure. Yes. It provides digital checkout solutions. Yes, for major e-commerce. True. Just Pay is also technology partner behind Bharat Interface for Money and manages NPCI's core transaction servers. ना सर, ये तो प्राइवेट कंपनी है, इसकी मैनेजमेंट या इसका कोई भी टाई अप विद एनपीसीआई या भीम नहीं है. सो थर्ड स्टेटमेंट इज इनकरेक्ट. Prior to becoming a unicorn, JustPay was already handling over 10 million transactions per day across various transactions. That is absolutely correct. Fifth, the unicorn status reflects growing investors' confidence in regulation compliant India stack aligned fintech firm. That is also true. So answer should be 1, 2, 4, 5. C option is correct, but the third statement that it is linked with Beam and all, that is incorrect. Just go through with the data which is on the screen. मुकुंद ऑब्वियसली आप तो कम से कम मत पूछो, आप तो ये टॉपिक पे मत डिस्कशन करो. इट्स ऑल बिकॉज ऑफ यू माय वर्क हैज इंक्रीज्ड. सर, सो द ऐप व्हिच about digital lending must be generated on, must be registered. Yes, the point is, once you are offering digital lending, then in that particular case you have to register yourself with ULI. Even the banks, they will register themselves with ULI, and ULI will basically collect the data regarding a borrower on different platforms, and borrower will raise the request to borrow the loan on ULI, and ULI will give entire information to the lender regarding the borrower, so that quick decision can be taken. Quick decision can be taken. Is it clear, everyone? Chalo, moving on to the next question. That's it. So these were some of the questions, guys, related to your finance current affairs. As you can see, today I have increased my number of news, and even I have increased and even I have changed the way to frame the questions. So do share your feedback. Regarding this session, but don't worry, it's just a trailer. In the next class, you will be having these kind of easy questions, as well as you will be having detailed explanation required news as well. A detailed explanation news means those who are joining me for the very first time, guys, I'll just let you know how I cover the session on regular basis. I cover the session in this manner. In the last session, I have discussed only one news, one state, one RRB, in which I have explained what is this news all about, what are RRBs, what are the conditions related to RRBs, how the RRBs are set up, what are the objectives behind setting up of RRBs, how they are different from public sector banks, when amalgamation was started, which committee recommendation the amalgamation, how many times amalgamation has already been done. This is the entire timeline for the RBI setting up. Then we have RBI is responsible for regulation, NABARD is responsible for supervision. Then we discuss the functions about RRB in India. Then we discussed the conditions regarding the appointment of RRB chairman. We even discussed very important problems of RRBs, advantages of RRBs, and then finally we started with the news where it has been announced the merger of RRBs, where the count will be reduced from 43 to 28. Okay? So don't worry, those who are joining for the very first time, ये मत समझना कि हर news आपको इतने छोटे level पे मिलने वाली है, नहीं. It's just a trailer which I have introduced, or some new change I have done in my class, and I think you all have enjoyed that. So from next class onwards, we will have 1 or 2 detailed news, and then we have 5 to 7, what we can say, small data oriented news. So let's make this session more holistic, and I'll fix my timeline in 1 hour. I'll try to provide you 10 plus news which will have potential 30 plus questions can be framed out of those news in your examination. In every session there will be a potential that 30 questions can be easily framed from the same. Fine, guys. Good evening, sir. I have doubt not related to this topic. Can you please once explain the difference between KYC? We will be coming up with a separate video on the same, Guneet. Don't worry. I'll come up with a separate video on the same. Kumkum, क्या कहना चाहते हैं आप? Kumkum, what do you want to say? Kumkum, if you are talking about government, center government share, state government share, and sponsor bank share, this is 35, this is 15, this is 50, but now RRBs are allowed to liquidate their shares to raise funds from the market, that is capital market. And if you are liquidating, combined share of center and state, combined share of center and sponsor bank should not be, combined stake of center and sponsor bank should not be below 51%. ये लिखा, shareholding the center and the sponsor public sector bank together share should not fall below 51% if you are liquidating, if RRB is liquidating its shares to raise funds from the market. Clear guys? Is it clear? So don't forget to share the session. You need to answer 2 questions. First homework is latest revision of Code of Conduct of SEBI 2008 was done in which year? This is what you need to answer me in the comment section. Secondly, you need to give me the feedback for this, that whether you are happy with this kind of content, and if I come up with this mixed bag, this is going to help you a lot. Give me that feedback. One more question I have asked, but I don't remember right now. If you remember, then do reply in the comment section. तो अभी जैसे वीडियो खत्म हो जाने से पहले ही just complete the task of commenting the answer so that you are free and then you can revise the PDF. Thank you so much for joining guys. Good luck. God bless you all. Bye-bye. Take care. Good night. Hello everyone. Warm welcome to Super Coaching Regulatory Bodies YouTube channel by Testbook. My name is Madhav Sir. I welcome you all in your next session on finance current affairs, where we are going to cover the most important current affairs from 13th to 15th of April. So before I start the discussion, may I have a reply in the comment section that I'm audible, visible, everything is fine, we are good to go. Just reply in the comment section with yes sir, so that we can begin the discussion without any further delay. Guys, as we always do, let's quickly copy the link of this session and share with your friends so that more and more students, they are aware that yes, the session is live and they can join the session live with us in no time. So today we are going to discuss many important news which are going to help you a lot in your upcoming examination. But before that, if you want to download the PDF of this session guys, the PDF of this session will be available on my Telegram channel. The link of the Telegram channel is visible on the screen. You can scan the QR code, or even you can join the Telegram channel by the name Economics by Madhav Sir, and my handle is @Madhav Sir. ठीक है जी? So I guess we are good to go. If you all are ready and you want me to start with the discussion and you say that yes, audio and video is correct, then we'll start the discussion without any further delay. Guys, today's session will help you to understand a very important concept related to the banking sector. And trust me guys, the moment we will be ending this session, you will be pretty confident about one of the concept which you, or I would say most of you, have never ever got the opportunity to learn in a very appropriate manner. So I'll try my level best कि जो मैं समझाऊं वो आपको clearly समझ आ जाए, और अगर examination में उससे related कोई question आए तो आप for sure उस question को solve कर पाए. So let's get started. So today, before I start, I have 2 questions for you which we will be discussing related to a single news. So let's quickly jump to the news first, then we'll come back and discuss that particular point. So the first question from where I'm going to start my discussion, or the first news from where I'm going to start the discussion, is counter-cyclical capital buffer not needed in present circumstances according to RBI. So recently RBI has come up with a statement, and in this statement RBI said कि सर ये जो काउंटर साइक्लिकल कंजर्वेशन बफर है, या फिर मैं कहूं कि हमारे पास जो CCB है, that is counter cyclical capital buffer, it is no more required according to RBI. अब क्वेश्चन ये आता है कि सर आखिरकार इस बफर का मतलब क्या, what is the meaning of this particular buffer? वो तो बात की बात है कि सर कब मेंटेन करना है, कब मेंटेन नहीं करना, अब RBI ने क्यों मना किया कि इसे मेंटेन नहीं करना, ये सारी तो बात की बात है. लेकिन उससे पहले हमें ये जरूर पता होना चाहिए कि सर ये जो बफर की आप बात कर रहे हैं, एक्चुअल में ये बफर है क्या, क्यों मेंटेन किया जाता है, और उसके जैसे क्या क्या बफर्स हम मेंटेन करते हैं. तो प्लीज पे अटेंशन गाइस. आई विल स्टार्ट माय डिस्कशन इन दिस मैनर. अगर हम इस डिस्कशन को स्टार्ट करें तो ध्यान से एक पॉइंट को सुनेगा. आई एम जस्ट एडिंग अ स्लाइड 1 मिनट का समय दीजिएगा, ठीक है। अगर हम बात करें बेसल नॉर्म्स की, अगर आपको याद हो, यू ऑल मस्ट हैव हर्ड अबाउट बेसल नॉर्म्स, और बेसल नॉर्म्स जो है दे आर प्रेजेंटेड by BCBS, that is Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, and अगर हम बात करें the parent authority is BIS, that is Bank for International Settlements. Basel norms आज तक 3 प्रेजेंट की गई है। वन वाज Basel 1, फिर आई Basel 2, फिर उसके बाद आई Basel 3। अगर हम बात करें कि सर इन तीनों की तीनों नॉर्म्स का व्हाट वाज द criteria why these Basel norms were introduced, the criteria is very simple. So Basel norms were introduced in order to support the banking system, in order to, I would say, come up with certain norms, rules and regulations which should be followed all over the world so that we can maintain global stability, we can maintain global monetary as well as financial stability. With this particular target, Basel norms were introduced. When Basel 1 was introduced, I would say that Basel norms are those norms which have basically highlighted the need, the requirement of risk mitigation which are associated with the banking sector. If I talk about a bank, every bank is exposed to n number of risk. For example, we have credit risk. Credit risk का मतलब क्या हुआ कि भैया आपने लोन लिया और अगर फ्यूचर में आप उस लोन को वापस नहीं करते तो उसका लॉस किसको होगा, उसका नुकसान किसको होगा, बैंक को होगा. सो दैट प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ लॉस ड्यू टू नॉन रीपेमेंट ऑफ लोन इज नोन एज क्रेडिट रिस्क. Then liquidity risk. Liquidity risk का मतलब बैंक do not possess the liquidity to make the withdrawal at the time of demand. तो that is liquidity risk. तो ऐसे काफी सारे risk हैं to which our banks are exposed, and in order to help the banks that they should identify, and not only identify, they should also mitigate the risk, the initiative was taken under the Basel norms. So Basel 1 has identified only one risk, that is credit risk, and in order to counter the credit risk, it has come up with a statement that we need to maintain capital adequacy ratio, which I will be discussing in a while. After that, in Basel 2, there was a revision how we will calculate the risk. Earlier, the risk percentages were given in Basel 1, which we'll discuss someday when we'll talk about Basel 1. लेकिन आपने सुना होगा in Basel 1 0%, 10%, 20%, 50% और 100% risk को pre-define किया गया था, लेकिन on the basis of what? On the basis of which you need to calculate the RWA. लेकिन Basel 2 में internal rating framework और बहुत सारे frameworks को introduce किया on the basis of what risk will be calculated. फिर Basel 3 आया और Basel 3 में capital adequacy ratio के साथ साथ capital conservation buffer और capital conservation buffer के साथ साथ counter cyclical capital buffer को भी क्या किया गया, introduce किया गया. So these were the three buffers which have been introduced in Basel 3, and it has been improved over CAR, which was only one buffer which was supposed to be maintained after Basel 1. अब question ये आता है कि sir, what do you understand by the word CAR? CAR का मतलब क्या? So CAR basically stands for capital adequacy ratio. Now the question is, so what do you mean by the word capital adequacy ratio? Sir, it is nothing but it is a ratio. Ratio of what? So the ratio of bank's capital divided by bank's risk weighted asset. Bank's risk weighted asset, and this ratio is known as capital adequacy ratio. This is the same ratio which is also known as capital to risk weighted asset ratio. एक्चुअल में इसके पीछे का मैथ्स क्या है, व्हाट इज द रीजन, व्हाट इज द लॉजिक दैट व्हाई दीज रेशियोज, CAR कैपिटल एडिक्वेसी रेशियो और कैपिटल टू रिस्क वेटेड एसेट रेशियो. ध्यान से सुनना, आज तक अगर ये पॉइंट समझ नहीं आया था, ध्यान से सुनना, अगर आज तक ये पॉइंट समझ नहीं आया था तो आज समझ आ जाएगा इसके पीछे का लॉजिक क्या है. देखो, जब भी कभी हम कैपिटल की बात करते हैं, व्हाट इज कैपिटल? सो कैपिटल मींस द इन्वेस्टमेंट, कैपिटल मींस द इन्वेस्टमेंट which is done by a company to earn profit. Investment means capital means the investment which is done by the company to earn profit. अब इस capital में क्या क्या होगा? Sir, इस capital में we'll include funds which have been raised from the owners, that is the equity funds. So we'll include equity funds, or I would say the equity holdings. Then we include the profits of the bank, which are again the part of capital. We include debt ऑफ द बैंक, जो भी बैंक ने लोन लिया क्यों? सर बैंक ने, कंपनी ने लोन लिया इन ऑर्डर टू expand their operations, in order to push up their operations. So all those funds which are basically used to earn profit, that is known as capital. Now what is risk weighted asset? So risk weighted asset, as the name suggests, risk weighted asset, please pay attention. So risk weighted asset is nothing but it is sum of, it is nothing but it is sum of risk, it is sum of risk on every asset of the bank, on every asset of the bank. इस पॉइंट को समझते हैं, 2 मिनट लूंगा, इससे ज्यादा समय आपका लूंगा नहीं, लेकिन आज समझ आ गया तो हमेशा याद रहेगा कि आखिरकार ये है क्या। अगर मैं एक सिंपल सा एग्जांपल लूं कि एक बैंक है, उस बैंक ने 100 रुपए का लोन दिया, बहुत एक सिंपल सा एग्जांपल है कि एक बैंक है, सर उस बैंक ने 100 रुपए का टोटल लोन दिया, उस 100 रुपए के लोन में से कुछ पैसा बैंक ने लोन की फॉर्म में दिया टू एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर, कुछ पैसा बैंक ने दिया होम लोन के फॉर्म में, और कुछ पैसा बैंक ने दिया इंडस्ट्रियल लोन के फॉर्म में। अगर मैं कहूं 30 रुपीज इन केस ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर लोन, 20 रुपीज होम लोन, इंडस्ट्रियल लोन इज 50। नाउ व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से, सर वी विल हैव अ रिस्क एसोसिएटेड विद ईच एंड एवरी लोन, और जो रिस्क है वो सारे के सारे लोन्स के लिए सिमिलर तो होगा नहीं, रिस्क विल बी डिफरेंट फॉर डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ लोन्स। फॉर एग्जांपल, द रिस्क फॉर एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर इज 50%, risk for home loan is let's say 100%, and risk for industrial loan is let's say 10%. अब ये risk क्यों कम है? So depending upon the borrower conditions, depending upon the market conditions, depending upon the collateral which have been kept as a security at the time of lending, उन सारी conditions को जब हमने ध्यान में रखा, then this is the risk which we have come across on all the assets. Now let's suppose if bank's entire loan is declared as NPA, or if I say the bank's entire loan is not repaid back, then in that particular case bank will witness a loss of value 100 rupees. No sir, bank's loss value is not 100, it is less than 100, because यहां पर जो risk है that is only 15, the risk over here is 20, and the risk over here is 5. तो बैंक का जो total risk है, what is bank's total risk? So bank's total risk is 15 plus 20 plus 5, that is 40 rupees. So what is risk weighted asset? So risk weighted asset is 40 rupees. So from the total asset, what we have calculated, so from the total asset, we have calculated the risk weighted asset. And how we calculate the risk weighted asset? So we calculate the risk weighted asset, that is the sum of risk on every asset. And how we calculate risk on every asset? So we calculate the risk on every asset, that is asset value into risk percentage. How I have calculated asset value into risk percentage? So what is my asset value? Agriculture loan, 30 rupees is my asset. Why loan is my asset? Because I'm a bank, I'm lending the agriculture loan. Obviously I will be earning return on a loan. So for a bank, loan is asset, but for the borrower, it is a liability. The one who is borrowing, for that individual, it is a liability. So we have asset value, that is 30 rupees, into risk percentage. So what is the risk percent? The risk percent is 50%. So out of 30, 50% is risk. So what is going to be total risk value? That is 15. So how we calculate risk on every asset? So we calculate the risk on every asset, that is asset value into the risk percentage. And obviously this risk percentage is going to be different for different assets. And once we have calculated RWA, then according to Basel norms, according to Basel 1, bank's capital to RWA ratio should be greater than or equal to 8%, which means, as per my example, it means that the bank's capital should be greater than or equals to 8% in this format. So what will be the bank's capital as per my example? Sir, as per my example, the bank's capital is need to be what? Sir, it is need to be more than 3.2 rupees. If bank's capital is more than 3.2 rupees, it's fine. If it is below 3.2 rupees, then penalty will be charged. And what kind of penalty is going to be charged? If you remember, PCA, prompt corrective action. Under the prompt corrective action, RBI review these capital adequacy values, and if bank has not maintained the capital adequacy ratio, then bank will be included under the threshold conditions, that is risk threshold 1, 2 and 3, and depending upon your risk threshold condition there will be some mandatory restrictions as well as discretionary restrictions which are related to CAR, that is capital adequacy ratio. So if CAR is clear, give me yes sir, then I'll move ahead. If capital adequacy ratio term is clear, just give me yes sir so that I can move ahead. So capital adequacy ratio is an indicator of how well a bank can meet its obligation. It is also known as capital to risk weighted asset ratio. The ratio compares the capital to risk weighted asset and it is watched by regulators to determine the bank risk or failure, and in India the proactive action taken by RBI is PCA, and on the format of PCA, RBI revise or RBI review the capital adequacy ratios of the bank on regular basis. Not only CAR, along with that we have net NPAs, along with CAR we have net NPAs as well as we have leverage ratio. Tell me yes or no if I'm correct. Do we include leverage ratio while deciding PCA factor? If yes, if no, do reply in the comment section. क्या PCA कैटेगरी को या बैंक PCA में ऐड होगा या नहीं, इसे कैलकुलेट करने के लिए डू वी इंक्लूड लिवरेज रेशियो एज वेल? डू रिप्लाई इन द कमेंट सेक्शन. अगर बैंक की कैपिटल, सो बैंक कैपिटल कैन बी लेस देन इट्स एनपीए. बेटा एनपीए का यहाँ पे कोई लिंक ही नहीं है क्योंकि एनपीए टर्म जो है दैट इज बेसिकली नॉन परफॉर्मिंग असेट, बट फॉर दैट एनपीए यू नीड टू कैलकुलेट द रिस्क वैल्यू. आप समझो मेरी बात को. एनपीए इज रिजल्ट, रिस्क इज एक्सपेक्टेशंस. आर यू गेटिंग माय पॉइंट? आर यू गेटिंग माय पॉइंट? एनपीए रिजल्ट है. आपने लोन दिया, लोन एनपीए डिक्लेयर हो गया, दैट इज अ रिजल्ट कि भैया ये हमारा लोन एनपीए हो गया. अब उस एनपीए में देखना है कि सब स्टैंडर्ड में रुक जाएगा, डाउटफुल में जाएगा या फिर एंड ऑफ द डे लॉस एसेट डिक्लेयर होगा. बट इफ आई से क्रेडिट रिस्क, दिस इज माय एक्सपेक्टेशंस, वो रिजल्ट है. This is expectation and I am maintaining the capital beforehand against my expected loss, not my actual loss which you are talking about NPA. For NPA we have provisionings which are done for each and every sub category of the NPA. अगर सब standard है तो आपकी provisioning कुछ होगी depending upon secured और unsecured, फिर doubtful provisioning होगी, फिर loss asset तो provisioning होगी, तो वो तो बिल्कुल अलग चीज होगी. I hope you are getting my point. Whosoever has that, Arun, fun. I hope this point is clear to you. अगर नहीं समझ आया तो दोबारा कमेंट सेक्शन में लिखना, इसको डिस्कस कर लेंगे. Guys, if it is clear till this point, shall I move ahead? ठीक है, मेजॉरिटी ने कहा clear है. Let's move to the next point. Now the next point we have is that is after capital adequacy ratio in Basel 3. In Basel 3, two more terms were introduced. One is CCB, that is capital conservation buffer, and the next one is counter cyclical capital buffer. अब क्वेश्चन ये आता है कि सर इनका मतलब क्या? देखो इनका मतलब इनके नाम से है, बफर. आपने सुना होगा बफर स्टॉक. FCI maintains the buffer stock. FCI का बफर स्टॉक खराब हो गया. What is buffer? So buffer means something extra. What is buffer? So buffer basically means something extra. So अब CAR maintain करने के बाद कुछ बातें सामने आई. वो बातें क्या आई वो ध्यान से देखना कि सर जब बेसल 1 में CAR की बात की गई, एट दैट पर्टिकुलर मूवमेंट जो RWA था दैट वाज कैलकुलेटेड विद रिस्पेक्ट टू क्रेडिट रिस्क ओनली, बट दिस इज नॉट द ओनली रिस्क टू विच अ बैंक इज एक्सपोज्ड. तो भैया RWA अब जो कैलकुलेट होगा that will not only include credit risk, it will include liquidity risk on every asset, it will include banks market risk and all. So once all the risk related to a particular asset are included, and then what is calculated? Sir, RWA is calculated, and according to Basel norm, every bank which is following the Basel norm, every country's bank which is following the Basel norm, they should maintain their capital adequacy ratio greater than or equal to 8%. But RBI ने कहा नहीं सर, हमारी कंट्री में we have many more borrowers, we have many more issues related to NPAs, फिर चाहे वो विजय माल्या जी हो या कोई और हो. तो उस केस में RBI ने कहा नहीं सर, इंडिया में 8% से नहीं चलेगा, वी नीड मोर देन 8, that is 9%. So there is nothing wrong because BIS said minimum should be 8, RBI saying minimum should be 9. That means RBI is accepting BIS but incrementing it just for more safety, just for more regularity. Got it? Now, अब ये जो कैपिटल को मेंटेन करना, ये जो कैपिटल को मेंटेन किया जाएगा या जिस कैपिटल की हम बात कर रहे हैं सर, एक्चुअली बैंक की कैपिटल को 3 कैटेगरीज में कैटेगराइज किया जाता है. वी कॉल इट एज टियर 1 कैपिटल, we call it as additional tier 1 capital, and then we have tier 2 capital. Now ये terms आपके सामने बहुत बार आई हैं कि यार tier 1 capital, tier 2 capital, and I know 99% students they are still not aware what is tier 1, what is tier 2, what is additional tier 1. कुछ नहीं है, कुछ नहीं. आप ध्यान से सुनना, 2 बातें समझ आ जाएगा. एक्चुअल में पूरी की पूरी क्या है सर, ये पूरी की पूरी आपकी है कैपिटल. कैपिटल का मतलब वो पैसा विच यू हैव इन्वेस्टेड टू अर्न प्रॉफिट. कैपिटल में क्या क्या इंक्लूड होगा सर? कैपिटल में इंक्लूड होगा जो पैसा आपने रेज किया है अगेंस्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट. तो इन्वेस्टमेंट में हमारे पास 2 ही इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स है. वी हैव 2 इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स टू रेज फंड्स अंडर इन्वेस्टमेंट, दैट इज वी हैव इक्विटी शेयर्स एज वेल एज प्रेफरेंस शेयर, एंड नेक्स्ट इज यू रेज द फंड्स in the form of loan, that is debt instrument. So these are the 3 sources of capital. These are the simple 3 sources of capital. Now I will be keeping these, or I would be saying I will be arranging these sources in different formats. So tier 1 capital includes common capital. Common capital, you call it as core capital, you call it as equity capital, it is same. So this is the most liquid, this is the most, I would say, reliable capital with the bank, which can be used to overcome all the different kind of losses in near future if required. But when these capitals, or I would say when equity shares are issued, you know that equity shares are also issued on premium value. If the equity shares are issued on premium value, so the premium share value will be included under tier 1. Not only this, if a company is earning profit, that profit will be the part of tier 1 capital. If the company is having reserves, that reserves will be the part of tier 1 capital. If company has sold out a land, that amount which company has received after selling fixed asset, that also will be the part of tier 1 capital. Then what is additional tier 1 capital? Sir, additional tier 1 capital talks about the perpetual instruments. So what are perpetual instruments? A perpetual instrument basically means the instruments which are issued with no time period or with no defined period of redemption. कि ये कब redeem होगा, ये कब redeem होगा, ये redeem नहीं होगा, या redeem का time period क्या होगा, that is not predefined. So that is basically known as perpetual instruments. For example, you issue preference share, non-redeemable preference share. You issue debt instrument which is non-redeemable. That means जब तक company है, you will be getting the interest, but you cannot come back to the company, return करोगे इस instrument को and company will pay your principal back. That is not possible. All those are perpetual instruments. Last, if I talk about the debt instruments, they are included, or debt capital or the capital raised through debt instruments, they are included under tier 2. ये मोटी बात है. अगर इसको आप deep में जाके देखेंगे, so this is the depth. Tier 1 capital includes core capital, share premium, as I said, capital reserves from the sale of assets, disclosed reserves, profit and loss. टीयर 2 में वी हैव सबसे पहली चीज डेट कैपिटल इंस्ट्रूमेंट, जहां से हमने बात की डेट कैपिटल इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स. देन वी हैव परपेचुअल क्यूमुलेटिव प्रेफरेंस शेयर्स, रिडीमेबल क्यूमुलेटिव एंड नॉन क्यूमुलेटिव प्रेफरेंस शेयर्स, अनडिस्क्लोज्ड रिजर्व्स आर द पार्ट ऑफ टीयर 2 कैपिटल. लेकिन एडिशनल टीयर 1 में क्या होगा सर? हमारे पास होगा परपेचुअल नॉन कन्वर्टेबल प्रेफरेंस शेयर्स. नॉन कन्वर्टेबल प्रेफरेंस शेयर जो कि फ्यूचर में इक्विटी में कन्वर्ट नहीं होंगे. एज आई सेड, परपेचुअल डेट इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स आर द पार्ट ऑफ व्हाट? एडिशनल टीयर 1, और इन्हीं को इशू करने पर जो प्रीमियम मिला, दैट विल आल्सो बी द पार्ट ऑफ एडिशनल टीयर 1. इसके अलावा जो जनरल प्रोविजंस है, लॉस रिजर्व्स है, या फिर जो इन्वेस्टमेंट रिजर्व्स है, या फिर एक्सेस प्रोविजंस है, दे ऑल आर द पार्ट ऑफ व्हाट? दे ऑल आर द पार्ट ऑफ टीयर 2 कैपिटल. लास्ट, ये बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है सर, गुडविल as well as other intangible assets are deducted from common equity tier 1 capital. So when we calculate the tier 1 capital, for this calculation in that particular context, we do not include We do not include what? So we do not include the goodwill or intangible assets as a part of tier 1 capital, as well as the amount which you have paid. For example, you have paid advanced taxes. These advanced taxes are your future liability but current asset, so they are also excluded from the asset side, and operating losses are also deducted from the tier 1 capital side. This is what you need to remember. ठीक है जी, समझ आ गई बात? I hope this point is clear. So tier 1 capital क्या है, additional tier 1 capital क्या है, as well as tier 2 capital क्या है, all the points have been discussed on the screen. If it is clear, just give me yes sir. अब इसके बाद अगर हम आगे बढ़े, after maintaining the capital adequacy ratio in Basel 3, capital conservation buffer as well as counter cyclical capital buffer was introduced. So our BCB has come up with the statement that every bank will maintain capital conservation buffer above capital adequacy ratio. मतलब क्या कि आप already you are maintaining capital adequacy ratio. After maintaining the capital adequacy ratio, you need to maintain capital conservation buffer. As per BIS, this is 8% and this is 2.5%. In India, this is 9%. In India, capital adequacy ratio is 9% and capital conservation buffer is 2.5%. तो अगली बार कोई पूछे capital conservation buffer क्या है? As the name suggests, buffer, it says the extra capital provisioning, or I would say it is the extra calculation we do with respect to the capital just to make sure that in the tough times we can easily survive, the bank can easily survive. So that is capital conservation buffer. Is it clear? I hope there is no doubt. After this, after capital conservation buffer, Basel 3 came up with a statement that once banks they have maintained the capital adequacy ratio, सबसे पहले capital adequacy ratio maintain कर लो, फिर capital conservation buffer maintain कर लो, and after that bank should maintain counter cyclical buffer, and this counter cyclical buffer will be maintained in a range of 0 to 2.5%. It will be maintained in a range of 0 to 2.5%, and ये जो 0 to 2.5% का रेंज है, ये कब 0 होगा, कब 2.5 होगा, कब इसके बीच में होगा, we'll discuss those ranges also, don't worry, but yes, it should be maintained in a range of 0 to 2.5%. अब क्वेश्चन आया कि सर आपने CAR की कैलकुलेशन तो बता दी, टीयर 1, एडिशनल टीयर 1 एंड टीयर 2 कैपिटल, बट कैपिटल कंजर्वेशन बफर के लिए फंड्स कहां से आएंगे, काउंटर साइक्लिकल बफर के लिए फंड्स कहां से आएंगे? देन द आंसर इज, sir, in order to maintain the capital to RWA ratio of 2.5% for CCB, that is capital conservation buffer, and 2.5% for let's say counter cyclical capital buffer, so ये 2.5% और 2.5% टोटल कितना हो गया? 5% हो गया. तो इसके लिए जो कैपिटल है उसे इंक्रीज करना होगा. अब कैपिटल इंक्रीज करने के लिए सोर्स क्या होगी? सर द सोर्स इज बैंक शुड रिड्यूस. ध्यान से देखना, bank should reduce the dividend payment. अगर bank dividend, what is dividend? So dividend is the payment made to the shareholders of the company, and this payment is made out of the net profit of the company. So bank should not distribute dividend. If bank is not distributing dividend, that means this dividend will be the part of profit and it will be kept as profit reserves under tier 1 capital. तो इससे क्या होगा? So tier 1 capital will increase, and that tier 1 capital can also have the counter to 2.5% of RWA. Second, if company is planning to go with share buybacks, company should reduce the staff bonus payments. If company is planning to pay bonus payments to the staff, that should be reduced, and even company should try to raise tier 1 capital either by raising the investment, and this investment can be raised with the help of your stocks. That means you can issue the stocks in the market to raise the funds so that common capital increases or your core capital value increases, and इसे increase करो so that the increased capital or the overall capital is capable to maintain CCB as well as counter cyclical capital buffer, as well as counter cyclical capital buffer. So this is the entire list. I'll just make you understand. Please pay attention. In case of CAR, out of tier 1 capital, out of tier 1 capital, I'm talking with respect to, chalo, I'll talk with respect to RBI as well as BCBS. दोनों के हिसाब से बात कर लेते हैं, nothing to worry. So as per RBI, out of tier 1, it should be 5.5%. As per BCBS, it should be 4.5%. Additional tier 1 capital should be 1.5% of RWA. It should be 1.5% of RWA. और tier 2 capital कितना होगा? So that is 2% of RWA. ये point समझ आया? What I'm trying to say? I'm saying if CAR is equals to 9% of RWA, so this 9% of RWA is equals to this 9% of RWA is equals to 5.5% of RWA, 1.5% of RWA, 2% of RWA. If you add them, the total comes out to be 9%. और ये 1.5% additional tier 1 से होगा. उसके बाद tier 1 से कितना होगा? So that will be 5.5%. And what will be the value from tier 2? So that is 2%. अब capital conservation buffer और CCB के लिए हमने क्या बताया? बोनस पेमेंट्स कम कर दो, उसके साथ साथ डिविडेंड डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कम कर दो, बात बन गई तो ठीक, नहीं तो एंड ऑफ द डे दिस इज ऑल्सो मेंटेन्ड आउट ऑफ टियर 1, एंड ऑफ द डे दिस इज ऑल्सो मेंटेन्ड आउट ऑफ टियर 1. तो टियर 1 में दिस इज मेंटेन्ड 2.5%, 2.5%, दिस इज ऑल्सो 0 to 2.5%, 0 to 2.5%. इफ यू हैव एनी डाउट कि ये 0 to 2.5 में कितनी रेंज होगी, क्या होगी, कब होगी, वेट फॉर अ वाइल, अगले आधे घंटे में सब क्लियर हो जाएगा. बट अगर ये वाला पिक्चर क्लियर है देन जस्ट गिव मी यस सर. अगर ये पिक्चर क्लियर है तो जस्ट गिव मी यस सर. और यहां से एक चीज जो काफी इंपॉर्टेंट है जो आपको समझनी होगी, अगर मैं टोटल चेक करूं, कैपिटल एडिक्वेसी रेशियो प्लस कैपिटल कंजर्वेशन बफर प्लस काउंटर साइक्लिकल कैपिटल बफर, तो अगर मैं इन तीनों को चेक करूं तो व्हाट विल बी द वैल्यू? सर इट इज let's say capital counter cyclical buffer is let's say 2.5%. तो 2.5 plus 2.5 कितना हो गया? 5%. 5% plus 9 कितना हो गया? So this total is going to be 14%. And if I say out of tier 1, so how tier 1 is to be maintained? So tier 1 should be equal to at least what? 5.5%, 2.5%, 5.5%, 2.5%, and the last one is 2.5%. Again, if I take it, so ये कितना हो जाएगा? So this is 10.5% of RWA. So tier 1 capital of the bank should be at least 10.5% of RWA. This is the situation till now. कोई doubt? Any doubt? If it is clear, just give me yes sir so that I can move ahead. If it is clear, just give me yes sir so that I can move ahead. It's going to be really very important. Let's move to the next point. Now the next point we have is in order to talk about the counter cyclical buffer. If I talk about the counter cyclical buffer, then my answer to this particular question is based on the current news. RBI has come up with a statement that currently we don't need banks to maintain counter cyclical buffer. सर इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? अब इसका मतलब समझो, इस पॉइंट का मतलब समझना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, ध्यान से देखना. CAR is mandatory, bank has to maintain. CCB is mandatory, bank has to maintain. But capital or counter cyclical buffer is not mandatory. Bank will maintain it during good times. जब बैंक के अच्छे दिन चल रहे हो, bank is earning well, growth of the economy is going well, bank has good value of NIM, good value of net interest income. At that particular moment, bank should maintain capital counter cyclical buffer. Bank should maintain counter cyclical buffer, but ये good times will be announced by RBI. So RBI will tell you what are the good times, when you have to maintain, when you don't have to maintain. All these decisions are taken by RBI. Now the question is, sir, all the decisions related to counter cyclical buffer were given by which committee? Then the answer is RBI has set up an internal working group of Reserve Bank of India was set up under the chairmanship of B. Mahapatra. So B. Mahapatra, he has submitted the final report on the implementation of counter cyclical capital buffer और ये रिपोर्ट आई थी जुलाई 2014 में और 2015 में आरबीआई ने इसे क्या कर दिया, इंप्लीमेंट कर दिया और आरबीआई ने कहा कि ठीक अब से काउंटर साइक्लिकल बफर के लिए जो भी कंडीशंस है, जो भी रिक्वायरमेंट्स है, दैट इज एज recommended by the given committee. So who is the chairperson of the committee? The name is B. Mahapatra. The report made recommendations in areas such as, अब रिपोर्ट में क्या क्या recommendations हुई सर? रिपोर्ट में recommendations हुई in the areas such as indicators that may be used for counter cyclical capital buffer decisions, threshold for activating the buffer, lead time for announcement of the buffer and what not. बताता हूं क्या इसका मतलब है कि सर कौन कौन से फैक्टर्स हैं which will be kept in mind, when to maintain triple CB and when not to maintain. Second is what should be the threshold value of these factors as well as what should be the lead time. Lead time means what time will be provided to the bank so that the bank can maintain these buffers. ऐसा तो है नहीं आज बोला कल बफर मेंटेन हो जाएंगे, नहीं, you need to give some time to the bank so that bank can use that time in order to maintain these buffers. So all these conditions are decided by RBI and the procedure to decide, or I would say the powers of RBI are recommended, or I would say the implementation of this triple CB is recommended by B. Mahapatra committee. Now each and every point is really very important. The first point, sir, what is the aim of counter cyclical capital buffer? क्यों रखते हैं, क्यों रिजर्व कर रहे हो? आपने CAR रखा हुआ है, then you have maintained CCB. What is the requirement of this now, the new one, that is triple CB? First reason is it requires banks to build up buffer of capital in good times, which may be used to maintain flow of credit to the real sector in difficult times. तो उन्होंने कहा सर अच्छा है ना, you have maintained capital adequacy ratio, you have achieved capital conservation buffer. If your capital is capable to achieve triple CB as well, this is good. इससे क्या होगा सर? This capital which you have increased will be used during the tough time. तो जो आपकी capital value increase हुई है because of triple CB, that can be used during the tough times. And वो जो tough time में आप use करेंगे, that is the major concept behind the term buffer. इसलिए तो word हमने use किया buffer. Second point बहुत important है. Second point says that in order to achieve the macroprudential goals. Macroprudential goal of what? So macroprudential goal of restricting the banking sector from indiscriminate lending. Indiscriminate lending का मतलब जो आए वो समाए. Indiscriminate lending means whosoever is coming to the bank to borrow the loan, bank is giving away the loan irrespective of the borrowing capacity, irrespective of the credit score, irrespective of the credit rating, irrespective of the project proposal, whatsoever it is, that is known as indiscriminate lending. If you remember financial crisis, that is global financial crisis 2007 to 9, that was basically the US banks, they have given indiscriminate lending, or we use a word subprime lending, especially to the home loan sector, which led to the distribution of huge value of loan for purchasing the houses, and eventually the house, or I would say eventually the real estate market fell down, especially the residential property rates fell down, which led to the failure of many of the borrowers, which led to the increase in bank NPAs, and those increased NPAs led to the fall of many banks of the country. So this is what, कि जब आपको लगे, जब भी कभी RBI को लगे कि बैंक्स जो है वो जरूरत से ज्यादा, रिक्वायरमेंट से ज्यादा, when RBI feel that banking sector is providing excess loan, or I would say excess value of loan, and loan is given on regular basis without checking out the actual requirement to stop the bank, to decrease the bank's lending capacity, RBI can introduce CCB. तो जो पैसा बैंक यूज कर रहा था for lending, जो पैसा बैंक यूज कर रहा था फॉर लेंडिंग, दैट कैन नॉट बी यूज फॉर लेंडिंग, रादर बैंक हैज टू होल्ड दैट फंड इन द फॉर्म ऑफ कैपिटल. बैंक हैज टू होल्ड that fund in the form of, in the category of capital, so that the triple CB requirement can be fulfilled, and that is the reason this is the second aim of introducing counter cyclical capital buffer. So counter cyclical capital buffer in the period of excess credit growth that often have been associated with the building up of system wide risk. तो जो risk है उसे mitigate करना, उसे रोका जा सकता है, और when you are in good times, you should maintain the buffer, and this buffer will help you to counter the tough times in the near future. These are the two reasons why triple CB is maintained. Now, as I discussed already with you all, I discussed this point with you all, that CCB may be maintained in the form of what? So CCB will be maintained in the form of common equity tier 1, that is tier 1 capital, other fully loss absorbing capital only. And the amount of triple CB may vary from 0 to 2.5%, which we have already discussed. And what is 0 to 2.5%? So 0 to 2.5% of RWA. CCB, please pay attention, CCB decision would normally be pre-announced with a lead time of 4 quarters. As I said, if RBI want that yes, banks should maintain CCB, for example, RBI announced in April during its first monetary policy of 2025-26, if let's suppose RBI says that bank should maintain CCB of 2% or triple CB of 2%, then in that particular case, banks will be given 4-quarter time to achieve those targets. That means by next year, by 4 quarters, you have to reach to a value of 2% of RWA in your tier 1 capital beyond the requirements which you have already beyond the requirements or buffer which you have already fulfilled for capital adequacy as well as for capital conservation buffer. समझ आई ये बात? So what time will be given? So the time period which is going to be given, that is in general 4 quarters, but if the situation is tough, then this time period may vary, and RBI can even say you in next 3 months, that means in just 1 quarter, maintain the triple CB because situation is out of control, situation is pretty tough. So that is also possible, but in general, what is the timeline? So in general, the timeline is 4 quarters. Now, the question is, so in order to make this judgment that whether banks should maintain triple CB or not, that decision is taken not only on the basis of one factor, but one of the most important factor is credit to GDP ratio. What is credit to GDP ratio? Then I'll come to credit to GDP gap. So credit to GDP basically means total credit given by the banking sector of the country divided by total GDP of the country. This is known as what? So this is known as credit GDP ratio. This is known as credit GDP ratio. Now, what is credit GDP gap? If I say credit GDP gap, what does it mean? Sir, it means the gap between the two ratios. This is the gap between the two ratios, that is credit to GDP ratio in the current scenario, that is today, minus the long term credit to GDP ratio, minus the long term value of credit to GDP ratio at any point in time. For example, today, credit to GDP ratio is, let's say, 10%. That means if our GDP is 100, 10 rupees of lending is done. And the long term credit to GDP ratio is, let's say, 6%. So the gap between the two is 4%. So what is the current credit GDP gap? So the current credit GDP gap is 4%. Current credit GDP gap is what value? So that is 4%. So this is the most important factor which is taken into consideration by the RBI before deciding that whether banks should maintain the CCB or not. But this is not the only factor. As I said, after checking out credit to GDP ratio, then you must check its relation with the gross NPA growth. See, अगर एक तरफ credit बढ़ रहा है with respect to GDP, that means something is fishy cooking in the economy. because credit is increasing, borrowing is increasing, and if the borrowing is increasing on one side and on the other side, there is a growth in GDP as well. That means it is the high time we should decrease the lending done by the bank, and for that we should ask the banks to maintain triple CB so that this buffer can counter the, I would say, the losses or the issues which a bank may witness in the upcoming future because of high credit to GDP ratio as well as because of high gross NPA ratio. Is it clear, everyone? But on the other side, if credit to GDP ratio is increasing, but gross NPA ratio or gross NPA value is not increasing, that means it's okay if credit value is increasing in the country and the company is borrowing loan, they are paying back the loan, and the GDP, with respect to the GDP, credit value is high, but gross NPA is not increasing. Still, we can think of, or I would say still RBI should think wisely that whether they should activate triple CB today or not. So not only credit to GDP ratio, but this GNPA, that is gross NPA growth, is also very important to make a decision that whether bank should maintain triple CB or not. Is it clear, everyone? I hope this point is clear. Moving on to the next point. The next point is, along with these two factors, there are certain supplementary factors as well. So you can say that the primary factor is credit to GDP ratio along with gross NPA ratio or gross NPA growth. But some of the supplementary factors include incremental cash deposit ratio. Incremental cash deposit ratio. If the cash deposit ratio is increasing, which means deposit is decreasing in the banks. If the deposit is increasing, deposit is decreasing in the bank, then there is a point to worry. Second is industrial outlook. If you are giving the loan and industry is capable enough to pay back the interest to service the loan amount, it's fine. But let's say if industry is sitting in a passive mode, let's say we don't need loan, our economy is not doing well, we are not able to sell our goods. So in that particular scenario, if the lending is still done, it will impact the overall growth rate of the economy. Why? In this scenario, industry is very well aware that we cannot earn much profit. Still, they have borrowed the loan because it was very easily available from the banking sector. This will result in excess supply in the market. It will result in, I would say, glut of goods and services in the market, which will result in deflation, recession, and many more things. Last but not the least is interest coverage ratio. If the companies, the borrowers, they are capable to service the interest, it's fine. But if it is felt that the interest coverage ratio is not appropriate, if this ratio is not appropriate, that means the capacity of the borrower to pay the interest is not intact as per the interest payment he is liable to pay in the upcoming year or month, then you should introduce CCB right away. So remember that the final decision on this particular criteria will be taken by RBI as always. But what RBI will do first? So first of all, RBI will check credit to GDP ratio. Then RBI will check gross NPA growth. Then RBI will review incremental cash deposit ratio, industrial outlook, interest coverage. Then on the basis of all the factors, RBI will take the decision in general. But RBI has this power. RBI has this power that RBI can take the decision on its discretion as well. So RBI can take the decision on discretion as well. So the Reserve Bank of India may use discretion to use all or some of the indicators with the credit to GDP ratio. So in this context, you need to remember that RBI has the power that RBI should use all these indicators, or RBI may not use even one of these indicators while deciding that whether CCB or triple CBs need to be maintained or not. But the primary factor is always kept in mind, that is credit to GDP gap ratio. Clear ho gaya? If it is clear, just give me yes sir, so that I can move on to the next point. Guys, if it is clear, just give me yes sir, so that I can move on to the next point. I'm pretty sure the next point is really very important. मजा आएगा, चीजें आपको अच्छे से समझ आएंगी. But if it is clear till this point, just give me yes sir. ओके मैं बता देता हूं. सी, whenever cash deposit ratio is high, अगर cash deposit ratio is high, which means cash value is greater than deposit value, yes or no? अगर cash value is greater than deposit value, which means banks, they do not possess good value of deposit, but still on the other side they are keep on providing the loan. So what will be the result? So the end result will be cash crunch. The result will be liquidity crunch in the banking sector, as it was witnessed back in January 2025. So when RBI think about implementing, or RBI think about that bank should maintain triple CB, in that particular case, bank after checking out, RBI after checking out credit to GDP ratio and gross NPA, RBI should review market CD ratio, that how CD ratio is performing in 3 years. See, for a moving period of 3 years, if it is increasing, it's a point to worry. If it is decreasing, then it's fine, because deposits are increasing. On one side, bank deposit is increasing, on the other side, bank's credit is increasing, it's okay. But if credit is not increasing, rather it is decreasing, see, incremental increasing CD ratio. If CD ratio is increasing, means deposit is decreasing and credit is increasing. So this will result in what? So it will result in liquidity crunch on the banking sector. On the other side, interest coverage ratio means the capacity, I would say in this manner, interest upon income of the borrower. If interest is 100, income is 1000, that means borrower can easily service the interest. But if interest is 100 and income is 100 or 120 or 110, this is going to be a tough situation, which may result in loans to be declared as NPA in near future. So loans haven't declared NPA today, but there is a probability that they can be declared NPA in the near future because of the interest coverage ratio. Interest with respect to the, I would say, with respect to the amount out of which the company is supposed to pay the interest. So if I talk about a company that is earning before interest, taxes, amortization and depreciation. So if that is 100 and out of which you are supposed to pay 90 rupees of interest, that means it is a tough call for a company, and company may not survive pretty long, and end of the day company will stop making the repayment of the loan and the loan will be declared as NPA. Is it clear now, whosoever has asked this? CCB only maintain if profit is high. No, CCB is tried to be, first aim is when bank is doing well, then in that particular case, RBI asks the banks कि यार अच्छा चल रहा है सब, everything is going really very well, let's maintain the triple C buffer. Let's maintain the triple C buffer. This is something, अच्छे दिन चल रहे हैं तो थोड़ा और अच्छा कर लेते हैं. Let's increase the buffer. Second condition is if something is going wrong in the economy, where credit GDP gap is increasing, borrowing is increasing, lending done by the banks is increasing, which may result in issues related to huge NPAs, huge losses to the bank in near future. It's better, once you observe that thing, let's try to maintain the buffer to counter those things in the near future. So that is the second aim for which we maintain triple CB. Is it clear now? Is it clear now? If it is clear, just give me yes sir, so that we can move ahead. Yes, Shubhadeep, absolutely beta. You're going in the right direction. Yes. So Shubhadeep, I have explained all the points you asked me to. Okay, so Kumkum, I hope your question has been answered. Now it is clear. Moving on to the next point. Now the next point is, sir, when triple CB is asked to be maintained and what value is needed to be maintained. ध्यान से सुनना, ये पढ़ लेना. You will have this in the PDF. But if I talk about credit, to GDP gap, if credit to GDP gap is below 3%, if credit to GDP gap is below 3%, what is this credit to GDP gap, this means current credit to GDP ratio minus long term credit to GDP ratio. If this gap is below 3%, then in that particular case CCB is going to be 0%. In that particular case, triple CB is going to be 0%. It is going to be 0%. The moment this gap increases, 3%, then RBI may ask the banks that you should maintain triple CB. Then RBI may ask the banks that you should maintain triple CB. If triple CB is in a range, credit to GDP gap is in a range 3 to 15%, then CCB will be 0 to 2.5%. And what value it will be? Sir, if this gap is close to 3, then it will be close to 0. If it is close to 15, then it will be close to 2.5%. As it increases from 3 to 15, it will increase from 0 to 2.5%. The moment this gap is greater than 15%, then triple CB is need to be 2.5% thoroughly. Then it will be 2.5% thoroughly. Is it clear, everyone? Is this point clear? I guess there's nothing डिफिकल्ट इन दिस. कोई रॉकेट साइंस नहीं है, बिल्कुल सिंपल है. मैंने आपको क्या दे दिया? मैंने आपको क्राइटेरिया दे दिया कि अगर जीडीपी गैप, क्रेडिट टू जीडीपी गैप, अब कोई पूछे कि क्रेडिट टू जीडीपी गैप क्या है, आई हैव टोल्ड दिस 10 टाइम्स. लेट मी टेल यू वंस अगेन. सो दिस इज क्रेडिट टू जीडीपी करंट रेशियो माइनस क्रेडिट टू जीडीपी लॉन्ग टर्म रेशियो. इफ दिस गैप इज बिलो 3%, no need to maintain CCB, no need to maintain triple CB. Once it crosses a mark of 3%, then start maintaining the triple CB, and obviously after the announcement made by RBI, if it is in the range of 3 to 15%, that gap, then it will be in a range of 0 to 2.5. If the gap is close to 3, it will be close to 0. If gap is close to 15, it will be close to 2.5. If your gap is equal to or greater than 15%, then triple CB will be maintained up to its maximum value, that is 2.5%. That is 2.5%. ठीक है जी. देखने में लग रहा होगा कितना इजी है, बट अगर आप नोटिफिकेशन खोलेंगे, जिस नोटिफिकेशन से मैंने आपको ये पूरी न्यूज पढ़ाई है, in that notification it is given in this manner. 10 मिनट लग जाएंगे. You will take at least 10 minutes to understand what actually the notification trying to say, but ठीक है, I have spent that time for you, and this is the conclusion for you, which is very easy. Just follow it and you are in a position to answer the question if it will be asked in the examination. ठीक है जी, clear हो गया point? ठीक है, I hope the point is clear to everyone. चलो, now moving on to the next point. The next point is few conditions. These conditions are for all banks operating in India. For all banks operating in India, triple CB shall be maintained on solo basis. It should be maintained on solo basis as well as on the consolidated basis. मतलब आपका single bank का भी CCB is need to be maintained, and overall all the banks total CCB value, triple CB value should be as per the requirement. Next is all banks operating in India, both foreign as well as domestic banks, they should maintain capital for Indian operations. They should maintain capital for Indian operations under triple CB framework based on their exposure in India. मतलब SBI की ब्रांच इंडिया में भी है, इंडिया से बाहर भी है, तो जो उनको exposure, the exposure which SBI is facing in India, against that exposure only triple CB will be maintained, not against the exposure which is SBI is facing in US. On the other side, if SBI is operating in US, then in US, if required, the conditions related to CCB will be followed as per the jurisdiction of US. समझ आ गई बात? पहली चीज, sir, this is applicable for all the banks. If a bank is operating outside India, then in that case, in India, the conditions which we have discussed that will be based on only Indian exposure. But if you are operating outside India, then CCB will be as per the foreign country, foreign nation jurisdiction, जो वहां कहे जैसा देश वैसा बेस, उसके अकॉर्डिंग आपको क्या करना होगा, मेंटेन करना होगा. ठीक है. चल नाउ अगला पॉइंट. अब अगला पॉइंट है कि सर जैसे कि हमने पीसीए में पढ़ा, इफ कैपिटल एडिक्वेसी रेशियो is not up to the mark, then in that particular case certain restrictions are introduced on the bank. But in that case we studied mandatory restrictions as well as discretionary restrictions. Mandatory means which will be applicable on each of the bank irrespective of the scenarios. Discretionary means it is in the hands of RBI which restriction to apply, which to not, depending upon the scenarios. So in case of triple CB, banks subject to restriction on discretionary distributions. What discretionary distribution? So bank discretionary distribution include dividend payment, share buybacks as well as staff bonus payments. If they do not meet the requirements on counter cyclical capital buffer, then in that particular case what will happen, this you need to understand. तो मैं क्या कह रहा हूं कि बैंक को क्या कहा गया कि अगर आपने if you have not maintained the criteria related to triple CB, let's say RBI has asked the banks that you should maintain triple CB of 2.5%. Triple CB से पहले you have to maintain, you have no other choice. You are already maintaining double CB capital conservation buffer of 2.5% and you are maintaining capital adequacy ratio of 5.5%. I'm talking about only tier 1 capital. In tier 1 capital, so the total is what? 5 plus 5, that is 10.5%. So if your tier 1 capital is greater than or equal to 10.5% of RWA, then in that particular case, what will be the restriction? So restriction will be 0%. But if tier 1 capital is equal to 9.25% to 10.5% of RWA, then the restriction is 40%. What does it mean? Sir, if you were supposed to distribute 100 rupees as dividend, then you will be distributing only 60, 40 is restricted. If you are distributing staff bonus of let's say 200, then you will be distributing only 120 because 40%, that is 80 rupees, is the restriction on you if your tier 1 capital with respect to RWA is in this range. If tier 1 capital upon RWA is in this range, then the restriction is 60. If tier 1 upon RWA is this range, then it is 80%, and if it is in this range, then 100% restriction, which means you cannot distribute any amount in case of dividend payment or in case of share buyback or in case of staff bonus payment. Now the question is how this calculation is done. So this calculation is done in a very simple manner. I'll explain you how this calculation is done. See, CAR, capital adequacy ratio, this is minimum, this is 5.5%. Then we have CCB, capital conservation buffer, which is undoubtedly you have to maintain 2.5. Then triple CB, you have to maintain again 2.5%. So range is, or I would say the minimum value is 10.5%. If your tier 1 capital upon RWA ratio is below tier 1 upon RWA ratio is below 10.5%. If it is below 10.5%, then restrictions will be introduced. Now how this range is calculated, if you can see this range. So this range is 25% of CCB. 25% of CCB means 25% of 2.5. 25% of 2.5%. 25% of 2.5%. What will be the answer? 2.5% of RWA. So it will be what value? 25 into 25. That is 625. 625 means I would say it is 62 0.5%, I'll remove 1%, I'll divide it by 100, so it comes out to be 0.625%. Calculation समझ आई? Calculation नहीं समझ आई तो समझ लो. What I'm saying is 25% of CCB, and what is CCB? Sir, it is 2.5% of RWA. Done. 25% of counter cyclical capital buffer, which is again, I have taken this. मैंने ये लिया है. What I have assumed? I have assumed that if triple CB is 2.5%, then I have calculated this range for you, the restriction values for you. Now, in this case, if I say this is 2.5% of RWA, भाई देख लो थोड़ा सा कॉन्ट भी बढ़ा देता हूं. It will be helpful for you in your phase 1 examination. तो ये होगा 25%. I'm writing 25% as 25 divided by 100 into 2.5% as 2.5 divided by 100 into RWA. Let's solve this. 25 into 25 is 625. ये decimal है तो ये हो जाएगा 62.5 divided by 100. So I remove 100 with the decimal, तो ये हो जाएगा क्या सर? It will be 62.100 into 1 by 100, है ना? इसको मैंने किया 0.625 divided by 100, which means 0.625% of RWA. 0.625% of RWA. Similarly, if I do over here, it will also come out to be the same value, that is 0.625% of RWA. दोनों को add करते हैं. 0.625 plus 0.625. If you add them, 600 plus 600 is 1200. 25 plus 25 is 50. So it's going to be 1.50. It's going to be 1.50. If you come out over here, then what is the minimum value? CAR 5.5. 5.5 में आप ऐड करो जो आपने अभी कैलकुलेट किया था. क्या कैलकुलेट किया था? 1.25. So 1.250, that will be 6.750. तो पहली जो रेंज बनी 5.5 to 6.75. दूसरी रेंज क्या बनेगी? 6.75 में 1.25 दोबारा ऐड करो, 6.75 to 8. 8 में 1.25 दोबारा ऐड करो तो 8 to 9.25. 9.25 में दोबारा 1.25 ऐड करो तो 10.5. So this is how this range is constructed. समझ आया? मजा आया? जिसको मैथ समझ आया बहुत बढ़िया, नहीं समझ आया कोई बात नहीं, रट लेना. इट्स नॉट इंपॉर्टेंट. अब मैंने एक एग्जांपल 1% लेकर भी कर दी है. अगर किसी को मन करे तो सॉल्व करके देख लेना. यहां पे मैंने CCB को 1% लिया, ट्रिपल CB को 1% लिया. आई हैव कैलकुलेटेड दिस रेंज फॉर यू. इफ यू वांट यू कैन डू इट. लास्ट पॉइंट, banks they must ensure that triple CB requirements are calculated and publicly disclosed with at least same frequency. So bank should ensure that triple CB requirements, they are calculated and they are disclosed publicly. Last but not the least is triple CB decisions may form a part of first bi-monthly monetary policy statement of the Reserve Bank of India for the year. अगर इस साल RBI को लगता कि we have to maintain triple CB in that particular case, what RBI will be doing on? So in that particular case RBI क्या करेगा? RBI ने अगर करना होता तो इसी बार की monetary policy यानी अप्रैल मंथ की monetary policy में अनाउंस कर देता that bank should maintain triple CB. Clear है? Guys, now it's your turn. Take the screenshot. Take the screenshot. जल्दी से. The entire screen is yours. I give you 10 seconds. You have 5 statements, and in the comment section you need to give me in this way answer 1, or I would say first answer which all options are correct. You can say in this manner answer. इसको A question कर लेते हैं. Question A. So you just say for A which all options are correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. जो options correct होंगी out of 5, just mention it in the comment section. Just mention the correct options in the comment section. If it is clear, if you have taken the screenshot, just give me yes sir. If you have taken the screenshot, just give me yes sir so that I can move ahead. If you have taken the screenshot, just give me yes sir so that I can move ahead. Okay. Done guys? Just reply quickly. Okay. This is the second question. Again, take the screenshot and you need to choose the correct statements out of the given 5 statements. So you need to choose 5. You need to choose the correct statement out of the given 5 and do comment the answer in the comment section. So last but not the least is, I think I had one more news for you. There is one more news for you which I'll quickly discuss. The news is what major changes have been introduced by NPCI in its revised UPI framework regarding international transactions. So regarding the international transactions, NPCI has done certain changes in case of UPI framework. What are those changes? If you know, please reply in the comment section. I'll just read it out for you. It's very easy. So NPCI has revised the UPI framework, introducing major changes to the international and domestic QR based transactions. Not only international but also domestic QR based transaction. The announcement follows frequent outages reported by the users of Google Pay, Paytm and other UPI platforms. QR share and pay for international transaction has been discontinued. मतलब अब आप QR कोड की मदद से international payments conduct नहीं कर सकते. That is not possible. First point. Second is Indian users abroad, including the NRIs, they can no longer scan merchant QR code sent via messaging apps or social media for cross-border payments. अगर आपको मैंने WhatsApp पे हम कहते हैं ना भाई मैं WhatsApp पे QR भेज रहा हूँ, QR कोड स्कैन किया, QR कोड की इमेज ली, इमेज लेकर आपने मुझे WhatsApp पे भेजा, मैंने उसी इमेज को यूज करके क्या किया, आपको पेमेंट कर दी. उसी इमेज को यूज करके with the help of that given image I have made the payment. But now it won't be possible in case of what? Sir, in case of the Indians who are residing outside India. In case of Indians who are residing outside India, they are not allowed. They are not allowed for what? Sir, they are not allowed. They are not allowed for what? So they are not allowed to make the payment with the help of the scanned QR code which is sent via WhatsApp, Facebook or something like that. Move aimed at enhancing the security and compliance due to concern around traceability and potential misuse. Very important. New 2000 cap. Please pay attention. New 2000 cap on QR share and pay for unverified merchant. So the merchant, if the merchant is not registered with NPCI, in that particular case, more than 2000 transaction by scanning the QR code is not possible. So what is the answer to this question? Sir, what are the major changes? Introduction of QR code payment for international transactions, discontinuation of QR share and pay for international transaction, no change, launch of cross-border UPI नहीं, तो एक ही है discontinuation of QR, discontinuation of what? So discontinuation of QR share and pay payments, international payments. So QR share and pay for international transaction has been discontinued even for the NRIs who are staying outside India, or the Indian citizens who are staying outside India. They are also not allowed now through scan and pay option. Is it clear, everyone? Okay, so that will be all from my side, guys, in this particular session. We'll catch you in the upcoming sessions to go. And if you want to download the PDF of this session, I will be sharing the PDF right away in next 10 minutes on the Telegram channel. You just join the given Telegram channel and you can download the PDF from this channel for sure in next 10 to 15 minutes. If you have any doubt, you can ask, please. I'm ready to take all your doubts. And if you don't have any doubt, or if you will be watching this session in a recorded format, then you can ask your doubts in the comment section as well. And don't forget to answer. Don't forget to answer the homework questions. So I have given you 2 homework questions. Do answer the questions in the comment section, which is really very important. If you're not answering if you're not completing your homework next time, trust me, I won't be taking your doubts. So I'll remember the names of the students who will be commenting. They will be only eligible to ask the doubts in the next session. And do give the feedback. How was the session? As you said that you want a mixed bag, so I have taken up a small news related to NPCI, and even I have taken up a big conceptual news related to RBI direction. So in this format, in this mixed big bag format, we will be moving ahead to complete your finance current affairs so that you can clear the exam in the very first attempt. Thank you so much for joining, guys. We'll catch you in the next session. Bye-bye. Take care. Good luck. And don't forget to like the session before leaving. If you're watching us for the very first time, you are new joining on our channel, then do subscribe the channel, do hit the bell icon. I'll be coming up in upcoming videos as well. So catch you day after tomorrow, that is on Saturday, same time 5 PM, and tomorrow you will be having your PIB current affairs session by none other than Manish sir at 5 p.m. again. Thank you so much, guys. Good luck. God bless you all. Hello everyone, warm welcome to Super Coaching Regulatory Bodies YouTube channel by Testbook. My name is Madhav Sir. I welcome you all in a very important session, and I would say your favorite session, that is finance current affairs. So as you all know, we discuss all the important finance current affairs in this particular session. Along with that, we specifically focus on RBI circulars, RBI press release, as well as RBI bulletin. So if you want to clear the upcoming RBI Grade B examination, or for that matter any other regulatory bodies or bank related exams, then I must say this is a must watch session for everyone. So before we start the discussion, may I have a reply in the comment section that I'm audible, visible, everything is fine, we are good to go. Just give me yes sir in the comment section so that we can begin the discussion without any further delay. I can assure you, as always, today also you are going to enjoy a lot in this particular session, because we are going to learn many new things related to finance as well as RBI. If you remember, recently we have discussed the RBI latest monetary policy, which was out in the month of April. During that monetary policy discussion, I have come up with a term that is related to the regulatory and developmental policies of RBI. So today we will be discussing one of the circular which has been presented by RBI on its developmental and regulatory policies. So let's begin. I'm pretty sure you are going to enjoy the discussion, and I'm pretty sure that you must have shared the link of this session with your friends so that more and more students, they can join us live in this particular session itself. Chalo ji, here we go with the first question of the evening. But before that, if you want to download, you can download the PDF of this session, which will be available on my Telegram channel. Scan the code, as well as you can search me by the name Madhav Sir. That is my channel, that is my handle name, and you can join this particular channel in order to enjoy the PDFs of all the sessions as well as the updates related to all my live sessions on YouTube as well as on our application. So here we go with the first question. Please pay attention, guys. This is a really very important question, and as you all I would say requested me that you need the questions in the statement format, so I have done my best to get you the statement based question which are generally witnessed in the examination. So this question is basically related to a portal, that is Prava portal of RBI. Second question I have is related to the Sarthi portal again of RBI. And next again a question I have related to the RBI approvals, RBI, I would say award announcements and all. So let's try to understand what is the news all about, and then we will be moving ahead, and then we'll try to solve all those questions. So the first point from where I'll start my discussion is processing of regulatory authorizations, licenses, approvals through Prava portal. So recently there was an announcement, there was a press release given by RBI in which it has been very clearly mentioned that from 1st May 2025, if any organization, any entity which is looking forward to get some authorization from RBI or license from RBI or any kind of approval from RBI, in that particular case, the organization will be applying through this particular portal, which enhances or which helps the companies to apply in a digital mode rather than reaching to the RBI in a physical format. पहले क्या था, अगर आपको लाइसेंस चाहिए तो क्या होता था, आपको आरबीआई के पास जाना पड़ता था, आरबीआई के पास जाकर अपने डॉक्यूमेंट्स सबमिट करने पड़ते थे, और वो डॉक्यूमेंट्स फिजिकल फॉर्म में सर्कुलेट होते थे फ्रॉम वन डिपार्टमेंट टू अनदर. देयर वाज मेनी, आई वुड से देयर वर मेनी नेगेटिव एस्पेक्ट्स ऑफ द सेम. पहला, बहुत बार देखा जाता था कि दीज डॉक्यूमेंट्स दे गेट मिसप्लेस्ड. सेकंड थिंग व्हिच वी हैव विटनेस्ड इज डिले in the approvals or the authorizations or the license which is need to be granted by RBI. So in delays को, in documents के I would say misplace होने वाले चांसेस को कम करने के लिए और उसके साथ साथ एक सीमलेस प्रोसीजर प्रोवाइड करने के लिए फॉर द आरबीआई ऑफिशियल्स टू अप्रूव और टू कंप्लीट द एप्लीकेशंस व्हिच आर raised in front of RBI, this Prava portal has been introduced. Now the question is, क्या सर ये Prava portal recently introduce किया गया? नहीं, ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं है. This is not something which has been recently announced. It was in news and why it was in news recently, I will be discussing that. So let's try to understand this point. So what is Prava portal? So Prava portal is Reserve Bank of India's commitment to achieve end-to-end digitization of all internal workflows involved in the regulatory approval process to enhance efficiency, transparency and timeliness in service delivery. तो क्या है सर, आरबीआई ने कहा कि सर ये जितने भी हमारे प्रोसेस हैं रिलेटेड टू रेगुलेटरी अप्रूवल्स, इन सारे के सारे प्रोसेस को वी आर गोइंग टू मेक डिजिटल, दैट इज एंड टू एंड डिजिटल किया जा रहा है. एंड दिस एंड टू एंड डिजिटलाइजेशन इज बेसिकली डन इन ऑर्डर टू इंक्रीज द एफिशिएंसी, ट्रांसपेरेंसी एज वेल एज टू डिलीवर द सर्विसेज ऑन टाइम और इन टाइम with the help of RBI portal. Next point we have is sir, Prava. It's not the first time we are hearing this. लेकिन ये प्रवाह की फुल फॉर्म क्या है, ये क्वेश्चन पूछे जाने के पूरे चांसेस है इन फेज 1 एग्जामिनेशन. काफी बार मैंने नोटिस किया है कि इस चीज को ज्यादा हाईलाइट किया नहीं जाता और स्टूडेंट्स को पता ही नहीं होता. सो इफ समवन आस्क यू रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडियाज portal and the name of the portal is Prava portal, it stands for platform for regulatory application, validation and authorization. I repeat, regulatory application, validation and authorization. That particular platform is known as what? Sir, it is known as Prava. I don't know whether you are thinking of this or not, but I have a point to discuss over here. The point which I have to discuss with you all is, that is really very important. Sir, हमने कहा कि RBI के पास अगर कोई कंपनी आएगी in order to seek approval or license, so for that we must know that RBI is the regulator of which all companies? Sir, RBI is the regulator of banks, RBI is the regulator of NBFCs, RBI is the regulator of credit information companies, RBI is the regulator of primary dealers and whatnot. So these are some of the organizations which are regulated by RBI. And RBI is responsible to provide banking license, or I would say is responsible to provide license to these authorities, authorization to these authorities. Even if I take an example in case of a bank, if bank wants to increase its branch base, that means if bank wants to increase the number of branches, in that case also bank has to seek permission from RBI, and that permission or that approval is also now can be taken on the portal which is known as Prava portal. तो अब आपको RBI के पास फिजिकली जाकर अपनी जो भी रिक्वेस्ट है वो रेज करने की जरूरत नहीं है. You can sit at home, that means you can sit in your own office, you can log in on this Prava portal and you can raise the required request and submit all the supporting documents so that the approval can be given by RBI. Moving on to the next point, the question is, as I was asking you, as I was discussing with you, that Prava portal has been introduced recently. No sir, this portal was introduced in May 2024 and it was basically introduced to streamline the online application for regulatory authorization, licenses, approvals in order to ensure seamless, secure and fast delivery of services in a very transparent manner. So RBI has adopted Prava and it has seen a steady progress, and so far more than 3,000 application or requests have been accepted, have been, I would say, handled on the Prava portal. Remember that the Prava portal enables the submission of application digitally. So now you can apply or you can register, you can come up with your application digitally and enable the applicant to monitor the status of the application through the portal itself as well as through SMS as well as email. This is really very important. ये point बहुत ज़्यादा important है. You need to mark this point and a direct question can be asked on this particular point. The moment you have raised your request, maybe you are looking for a license or any kind of authorization on the Prava portal, it's not only that you can raise your request digitally, you can even check the status कि भैया मेरी जो एप्लीकेशन है क्या वो रिसीव हो गई, क्या वो एक्सेप्ट हो गई, क्या वो रिजेक्ट हो गई. अगर एक्सेप्ट हुई तो किस लेवल पर पहुंची, हाउ मेनी लेवल्स आर स्टिल देयर, हाउ मेनी more days or months it may take to get the approval. So all that can be judged just with the help of a click on the Prava portal. The next point is, so far we have 108 forms which are available on this particular portal. For example, there is a form available for account aggregator. That means if you want to seek the license of an account aggregator, you open up that particular form, fill the entire form, give your supporting documents, and obviously you will be eligible or you will be given the approval if you fulfill all the conditions to set up an account aggregator. Similar, the same condition goes for credit information company, bank, NBFC and whatnot. But till now, we have 108 forms which are already available on this platform. But let's suppose you want to apply for X organization approval or license, but for that form is not available. In that case, RBI says nothing to worry. In that case, RBI says there is nothing to worry. What you can do is you just have to fill the general form. You just have to fill the general form in the same manner. So the facility through which the applicant can submit additional information or clarification through by RBI, and it's a very time bound manner. Is it clear, everyone? So 108 is already available. Beyond that, there is a general form which is available, and you can fill that general form in order to come up with a new request. Once you have raised the request, it will communicate its decision through the Prava portal itself, and the communication of the decision will be done by RBI in a time bounded manner. It will be done by RBI in a time bounded manner. अब आई current news. Current news क्या कहती है? The current news says from 1st of May 2025, from 1st of May 2025, all applicants including the regulated entities. मतलब क्या हुआ कि सर वो applicants जो कि नए license के लिए seek कर रहे हैं, all the applicants who are seeking for new license as well as already existing banks, NBFCs, we call them as regulated entities because they are regulated by RBI. They are advised to use Prava for submitting application for regulatory authorization, licenses as well as approval to Reserve Bank of India using the application form already available in the portal. Application for the specific, if it is not available, then you can submit the general purpose form. So you have 108 form, उससे काम बना तो ठीक. अगर मान लो कि आपकी जो रिक्वेस्ट है उसके लिए फॉर्म ही नहीं है, then what you can do is you can just fill the general form, you can just fill the general purpose form and raise your request. लेकिन एक पॉइंट ध्यान से सुनना, ये पॉइंट काफी इंपॉर्टेंट है और मैंने इस पॉइंट को क्वेश्चन में भी फ्रेम किया है. देखना, in exceptional cases where members of the public are unable to submit their application through Prava system, they may submit their application directly to Reserve Bank of India. तो उन्होंने क्या कहा कि अगर कुछ exceptional case है, for example, Prava portal is not working, for example, the applicant do not possess the required knowledge regarding the Prava usage and all. So in that particular case, it is allowed. In that particular case, it is allowed to the applicant that they can raise the request directly. They can raise the request directly to RBI. तो ये है आपका प्रवाह पोर्टल और उससे रिलेटेड न्यूज थी. देयर वाज अ प्रेस रिलीज जिसको हमने डिस्कस किया और प्रेस रिलीज का टारगेट बस यही था कि 1 मई 2025 से इट इज एडवाइज्ड दैट यू शुड रेज योर रिक्वेस्ट फॉर अप्रूवल्स, लाइसेंस एंड ऑथराइजेशंस थ्रू प्रवाह पोर्टल. लेकिन मैंने सिर्फ और सिर्फ ये 2 लाइन ना पढ़ाकर आपको 360 डिग्री फॉर्मेट पर पूरे की पूरी जो इंफॉर्मेशन थी दैट हैज बीन प्रोवाइडेड एंड आई एम प्रीटी श्योर the entire information which is provided to you is crystal clear. If someone asks you what is Prava, you will be in a position to answer it. Now, the second thing which is related to Prava, that is Sarthi. क्योंकि RBI को recently award भी मिला था regarding the same, that is Prava and Sarthi. So let's talk about both of them. Now the next system is Sarthi system. It was launched before Prava. It was launched back in which year? Sir, it was launched back in January 2023. अब ये क्या है? What is this Sarthi? So Sarthi system is for the RBI workforce. It is not for you and me. It is not for you and me. It is for the existing workforce of the RBI. That means the current employees of the RBI, and obviously it's an aspiration for you. If you want to be the part of Sarthi system, then you need to clear the RBI Grade B examination. और जब आपने एग्जाम क्लियर कर लिया तो फ्यूचर में आप भी Sarthi system के पार्ट बन जाएंगे. What is this? Sir, it is basically the internal workflow system of RBI which helps RBI to digitize all its internal, to digitize all its internal workflow. All its internal workflow का मतलब कि भैया एक एप्लीकेशन है, पहले वो एप्लीकेशन let's say regional office पे आई. The moment regional office received this application, the officer 1 of regional office has received the application. मैं बात कर रहा हूं किसकी सर, किसी भी तरह की कोई एप्लीकेशन की. अब वो एप्लीकेशन पहले ऑफिसर 1 के पास आई, देन ऑफिसर 1 विल लुक इनटू इट, इट विल बी फॉरवर्डेड टू ऑफिसर 2, इट विल बी फॉरवर्डेड टू ऑफिसर 3, फिर हो सकता है रीजनल ऑफिस से इट वुड बी फॉरवर्डेड टू द सेंट्रल ऑफिस और टू द हेडक्वार्टर. हर बार ये जो विद इन द ऑफिसर्स फ्लो हो रही है एप्लीकेशन और फ्लो हो रही है इंफॉर्मेशन, दैट वाज अर्लियर डॉक्यूमेंटेड. डॉक्यूमेंटेड का मतलब कि फिजिकल फॉर्म में डॉक्यूमेंट्स को क्या किया जाता था, फ्लो किया जाता था. बट इन ऑर्डर टू अवॉइड दिस, I would say in order to avoid the physical flow of documents, now an internal system is set up, that is Sarthi portal, and everyone can log in on it, and every official can log in on it, and officer 1 can forward the request to officer 2 with the help of this portal in a digital mode. With the help of this portal in a digital mode, with the help of this portal in a digital mode. So this initiative has been taken basically to reduce the reliance dependency on the paper-based process as well as enhance the operational efficiency across the RBI day-to-day operations. Is it clear, everyone? Now, what are the key features? So key features, obviously it securely store and share documents among the employees of the RBI, which are sitting on different locations in the country, that is in head offices and regional offices. It also improves record management and provide enhanced data analysis capabilities through report and dashboards. Obviously sir, पहले आपके पास कोई document है और वो physical form में है. First you read that document, then you analyze that document, and then you present your report. But now you have all the documents. You have all the documents, all the information in the digital form, and now this digital form information can be easily converted into table format data. It can be easily converted into pie chart format data, so that you can analyze that how well the economy is operating, or you can analyze the depth of the document with the help of those, I would say, with the help of those tables, with the help of those concise data, which can be easily analyzed with the help of digital documents, which is quite difficult in case of physical documents. The next point is, additionally, Sarthi automates internal process through task tracking. What does it mean? Sir, officer 1 has given a task to officer 2. Now they can easily track that when this task was given, what was the TAT? TAT means turn around time, which means after how many days you have, officer 2 is supposed to reply on this particular task, or officer 2 has to complete and submit this task. So now it can be easily tracked. You can easily get the approvals over this platform itself, and you can even directly process the document management. You can manage the documents pretty well. You can streamline the operations and improve the collaboration between the different departments of RBI. Fourth point is to ensure the employees are proficient in using the system. So it should be made sure by RBI कि जो employees are, they should be capable enough to use this Sarthi portal or to use this Sarthi system, and for this they are providing online training platform. And what is the name of this online training platform? That is Sarthi Pathshala, which was launched alongside in-person training. So the RBI officials, they are getting online training through Sarthi Pathshala as well as they are getting in-person training. Even Sarthi Mitras are appointed. Who are these? These are the designated experts within RBI offices who are going to assist their colleagues in navigating and resolving issues related to the Sarthi system. So you need to remember two names, Sarthi Mitras. Second, you need to remember Sarthi Pathshala. Overall Sarthi point, I guess it is clear to you. ठीक है जी, तो प्रवाह क्लियर हो गया. अब कोई भी क्वेश्चन अगर प्रवाह रिलेटेड आएगा, आई एम प्रीटी श्योर यू विल बी एबल टू आंसर इट. सेकंड, द टर्म सारथी इज क्लियर टू यू. नाउ the third point related to both of them, that is the announcement of award. Now let's directly jump to the award. So if I talk about the award, guys, if I talk about the award, the best part, or for what purpose the award was given. So first things, Pravaha as well as Sarthi, these are the two portal systems which are internally developed by RBI, which means RBI has developed it with the help of its own team of engineers who have developed these two portals. And best part is Prava portal is linked with Sarthi. That means if you are raising a request for a license approval or something like that, your request will reach to each and every official on the Sarthi portal. तो यहाँ से पहले digitally request आई, फिर वो digitally request पूरे के पूरे RBI के मैं कहूँगा कि organization में streamline format पर distribute होगी so that it can be processed as soon as possible. So this is the best part. One of the strongest point of Prava is that it is integrated with Sarthi as well, and due to this reason that Prava has been integrated with Sarthi, recently RBI has won the Digital Transformation Award. Recently RBI has received the Digital Transformation Award, recognize central banks and financial institutions for excellence in digital innovation technology driven governance. So who presented this award? So this award was presented by Central Banking London. This award was presented by Central Banking London. And what is the eligibility? So the eligibility is it is open to central banks, financial regulators, monetary institutions and whatnot. So RBI has received this award for the Sarthi as well as Prava portal. For the Sarthi as well as Prava portal. Is it clear, everyone? So I hope each and every point which we have discussed is crystal clear to everyone. If it is clear, just give me yes sir, so that I can move ahead. Moving on to the next point. The second point I have is, the second point says Reserve Bank of India has recently received one more award. So Reserve Bank of India has been honored one of the world's three most innovative banks were named by the Global Finance magazine for 2025 along with RBI, HSBC as well as Standard Chartered Bank. So RBI, HSBC and Standard Chartered Bank, they have been named as the most innovative banks for 2025 by Global Finance magazine, and this was the 12th annual Innovators Award which has been announced by Global Finances, So this is the second thing why RBI was in news related to the awards. The third thing due to which RBI was in news in the past is related to RBI's governor. So RBI governor, former governor of RBI, Shaktikanta Das ji, the last governor of RBI, I would say the former governor of RBI, the 25th governor of RBI has received A+ rating for the second consecutive year, and that A+ rating was also given by the Global Finance Central Banker Report Card. So Global Finance has presented the Central Bank Report Card 2024, which has named RBI's governor Shaktikanta Das with A+ rating. So he was in news. Along with that, Global Finance named RBI as one of the three most innovative banks for 2025, as well as Sarthi as well as Prava. For Sarthi and Prava, RBI has received the Digital Transformation Award. Is it clear now? So now let's try to answer few questions. Here we go with the first question. I will be answering this. Next question I'll give you as a homework. Regarding the Reserve Bank of India's digitization initiative and launch of Prava portal on May 28, 2024, consider the following statements. एक statement को consider करते हैं and let's find out what is correct, what is wrong. Prava portal was developed to digitize end-to-end workflows related to regulatory approvals, enhance transparency and reduce manual intervention in service delivery. Correct. Portal currently support 10 specific application forms, yes, and general purpose form in case of specific form is unavailable. That is true. As of April 2025, more than 3,000 applications or requests have been submitted through Prava, indicating steady adoption among the regulated entities. That is true. From 1st May 2025, it is mandatory for all applications, including those by the general public, to be submitted strictly through Prava. No sir, without exception, ये गलत है. with exception. There are certain exceptions, so this point is wrong. Then applicants can track application status through Prava portal via email as well as SMS. That is true. So I would say A, B, C, E. I would say A, B, C, E is absolutely the correct answer. A, B, C, E is absolutely the correct answer, but this fourth statement is wrong because there are certain exceptions which are announced or which are allowed. Clear hai ji? Samajh aa gaya? Is it done? Sir, RBI was also awarded Global Innovation Award. मैंने answer कर दिया, I guess. I guess all the points related to Prava and Sarthi have been answered. Guys, take the screenshot of this particular question. Take the screenshot of this particular question, then I'll move ahead. Take the screenshot of this particular question and then I'll move ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I guess you must have taken the screenshot. Moving on to the third question. Let's try to solve this question. With reference to the Reserve Bank of India, with reference to the Reserve Bank of India's recent international recognition in 2025, consider the following statement. The Digital Transformation Award presented by Central Banking London recognizes excellence in digital innovation and technology driven governance among central bank and monetary institutions. Correct. Reserve Bank of India won the 2025 Transformation Award for its innovative digital platform, that is Sarthi and Prava, aimed at internal digitization as well as regulatory streamlining. True. In Global Finance Innovators 2025, RBI was recognized as one of the top 3 most innovative banks globally, along with HSBC and Standard Chartered Bank. That is true. Innovator awards are presented by the Bank for International Settlements to the central banks that lead in digital payment, financial literacy, and macroprudential innovations. Who presents the Innovators Award? Sir, Innovators Award is presented by Global Finance. Sir, Innovators Award is presented by whom? It is presented by Global Finance. So the statement is wrong. RBI Governor Shaktikanta Das was given. Yes, sir. So answer is A, B, C and E. D statement is wrong in the given question. D statement is wrong in the given question. Is it clear? Keep on replying, guys. I think aaj aap so rahe. I think you all are sleeping today. Wake up. Give me the answer. इतना तो कुछ मुश्किल अभी पढ़ाया ही नहीं. अभी जो मेन टॉपिक है उस पर तो आया ही नहीं हूँ. अभी तो टाइम पास है. छोटे छोटे टॉपिक्स हैं 3-4 और. फिर आऊंगा मेन टॉपिक पे, फिर आऊंगा मेन अनाउंसमेंट पे जो चलेगा almost 30 minutes. So be energetic and do reply. If it is clear, just give me yes sir so that I can move ahead. Wake up everyone. Good morning and do hit the like button if you haven't liked the session yet. Moving on to the next question. Let's try to find out. This question is basically related to concerning the enforcement action taken by RBI in financial year 2025 as reported by FACE. What is FACE? It is a self-regulatory organization which is recognized by RBI. Which of the following statements are correct? So let's find out what is the news. So Reserve Bank of India has undertook 79 enforcement actions. 79 enforcement actions, that is penalties which have been charged by RBI against banks and NBFCs in the financial year 2024-25 as per the report given by FACE. And what is FACE? Sir, it is a self-regulatory organization. ठीक है जी. तो फेस एक सेल्फ रेगुलेटरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है. उसने क्या कहा कि 2024-25 का जो फाइनेंशियल ईयर है, इन दैट पर्टिकुलर फाइनेंशियल ईयर आरबीआई हैज अनाउंस्ड और आरबीआई हैज चार्ज पेनल्टीज और टेकन एक्शन ऑन 79 has taken action or enforcement actions of 79 count has been announced, out of which 48 actions were against NBFCs, 30 actions were against banks and 1 action was against the credit bureau. The total 33 crore rupees of monetary penalty was imposed. Very important. Total 33 crores of monetary penalty was imposed, out of which only 38% of the cases involved banks and they accumulated 82% of the total penalty. This is very important. क्या कह रहा है कि सर बैंक्स के जो नंबर ऑफ केसेस थे, बैंक्स के ऊपर जो नंबर ऑफ केसेस थे, जो एक्शंस थे, वो कितने हैं सर? दैट इज 30 आउट ऑफ 79. That is 30 out of 79. 80 कर लेता हूं just for ease. तो अगर मैं इसे सॉल्व करूं, इट इज 300 डिवाइडेड बाय 8. 300 divided by 8. If I do it for, this is 75 divided by 2, so it's going to be around 37.5%. तो total जो actions लिए गए against banks, that is around 38%, even I would say below 38%, but the penalty value which is charged, it is 82% of the total penalty value. Obviously bank है, तो bank के ऊपर जो penalty value होगी, that will be way high in comparison to, way high in comparison to, it is way high in comparison to what, sir? It is way high in comparison to your NBFCs. It is way high in comparison to NBFCs. Got it, guys? Moving on to the next point. NBFCs, they constituted 60% of the actions, but only 18% of the total penalty was charged. The analysis highlighted the non-compliance areas. Very important. What were the areas for which the penalties have been charged? For not fulfilling the KYC norms, for not performing the fair practices, for corporate governance related issues, digital lending guidelines issues, reporting standard issues, interest rate practices and outsourcing conduct. These are the areas for which these organizations, they have been challenged. These are the organizations for which they have been challenged. Is it clear? Is it still buffering, guys? Is it still buffering or is it fine? Is it still buffering or is it fine? Do reply in the comment section, please. Guys, may I have an answer, please? I hope it's fine now. Okay. Fair enough. Chalo. Moving on to the next point. The next point is J&K Bank has faced the highest penalty. So if the question is asked, name the bank which has faced the highest penalty, your answer will be J&K Bank. Why this penalty has been charged? For violation of basic saving bank deposit accounts, beneficial ownership identification and working capital loans. UCO Bank was fined 2 crore, Axis Bank was fined 1.9 crores for regulatory norms. Now let's try to answer this question. Please pay attention. So according to the latest enforcement actions which have been taken by RBI and the report has been presented by FACE, consider the following statements. First, a total of 79 enforcement actions were initiated by RBI. Yes, sir. And the majority actions, that is 48 out of 79, were against NBFCs. That is also correct. Banks, despite constituting less than 40%, so that is 38% of the total cases, accounted for almost 80% of the total penalty imposed. That is correct. He said number of जो actions है बैंक के against, that is below 38%, लेकिन उनके ऊपर जो penalty value है, that is more than 80%. That is more than 80% of the total. That is more than 80% of the total penalty which have been announced. More than 80% of the total penalty which has been announced. %80% of the total penalties which have been announced. The third point is enforcement cases predominantly involved violation of customer grievances redressal, timeliness and priority sector lending targets. क्या ये पॉइंट है? देखना जरा ध्यान से. मेजॉरिटी जो केसेस थे, वो मेजॉरिटी केसेस किस वजह से थे? सर अगर आप मेजॉरिटी केसेस की बात करेंगे, मेजॉरिटी केसेस आर रिलेटेड टू फेयर प्रैक्टिस कोड, KYC norms, corporate governance, digital lending, priority sector lending का तो कोई point ही नहीं है. If there is no point regarding the priority sector lending, so we'll subtract or we'll remove the third point. Highest penalty was charged on J&K Bank. That is true. कितनी penalty है sir? 3.3 crore penalty has been charged on J&K Bank. UCO Bank and Axis Bank was charged with a penalty of 2 crore and 1.9 crore. That is also true. तो answer क्या होगा? So for this particular question, the answer is A, B, D, E. A, B, D, E is the correct answer for the given question. C option is incorrect. Is it clear, everyone? Is it clear, everyone? If it is fine, just give me yes, sir, so that I can move ahead. If it is fine, just give me yes, sir, so that we can move on to the next question quickly. Chalo, moving on to the next question, guys. The next question is now on your screen. What does the question say? The question says, which organization granted trap approval to Zegal Prepaid Ocean Services Limited? So what is this? Let's try to decode this particular news, then we'll come back and answer the question. Zegal Prepaid Ocean Services Limited has received third-party application provider approval from none other than National Payment Corporation of India. So the approval will allow Zegal to integrate UPI-based payment solutions. So now Zegal will be allowed to integrate itself into the UPI-based payment solution, and this move will allow Zegal to offer seamless UPI payments to its user base. Over 3 million users within Zegal digital ecosystem will benefit of this. So in short, which company has received the third party application provider license, that is Zegal Prepaid Ocean Services, and now it will provide the services of UPI to its customers, and this approval is given by none other than NPCI. अगर आपको याद हो, recently RBI ने कहा था कि all the limits related to UPI transactions will be decided by none other than the same organization, that is NPCI. None other than the same organization, that is NPCI. Is it clear? Fine. Chalo. Moving on to the sixth question of the evening. The sixth question is now on your screen. The question says, which UK-based fintech company has received full RBI approval to issue prepaid payment instruments in India? I hope you know what is prepaid payment instrument. So prepaid payment instrument basically means an instrument. Prepaid payment instrument basically means an instrument which allows you. Prepaid payment instrument is basically an instrument which allows you to make the payment, but the payment which you are going to make, that is preloaded in that instrument. For example, याद करो Paytm wallet, पहले अपने अकाउंट से Paytm wallet में पैसा ट्रांसफर करते थे, फिर बिल पे करते थे, चाहे वो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल था, फोन बिल था, या फिर you were doing shopping on the I would say platforms like Flipkart and Myntra. At that particular moment you can use it. Secondly, when you are approaching to, or when you generally visit malls and you go to the food courts or you go to the gaming zones, you must have witnessed कि वहां पर आपकी जो fiat money है, that is not received. They don't allow you to pay in rupees. They say if you want to make the transactions, we'll hand over you the card, and that card will be loaded from the funds which you are going to give us, and then you can use that card, tap the card and make the desired payments on that in that particular gaming zone. So that instrument which is preloaded with the funds is known as prepaid payment instrument, and we classify these prepaid payment instruments into three categories. One is called as closed prepaid payment instrument. Example, food court, maybe the gaming zone, even the Delhi Metro, where the cards are used only to make the payment where they are issued. That means Delhi Metro is issuing the card and you can make payment at Delhi Metro only. That is known as closed prepaid payment instrument. Then we have semi-closed prepaid payment instrument, which allows you to make payment on different platforms. For example, Paytm wallet. And last but not the least is your open prepaid payment instrument. This is exactly same as your debit card, exactly same as your ATM card, which can be used to make payment on different platforms, on different POS. Even it can be used to withdraw cash from your loaded amount. So this is known as open prepaid payment instrument. For this, no RBI approval is required, and this kind of service is allowed only and only to the banks. And now recently, name the company which has received the RBI approval to operate as a prepaid payment instrument issuer in India. So the answer is, so UK fintech giant, the name is Revolt, has received full approval from RBI to issue prepaid payment instruments such as digital wallet, prepaid cards integrated with India's UPI. So this approval was granted in April 2025, which will allow Revolt to function as a domestic payment provider, offering both local as well as cross-border transactions. Is it clear now? Is it clear? So you need to remember these terms. So the answer to this particular question is C option, that is Revolt. Clear हो गया जी? समझ आ गया यहाँ तक? कोई दिक्कत, कोई परेशानी? So till now we have discussed, one is Revolt, Before this we have discussed Zaggle. Zaggle से पहले हमने डिस्कस किया द रिपोर्ट विच हैज बीन प्रेजेंटेड बाय फेस, जिसमें 79 एनफोर्समेंट एक्शंस की बात की गई. Before that we have discussed about Sarthi as well as we have discussed about Prava. ठीक है जी, क्लियर हो गई बात, समझ आ गया. चलो अब बढ़ते हैं आगे. हमारी क्लास का जो आज के सेशन का लास्ट फेज है, obviously the heavy phase of this session. Let's start our discussion with it. So the heavy phase of this session is basically related to the RBI press release, and RBI's press release is related to regulatory sandbox as well as on-tap application. Do you remember? Do you remember when we were discussing the monetary policy, the day we were discussing the monetary policy? During the discussion of monetary policy, I have talked about this particular term, that is regulatory sandbox. I explained you what actually the regulatory sandbox is. Regulatory sandbox is basically a process where a company, especially a fintech, which has come up with a new product or maybe a new application or any new product in the fintech world which is full of innovation. Before this product, this application is launched openly to the public, firstly this is going to be tested in a closed premises. Closed premises means there will be limited number of users who are going to use this application, this product, and on regular basis it will be reviewed that how well it is operating. On regular basis it will be reviewed that how well it is operating. Is it clear till this point, guys? Is it clear till this point? So it will be reviewed that how well it is operating. We call it as a regulatory sandbox. अब ये समझो regulatory sandbox एक तरह से क्या है sir? It is basically a testing phase. It is basically a testing phase for all the innovations which are done specifically related to the finance and technology. ठीक है. अब ये पहली बार नहीं है कि regulatory sandbox has been introduced. Regulatory sandbox is in operation since 2019 and till date on 4 different themes. Regulatory sandbox has already accepted the applications. That means, for example, मैंने एक application बनाई and regulatory sandbox is receiving the applications for individuals or the companies who want to get their product tested. So I have created a product, let's say related to, I would say my product is secure and safe. So under the theme security and safety, I will be eligible to apply that my product should be selected by the regulatory sandbox, and then my selected product should be tested. Once the test is completed, approval is given, then I can seek the final approval from RBI in order to start my operation, in order to provide my services openly to the public. तो आज तक ऐसी 4 different themes के लिए regulatory sandbox process has been already completed. Now RBI has come up with neutral theme. Neutral theme का मतलब no specific theme. It is your product. You come up with the application, you apply for it, and while applying, you say that in what context you want that your product is need to be reviewed, it need to be checked, and if it passes the test, then you will be allowed to implement the product all over the country. That is known as a neutral theme. Second is on tap. On tap का मतलब क्या? Generally क्या होता है? What RBI comes up with, regulatory sandbox is open for a given theme. For example, आजकल regulatory sandbox is open for neutral theme. If you want, you can apply under the neutral theme because RBI is receiving the application and RBI will be receiving the application till May 2025. अब इससे पहले की जो 4 themes थी, उसके लिए RBI ने आज की डेट में applications को receive करना कर दिया बंद. आज की डेट में applications को receive करना बंद कर दिया. But still RBI has given a new window, that is on tap application. यानी आज आप अपनी मर्जी से apply कर सकते हैं. Your application will be taken into consideration, and once your application is taken into consideration, then if it is chosen, if it is selected, it will go in the testing phase. So this is the entire news all about, but today I will be discussing all the nitty-gritties related to this particular news, and each and every slide of this particular news has a probability कि वहां से question frame हो सकता है. ठीक है जी, मैं आगे बढ़ूं, लेकिन उससे पहले एक बार अब मुझे कमेंट सेक्शन में बता दो मेरा जो नेटवर्क है वो प्रॉपर है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, यू कैन हियर मी, यू कैन व्यू मी प्रॉपरली, क्योंकि अब अगले 20-25 मिनट तक आई वोंट बी एबल टू see the comments again and again because I want to discuss this part in much detail because there is a great probability that there could be a descriptive question related to regulatory sandbox. तो याद रखना यहां से regulatory sandbox पे simple question आ सकता है. Write a short note on regulatory sandbox. Discuss the latest development and regulatory and development policies announced by RBI with respect to regulatory sandbox, which announced neutral theme and on tap applications or applicants. So this question has a great probability कि ये 10 मार्कर में आने के पूरे चांसेस है. ठीक है जी, सिर्फ एक गिरीश के लिए मेरा नेटवर्क प्रॉपरली काम कर रहा है, बाकी सबके लिए क्या मेरी ऑडियो वीडियो क्लियर नहीं है? रिप्लाई कर दो यार. I have been asking from so long, just reply in the comment section. My audio video is fine. Shall I start the discussion for this particular news? Just give me yes sir in the comment section quickly without any further delay. Once you reply, then I'll start the discussion. और याद रखना अगले 20 मिनट में you are going to learn a lot regarding a particular topic which will help you to write a very good descriptive answer in the examination. ठीक है, चलो let's begin. Here we go with the first point. So the first point is regulatory sandbox क्या है, मैं आपको बता चुका हूं. हम आज क्या क्या पढ़ेंगे? हम पढ़ेंगे what is regulatory sandbox. We'll discuss what is the meaning of cohort, what is the meaning of theme of regulatory sandbox, who all are eligible to apply on regulatory sandbox, what is the process flow once you apply for regulatory sandbox. All these things will be discussed today in much detail. So stay with me till the end. So stay with me till the end of this particular session. ठीक है जी, चलो here we go with the first point. So the first point says Reserve Bank of India has been operating the regulatory sandbox framework since 2019. तो पहला क्वेश्चन यहीं से बनेगा. पहला क्वेश्चन क्या बनेगा कि सर RBI is operating this regulatory sandbox since which year? Then your answer would be, sir, it is being operated since 2019. It is being operated since 2019. This is the first thing which you need to answer. The second thing which you need to answer related to the regulatory sandbox is, sir, till date, four themes, cohorts have been announced and completed. तो आज तक 4 different themes पे cohorts यानी processes, the entire process of testing and given the approval has been completed for 4 different themes. Now you must be having that anxiety in you कि भैया ये 4 themes कौन सी हैं, आपने 10 बार बोल दिया. So I'll just show you the 4 themes. First theme was retail payment. Second theme was cross-border payment. Third theme was MSME lending. Fourth is prevention and mitigation of financial fraud. और जो latest है, that is theme neutral. Is it clear, everyone? That is theme neutral. These are the 4 themes I'm talking about again and again. Now coming back to the point. So what is the point all about? So Reserve Bank of India has set up an interregulatory means members from insurance, that is IRDA, members from SEBI as well as RBI. They have formed a working group, and in July 2016 a working group was formed to look into as well as report on the aspect of fintech and its implications. So this report, which was presented by the working group, this report was released in 2018 for public comments, and finally in 2019, on the recommendation of this inter-regulatory working group, RBI has launched regulatory sandbox. On the recommendation, RBI has introduced the framework of regulatory sandbox. तो अगली बार अगर कोई पूछे कि ये जो regulatory sandbox का framework है, if someone asks you this regulatory sandbox framework was announced by whom, then your answer to this particular question is, sir, regulatory sandbox was announced by whom? Then the answer is this regulatory sandbox was announced by inter-working group, and this inter-working group presented its report in 2018, and in 2019 regulatory sandbox was set up. What is regulatory sandbox? I would say regulatory sandbox is basically a secured place where the new products are tested in a closed proximity with limited number of customers, limited number of merchants involved, so that we can check, review the risk associated with the product, the operational issues associated with the product, so that before going public, before implementing, before presenting the product to the public, this can be, or the issues can be identified, rectified, and then only it should be floated to the public. That is basically termed as regulatory sandbox. So regulatory sandbox is nothing. The fintech innovators, they come up with their whatsoever initiatives they have taken. That initiative is tested. If it is safe, then only the license will be given. Otherwise, they will be rejected. That is known as regulatory sandbox. Remember that regulatory sandbox allows not only the regulator, but also the innovators, the financial service providers and customers to conduct field tests to collect evidence on benefits as well as risk of new financial innovation. So what is this? So regulatory sandbox will help regulatory bodies, the innovators, as well as the financial institutes, the customers, to identify the benefits as well as risk, because in this case, limited number of customers have been included. Objective of this regulatory sandbox is, I would say, its core objective is a formal regulatory framework for market participants which test the new products, services or business models with customers in a live environment subject to certain safeguard and oversight. अगर मैं एक एग्जांपल दूं तो आपको याद होगा कोई भी एग्जामिनेशन से पहले So in case of regulatory sandbox objectives, if I talk about the objectives, it basically objective is to test the new product. What I'm trying to say, अगर आपने देखा हो बहुत बार final matches, whenever a series is going to start between the nations, they come up with practice match. So this is a kind of practice match for the product. If the product is doing well, then only the product will be allowed to play the final match or the actual match in front of the entire public. Otherwise, it will be stopped over there itself. The next point is, what are the benefits? So benefits are, first one, learning by doing. That means once we launch the product in the sandbox, we try to learn that how the product is doing, and we learn through doing. That means we are using the product, we are using that particular financial technology application or product, and while using that product, we are learning what are the issues related to it. Regulatory sandbox can test the product's valuability without need for larger or more expensive rollout. कि भैया पहले आप initial level पे check कर लो क्या ये project valuable है, अगर valuable है तभी इसे launch करो, वरना इसे बंद कर दो, कोई फायदा नहीं होगा. Regulatory sandbox also improve the pace of innovation and technology. Obviously sir, आज मैं कुछ नया innovate कर रहा हूँ, but I am not very much afraid while innovating, because I know today I'll innovate, but before I go to the public, I have something where I can get it tested. Once I am confirmed, once I am convinced, even my regulator is convinced, then only the product will be rolled out to the public. So for public, you are getting an appropriate product to use, and for the innovators, you are getting a place where your products are tested before they go live, before you, I would say, before you invest bulk of funds so that you can go live with your product. So before that, testing can be easily conducted. Next is structured and institutionalized environment for evidence-based regulatory decision making. What is this? Structured and institutionalized environment. Structured, what is this? Regulatory sandbox provide us with structured and institutionalized environment where we will get evidence where we will get evidence, and on the basis of these evidences, that is the benefits and risk, decisions will be taken. Regulatory sandbox benefit consumers through an increased range of products and services, reduced cost, improved access to the financial services. So it is beneficial for innovator, it is beneficial for regulator, it is even beneficial for the customers. That is your regulatory sandbox. That is what? So that is your regulatory sandbox. Moving on to the next point, risk and limitations. Obviously, sir, there are certain risk and limitations involved with respect to regulatory bodies. The first risk is you have innovated a product, but before you launch it, you need approval from RBI. And before approving, RBI will ask you that please go live testing of your product on the regulatory sandbox. The moment you will go testing of this particular product on your regulatory sandbox, it will be time consuming. जो इनोवेशन आज हो गई थी, हो सकता है कि वो पब्लिक तक पहुंचने में 1 साल या उससे ज्यादा समय लग जाए. So this regulatory sandbox, if it is beneficial, it has certain issues. The issue is, first time, lose some flexibility and time. Second is, post sandbox testing, successful experimenter may still require regulatory approval. मतलब जैसे ही आपने टेस्ट किया, टेस्ट करने के बाद अगर आपका प्रोडक्ट पास भी हो गया, इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि पास हो गया और आरबीआई का अप्रूवल मिलेगा. नहीं, अप्रूवल के लिए यू हैव टू कम ऑन द सेम फॉर्मेट कि भैया ये मेरा प्रोडक्ट था, ये टेस्ट हुआ और टेस्ट होने के बाद ये रिपोर्ट है रेगुलेटरी सैंडबॉक्स की, उस सब को फिर आरबीआई एनालाइज करेगा, फिर आपको अप्रूवल देगा, लाइसेंस देगा, विच इज अगेन फर्दर टाइम कंज्यूमिंग. समझ आ रही है बातें? आर यू गेटिंग माई पॉइंट्स? I hope you are getting my point. Moving on to the next point. RBI as well as regulatory sandbox cannot provide any legal waiver. That means no legal benefit can be provided to the product which is being, or the technology which is being tested. There is a potential for some legal issues coming up, and such potentials may impact your experiment, and it may lead to the failure of your experiment, which is again a risk. But yes, it is beneficial if I see in context to the if I see it in context with all the stakeholders. Is it clear? Now, who all are eligible to get their products, their technologies tested at regulatory sandbox? Then my answer to this particular question is, please pay attention on the screen, guys. Please pay attention on the screen, guys. आज कुछ issue चल रहा है ना? I think there is some issue, है ना? Just give me a second. Guys, tell me, is it visible now? I hope there is no more buffering, or is it still buffering? Can you please reply? चलो देखते हैं, शायद अब ना हो. I have changed the network on which I was earlier connected. Let's try. अगर buffering होगी तो एक बार बता देना, ठीक है? Coming out to the term that is eligibility criteria. Who all are eligible? Then I would say all the fintech companies, which include your startups, banks, financial institutions, any other company, limited liability partnership firms, and partnership firms which are participating in providing the financial service business, they are eligible. But the question is, eligibility is on one side. What is the question on the other side? The focus of regulatory sandbox will be to encourage innovation intended for use in the Indian market in areas where, which means fintech और ये जो companies है, they all are eligible and their products can be tested on the regulated sandbox. The products can be tested on the regulatory sandbox. That is fine. That is fine. But the problem is there are certain conditions under which your products will be selected for testing. The first one is all those products which are launched in the market, or I would say the focus of regulatory sandbox will basically to encourage innovation. It is basically to encourage innovation intent for use in the Indian market where there is absence of governing regulations, or where there is a need to temporarily ease regulations, or the proposed innovation shows promise of easing affecting delivery of financial services. तो basically क्या कहा जा रहा है सर, जिन एरियाज में इंडिया में फिनटेक present nahi hai, we don't have the solutions, we don't have the financial services, only those areas will be targeted, they will be received under the eligibility criteria for regulatory sandbox. Moving on to the next point, what is regulatory sandbox cohort? So regulatory sandbox cohort basically means end-to-end sandbox process. End-to-end sandbox process का मतलब आपने apply किया, then your application will be reviewed if it is selected. Once it is selected, it will go in the testing phase. Once it is tested, then the report will be presented. So this entire step from application, from applying till the report is basically termed as what? From applying till the report is basically termed as what? So it will be basically termed as cohort. So regulatory sandbox may run a few cohort with a limited number of entities in each cohort testing their products during a stipulated period. Guys, again there is an issue. अभी भी buffering issue है क्या? Again, you are facing the buffering issue, guys. Could you please reply? Some students are writing that there is some buffering issue. Please reply in the comment section. All fine? All fine, guys? No buffering issue? ठीक है, चलो देखते हैं, जल्दी से खत्म करते हैं इसको. द कोहर्ट में रन फ्रॉम वेरिंग टाइम पीरियड बट शुड ऑर्डिनरली बी कंप्लीटेड इन 9 months. तो ये जो पूरा प्रोसेस है, ये पूरा प्रोसेस अलग अलग हो सकता है फॉर अलग अलग एप्लीकेंट्स, बट ओवरऑल द टाइम पीरियड इज 9 months. ऑन टैप बेसिकली मींस ऑन टैप एप्लीकेशन फॉर दोज closed themes. For those closed themes means ये वाली जो themes है, they have been closed. Now for these 4 closed themes, you can come up with on-tap closed cohort themes and you can apply. So as you can see, 32 applied under first theme, only 6 were selected. That means selection ratio is pretty low. Out of 32, only 6 were selected. Then out of 27, only 8 were selected. Out of 22, again only 8 were selected. So you can see that applicants are low, and on the low count of applicants, we have a very low count of the selected. Companies or the selected products which went finally into the testing phase. अब ये जो regulatory sandbox है, it includes the product, services, technologies, innovative services, that is retail payment, marketplace lending and whatnot. And even we have innovative technology like mobile technology application, data analysis, application program interface, application under blockchain technology, artificial intelligence and machine learning. तो यहाँ पे ये आ गया आपकी application और ये आ गया आपका product. Both are developed by the fintechs, and both the product as well as the entire application goes into the testing phase. Moving to the next point. The next point is exclusion. What all are excluded? So generally those products, generally those applications which are already developed by, which are already developed in the country, they have been excluded. For example, if you are going in the business of credit registry, credit information, cryptocurrency trading, initial coin offering, chain marketing, then you are not allowed to apply, or you're not allowed to get into the process of live testing under regulatory sandbox. On tap का मतलब क्या है गिरीश, एक बात समझो, आज की डेट में आरबीआई केम अप विद न्यूट्रल थीम. न्यूट्रल थीम का मतलब कि आप एक एप्लीकेशन जो आपने डेवलप की है या फिर एक प्रोडक्ट जो आपने डेवलप की है, यू कैन अप्लाई, और थीम आप खुद बताओ कि यू वांट इट टू बी टेस्टेड अंडर रिटेल पेमेंट, you want it to be tested under security safety, you want it to be tested under digital lending, you want it to be tested under MSME lending, आप theme बताएंगे, then that will be tested in the respective regulatory sandbox. This is what? So this is the neutral theme. अब neutral theme तो open है, उसके लिए you can apply, but the themes earlier which were introduced, they have been closed. अब क्लोज हो चुकी हैं, तो इसका मतलब जो टाइमलाइन था जहां आप उसके लिए अप्लाई कर सकते थे, वो टाइमलाइन हैज बीन क्लोज्ड. But today, if you want to apply for that particular theme, then you can apply on your will. That is known as Jab Jago Tab Savera. That is known as on tap. That is known as on tap registration. That is known as on tap registration, where you're on your will, you can submit the application, and if RBI selects that application, then RBI will go forward with the testing wala phase. That is known as on tap. Now, there are certain conditions which you need to fulfill, then only you will be selected under the regulatory sandbox. First, the company or bank or limited liability partnership is required with minimum net worth of 10 lakh rupees. The entity whose application for participation is rejected under regulatory sandbox will be allowed to apply again with same or similar product only after completion of cooling period of 6 months. अगर आज आपकी application को reject कर दिया गया, you can apply again. You can apply again, but after a cooling period of 6 months, all the promoters, directors, partners of the entity should be fit and proper as per the criteria. Reserve Bank should not provide technology, test bed or data for testing. तो भैया जो आपका टेस्ट बेड होगा, जहां पे आपकी टेस्टिंग होगी, जो डेटा रिक्वायर्ड होगा फॉर टेस्टिंग, वो सब सारी सर्विसेज आरबीआई प्रोवाइड नहीं करेगा. आरबीआई सिर्फ और सिर्फ आपको एक, अब ये समझो, रूम देगा जहां पर, या आपको एक ग्राउंड देगा जहां पर आप प्रैक्टिस मैच खेल सकते हैं, लेकिन बैट, बॉल, विकेट्स आपको अपनी लानी होंगी फॉर प्लेइंग दैट प्रैक्टिस मैच. दैट इज बेसिकली टर्म्ड इन दिस कि आरबीआई विल गिव यू अ फील्ड एंड आरबीआई विल stand like an observer and observe who is doing what, how they are playing, but each and every technology related requirements, data related requirements are need to be fulfilled by the entity itself. The entity should have robust IT infrastructure. Obviously that is very much required, then only the company will be capable enough to get the approvals under the fintech categories, extending or exiting the regulatory sandbox. तो अगर आपका regulatory sandbox है और अगर आपको लगे कि regulatory sandbox में completion हो गया at the end of the regulatory sandbox period, the regulatory relaxation provided to the entities will expire. जो भी आपको फायदे थे वो expire हो गए और sandbox entity must exit the regulatory sandbox. लेकिन अगर आपको लगे कि यहाँ पे requirement है कि आपको थोड़ा और समय दिया जाए to test your product, then also you can apply to RBI and RBI can provide you an extension of at least 1 month under this particular regulatory sandbox format. ठीक है जी. Next point which is important under this, if I talk about the regulatory sandbox process, that is the end-to-end sandbox process. This process comprises of 5 stages. First stage is preliminary stage. Preliminary stage means here the testing will be done. Preliminary stage basically means the stage where the testing will be done. Preliminary stage basically means the stage where shortlisting will be done, means you will be applying after fulfilling the eligibility criteria, and then and then selection of the applicant will be done, and this time period is not included in the 9 months. This time period is not included in the 9 months. Once you are selected, once your product, your app is selected, then FTD. What is this FTD? Sir, FTD is basically the fintech department of RBI. So fintech department of RBI will be evaluating the innovation, technology aspects and securities. This is known as application assessment and shortlisting. So here you apply. Once you have applied, then shortlisting will be done. It will take around 1 to 1.5 months. Once you are selected, once your product, once your application is selected, then fintech department will finalize the test design कि किस टेस्ट डिजाइन पर आपकी एप्लीकेशन को टेस्ट किया जाएगा और उसके क्या क्या बेनिफिट्स है, क्या क्या रिस्क एसोसिएटेड है, वो हम क्या करेंगे, कैलकुलेट करेंगे, एंड इट विल टेक अगेन 1 to 1.5 मंथ्स. अब फाइनली ये जाएगा किसमें, टेस्टिंग फेज में, और टेस्टिंग फेज में रहेगा कितना समय, 5 महीने, मैक्सिमम 5 महीने तक आपकी प्रोडक्ट या आपका जो एप्लीकेशन है इट विल रिमेन इन द विंडो ऑफ टेस्टिंग. और इस टेस्टिंग विंडो में जो एंटिटीज की रिपोर्ट है इट इज क्रिएटेड ऑन फोर्टनाइटली बेसिस, दैट इज आफ्टर एवरी 15 डेज, और हर 15 दिन के बाद ये जो रिपोर्ट है वो सबमिट की जाएगी, जिसके बेसिस पर फाइनली इवैल्यूएशन फेज में 1 महीने के समय में आपकी पूरी की पूरी सैंडबॉक्स में हाउ वेल योर कंपनी हैज परफॉर्म्ड, हाउ वेल योर एप्लीकेशन और योर प्रोडक्ट हैज परफॉर्म्ड, उसकी पूरी की पूरी डिटेल क्या की जाएगी, सबमिट की जाएगी. और इसी इवैल्यूएशन के बेसिस पर पता चलेगा कि यस यू पास द रेगुलेटरी सैंडबॉक्स और यू फेल्ड द रेगुलेटरी सैंडबॉक्स. इफ यू हैव पास द रेगुलेटरी सैंडबॉक्स देन यू कैन रीच टू RBI, come up with the application, and the moment you apply it in front of RBI, then you will get the license to operate under the same category, or you will get the permission to launch the product in the market. तो आज की जो न्यूज है वो क्या है? द न्यूज सेज द रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया हैज बीन ऑपरेटिंग द रेगुलेटरी सैंडबॉक्स फ्रेमवर्क सिंस 2019 with 4 themes which we have already discussed. Now the 5th neutral theme cohort with a specified time window for receiving the application was announced, and it was announced back in October 2023, which is expected to conclude in May 2025. तो May 2025 में conclude हो जाएगा, और conclude होने के बाद either we will come up with the 6th theme, or on the other side you have on tap you have on tap option where you can apply under the on tap application facility. Remember that under the cohort, shortlisted entities were eligible to test any innovative product or solution within the regulatory ambit of RBI under which neutral theme. तो neutral theme अक्टूबर 2023 में आई. उसके तहत आप अपने किसी भी प्रोडक्ट को, किसी भी एप्लीकेशन को RBI के प्रीव्यू में जो भी एरियाज है वहां पर सबमिट करके टेस्टिंग फेज में डाल सकते थे. एंड दिस इज द करंट सिनेरियो. एज अनाउंस्ड इन द मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी स्टेटमेंट ऑन डेवलपमेंटल एंड रेगुलेटरी पॉलिसीज, इट हैज बीन डिसाइडेड कि ये जो थीम न्यूट्रल एप्लीकेशन है इट विल बी अ पार्ट ऑफ ऑन टैप फैसिलिटी अंडर रेगुलेटरी सैंडबॉक्स. क्योंकि अब अगर आप चाहें तो फॉर न्यूट्रल थीम ऑल्सो यू कैन अप्लाई एज पर योर रिक्वायरमेंट. While the application containing any technology or theme can be made under this, following provides an illustrative list of topics which include digital financial literacy, digital lending, e-KYC, emerging technologies, financial inclusion. In सारी categories के तहत you are allowed to apply under theme neutral phase, and that is also through on-tap application facility. Entities interested, they may submit the application along with the documents, and application will be assessed according to the provisions which have been given, and once it is selected then your product will go in the testing phase. ठीक है, तो ये जो न्यूज है वो इतनी ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं थी. ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट था व्हाट इज रेगुलेटरी सैंडबॉक्स, और उससे रिलेटेड जितनी भी निटिग्रिटीज थी दे वर इंपॉर्टेंट. आई गेस आज कुछ नेटवर्क इशू रहा पूरी क्लास में, जिसकी वजह से मेरा खुद का जो स्क्रीन्स है दे आर ऑल्सो बफरिंग ऑन माई फोन एज वेल एज ऑन माई लैपटॉप्स. तो आई कैन रियलाइज दैट यस देयर इज सम इशू, बट आई थिंक जब रिकॉर्डिंग में आप इस सेशन को देखेंगे इट विल बी सीमलेस. तो डू वॉच दिस सेशन properly once again in the recording format, and if you have any doubt you can ask me in the next session. लेकिन अगले सेशन में आने से पहले you have to reply in the comment section regarding a question, and the question for you all is name the department of RBI which handle the regulatory sandbox. So regulatory sandbox is handled by which department of RBI? If there is any department, say yes or no. If yes, then name the department which is handling the regulatory sandbox. And in the next class again, I'll discuss these two questions जो कि हमने last class में किए थे, तो आज नहीं करते इसे discuss because of this buffering issue. अगली class में we'll discuss these two questions as well. So thank you so much for joining, guys. We'll catch you in the next session. And sorry for today's network issue, but I guess it's not at my end. शायद कुछ और ही issue है, but I'll check it for sure ताकि अगली class में ये issue ना हो. Thank you so much, guys. We'll catch you soon. Bye bye. Take care. Good luck. God bless you all. You can download the PDF from this Telegram channel. Bye, guys. Good evening, everyone. Warm welcome to Super Coaching Regulatory Bodies YouTube channel by Testbook. My name is Madhav Sir. I welcome you all in a very important session once again, and that is your finance current affairs. So in today's session, we are going to cover the current affairs for 19th till 21st of April 2025, where we will be covering all the finance updates, and especially we will be focusing on RBI press release, RBI notification, as well as RBI bulletin. So before we start the discussion, may I have a reply in the comment section that I'm audible, visible, everything is fine, we are good to go, so that we can begin the discussion without any further delay. Just give me a thumbs up in the comment section if I'm audible, everything is fine, so that we can begin the discussion in no delay. So today's session is again, as always, going to be really very helpful for all those candidates who are preparing for different regulatory body exams, especially RBI Grade B examination, because finance current affairs are going to play a really very important role, not only in phase 1 but also in phase 2, and that too in the descriptive writing section as well. So as you all know, I always come up with the expected descriptive questions from the current affairs scenario that we will be discussing today as well. Before I start, if you want to download the PDF of this session, it will be available on my Telegram channel, and I'll try to update the PDF as soon as we end the session live. So before we start, guys, this particular session on regular basis, I would request you quickly copy the link of this session, share it with your friends so that more and more students, they can join us live, and do not forget to hit the like button for this particular session itself. And if you are joining me for the very first time, then I would request you do subscribe our YouTube channel, because if you subscribe the YouTube channel and hit the bell icon, then only you can get to know, or you can get the notifications for my upcoming sessions as well. Good to go? Okay, here we begin with the first news. The first news is related to the CPI, that is Consumer Price Index, as well as I have included one more aspect into it, that is your industrial production, that is the index of industrial production. So we'll try to solve this question, but before, let's try to understand the entire news, then you will be in a position to answer this question for sure. Here we have the first point, or the first point related to the news. The news says India's retail inflation has dropped down to 3.34%. I hope you all are very well aware about a term, that is Consumer Price Index combined. These are the inflation rates datas which are presented, and these are the datas which are targeted by RBI. And if I talk with respect to RBI tries to maintain the inflation rate within a control range of 4% plus minus 2%, which gives us a window of 2 to 6%. One thing which you need to understand over here is, earlier RBI was targeting the single inflation rate, but now it has been reviewed, and now it is targeting the flexible inflation rates, and these flexible inflation rate targets are trying to be, I would say they are acting to be a bliss to the economy, because with the help of this inflation range, RBI is trying to maintain the price stability, along with that achieve the set growth rate targets as well. So now the question is, this data, that is CPI combined data, is presented on monthly basis, and the data has been presented for the month of March. But before I discuss this, I would like to add few things into it. This data is presented by which organization? We will be discussing that. This data is presented on the data which is collected by which organization? We will be discussing that. And then I'll discuss with you the difference between CPI as well as WPI, why we rely more on CPI rather than WPI. All these questions are going to be answered, because there is a great probability because of the uncertain, unexpected inflation rates going in the economy, RBI can come up with a descriptive question on difference between CPI and WPI, or there could be a question why CPI is more reliable in comparison to WPI. So I will be addressing those two questions as well in this session itself. So let's begin with the news. India retail inflation has been measured by the Consumer Price Index and it has witnessed a decline to 3.34% for the month of March 2025, marking lowest monthly inflation rates since August 2019. I can say that almost 5 years, or I would say more than 5 years, 5 years and few months. This is the lowest data for the CPI which has been recorded, and it has been recorded at what value? So it has been recorded at a percentage of 3.34%. Second point which is important with this reference is this decrease has been witnessed from the February data. In February also the inflation rates were low. Low means they are undoubtedly in the control inflation range, but they are lower than the most appropriate rate, that is 4%. If inflation rates are below 4%, it shows that there is low demand in the economy. Low demand means low pressure on the production houses. Low pressure on the production houses means it will impact the production, it will impact the GDP growth of the country. So as of now, we are saying that India's inflation rate is 3.34% for the month of March, which was 3.61% in the month of February as per the data. And this fall from 3.61% is because of food prices, especially the price of vegetables, eggs, as well as pulses. They have fell down in the past month, due to which this inflation rate of 3.61% has fell down to an inflation rate of 3.34%. Moving on to the next point. The next point says India's retail inflation, it has shown a consistent downward trend over the past 3 financial years. It has declined from 6.7% in the financial year 2022-23 to 5.4% in the financial year 2023-24, and further easing to 4.6% in the financial year 2024-25. Now the question is why inflation rate is declining, or what was the reason that the inflation rates were pretty high in the past? The reason is COVID-19. We all know that during COVID-19, RBI as well as government has come up with n number of policies, n number of initiatives where RBI and government, they have tried their level best to increase the liquidity in the market to support the economy. So that schemes, or I would say those schemes and those initiatives which have resulted in immense money supply in the market, it has resulted in increase in inflation rates in the economy. First reason. Second reason is due to COVID, everything was at a standstill and ultimately demand was increasing but supply was not up to the mark, because of which the inflation rates were high. But these inflation rates were justified in comparison to the international inflation rates or the inflation rates which have been witnessed by the developed countries. India has done pretty well in the past in terms of managing these inflation rates, falling them, or I would say bringing them down from 6.7 to 5.4% and then to 4.6%. But today the inflation rates are a matter of concern, and due to this particular concern, in the April month monetary policy, RBI has reduced its policy rates. RBI has reduced its repo rate by 25 basis points in order to make the credit cheaper, which will undoubtedly increase the borrowing capacity and capability of the borrower, which will increase the consumption pattern of the economy, which will undoubtedly result in increase in prices as well as result in more and more production, more and more GDP growth of the economy. Got it, guys? I hope till this point all these 3 points which I have marked for you is very important and they are clear to you. Remember that this is something which you need to memorize, but out of all of them, if I say this is the data which you need to memorize, why I'm not saying you to memorize the data for March or February, because by the time you will go for the examination, we are expecting that the examination will be in the month of July. So the June data as well as the May data are going to be more relevant if I talk about the specific monthly data. But yes, the financial year data, they are really very important and you need to memorize these data for your future reference. Is it clear till this point, guys? Shall I move on to the next point? Next is some of the additional information regarding the same announcement which has been done. So food inflation, which is always a topic of concern. So food inflation has fell down to 2.69%, due to which the overall inflation rate has fell down to 3.34% in the month of March. This inflation was 3.75% in the month of February, due to which the February month inflation rate, overall inflation rate recorded, was 3.61%. Now, on this particular slide, on this particular data format, this part is really very important, that is core inflation. If someone asks you what is a core inflation, then you must be in a position to answer this question pretty loudly. That core inflation basically means when the inflation rates are calculated by excluding two items. One is the food items and the other one is the fuel items. We know that food and fuel, these are the two items which are very volatile, or I would say the prices of these two items are pretty volatile, and if I ignore them in my calculation for inflation, I come up with the core inflation, and the core inflation data is still consistent, it is still up to the mark, it is still close to the most appropriate rate, that is 4%, and it is 4.1%. Got it, guys? Moving on to the next point. The next point says not only CPI, if I talk about wholesale price index has also eased to a 6-month low of 2.05%, reflecting the broader disinflationary trends in the economy. In the month of March 2025, what were the top items with highest year-on-year inflation? You must remember this: gold and silver. I'll just remove the image so that it should be clear. Now I think it is visible. So if someone asks you in the month of March, not only in the month of March, in the entire quarter from January to March, the item which has witnessed huge or high inflation rates is none other than gold and silver. And in the month of March, gold was among the top 5 items which have recorded year-on-year high inflation rates. Gold recorded 34.09% and silver recorded an inflation rate on year-on-year basis, that is 31.57%. So I hope what is CPI, basic part is clear to you. CPI rates for the month of March is clear, February month is clear, and the trend of the CPI rates for the last 3 financial years is clear to you. If it is clear, just give me yes sir. Now I will be moving towards the static part of this particular news, where I will be discussing with you what is WPI, what is CPI, how they both are different, and why we prefer CPI over WPI. I will be answering that question. So I think some of the doubts are floating in the comment section. So one of the doubt I would like to address over here is, sir, you are saying inflation was because of COVID and high credit, but at that time repo rate was high. No. Repo rate was increased after COVID-19. Once the COVID-19 restrictions were easing out, once the economy was back on track, once the production houses were start running their production, or they have initiated with their production, service sector was providing its service at full throttle. After that, RBI started increasing the repo rate, not in the year of 2021, rather it initiated after 2021 onwards. I hope now this point is clear to whosoever has asked this particular question. So why gold prices are not affected by current trade war? See, I would say gold prices, they are affected by the current trade war, but they are affected in a positive manner. Why? Whenever there is a trade war goes on, or whenever there is any kind of instability on the instability at the international level, उस केस में, उस scenario में, we have always witnessed that gold is the most trusted instrument of investment all over the globe, because we know that currencies, they are going to witness huge value of depreciation. There could be a huge decrease or increase in terms of exports and imports, but something which is going to be strong, one thing which we can trust upon, one thing which we can hold upon in this tough time is none other than gold, which is accepted all over the globe as a medium of exchange if required in the near future. So just remember, Bretton Woods Agreement was signed on the same ground, it failed on the same grounds, and again the gold became important medium of investment on the same grounds. That is how the history evolves regarding the gold investment. Is it clear? Okay. Chalo, let's move on to the next point. Aviral, I'll take your doubt later on. Now, if I talk about the trends, before I come up with the trends and the differences, there are some announcements related to CPI as well as IIP. So I would like to address those important news. The first thing is Consumer Price Index as well as Index of Industrial Production. Consumer Price Index and Index of Industrial Production. These both are released by none other than Ministry of Stats and Program Implementation. Ministry of Stats and Program Implementation is responsible to release this data on 12th of each month at 5:30 p.m. At 5:30 p.m. If 12th is holiday, then next working day we will have the data for CPI, and a previous working day we will have a data for IIP. But there was a revision. The revision was related to the timings. Now the timings have been revised. Rather than publishing the data on 12th of every month at 5:30 p.m., it has been announced that CPI as well as IIP data will be released at 4 p.m. and this announcement was made back in November 2024. But that is not the ultimate announcement which I would like to discuss over here. There is one more reason, there is one more news which I would like to introduce over here, that is related to IIP. So on 17th of April, as you can see, the latest announcement, this is the latest announcement related to IIP. So Ministry of Stats and Program Implementation has reduced the timelines in the release of its statistical product, that is Index of Industrial Production, will now be released on 28th of every month for the reference month. So now the timeline has been reduced. What I'm trying to say, for example, for the month of March 2025, IIP is published not in month of April, rather IIP is published in the month of May, and it was supposed to be published on 12th of May, which means there is a gap of 42 days. 42 days with what? So 42 days with respect to the release date, as well as the reference month. But now the things have been revised. Now the things have said, or the ministry has said, that we will be coming up with the IIP data not on the 12th of every month, rather we will come up with the 28th of every month, and we are reducing the timeline from 42 to 28 days to give a better picture. So this is again a very important point which you need to understand. So All India Index of Industrial Production on 28th of every month at 4 p.m. Timings are still the same, at 4 p.m. and if there is a holiday on 28th of that particular month, then the data will be presented on the next working day. पहले क्या था? पहले IIP का एक डेटा आता था, फिर उस डेटा को रिवाइज किया जाता था और उसके बाद एक फाइनल डेटा आता था. That means there were total 2 estimates released. So if I say quick estimates include specific month will be revised only once. So now it has been said that the quick estimate for a specific month will be revised only once, which was earlier revised twice. Now we will have one time quick estimate and then we will have the final estimate as it will be released by Ministry of Stats and Program Implementation. पहले क्या था कि quick estimate आएगा followed by first revision and then followed by second revision और फिर आएगा final estimate. अब ऐसा नहीं होगा. You will get one quick estimate and then you will get the final estimates. तो इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि अब जो मार्च 2025 का डेटा है, which was supposed to be presented on 12th of May, now it will be presented on 28th of April 2025 at same time, that is 4 p.m. तो जो timeline थे which were around 42 days, now they have been reduced to 28 days in case of IIP. Note down कर लेना, direct question phase 1 में आने के पूरे chances. Direct question is expected in your phase 1 examination. Is it clear everyone? Is it clear? Is it fine? Chalo, let's move on to the next point. The next point is the difference between CPI as well as WPI. You can refer the data which I have for you in the PDF, but if I give you an overview. See, when we talk about CPI as well as WPI, CPI stands for Consumer Price Index, which basically means the inflation rates are calculated on the retail market prices, which is quite relevant. Why they are relevant? Because if you and me, we are the consumers and the inflation is directly going to hamper us. If the inflation is going to hamper the consumers, then we should record the price which is actually paid by the consumer rather than the wholesale market price. Now the question is, what is wholesale market? Wholesale market is a place where goods are traded in bulk. This is the first definition which will be available everywhere. There is one more definition for your understanding. Wholesale market is a market where wholesale market is a market where seller is producer. So when seller is producer, that market is generally considered as what? Sir, it is considered as wholesale market in comparison to what? CPI, that is consumer market. That is the market where buyer is a consumer. So if factory is selling the goods to wholesaler, wholesaler is selling the goods to retailer, they should come under the category of WPI. But when retailers sell the goods to you and me so that we can consume, for example, I'm buying a chips for 20 rupees, that is the purchase I'm doing to consume those chips. That is a consumer market, that is a retail market where the consumer is the buyer. But on the other side, in case of wholesale market, for your understanding, you can take it in this manner, that wholesale market is a place where seller is producer, seller is trader, but consumer is not the final buyer in case of the wholesale market. This is how you can differentiate between the two. अब क्वेश्चन ये है कि सर व्हेन वी कैलकुलेट द इन्फ्लेशन, अब इन्फ्लेशन कैलकुलेट करें कैसे? हाउ टू कैलकुलेट द इन्फ्लेशन? इट्स वेरी इजी. लेट्स सपोज टुडे this phone I have, the price of this phone is, let's say, 50,000, and in the next year the price of the same phone increases to 55,000. So what is the increase? 5,000 with respect to 50. What will be the inflation? So that is 10%. But in India, not only in India, in all the nations, all these items which are being consumed, they are in huge number. So how to calculate them? First problem. Second is the weightage is different. Weightage is different in terms of their consumption, in terms of their consumption value, in terms of their consumption volume. So what is done? Item price index is calculated. What is item price index? Sir, item price index is basically the weighted average price of a particular item which is calculated, and that item price which is calculated, it is compared with the future prices, it is compared with the current prices, it is compared with the base year prices in order to identify that whether we are witnessing the increase in price or we are witnessing the decrease in price. So on that particular ground, I would come up with the definition. WPI measures the level at wholesale market, CPI measures at retail market. This is presented by Office of Economic Advisor under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. And if I talk about CPI combined, I repeat, if I talk about CPI combined, it is presented by NSO, which is under the Ministry of Stats and Program Implementation. Base year earlier was 2004-05, but the base year was revised to 2011-12, and the base year for CPI is 2012. It is released on 14th of every month, but it is released on 12th of every month. Here we have 697 items because in case of WPI, inflation is calculated only and only for the goods. We do not include the services in this case. So why we do not include the services in this case? Because service is always a part of retail market. Who will consume the services? So services will be consumed by the final consumer. It will not be consumed by the mediators, and there are no mediators required at the time of delivery of the services. That is one of the reasons that in case of WPI, services are not included, but that is not the actual or the factual reason which is mentioned. But if I say what are the number of items in case of CPI, there are few things which are going on the internet. Somewhere it is written 299, somewhere it is written 908, somewhere it is written 448, 460. Please mark it as a homework that how many item index, or I would say item price index, is calculated for how many items in case of CPI, and give me the answer in the comment section after this class. But if I talk about CPI combined, it is a combination of rural as well as urban consumer price index, and in case of rural and urban, the number of items are different, and these number of items are different because of your consumption pattern. Moving on to the next point, if I talk about the weightage, in case of WPI, primary article weightage is 22.6%, manufactured item weightage is 64.2%, fuel and power weightage is 13.2%. Unlike CPI, in case of CPI, the highest weightage is not given to the manufactured products, rather it is given to a specific category, that is food and beverages, which means if the food and beverages prices goes up and down, it is going to impact the CPI a lot. Second point is pan, tobacco 2.38%, clothing and footwear 6.53%, housing 10%, fuel and light 6.84%, and the other miscellaneous services like education, health, transportation, communication, they have the weightage of 28.32%. Not only this, we have specific food index in both the cases. But yes, food prices are going to impact CPI more than that in case of WPI because of its weightage, as we have already discussed. Now, this is the weightage. You can see manufactured goods, fuel and power, and then we have the primary articles. On the other side, food and beverages, housing, fuel, clothing, all the weightages have been given on the screen itself. So, if someone asks me, RBI target which rates, or RBI targets the CPI rates, and RBI wants to maintain the CPI rates within a range 4% plus minus 2%, WPI is less impactful in comparison to CPI. WPI is less impactful in comparison to CPI. In case of CPI, services are included. In case of WPI, services are not included. Indirect taxes are not included in WPI, but yes, indirect taxes are included in case of CPI because of the consumption part. Who pays the final GST? Who is the responsible candidate to pay the GST? That is the consumer. So in that particular case, if you are calculating the prices at the consumer end, obviously the indirect taxes will be included in the same. Is it clear till this point, guys? I hope what is the difference between CPI and WPI is clear. If it is clear, just give me yes sir, so that we can move ahead. If it is clear, just give me yes sir, so that we can move ahead. Can we say CPI is going to be always higher than WPI? I would say generally it is higher than WPI, but not always. If you are saying that it is a criteria that it is going to remain high always, that is not pretty true. But yes, obviously it will be high in terms. Why you are saying it will be high? Because you are thinking in this manner कि CPI retail price is always higher than wholesale price. यहाँ पे प्राइस का कंपैरिजन थोड़ी ना, यहाँ पे तो इंक्रीज इन प्राइस का कंपैरिजन है. अंकित, आई होप यू आर गेटिंग माय पॉइंट. आप क्यों कह रहे हैं कि हाई होना चाहिए? बिकॉज यू फील दैट द प्राइसेस एट द होलसेल मार्केट आर लो in comparison to the retail market for a particular commodity. I agree, but यहाँ प्राइस का कंपैरिजन थोड़ी ना, यहाँ तो इंक्रीज इन प्राइस का कंपैरिजन है. So increase in price जो होगा, that will depend on multiple factors. That is not कि वो WPI में हमेशा कम increase होगा और CPI में हमेशा ज्यादा. That could not be true every time, but yes, in general, whatever you are saying, that is correct as per the past data. Sir, if we include services, then number of items should be greater than WPI, but Google says that is what you need to find out. That is what you need to find out. Why it is 299? Why not 908, which I have mentioned on the screen? Why not 908, which I have mentioned on the screen? That is the homework I have given to you. Is it 908 only, na? 440 plus 460, yes. 900 plus 8, that is 908. Fine, guys? Okay. Now, moving to the last and the most important aspect of the session, that is why WPI is considered less relevant in comparison to CPI. इसके कुछ reasons हैं. First reason is, when we calculate the WPI, we calculate the WPI for the entire economy, but CPI is calculated different for rural as well as urban areas, and that is pretty true because in rural areas, consumption pattern is very different in comparison to the urban areas. For example, I take an example of, let's say, cab services. I'm just taking an example to make you understand. If I'm taking an example of cab services, we all know that in rural areas, there are no cab services provided, and if there are no cab services provided, then the change in price of the cab services are not going to impact the rural areas, or they are not going to impact the rural public. So if they are not going to impact the rural public, then the calculation for both of them should be done separately as it is done in case of CPI, and then we obtain a CPI combined value. अनलाइक WPI के लिए उन्होंने क्या किया, पूरे के पूरे इकोनॉमी के लिए एक ही इन्फ्लेशन रेट को कैलकुलेट किया, which is not appropriate in terms of implementation, क्योंकि जो रूरल एरिया में बैठा इंडिविजुअल है उसके लिए जब आपने इन्फ्लेशन रेट्स को कैलकुलेट किया, keeping all the pattern of consumption same or uniform with respect to the urban areas, that is not going to be a good reflection of the change in inflation rates or a good reflection in terms of change in expenditure which the individual is going to make in the rural areas. That is the reason WPI is not appropriate. But along with that, first point, limited representation. It has a limited representation. Why I'm saying limited representation? Because it includes only and only. It include only and only what, sir? It include only and only the goods, first thing, and that too only and only on the wholesale market. So if you are considering the wholesale market prices, which are not actually the prices paid by the consumer, so this is with limited representation. It is goods centric, that is WPI. It is commodity bias. Why I'm saying it is commodity bias? Why the term commodity bias is being used over here? So it is commodity bias in the context that WPI, when it is calculated, and it is calculated only and only for the goods which are being manufactured in the country, not on the basis of the consumption pattern. There is a lack of consumer perspective, what they consume, how they consume. Then there is change in consumption pattern which is need to be taken into consideration, which is not taken into consideration in case of WPI. So WPI weighting structure or weighing structure is very different. They give more weightage to the manufactured goods, but on regular basis, an average individual with a subsistence wages share or spend majority of its income on food and beverages, on, I would say, survival or essential goods rather than the manufactured or overall goods. Lastly, wholesale and retail market divergence. This we have already discussed. There is a great divergence between the wholesale and retail market depending upon the n number of players will come in the picture, because we have wholesaler, we have retailer, they all are booking their profit before selling the goods, and that market price changes or that market price alteration is pretty high in case of CPI in comparison to WPI. Is it clear, everyone? So these are the two things which can be asked in a descriptive format, and I'm pretty sure that you will be in a condition to answer this in your upcoming examination. Fine guys, now there was a question asked by Aviral. Sir, with respect to silver and gold, recently they introduced a 2250 crore scheme. Could you please give an overview? Okay, I'll be discussing that scheme in the upcoming sessions, not today. Let's not divert from the current topic. I hope the topic is clear. News बड़ी simple थी guys कि CPI के rates आए, और I don't know or I don't think that you have ever covered the CPI rates in such a holistic manner. Once I have covered it today, I will be covering the same way in the next month. I will be covering the same way next to next month. और अगर एक बार WPI CPI का difference समझा, दूसरी बार दोबारा समझा, तीसरी बार फिर समझा, तो before examination you will be in a position to write a good descriptive answer on difference between WPI CPI, why CPI is more relevant with respect to WPI. You can answer these two questions pretty clearly, and I would say pretty confidently once we'll discuss the same thrice in the upcoming examination, in the upcoming sessions. Moving on to the second news of the day. The second news is a phase 1 news, or I would say it's a news which has capacity to be asked in phase 1 examination. S&P, the leading credit rating agency of the world. So S&P Global Market Intelligence has released its annual ranking of the world's 100 largest banks with respect to their assets. So I'm talking about what, sir? 100 largest banks list have been released by none other than S&P Global Market, and this list include top 100 banks of the world on the basis of their asset value. So in this list, we have only two banks from India. One is none other than the largest public sector bank of the country, that is SBI. Second is none other than the largest private bank of the country, that is HDFC. So we have SBI, and SBI is on which position? So SBI is on the 43rd position. SBI has climbed 4 places in current ranking. HDFC is on the 73rd position, and SBI has climbed 1 spot in the current ranking which has been given by S&P. So if I talk about the major important points related to this particular ranking, then what all things you need to remember. First thing is S&P Global Market Intelligence evaluate the world's largest banks based on their total assets as of the year end 2024. So this is on the basis of year end data 2024. The data reflects or data include the mergers as well as the acquisitions as well as the restructuring which is done in the global banking sector. So the data of SBI, HDFC and other banks were recorded at the end of year 2024, and on that particular basis this ranking was given, and surprisingly this ranking include top 4 positions. This ranking witnessed top 4 positions have been backed by the Chinese banks. So all the 4 Chinese banks, they have backed the 4 top positions. Total 21 banks from China were included, 7 of which made into top 20. So out of 100, please pay attention, out of 100 we have 21 Chinese bank, and out of top 20 we have 7 Chinese bank. Out of top 10, or rather I would say top 5, we have 4 Chinese bank, which shows that Chinese banking sector is pretty strong as of the current scenarios. HSBC is, as always, it remains the largest bank from Europe, and it has been ranked 7th globally. So HSBC has been ranked 7th globally, and it is the largest bank from Europe. If you are in a dilemma that name the largest bank from US, then the answer is Morgan and Stanley. So here you have the entire list. So these are the 4 Chinese banks on the top list. Top 4 banks in terms of assets are Chinese bank, include Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, Agriculture Bank of China, Construction Bank, Corporation Bank of China Limited. 5th rank is backed by a US bank. The name is JP Morgan. 7th rank is backed by HSBC, the largest European bank. And if I talk about India, 43rd position is backed by SBI, 73rd position is backed by HDFC Bank. These 2 rankings are really very important, which you need to remember. Is it clear, everyone? Okay. Now, moving on to the third news of the day. The third news is related to a report which has been published by World Trade Organization. So the first news or the first question can be from the title itself. World Trade Organization is responsible to publish which all reports? First option is Global Trade Outlook and Statistic 2025 report. That will be your answer. So out of the following data, out of the following list, which report is published by WTO? Then the answer would be Global Trade Outlook and Statistics 2025 report is published by WTO, and as per the latest report which is published by WTO for 2025 reveals that global merchandise trade means the trade of manufactured goods. The trade of manufactured goods is going to, global merchandise trade means the merchandise trade in the nation all over the globe is going to decline by 0.2%. And it's quite obvious. This is just because of the trade war which is happening all over the globe, especially US as well as China, the way they are decoupling each other. So in that particular scenario, we are expecting that the merchandise trade all over the globe is going to decline by 0.2%. This reflects the ongoing tariff tension, as I mentioned. If the trade tension accelerate, especially with new tariff measures, अगर ये जो trade tension है, अगर ये और ज़्यादा बढ़ा और ज़्यादा deep हुआ, तो उस केस में this trade contraction can be of value 1.5% in contrast to 2024. 2024 में merchandise trade has witnessed a growth of 2.4%. It has witnessed a growth of 2.4%. Currently, we are expecting that in 2025, merchandise exports, they are going to contract by 0.2%. And in the worst case, it can even decline to 1.5% as per the Outlook report, as per the Global Trade Outlook and Statistics report, which is presented by WTO. Remember that despite of all these challenges which are being witnessed in the merchandise trade, global service trade is expected to grow by 4%. This is really very important data कि एक तरफ merchandise ट्रेड पे इश्यूज है और उन मर्केंटाइज ट्रेड्स के इश्यूज को दिमाग में रखते हुए ऑन द अदर साइड द सर्विस सेक्टर इज गोइंग टू विटनेस अ ग्रोथ एंड दैट ग्रोथ इज गोइंग टू बी ऑफ व्हाट परसेंट? सो दैट इज गोइंग टू बी ऑफ 4%. The next point which I would like you to remember, the decline in goods trades are going to impact services also. For example, transport services as well as travel services, they will impact the service sector, but still it is showing a growth rate, or it is expected to grow by 4% in 2025. North America is expected to face sharp decline in exports, that is of 12.6%, undoubtedly because of the tariffs which have been introduced. Asia and Europe, they are projected with a growth. Asia and Europe, they are projecting a growth, where Asia is expecting growth exports increase by 1.6% and Europe's exports are going to increase by 1%. So from here, you need to remember, at least for Asia, that Asia's exports are going to grow by 1.6%, regardless of the fact that merchandise trades are going to decline all over the globe by a percent of 0.2%. By a percent, that is 0.2%. Now, there is an update which is referred in this news, and that update is referred from United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. So United Nations Conference on Trade and Development has forecast that the global growth rate, the global growth will slow down to 2.3%, which is signaling a potential shift towards recession. Don't worry, I'll discuss this news, or I'll discuss this report as well in relation to the same. But before that, I would like you to remember few datas. In 2024, India's rank among the leading merchandise exporters dropped to 14%. So India's rank in the world in terms of merchandise exporter is 14th, and if I talk about our trade share, it is steady, that is 2.2%. And in case of services, India is at 7th rank. In terms of merchandise imports, India is at the 7th rank. Again, the share is unchanged, that is 3.4%, which means India has a share of 2.2% in terms of exports and 3.4% in terms of exports, जिससे ये बात बिल्कुल clear है कि India's exports are less than India's import, due to which we witness trade deficit or current account deficit at a huge value or at a huge number. So you must remember WTO director's name. The WTO director name is Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. So just remember the name. This name is also important, and she has presented this particular report, and in her I would say speech, she has come up with the statement that China-US decoupling is basically a point to worry, not only for these two nations but for the entire globe, and the merchandise trade between China and US is expected to fall by 81%, and it could have fallen to 91% without recent exemptions products like smartphones. So there have been exemptions on the products like smartphones. If these exemptions would have not been given, this trade would have fallen by 91%, but now it is going to fall by 81%, which is a major dent, which is going to result in overall merchandise trade decline by 0.2% at a global level. Now I'll jump back to this particular news, that is UNCTAD. What is the news related to UNCTAD? Please pay attention. So recently UNCTAD has presented a report. The name of the report is Trade Development Foresights 2025. So if someone asks you Trade Development Foresights report is presented by, sir, it is presented by UNCTAD. According to this report, global growth is going to slow down, and it is going to be around 2.3%. As you can see, it is clearly mentioned global growth to slow to 2.3% in 2025. But despite of the global growth slowdown, as per this particular report, India's GDP is still projected to grow at a 6.5%, which is highest among the major economies. India will grow faster than that of China as well, where China is projected to grow 4.4%. US is expected to see a growth of 1%, and European Union is expected to see a growth of 1% again. Remember that this report has highlighted why Indian economy is going to stand strong. So Indian economy is going to stand strong because of the momentum, and this momentum has been built because of higher government expenditure, especially on the capital side, or I would say the capital expenditure of the government, and the monetary policy stimulus. The way recently RBI has moved its stance from neutral to accommodative, this is pretty clear that RBI is focusing on growth first, then price stability, then inflation stability. Is it clear, everyone? So I have added the second report along with the first report, so you need to remember this data. See, this data is relevant for your phase 1 and it is also relevant for your phase 2 examination. phase 2 में दो तरह के questions आते हैं. अगर आपके पास कोई पैराग्राफ बेस्ड क्वेश्चन आया phase 2 में, then these data are very important. Secondly, when you will be writing a descriptive answer on, let's say, global growth trends, then you can refer this data. Global trade trends, then again you can refer this data in those descriptive answers. So please keep these data pretty strong or pretty handy with you so that you can use these data in your descriptive answer writing to increase the weightage to your answer itself. Moving on to the next news. The next news is Reserve Bank of India has recently signed MoU with Financial Intelligence Unit of India. Now the question is, so what is this Financial Intelligence Unit? What are the functions and objectives of this unit? First we'll discuss that, then we'll discuss the news. So please pay attention. Financial Intelligence Unit India, it is an organization which was set up by Government of India, and it was set up on 18th of November 2004 as a central national agency. So what is it? So it is a central national agency which has been set up, and it has been set up because it will be receiving, it will be processing, it will be analyzing, it will be disseminating information relating to suspect financial transaction. What is suspected financial transaction? See, whenever you make a financial transaction with the help of unaccounted money, and this unaccounted money is basically known as black money, against which no tax is paid. But the fact of the matter is, in this unaccounted money or black money, we have illegal funds as well as legal funds. Legal funds means, for example, I'm doing a business, I'm running a retail shop, but I'm not paying tax on my income. That will be the part of black money. But if I am involved in smuggling activities, I'm involved in criminal activities, and I'm earning income from there, on that income मैं चाहकर भी टैक्स पे नहीं कर सकता, and that will also fall under the category of black money. But black money is pretty dangerous when we specifically focus on the illegal sources from where the income is generated. So in order to identify that how this transaction is done, what is the source of the fund for this transaction, how many multiple transactions are done in order to wash black money into white money, which is known as money laundering. So for that particular purpose, this organization was set up. So this organization is responsible for coordinating and strengthening efforts of national as well as international intelligence, investigation and enforcement agencies in pursuing the global efforts against money laundering, as well as the money laundered, or I would say as well as those unaccounted money transactions or unaccounted fund transactions which are used to finance terrorism activities, not only in India, on the global level. So Financial Intelligence Unit India, it is an independent body which reports directly to the Economic Intelligence Council, and this Economic Intelligence Council is headed by none other than Finance Minister. What are the functions? So the first function is collection of information. So this organization is responsible to collect the information. So it acts as a central point for receiving cash transaction reports, as well as the transactions which are done by non-profitable organizations. We call them as non-profitable organizations. Then cross-border wire transfers. Then we have reports on purchase and sale of immovable properties, suspicious transaction reports. All the information is collected by FIU. First, they collect the information, then they analyze the information. So the analysis of the information is done in order to identify the actual source, in order to identify the actual sender, in order to identify the actual receiver, so that we can identify that how and unaccounted money is being tried to be converted into white money or legitimate money. Third point is sharing of information. This organization is responsible to share the information with national intelligence, law enforcement agencies, national regulatory authorities, as well as foreign financial intelligence units, so that they can coordinate with each other to find out the transactions which involve money laundering cases as well as financing of terrorism. Then it acts as a central repository which collects the data regarding the reports which have been received against different transactions. It acts as a mediator to coordinate between the different intelligence units of different nations, regions, as well as global networks. Research and analysis, and monitor and identify strategic areas. It identifies the strategic areas on money laundering trends so that they can identify those trends, topologies and developments which have been done, so that it would be easier for them to identify and nab the individuals who are involved in money laundering. Last but not the least is it include 75 personals, and these personals are from different departments with different experiences and expertise, which include CBDT, then we have CBEC, then we have RBI, SEBI, and many other departments, and collectively 75 personals, they form a unit that is known as Financial Intelligence Unit India. It's not in India. All the nations out there, they have their financial intelligence unit for this particular purpose. Now, let's come to the news. What is the news all about? So, Reserve Bank of India and Financial Intelligence Unit India, they have signed an MoU. This agreement is basically to strengthen the implementation of Prevention of Money Laundering Act 2002. This MoU was signed by Vivek Agarwal, Director of FIU, and RLK Rao, the Executive Director for the Department of Regulations of RBI. MoU outlines cooperation between not only RBI and FIU, but also cooperation between the regulated entities of RBI with FIU. That means the banks, the NBFCs, the CICs, they will also be sharing the data with FIUs on regular basis, so that an appropriate action can be taken, or a proactive actions can be taken by the authorities, rather than बाद में पता चले कि हाँ उसने ब्लैक मनी को वाइट किया था लेकिन अब वो इंडिया के बाहर, अब जाओ और इंडिया के बाहर जाके पकड़ो, वैसा नहीं होगा. We want to be proactive in this particular scenario. So what are the key highlights under this particular agreement? So key highlights include each party, that means RBI as well as FIU, they will appoint nodal officers. RBI will appoint nodal officer, FIU will appoint nodal officers which will be responsible for sharing the information on regular basis. Second is sharing of relevant intelligence and information available will be done. Third point is laying down the procedure, very important, laying down the procedure and manner in which banks, NBFCs, CICs and other, I would say primary dealers and the other regulated entities of RBI, they will directly report about the transactions to FIU-India under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act 2002. It will conduct outreach and training for the regulated entities, that means banks as well as NBFCs, their employees. Training will be done so that they can share the data in a very appropriate manner and as per the required rules and regulations, so that the data can be collected, analyzed, and the required actions can be taken beforehand. There is a possibility that upgradation of Anti-Money Laundering Act or combating financing of terrorism skills in the regulated entities will be done by RBI. So RBI will be upgrading the skills which are required with the regulated entities, so that they can report, identify and share the information in an appropriate manner with FIU as per the current tie-up. Assessment will be done of money laundering and terror financing risk. I hope money laundering, black to white. Terror financing means when funds are transferred for financing the terrorist activities, not only in India but also outside the country. Identification of red flag indicators. If there is a suspicious transaction, then red flag indicator should be raised by the authorities, by the regulated entities which are performing those transactions, so that in a proactive manner identification of the individuals or the companies or the entities can be done. Supervising and monitoring compliance of reporting entities. So reporting entities will be supervised and they will be monitored by the they will be monitored by the RBI, so supervising and monitoring the compliance of reporting entities regulated by RBI. So RBI will supervise and monitor all the rules and regulations, whether they are followed by the regulated entities or not. If not, then RBI can take the required actions under its power purviews. Last is compliance with the relevant international standards. So these organizations, regulated entities, they will publish the report in such a manner that it can be accepted at international level, and on international level it can be analyzed from which country the funds were transferred for what purpose, so that quick actions can be taken. Last but not the least is very important, conduct of quarterly meetings to discuss and share the information issues related to mutual interest. So RBI and FIU, they will be conducting quarterly meetings for better implementation of this particular MoU. Is it clear, everyone? So this is all about for today's news. I hope all the news which we have discussed are crystal clear. WPI, CPI has a potential. Indirectly and directly they can be asked in descriptive format, and this information which I just shared with you, it cannot be asked directly in the form of descriptive, but this information will help you to write an answer, especially if a question is on money laundering or terror financing. In that case, you can use this data for sure. I hope each and every point is clear, guys. You must have enjoyed the discussion. Let's move ahead. Let's discuss the questions from the previous sessions. So, two questions which I would like to answer. First is regarding the Reserve Bank of India digitization initiative. The launch of Prava portal was done on 28th of May. Prava portal was developed to digitize end-to-end workflows. This is true. Portal currently uses 108 specific. This is true. As of April 2025, more than 3,000. That is true. From May 1, 2025, it is mandatory without exceptions. No, sir. There are certain exceptions allowed. Applications can be tracked. So answer is 1, 2, 3 and 5 is the correct answer for this particular question. As you have replied in the comment section, do check your answer for sure. Moving on to the next question. Regarding the Reserve Bank of India's internal digitization, that is Sarthi, it was launched in 2003. That is true. The system facilitates secure documentation of the employees. That is true. Sarthi includes integrated module for public grievance redressal, application listening, application licensing, stakeholder engagement with the regulated entities. Is this point true or not? Please give me the answer. Sarthi Pathshala is dedicated for training purposes. That is true. Then we have Sarthi Mitras, a cadre which has been established to support the users in troubleshooting and navigating the system. That is true, but the third statement is incorrect because Sarthi is for the internal use, it is not for the external utilizations. Is it clear? So it includes integrated module for public grievance redressal, application licensing, stakeholder engagement with regulated entities. No, sir. It will be done. It will be done with the help of its integration with Prava. It will be done with its integration with Prava. Sarthi portal is a dedicated online training platform created to train employees effective use of. That is true. It is also supported by in-person training. That is true. So that is not wrong. Aditi, fourth statement is true. Third is wrong. Is it clear? Okay. Now this is going to be your homework. Please take a screenshot. I want the answers in the comment section. Homework, fourth question. Take a screenshot. I'll give you 10 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. Take the screenshot for this question. Again 10 seconds. And lastly, this question, again I need an answer in the comment section. Take a screenshot quickly. This is very important. I would say a potential question to be asked in phase 1 examination. Take the screenshot. Then we have the last one. Which organization launched the call for expression of interest under MSME finance platform? Give the answer in the comment section again. So what you need to do is, after this class winds up, once I complete this class, I would be requesting everyone to write down in the comment section in this manner fourth question answer, fifth question answer, sixth question answer, and seventh question answer. And I will be commenting below each and every answer, right or wrong. So I'll write R or W so that you can understand that whether your answer is correct or wrong. Don't forget to like the session before leaving. We'll catch you in the next session. Bye-bye. Take care. Good luck. Do subscribe the channel if you're lending up for the very first time. And if you have any doubt regarding this particular session, if you will be watching this session in recorded form, do feel free to ask your doubts in the comment section below. Either I'll answer the question in the comments only or I'll answer the question in the next session. Lastly, do share your feedback on this session, how you are loving it, how you are using it, and how confident you are feeling now after this session that yes, you will be in a position to score pretty well in your current affairs after this particular session you are following. So I will be looking forward for your suggestions, your feedbacks, as well as your answers for the homework question in the comment section. Bye-bye guys. Take care. Good luck. God bless you all. Hello everyone. Warm welcome to Regulatory Bodies YouTube channel by Testbook. My name is Madhav. I welcome you all in the next session for your finance current affairs. As you all know, finance current affairs are going to play a really very important role in your upcoming RBI Grade B and many other regulatory body exams. And keeping that in mind, this session is designed where we not only cover the RBI related current affairs, we also cover the other financial current affairs as well related to SEBI as well as the other banking and insurance sector of the country. So let's begin the discussion. May I have yes sir in the comment section that I'm audible, visible, everything is fine, we are good to go. Give me a thumbs up so that we can begin the discussion, because today's session is really very important. I have seen your comments, feedback and suggestion in the previous session where you have asked me कि सर PDF की length को थोड़ा कम कर लीजिए. So I have done it. Now I have decreased the length of the PDF so that you can revise it. The PDF can be put handy for you for your revision purpose in your upcoming examinations to go. So that has been implemented. And one more thing guys, now I'm spending more and more time of my day on the finance current affairs session itself, because this is now going to be the deciding factor for you all. If you are writing the RBI Grade B examination, trust me, finance current affairs are going to play an important role in phase 1, around 40 questions out of 80, and obviously it's a very important segment for your phase 2 examination. Chalo. If you want to download the PDF of this session, so the PDF of this session will be available on my Telegram channel, and I'll assure you that today the PDF will be uploaded just after the session. That means in next 20 to 30 minutes once the session is completed. Let's get started guys. Here we go with the first question. The first question is related to, with reference to the final guidelines issued by Reserve Bank of India on LCR, that is liquidity coverage ratio, under the Basel III framework, consider the following statement. So before we answer this question, before we check out this particular question, I'm pretty sure that you all are very well aware that recently RBI has revised its guidelines related to liquidity coverage ratio. So let's first understand what are these guidelines, what the changes have been done, and then we will be moving ahead. So please pay attention guys, just see the title itself, Basel III Framework on Liquidity Standards, Liquidity Coverage Ratio, Review of Haircuts on High Quality Liquid Assets and Runoff Rates on Certain Categories of Deposits. अगर मैं सही कहूँ तो majority students को नाम ही clear नहीं होगा, majority are not even clear with the title itself. So what I'm going to do is, I will be breaking this title. First of all, I'll explain you what is Basel III. Then I'll explain you what is liquidity coverage ratio. Then I'll discuss with you what is the meaning of the term haircut. Then I'll discuss with you the term that is high quality liquid asset. And then finally, I'll discuss the runoff rates with you. So first we'll discuss these terms and then we'll try to understand what actually the news is. I'm pretty sure you are going to enjoy this session as always. So stay with me. Do listen each and every point which I'm going to mention. Guys, we all know that BCBS, Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, was set up after the Bretton Woods Agreement failure, and this Bretton Woods Agreement failure led to the setting up of BCBS under BIS, that is Bank for International Settlements or Bureau of International Settlements. BCBS is responsible to come up with norms, and the target behind setting these norms is to achieve global financial as well as मॉनेटरी स्टेबिलिटी। तो ग्लोबल लेवल पर एक स्टैंडर्ड लाने के लिए, मॉनेटरी स्टेबिलिटी के लिए BCBS has till now come up with different Basel norms. The first one was Basel 1, then Basel 2, and just after the issuing of Basel 2, the world was hit by global financial crisis 2007 to 2009. US was the major hit. Subprime lending, loan provided, or I would say unaccounted, unregulated loan was provided to the housing industry, to the housing sector, which led to the crisis, and it has impacted the global economy. So finally Basel 3 को introduce किया गया. So Basel 3 are the latest norms which have been introduced by BCBS, and in case of Basel 3 many new introductions have been done, जैसे कि capital conservation buffer, जैसे कि capital conservation buffer. Along with that we have counter cyclical capital buffer. Along with that we have liquidity coverage ratio, net stable fund ratio. All these initiatives have been taken under Basel 3 along with leverage ratio. तो ये कुछ changes किए गए under Basel 3 so that जो Basel 3 का segment है, जो Basel 3 का implementation है, it can help the banks to survive well during the stress period. So in order to help the banks so that they can survive pretty well during the stress period, this Basel 3 was introduced. Under Basel 3 there was a term known as liquidity coverage ratio. अब question आता है कि sir what do you understand by the term liquidity coverage ratio? See, we know this very well. During the stress period, especially acute stress scenarios, everyone, not only you, not only me, everyone will try to withdraw their funds from the bank, and this withdrawal from the bank will result in stress on a particular bank. It will result in liquidity crisis on a particular bank. So in order to safeguard the bank to stand strong during these stress period, liquidity coverage ratio was introduced. And what does the liquidity coverage ratio says? So liquidity coverage ratio says the ratio of net cash outflow, in 30 days, net cash outflow in 30 days during stress period. That means this is what, for a bank we have calculated that what is going to be the net cash outflow. What is net cash outflow? The word net basically means during this time we will be witnessing deposits, we will be witnessing the withdrawals. So now deposits and withdrawals, withdrawal is outflow, deposit is inflow. So if I talk about the net outflow, the net outflow basically means withdrawal minus deposit. So whatever is coming in, we'll subtract it, and what we'll get in the end, that is known as outflow. So not only the deposit inflow, because if it's a stress period, how we can expect कि deposits आएंगे उन दिनों में, obviously deposit के chances काफी कम होंगे. Still, why I'm saying कि deposits होंगे, तो deposit के साथ साथ हो सकता है कि बैंक की जो liabilities है या बैंक की जो assets है, they are being recovered. That is also the part of what the inflow. So we will be talking about the net cash outflow in 30 days during the stress period. तो बैंक के जो net cash outflows हैं, नेट कैश बेसिकली मींस डिपॉजिट्स को हम इंक्लूड करते हुए विड्रॉल्स में से माइनस करेंगे, देन विल ऑब्टेन नेट कैश आउटफ्लो इन 30 डेज ड्यूरिंग स्ट्रेस पीरियड. इट शुड बी, और इसका रेशो किससे निकालना है सर? इसका रेशो निकालना है हाई क्वालिटी लिक्विड एसेट के साथ, और ये जो रेशो है दैट शुड बी ग्रेटर देन और इक्वल्स टू 100%. इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि बैंक के पास, इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि बैंक के पास हाई क्वालिटी लिक्विड एसेट्स जो है दैट शुड बी ग्रेटर देन or equal to the net cash outflow in 30 days during the stress period, ताकि जब बैंक के ऊपर स्ट्रेस सिनेरियो होगा, जब इकोनॉमी में स्ट्रेस सिनेरियो होगा, फॉर एग्जांपल इफ आई टेक एन एग्जांपल ऑफ कोविड-19 के समय एवरीवन वाज सिटिंग होम, नो जॉब, नो प्रोडक्शन, नो इनकम, नो सैलरी, so everyone was using their savings to survive. which led to increase in withdrawals on the bank, and that is known as stress period withdrawals. So if bank is holding 30 days of net cash outflow in the form of high liquid asset which can be converted into cash whenever required, so that bank can easily service 30 days of net flow. 30 days, I'm talking about these as calendar days. 30 days of net flows, or in 30 days में then bank should think कि what else can be done. तो 30 दिन का जो buffer हो बैंक के पास, that will be created with the help of liquidity coverage ratio. So liquidity coverage ratio is nothing but it is the ratio of bank's high quality liquid asset which can be converted into cash whenever required, divided by the net cash outflow in 30 days during the cess period. इसका जो ratio है that should be greater than or equal to 100%, which means bank is capable. It means bank is capable to service the net cash outflow during the 30 days of stress period. और बाकी के जो ये जो 30 days है, आपके पास बफर आ गया 30 days का, सॉल्यूशन ढूंढ लो क्या करना है so that you can survive in the near future as well. अब दूसरा पॉइंट आता है सर, what do you understand by the word high quality liquid asset? The moment I say high quality liquid asset, as the name suggests, high quality liquid asset basically means the asset which can be converted into cash, whenever required. A type of asset which can be converted into cash whenever required. Obviously, the best example is government security. So government security is the high quality asset, and we include this high quality asset under the category of level 1, which means high quality liquid asset of the bank is categorized into two levels. One, we call it as government securities, which is included under level 1, but we have level 2 as well, and in case of level 2 we include the other, for example public sector enterprises, for example the bonds issued by public sector enterprises, they all are included under level 2. So level 2 include all those assets, all those debt instruments which possess a risk value of greater than 20%, as it is mentioned, greater than or equals to 20%, as it is mentioned in Basel 2. But in level 1 we include government securities, the highly liquid asset of the bank which can be easily converted into cash at a very minimal loss or very minimal change in value at the time of exchange. समझ आ गई बातें? तीनों चीजें क्लियर है? I guess there is no doubt in all these three things. Moving on to the fourth one. Fourth one is haircut. अब haircut का मतलब क्या? Sir, haircut का मतलब है when you adjust your asset value with respect to the market scenarios. For example, मेरे पास एक government security है और मेरे पास ये जो गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी है, maybe it's a bond or maybe it's a treasury bill. The value of this bond or treasury bill is, let's say, 10 lakh rupees. Let's say 10 lakh rupees. I'm talking about what? Sir, I'm talking about the fair value. I'm talking about the face value which is written on this particular instrument. लेकिन market में the demand on government securities is pretty low during these days. So if the demand on government securities is pretty low in these days, then what will happen, sir? In that particular case, the market value will decrease. What will happen? The market value will decrease, and the market value will decrease, and let's say the market value is 9 lakh rupees. Let's say the market value is 9 lakh rupees. So first one, we have the fair value of the asset. Face value of the asset, then we have the market value of the asset. Now, what is haircut? Sir, haircut basically means the fluctuation. Haircut is basically the fluctuation of the asset value. Fluctuation of the asset value मतलब अगर हमसे कोई कहे कि सर जो गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज हैं, they are fluctuating at 10%. They are fluctuating at 10% का मतलब कि अगर market value is 9 lakhs but still there is a fluctuation of 10%, so उसमें हम haircut कितना देंगे? Sir, we will be subtracting 10%, यानी हम माइनस करेंगे यहाँ से 90,000 रुपए, और 90,000 माइनस करने के बाद जो मेरे पास haircut की वैल्यू आएगी, मेरे पास जो मेरी asset की वैल्यू आएगी, that will be 8,10,000. And what is the haircut? Sir, haircut is 90,000. So 90,000 means haircut basically means the amount which we subtract from our asset value in order to adjust in order to counter the fluctuations in the asset price over the period of time. That is known as haircut. What is known as? So that is known as haircut. ठीक है जी, क्लियर हो गया. मूविंग ऑन टू द फिफ्थ पॉइंट. फिफ्थ पॉइंट इज व्हाट डू यू अंडरस्टैंड बाय द वर्ड रन ऑफ रेट्स. रन ऑफ रेट्स का मतलब क्या है? जैसे कि मैंने कहा कि स्ट्रेस पीरियड होगा. अब अगर स्ट्रेस पीरियड है तो स्ट्रेस पीरियड के केस में वी विल बी मेकिंग द विड्रॉल्स. अब एक अकाउंट से स्ट्रेस पीरियड में कितना विड्रॉ होगा, दैट इज नोन एज रन ऑफ रेट. फॉर एग्जांपल, एक सैलरीड एम्प्लॉय है, तो सैलरीड एम्प्लॉय के पास जो बैंक अकाउंट है, उस सैलरीड एम्प्लॉय के बैंक अकाउंट से वी आर एक्सपेक्टिंग दैट द एक्सपेक्टेशन ऑफ विड्रॉल इज लेट्स से 10%. एक्सपेक्टेशन ऑफ विड्रॉल इज 10%, यानी अगर उसके अकाउंट में 100 रुपए पड़े हैं तो भैया टफ डेज में, स्ट्रेस पीरियड में वो सिर्फ 10 रुपए निकालेगा, 90 रुपए पड़े रहेंगे, ताकि उन 10 रुपए से वो अपना सर्वाइवल कर सके. विच मींस द सेविंग्स ऑफ अ सैलरीड एम्प्लॉय is actually adequate enough that the salaried employee can survive the stress period with just 10% of the withdrawal as per the expectations, as per the market scenarios. तो ये अगर 10% है तो मैं क्या कहूंगा, सैलरीड एम्प्लॉय अकाउंट का रन ऑफ रेट कितना? सो सैलरीड एम्प्लॉय अकाउंट का जो रन ऑफ रेट है दैट इज नथिंग बट इट इज 10%. मान लो अब अगर कोई बात कर रहा हूं मैं फॉर अकाउंट विच इज होल्डेड बाय एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, और उस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए जो रन ऑफ रेट है दैट इज 100% की. अगर इस अकाउंट में 100 रुपए होंगे तो भैया जिस दिन डिप्रेशन आए ये डर के मारे सारे के सारे पैसे निकाल लेगा, और उस केस में हमारा रन ऑफ रेट क्या हो जाएगा, दैट इज 100%. डोंट वरी, मैं आपको ओवरव्यू दे देता हूं वॉट एवर आई हैव डिस्कस्ड टुडे. So Basel 3, I have already discussed with you what is Basel 3. Then I have given you the definition. What is LCR? That is liquidity coverage ratio. 30 कैलेंडर डेज, हाई क्वालिटी लिक्विड एसेट. पहले दिन से ऐसा नहीं था. 1 जनवरी 2015 तक 60% मेंटेन करना था, फिर इसे मेंटेन करना था 1 जनवरी 2019 तक 100%, लेकिन वो मेंटेन हो नहीं पाया. और फिर 2020 में आ गया कोविड, और कोविड आने के बाद इन टाइमलाइंस को क्या किया गया, एक्सटेंड किया गया. कोविड आने के बाद इन टाइमलाइंस को क्या किया गया, एक्सटेंड किया गया. सो आई हैव गिवन दिस फॉर रेफरेंस. अगर आप यहां पे देखें तो दिस इज द फॉर्मूला. स्टॉक ऑफ द हाई क्वालिटी लिक्विड एसेट डिवाइडेड बाय total net cash outflow over the next 30 days that should be greater than or equals to 100%. That is basically termed as what? So that is basically termed as liquidity coverage ratio. अगला पॉइंट सुनो जो कि बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. अगर मुझसे कोई कहे हाई क्वालिटी लिक्विड एसेट, सर हाई क्वालिटी लिक्विड एसेट उस एसेट को कहा जाता है विच कैन बी कन्वर्टेड इनटू कैश whenever required with a very minimum decrease in the value of the asset. That is basically termed as high quality asset. We classify the high quality assets into two categories. One is level 1, other one is level 2. In case of level 1, where we expect the highest recovery, that is cash, which is including cash reserve ratio, in excess of required CRR. Then we have government securities in excess of minimum SLR requirements. Even the government securities kept to maintain the SLR requirements, that is also the part of level 1. And even if you have the marketable securities which are issued by some other countries, they are all included under the category of level 1. So in short, what I'll say, cash as well as the government securities holded by the bank as excess of SLR or maybe part of SLR, that is basically level 1 high quality asset. अब यहां पे दो चीजें बहुत ध्यान से समझना, कहीं नहीं लिखी, किसी ने नहीं पढ़ाई, ना कोई पढ़ाएगा. ध्यान से सुनना दो चीजें. पहला पॉइंट यहां पे क्या कह रहा है, ध्यान दीजिएगा. द फर्स्ट पॉइंट विच आई वुड लाइक टू डिस्कस ओवर हियर इज, which is really very important. Please pay attention. ध्यान से देखना. Level 1 assets can be included in the stock of liquid asset, without any limit, as all without applying any haircut. इसका मतलब क्या कि सर जो हमारी level 1 सिक्योरिटीज है, जो हमारी level 1 हाई क्वालिटी असेट्स हैं, उन हाई क्वालिटी असेट्स के लिए व्हाट इज हेयर कट, haircut is zero. Haircut का मतलब fluctuation of price over the period of time is considered to be zero as per the technical definition which is given when this was implemented back in 2014. तो ये जो मैंने आपके सामने डेटा लिया, this is from the PDF which was presented by RBI in 2014. ठीक है. दूसरा पॉइंट यहां पे क्या कहता है? सो दूसरा पॉइंट कहता है विद इन द मैंडेटरी SLR रिक्वायरमेंट गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज टू द एक्सटेंट अलाउड बाय RBI. देखो SLR 18% है, हम सबको ये बात पता है. SLR 18% है, लेकिन उसी SLR में से बैंक्स आर अलाउड टू बोरो द लोन अंडर MSF, that is marginal standing facility. So earlier what was said? Earlier it was said that SLR if it is 18% and you allow the banks to borrow marginal standing facility up to 2% of NDTL, then the SLR value which will be the part of high quality asset will be 16% of NDTL only, but now it has been reviewed. Now what it says, entire SLR including the MSF limits are included under the calculation of high quality liquid asset. ये भी एक change हुआ था in the past. These two things which you need to remember. पहला point इस पे मैं अभी बात करूंगा, दूसरा point मैंने आपको बता दिया. Third point is level 2. Third point is level 2. If I talk about the level 2 assets, they are further categorized into 2A as well as 2B assets. लेकिन यहां पे एक कंडीशन है, वो कंडीशन क्या? टोटल हाई क्वालिटी एसेट्स का, जो आपकी टोटल हाई क्वालिटी लिक्विड एसेट्स है, उनका 40%, उसका सिर्फ 40% क्या हो सकता है? आपका लेवल 2 हो सकता है. 60% या उससे ज्यादा आपकी जो हाई क्वालिटी एसेट्स है वो कौन सी होगी? दैट शुड बी लेवल 1. दैट शुड बी लेवल 1. लेकिन जो हेयर कट है फॉर लेवल 2, दैट इज 15% फॉर 2A एंड 15% फॉर 2B. तो 50% फॉर 2B, 15% फॉर 2A. लेकिन एज पर दी actual notification, initial notification, there will be no haircut. There will be no haircut on what? So there will be no haircut on level 1 high quality assets. याद रखना ये पॉइंट, इस पे बात करेंगे, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. इस पे बात करेंगे, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. मूविंग ऑन टू द फोर्थ पॉइंट. फोर्थ पॉइंट हेयर कट वी हैव ऑलरेडी डिस्कस. रन ऑफ रेट वी हैव ऑलरेडी डिस्कस. मैं पढ़ देता हूं. रन ऑफ रेट का मतलब अमाउंट ऑफ फंडिंग अ बैंक नीड्स टू होल्ड to cover potential withdrawals varies depending on the type of funding and counterparty, that is known as round off rates. That is basically known as round off rates. ठीक है जी, पॉइंट क्लियर हो गया. अगर अगली बार ये 5 टर्म्स आपसे कोई पूछेगा तो I'm pretty sure you will be in a position to answer the question for these 5 terms. Basel 3 क्या है? Basel 3 में क्या इंपॉर्टेंट था? LCR में लिक्विडिटी कवरेज रेशियो क्या है? हाई क्वालिटी लिक्विड एसेट लेवल 1, लेवल 2. लेवल 1 में क्या, लेवल 2 में क्या? पब्लिक सेक्टर एंटरप्राइजेस की इशूड सिक्योरिटीज इज द पार्ट ऑफ लेवल 2, या फिर ये कहो कि वो सिक्योरिटीज या वो इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स जिनकी रिस्क वैल्यू 20% या उससे ज्यादा है एज पर बेसल 2 नॉर्म्स, दे ऑल आर द पार्ट ऑफ लेवल 2. बाकी सब किसमें है? लेवल 1 में, जिसमें हम कैश और गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज को इंक्लूड करते हैं. देन वी हैव हेयर कट एज वेल एज वी हैव राउंड ऑफ रेट्स. If these 2 points, run off rates, if these 5 points are clear, just give me yes sir. अगर ये पांचों point clear है तो just give me yes sir in the comment section. If you have any doubt, you may ask please. So, but Silicon Valley Bank was not able to sell government securities during their crisis as the rates recently changed, which led to the bank run. Why is government security still considered? लेकिन the point is in case of India, when we talk about government securities, it is still considered as the high quality asset in comparison to the other assets which are available in the economy. तो कोई और asset इतनी उस पोटेंशियल पे अवेलेबल नहीं है. और जो सिलिकॉन वैली के पॉइंट को लेकर जो आप चर्चा करना चाहते हैं, दैट इज नॉट एप्रोप्रिएट. यू आर नॉट गोइंग इन दी राइट डायरेक्शन. तो इस पे मैं किसी और दिन या व्हाट्सएप पर या किसी और मीडियम पर आपसे डिस्कस कर पाऊंगा, क्योंकि यहां जो आप बात कर रहे हैं दैट इज नॉट द एग्जैक्ट रीजन व्हाई सिलिकॉन वैली बैंक फेल्ड. कृतिका सर, कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ हेयर कट इन केस ऑफ, देखो हेयर कट का कॉन्सेप्ट क्या है? हेयर कट का कॉन्सेप्ट का मतलब है कि अगर आपके पास एक असेट है, इफ यू हैव एन एसेट, लेट्स से यू हैव वॉच, लेट्स से दिस इज एन एसेट. अब इस वॉच का जब आपने खरीदा होगा, प्राइस वाज लेट्स से 10,000. आज की डेट में मार्केट में इसकी मार्केट वैल्यू है 5,000 रुपए. ठीक, सो ये क्या हो गया? दिस इज द मार्केट वैल्यू ऑफ द एसेट. एंड व्हेन यू विल बी noting down your asset value in the company's document, you will write 5,000, बट ये जो वॉच है इट इज फ्लक्चुएशन, इट हैज अ फ्लक्चुएशन ऑफ 5 to 10%. फ्लक्चुएशन ऑफ 5 to 10% का मतलब सर जिस दिन आप बेचने गए अगर उस दिन डिमांड ना हुई तो 5,000 नहीं मिलेंगे, 5,000 से 10% कम मिलेंगे. तो मैंने कहा भैया मैं 5,000 लिखे नहीं रहा, मैं लिखूंगा ही वो जो पक्का मिलेंगे. और पक्का क्या मिलेंगे? 5,000 में से 500 हटा दो. यानी जब मैंने अपने मार्केट वैल्यू से वो वैल्यू हटाई जो मुझे लूज करनी पड़ सकती है एट द टाइम ऑफ इमीडिएट सेल ड्यू टू द मार्केट सिनेरियोस, ड्यू टू द मार्केट कंडीशंस, दैट इज नोन एज हेयर कट. और दैट इज इफ 10%, then I would say 500 rupees is the haircut which I am going to subtract over here. In case of level 1 high quality liquid assets, haircut is 0% as per the notification earlier 2014. और अगर मैं बात करूं लेवल 2 के, लेवल 2 में दो तरह की असेट्स हैं, 2A एज वेल एज 2B. 2A के लिए हेयर कट है 15%, 2B के लिए हेयर कट है 50%. ये दोनों हेयर कट्स की वैल्यू आपको याद नहीं करनी, ये दोनों हेयर कट्स की वैल्यू आपको याद नहीं करनी, बस मैं आपके रेफरेंस के लिए बता रहा हूं, नथिंग टू रिमेंबर. यहां से कुछ याद करना नहीं है. ये क्यों बता रहा हूं? क्योंकि इसमें जब एड ऑन करूंगा कुछ तो चीजें क्लियर होगी तो मजा आएगा. ठीक है जी, आगे बढ़े. बफर कैन बी सेम, नहीं, रन ऑफ और बफर सेम नहीं हो सकता. रन ऑफ का मतलब है कि आपके अकाउंट से कितना पैसा विड्रॉ होने के चांसेस हैं, दैट इज रन ऑफ. बफर का मतलब आप कितना पैसा एक्स्ट्रा मेंटेन करते हैं टू काउंटर दी लॉसेस. ये तो बिल्कुल अलग हो गया ना. इट हैज नथिंग टू डू विद. मेरा अकाउंट है 100 रुपए का डिपॉजिट है और मेरा रन ऑफ है 20%. इसका मतलब जब स्ट्रेस पीरियड आएगा मैं 20 रुपए उसमें से क्या कर लूंगा, विड्रॉ कर लूंगा, बिकॉज रन ऑफ एक्सपेक्टेड बाय द बैंक इज 20. ये कैलकुलेशंस नहीं है, इट इज जस्ट द एक्सपेक्टेशन. इट कैन बी मोर, इट कैन बी लेस डिपेंडिंग अपॉन द इंडिविजुअल, लेकिन कुछ पैरामीटर्स पे, प्रिंसिपल्स पे, फैक्टर्स पे ये कैलकुलेशन की गई है. और रन ऑफ फैक्टर इज कैलकुलेटेड फॉर डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ डिपॉजिट अकाउंट्स. प्लीज कम बैक, लेट्स ओपन अप द नोटिफिकेशन. तो अब जो नोटिफिकेशन है वो क्या कहती है? सर रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया ने एक ड्राफ्ट सर्कुलर इंट्रोड्यूस किया था जुलाई 25, 2024 को, जिसमें कुछ अमेंडमेंट्स प्रपोज की गई थी रिलेटेड टू लिक्विडिटी कवरेज रेशियो, और उस पे बैंक के कमेंट्स और अदर स्टेक होल्डर्स के कमेंट्स को इनवाइट किया था. फिर वो कमेंट्स आए और उन फीडबैक्स के बाद उन फीडबैक्स को बहुत क्लोजली आरबीआई ने एग्जामिन किया, और एग्जामिन करने के बाद आरबीआई ने अपनी फाइनल गाइडलाइंस दी हैं. और वो फाइनल गाइडलाइंस क्या क्या हैं? आई विल स्टार्ट माय डिस्कशन विद द फर्स्ट पॉइंट. पहला पॉइंट क्या कहता है, ध्यान से सुनना. पहला पॉइंट कहता है कि सर assign additional runoff rate of 2.5% to internet and mobile banking enabled retail and small business customers deposit. पॉइंट समझो क्या है ये पॉइंट, कहना क्या चाह रहा है, ध्यान से सुनना. इसका कहने का मतलब ये है कि सर मान लो एक इंडिविजुअल है, उसने एक अकाउंट ओपन किया. वी कॉल इट एज व्हाट? सो वी कॉल इट एज रिटेल अकाउंट. दिस इज रिटेल डिपॉजिट अकाउंट. अब ये जो रिटेल डिपॉजिट अकाउंट है, वी वर एक्सपेक्टिंग, प्लीज पे अटेंशन, रिटेल डिपॉजिट अकाउंट पे वी वर एक्सपेक्टिंग दैट दिस अकाउंट विल हैव अ रन ऑफ रेट ईदर 5%, रन ऑफ रेट इसका होगा या तो 5% या फिर कितना होगा 10%. अब क्वेश्चन है कि सर 5 कब होगा, 10 कब होगा? अगर तो ये स्टेबल डिपॉजिट है, अगर तो ये स्टेबल डिपॉजिट है, आई कॉल इट एज स्टेबल रिटेल डिपॉजिट, तो 5% है. और अगर ये अनस्टेबल, और अगर ये अनस्टेबल रिटेल डिपॉजिट है, अगर ये अनस्टेबल रिटेल डिपॉजिट है तो आपका रन ऑफ रेट कितना होगा? 10%. मतलब कि आपका जो अकाउंट है, जो आपके द्वारा मेरे द्वारा ओपन किया गया, आपके द्वारा मेरे द्वारा ओपन किया गया, उस सिनेरियो में क्या होगा? सर उस सिनेरियो में अगर तो आपका और मेरा अकाउंट स्टेबल डिपॉजिट है तो उस केस में बैंक विल कीप इन माइंड कि भैया यहां से जो रन ऑफ रेट होगा वो कितना होगा? 5%. यानी कि जब बैंक कैलकुलेट करेगा, क्या कैलकुलेट करेगा? जब बैंक कैलकुलेट करेगा नेट कैश आउटफ्लो, तो उस नेट कैश आउटफ्लो की कैलकुलेशन में अगर मेरा डिपॉजिट 100 रुपए है तो उसमें से जो कैश आउटफ्लो होगा वो कितना होगा? 5%, यानी 5 रुपए. आपके डिपॉजिट अकाउंट को उन्होंने कहा, बैंक ने कहा अनस्टेबल रिटेल डिपॉजिट, और आपके डिपॉजिट अकाउंट में 200 रुपए हैं तो उसमें 10% यानी 20 रुपए क्या है, बैंक का वो पैसा जो क्या होगा, आउटफ्लो होगा। तो इसका मतलब बैंक का जो नेट आउटफ्लो है वो कितना हो जाएगा, 25 रुपए। बैंक का जो नेट आउटफ्लो है वो कितना हो जाएगा, 25 रुपए। इज इट क्लियर? अब किसी ने कहा कि सर एक प्रॉब्लम है। प्रॉब्लम क्या? जैसा सिलिकॉन वैली में हुआ था। सिलिकॉन वैली बैंक में जैसे ही पता चला, ट्विटर पे जैसे ही न्यूज आने लगी, कमेंट्स आने लगे कि सिलिकॉन वैली बैंक इज नॉट डूइंग वेल, सबने क्या किया, घर बैठे हुए इंटरनेट और मोबाइल बैंकिंग के जरिए दे हैव विथड्रॉन देयर डिपॉजिट्स फ्रॉम दैट पर्टिकुलर बैंक एंड ट्रांसफर इट टू सम अदर बैंक इन सम अदर ट्रांसफर इट टू सम अदर अकाउंट ऑफ सम अदर बैंक। तो आपका अकाउंट अगर मान लो किसी और बैंक में, आपने उसमें अपना पैसा क्या कर लिया, ट्रांसफर कर लिया। तो यहां पर जो रन ऑफ रेट है वो 5% से काम चलेगा नहीं। क्यों? क्योंकि अगर कोई ऐसा अकाउंट है जिस अकाउंट पे इंटरनेट या मोबाइल बैंकिंग इनेबल की गई है, तो उस केस में जो आपके रन ऑफ रेट्स हैं दैट शुड बी 7.5%, यानी 2.5% एक्स्ट्रा, 7.5%। और यहां पर अनस्टेबल के केस में 2.5% एक्स्ट्रा, यानी 12.5%। पॉइंट समझ आया? अगर आपका रिटेल डिपॉजिट अकाउंट है, स्टेबल है 5% रन ऑफ रेट, अनस्टेबल है 10% रन ऑफ रेट। लेकिन अगर आपने अकाउंट खोलते हुए इंटरनेट या मोबाइल बैंकिंग की सर्विसेज पे टिक कर दिया एंड यू आर अवेलिंग दो सर्विसेज, देन द रन ऑफ रेट विल इंक्रीज बाय 2.5% एज पर आरबीआई नॉर्म्स। क्लियर हुई ये बात? नहीं समझ आया तो मैं आपको एक एग्जांपल लेके बता देता हूं। व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से, आई एम ट्राइंग टू से दैट इफ यू टॉक अबाउट अ डिपॉजिट, मान लो 3 तरह के डिपॉजिट्स हैं, ठीक है। एक है आपका रिटेल स्टेबल डिपॉजिट, एक है रिटेल अनस्टेबल डिपॉजिट, और ये भी है रिटेल स्टेबल डिपॉजिट। इस डिपॉजिट पे इंटरनेट और मोबाइल बैंकिंग एक्टिव है, इस पे इंटरनेट और मोबाइल बैंकिंग एक्टिव है, और इस पे इंटरनेट और मोबाइल बैंकिंग एक्टिव नहीं है। और मान लो सिर्फ ये 3 डिपॉजिट अकाउंट्स ही है बैंक के पास, बैंक इज नॉट हैविंग एनी अदर डिपॉजिट अकाउंट विद इटसेल्फ। In this deposit account, the deposit value is 100 rupees. In this deposit account, deposit value is 200 rupees. In this deposit account, deposit value is 300 rupees. Now, bank is calculating what? So bank is calculating the cash outflow during stress period. So during stress period, what is going to be the cash outflow? So that will depend on the runoff rate. So what is the runoff rate? So runoff rate for retail stable deposit without internet banking is 5%. Runoff rate for unstable deposit is 10%. With internet banking is 10% plus 2.5%. And in case of runoff rate for the retail stable deposit with internet banking is what? 5% plus 2.5%. तो भैया यहां पे कितना हो गया? 7.5%, यहां हुआ 12.5%, यहां हुआ 5। तो यहां पे कैश आउटफ्लो में कितना ऐड करेंगे? 5 रुपए। यहां कितने ऐड करेंगे? 25 रुपए। और यहां कितने ऐड करेंगे? वी विल बी एडिंग कितना? दैट इज 7.5 into 3, 22.5। तो दिस इज गोइंग टू बी द कैश आउटफ्लो। और इस कैश आउटफ्लो के कॉरेस्पॉन्डिंग you have to maintain what? You have to maintain the high quality assets so that this ratio always remains greater than 100%. So that this ratio always remains greater than 100%. समझ आया? समझ आया? अब अगर नहीं समझ आया तो आप पूछ सकते हैं, बट आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कि अब तक ये जो पॉइंट्स हैं वो बिल्कुल क्लियर हो गए होंगे। इफ यू हैव एनी डाउट यू मे आस्क प्लीज। इफ यू हैव एनी डाउट यू मे आस्क प्लीज। Shall I move ahead? Shall I move ahead? If it is clear till this point. तो सर ऐसा हुआ जैसे हम अपना सेविंग अकाउंट ओपन करते हैं तो हमें नेट बैंकिंग की फैसिलिटी ऑन कर दी तो हमारा रन ऑफ रेट 2.5% बढ़ जाएगा। बिल्कुल बिल्कुल यही तो हुआ, यही तो लिखा। 15% ऑफ मार्केट वैल्यू और परचेज वैल्यू। सी ये जो 15% है ना, दैट डिपेंड्स ऑन दी असेट्स। कुछ असेट्स के लिए कुछ असेट्स के लिए वी कैलकुलेट द फ्लक्चुएशन विद रिस्पेक्ट टू द फेयर वैल्यू, एंड इन सम केसेस वी कैलकुलेट it with respect to the market value. But as per your question, whenever we calculate haircut, whenever we state haircut, that is X% of fair value. that is X% of face value. I'm sorry, I'm using a word fair value again and again. X% of face value. जैसा कि आपने कहा 15%, किसने ये क्वेश्चन पूछा? शालिनी. It is 15% of face value, neither purchase nor market value, या purchase value भी कहेंगे, it's fine, but that is face value should be better answer for this. ठीक है जी. अदिति कोई डाउट है तो प्लीज पूछ लीजिए, अदरवाइज आई विल मूव टू द नेक्स्ट पॉइंट. अगला पॉइंट क्या कहता है? अब अगला पॉइंट आपके दिमाग में होगा कि सर ये जो स्टेबल और अनस्टेबल रिटेल डिपॉजिट्स है, इनका मतलब क्या? या सर सबसे पहले तो ये बता दो कि रिटेल डिपॉजिट आखिरकार होता क्या है. तो आपको पता, मैं ऐसे आगे बढ़ूंगा नहीं जब तक आपको चीजें समझ आएंगी नहीं. तो रिटेल डिपॉजिट क्या? सर रिटेल डिपॉजिट की अगर मैं बात करूं तो रिटेल डिपॉजिट का मतलब सारे के सारे हमारे डिमांड एज वेल एज टर्म डिपॉजिट्स इंक्लूडिंग फॉरेन करेंसी डिपॉजिट प्लेस्ड विद द बैंक बाय अ नेचुरल पर्सन. Placed with a bank by a natural person is known as what? Sir, it is known as retail deposit. So next time if someone asks you what is retail deposit, so retail deposit is basically a deposit which is maintained by whom? Sir, it is maintained by natural. It is maintained by natural person. Natural person का मतलब human being. Natural person का मतलब human being. तो यहां पे नेचुरल पर्सन का मतलब हमारे पास आर्टिफिशियल पर्सन भी है. कंपनी इज एन लीगल आर्टिफिशियल इंडिविजुअल. दैट मींस कंपनी रिप्रेजेंट इटसेल्फ एज एन इंडिविजुअल इन फ्रंट ऑफ लॉ, लेकिन वो ह्यूमन बीइंग तो नहीं है. तो यहां पे इन्होंने क्या कहा? रिटेल डिपॉजिट विल बी द टर्म यूज्ड फॉर ओनली दोज डिपॉजिट्स व्हिच आर मेंटेन्ड बाय नेचुरल पर्संस. और आरबीआई ये भी कहता है कि अगर आपका डिपॉजिट टर्म डिपॉजिट है, अगर आपका डिपॉजिट टर्म डिपॉजिट है और टर्म डिपॉजिट की वैल्यू 1 करोड़ से ज्यादा है, अगर डिपॉजिट की वैल्यू, टर्म डिपॉजिट की वैल्यू 1 करोड़ से ज्यादा है, तो वहां पर प्री मेच्योर विड्रॉल्स क्या है? अलाउड नहीं है. याद करो इंटरेस्ट रेट मास्टर डायरेक्शंस, याद आया? देन आई टोल्ड यू अगर आपका डिपॉजिट 3 करोड़ से ज्यादा है दैट विल बी टर्म्ड एज बल्क डिपॉजिट in case of scheduled commercial banks, but in case of RRBs, if your deposit is greater than 1 crore, then it will be bulk deposit. But in case of cooperative banks, tier 3, tier 4, deposit greater than 1 crore will be bulk deposit. Lekin for tier 1 and tier 2 cooperative banks, bulk deposit will be bulk deposit if the deposit value is greater than 15 lakh rupees. Yaad aaya? We have covered this. So keeping that in mind, that was the definition for bulk deposit. Lekin if your deposit, that is term deposit, is of value more than 1 crore, if the term deposit is the value more than 1 crore, then in that particular case premature withdrawal is not allowed. If you remember, we have discussed that point during our discussions earlier. Now what do you understand by the word stable deposits? So stable deposits means those deposits which are insured deposits. Insured deposits means to the extent covered by DIGC. To the extent covered by DIGC, that is up to 5 lakh rupees per individual per bank in transactional accounts. That means those accounts from where you are doing your day-to-day transactions, where we include the salaried employees, we include the pensioners. They are receiving the salaries, they are receiving the pension and the deposits. I would say these are the automatically deposited and they are paid out from or relationship based on accounts. तो यहां से समझ आई ये बात. तो यहां पे पॉइंट क्या होगा? सो यहां पे आपको समझना होगा क्या? One thing, stable deposits are those deposits which are the deposits where we have salaried employees, we have pensioner employees, where the salary or pension is credited on regular basis. Or I would say transactional accounts where salaries and pensions are automatically deposits or are paid out from or relationship based accounts. For example, you have a deposit account, but in that deposit account every month, every year, some amount is credited from some other bank because you have borrowed from some other bank. That will also be termed as what? It will be termed as stable account. So in short, stable deposit account क्या हुआ? So stable deposit account is that account where we witness regular deposits, automatic deposits such as salary deposits or pension deposits. So these deposits are regular as well as these deposits are done on automatic basis, unlike businessman. Second is all the other deposit accounts, all the other deposits account will be termed as what? Less stable deposit accounts. All the other deposit accounts will be termed as less stable deposit account. तो सैलरीड एम्प्लॉई है तो उसके केस में क्या होगा सर? सैलरीड एम्प्लॉई के केस में we call it as stable deposit. With internet service, runoff is 7.5. Without internet service, it is 5%. On the other side, अगर आपका unstable है, then 10% without internet, with internet 12.5%. आपको पता है जो जून 2024 में ड्राफ्ट इशू किया था आरबीआई ने, इन दैट ड्राफ्ट आरबीआई हैज प्रोजेक्टेड 5%. आरबीआई ने कहा था वी आर थिंकिंग ऑफ 5% ऑफ रन ऑफ रेट. दैट मींस दिस शुड बी 10, दिस शुड बी 15, बट इट हैज बीन रिवाइज्ड नाउ इन द फाइनल डायरेक्शन. इट इज ओनली 2.5%. Clear? Moving on to the next point. The next point is wholesale funding. Wholesale funding means deposits done by non-natural persons. Deposit done by non-natural persons, which include trust, companies, organizations, and trust whatnot. They all are included in the category of what? Sir, they all are included in the category of wholesale funding. So here we say that the unsecured wholesale funding provided by non-financial small business customers shall be treated in accordance with the treatment of retail deposits as above. So whatever treatment you have given to retail deposit, that is of 5% plus 2.5 or 10% plus 2.5, the same will be given. The same will be given to the depositors, to the deposits which are maintained by small business customers. Now the question is, sir, who are small business customers? अब ये भी एक question है. अगर मुझसे कोई पूछेगा who are small business customers, then my answer is, so small business customers are those customers who possess an annual turnover of 50 crores. ऐसा business जिसकी turnover 50 crores है और उसका जो deposit है that is also less than 50 crores. That type of deposit is known as, or that type of customer whose business revenue is up to 50 crores and the business customer or the small business customer is maintaining a deposit of value less than 50 crores will be termed as small business customer, and it will be treated as similar to that of retail deposit. It will be treated as similar to that of retail deposit. What is wholesale funding? So the funding included in LCR is defined as funding from non-natural person. तो जितनी भी funding है non-natural person से, that is trust, company, they all are included in the category of what? So they all are included in the category of wholesale funding. अगला point, ध्यान से, बहुत ध्यान से सुनना, मजा आएगा. यहां से आरबीआई क्वेश्चन बनाने के पूरे चांसेस रखता है. ध्यान से देखना. एडजस्ट द मार्केट वैल्यू, ध्यान से देखो, एडजस्ट द मार्केट वैल्यू ऑफ गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज लेवल 1. कौन सी? गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज लेवल 1 विद हेयर कट इन लाइन विद द मार्जिन रिक्वायरमेंट अंडर द लिक्विडिटी एडजस्टमेंट फैसिलिटी एंड मार्जिनल स्टैंडिंग फैसिलिटी. अब यहां से क्या समझना है आपको? यहां से जो पॉइंट आपको समझना है, प्लीज पे अटेंशन. जैसा कि मैंने अभी तक आपको बताया था, मैंने क्या समझाया था? आई टोल्ड यू दैट इन केस ऑफ लेवल 1, हाई क्वालिटी असेट्स, हाई क्वालिटी लिक्विड असेट्स, व्हाट इज हेयर कट? सर, हेयर कट इज 0. व्हाट इज हेयर कट? हेयर कट वाज 0 टिल डेट, लेकिन अब 0 नहीं है. अब क्या कहा गया कि सर ये जो लेवल 1 हाई क्वालिटी असेट्स है, पहले तो इनकी क्या कैलकुलेट करो? मार्केट वैल्यू कैलकुलेट करो, और उस मार्केट वैल्यू में से क्या माइनस करो? हेयर कट माइनस करो. और ये जो हेयर कट है ये कैसे कैलकुलेट होगा? सर, दिस हेयर कट विल बी इन अकॉर्डेंस विद द मार्जिन रिक्वायरमेंट, इन अकॉर्डेंस विद द मार्जिन रिक्वायरमेंट जो आप मेंटेन करते हैं, द मार्जिन रिक्वायरमेंट व्हिच इज मेंटेन अंडर LAF, that is liquidity adjustment facility, which is 0.5, 1, 2% and that for marginal standing facility. अब आपके लिए वो margin requirement important नहीं है. I'll still show you the image जहां पे मैं margin requirements आपके लिए लाया हूं. क्या करूं, रुक नहीं पाता, बहुत सोचता हूं कि कम कंटेंट दूं, कम समझाऊं, कम बताऊं, बट कंट्रोल कर नहीं पा रहा हूं. बट हाँ, लाया हूं, पढ़ा दूंगा, देख लेना, याद मत करना. आपको ज्यादा टेंशन हो जाएगी, इसीलिए बता रहा हूं, देख लेना, याद मत करना, बट दिखा दूंगा वो मार्जिन रिक्वायरमेंट्स. अब यहां पर अगर मैं कहूं आपकी जो गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी है, लेट्स से गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी की जो वैल्यू है दैट इज 100 CR. The total value of government securities with the bank which falls under the category of level 1 is 100 CR. But today the market value is let's say 90 CR. अब market value 90 CR क्यों है? क्योंकि सब मार्केट में डिमांड कम है. डिमांड कम है तो बॉन्ड प्राइस कम है. गवर्नमेंट की सिक्योरिटीज की डिमांड नहीं है तो उनके प्राइस फॉल डाउन हो रहे हैं. सो दिस इज द मार्केट प्राइस माइनस haircut. Let's say the haircut is 10%. Let's say the haircut is 10%. So if it is 10% तो कितना हो गया 10 करोड़. तो एंड ऑफ द डे यहां पर जो वैल्यू निकल के आएगी वो कितनी होगी? So that will be 80 CR. So this is the value. This is the value which you will include while calculating the high quality liquid asset. तो जो कि पहले 2014 में जब LCR से रिलेटेड नॉर्म्स बनाई गई थी उस समय कहा गया था कि जो हाई क्वालिटी लिक्विड असेट्स है, द हाई क्वालिटी लिक्विड असेट्स ऑफ लेवल 1 विल नॉट फेस एनी काइंड ऑफ हेयर कट. बट नाउ RBI is saying no, the things have been changed. These high quality liquid assets, first calculate them or first obtain their market value, and from the market value subtract the haircut. The left out amount after subtracting the haircut will be added to evaluate the value of high quality liquid asset. अगर समझ आया हो तो थम्स अप देना. अगर ये पॉइंट समझ आया हो तो थम्स अप देना और इसे मार्क कर लेना. यहां से क्वेश्चन पूछे जाने के पूरे चांसेस हैं. मैं 2-3 चीजें जो आपके लिए लाया हूं वो दिखा देता हूं. दिस इज व्हाट आई वाज टॉकिंग अबाउट. अगर मान लो आपके पास कोई गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी है और अगर आपके पास गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी है जिसकी वैल्यू मेच्योरिटी वैल्यू 1 साल या उससे कम है तो उस केस में इट इज 0.5%. व्हाट इज दिस 0.5%? सर इट इज बेसिकली margin requirement. It is basically the margin requirement under liquidity adjustment facility and marginal standing facility. So the same marginal requirement norms, these same marginal requirement norms will be taken into consideration while calculating the haircut. तो मतलब अगर आपकी गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी है 1 साल या उससे कम तो उस केस में जो मार्जिन रिक्वायरमेंट है दैट इज 0.5%. तो हेयर कट कितना होगा? 0.5%. ज्यादा से ज्यादा 4%, ज्यादा से ज्यादा 6%. सो दिस इज द हेयर कट विच विल बी अप्लाइड एज पर द गिवन सिनेरियो. इज इट क्लियर एवरीवन? अब शायद आपको यहां पे समझ आ रहा होगा कि ये जो वैल्यू कैलकुलेशन हो रही है, ये जो मैं वैल्यू कैलकुलेशन की बात कर रहा हूं हेयर कट की. सो एज यू कैन रीड दिस पॉइंट वेरी केयरफुली. मार्जिन रिक्वायरमेंट अंडर LAF एंड MSF in respect of treasury bills, central government security and state development bonds stand at 4% and 6%. तो ये 4% and 6% of what? So that will be of the fair value. उसी के बेसिस पे आपका क्या होगा? Haircut will be calculated. Is it clear now? I hope अब ज्यादा इस पे बात करने का कोई फायदा है नहीं. That will be wastage of time, but I'm pretty sure that this point is clear to everyone. If it is clear, just give me yes, sir. If it is clear, just give me yes, sir. एक बार देख लो, कोई डाउट तो पूछ लो. सबके डाउट्स क्लियर हो गए? Still, you just give a look on the screen. I'm pretty sure things are going to be clear. ओके, सो नेक्स्ट एंड द लास्ट पॉइंट जो आप बार बार एक पॉइंट को लेकर आपका डाउट है, तो ये जो हेयर कट टर्म आपने बार बार सुनी है, बार बार समझी है ना, दैट इज जनरली इन केस ऑफ लेट्स से अगर मैं बैंक के पास गया और मैंने बैंक से लोन लेना चाहा, और अगर मैंने बैंक से लोन लेना चाहा अगेंस्ट स्टॉक, लेट्स से अगेंस्ट स्टॉक, एंड बैंक सेज द हेयर कट ऑन स्टॉक इज 40%. Haircut on stock is 40%. So in that particular case, bank will not calculate the haircut on the face value. In that case, bank will calculate the haircut on the market value. So आई डोंट वांट कि आप लोग कंफ्यूज हो जाए, लेट्स कंक्लूड दिस। वैसे जो हेयर कट है दैट डिपेंड्स ऑन द असेट कि वो फेस वैल्यू पे कैलकुलेट होगा या मार्केट वैल्यू पे, बट फॉर योर ईज आई वुड से यू कैन टेक इन दिस मैनर दैट हेयर कट इन जनरल इज कैलकुलेटेड ऑन मार्केट वैल्यू। ठीक है जी, इन जनरल इट इज कैलकुलेटेड ऑन मार्केट वैल्यू। नो मोर डिस्कशन ऑन दिस पर्टिकुलर पॉइंट, आई गेस इट इज क्लियर टू एवरीवन। चलो नाउ मूविंग ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट पॉइंट। अगला पॉइंट है कि सर अगर आपकी होलसेल फंडिंग है, होलसेल फंडिंग है और होलसेल फंडिंग जो है उसमें हम क्या इंक्लूड करते हैं, ऑब्वियसली सर नॉन नेचुरल पर्सन। और ये जो होलसेल फंडिंग है ना, इट इज फर्दर क्लासिफाइड इनटू टू कैटेगरीज। वन वी कॉल इट एज नॉन फाइनेंशियल एंटिटीज, अदर वन वी कॉल इट एज फाइनेंशियल एंटिटीज। तो जो हमारी फाइनेंशियल एंटिटीज हैं लाइक बैंक, सिक्योरिटी फर्म्स, इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज एंड अदर फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस, वी कॉल देम एज फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूट्स। और यहां पे नॉन फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूट्स में वी हैव ट्रस्ट, एजुकेशनल, रिलीजियस, चैरिटेबल, एसोसिएशन ऑफ पर्सन, पार्टनरशिप, proprietorship, limited liability partnership and other incorporated entities, they will be included under non-financial entities। क्यों बता रहा हूं उसका रीजन सुनो। होलसेल फंडिंग, ध्यान से सुनना, होलसेल फंडिंग फ्रॉम द लीगल एंटिटीज विल अट्रैक्ट 100% रन ऑफ रेट। ये था अर्लियर, दिस वॉज द अर्लियर डेटा, बट नाउ इट हैज बीन रिवाइज्ड। अब क्या कहा गया कि सर अब जितनी भी लीगल एंटिटीज हैं या होलसेल फंडिंग जो है, in case of legal entities other than small business customers जो कि 100% run off rate पे थी, they won't be on 100% run off rate anymore, they won't be on 100% run off rate anymore। on what they will be now, so they will be 40% if they are non financial, they will be at 40% if these deposit accounts are holded by the non-financial entities, and it will be 100% if it is holded by the financial entities। समझ आई ये बात, क्लियर हुआ। So consequently the funding from non-financial entities like trusts, partnership, LLPs shall attract a lower run-off rate of 40%, जो कि पहले कितना था 100%। मैं इसको conclude कर देता हूं, ध्यान से देखना। If I talk about wholesale funding, होलसेल फंडिंग में हमारे पास तीन तरह की फंडिंग है। पहली फंडिंग में मैंने कहा क्या, स्मॉल बिजनेस कस्टमर्स। क्या होते हैं स्मॉल बिजनेस कस्टमर्स, जिनका रेवेन्यू कितना है अप टू 50 करोड़ और जिनका डिपॉजिट भी कितना है, सर इनका डिपॉजिट भी कितना अप टू 50 करोड़। इस केस में ऑल दी क्राइटेरियाज 5% या 10% इट विल बी एप्लीकेबल अकॉर्डिंग टू रिटेल डिपॉजिट। ठीक है, इसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है। बाकी बची जो हमारी इंस्टीट्यूट्स हैं, होलसेल फंडिंग में आई कॉल देम एज अदर लीगल एंटिटीज। अब ये जो अदर लीगल एंटिटीज हैं, इनको मैंने फर्दर दो कैटेगरीज में डिवाइड कर दिया। एक को मैंने कहा फाइनेंशियल एंटिटी, एक को कहा नॉन फाइनेंशियल एंटिटी। नॉन फाइनेंशियल एंटिटी के केस में रन ऑफ रेट कितना है 40%, जो कि पहले कितना था 100%, लेकिन फाइनेंशियल एंटिटी के केस में आज भी कितना है 100%। दैट इज व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से। अब तो ठीक है, आई गेस नाउ इट्स क्लियर, कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं है। होलसेल फंडिंग का एग्जांपल, इंश्योरेंस कंपनी ने डिपॉजिट अकाउंट मेंटेन किया बैंक के पास। एक बैंक का अकाउंट है दूसरे बैंक में, एक कंपनी का अकाउंट है एक बैंक में, फॉर एग्जांपल इन्फोसिस का अकाउंट एसबीआई में। दैट इज व्हाट होलसेल फंडिंग, बट दैट इज नॉन फाइनेंशियल होलसेल फंडिंग। LIC का अकाउंट SBI में, दैट इज फाइनेंशियल होलसेल फंडिंग। समझ आ गई बात, क्लियर हो गया। तो यहां पे अगर SBI में LIC का अकाउंट है, SBI में LIC का अकाउंट है तो ये फाइनेंशियल एंटिटी का हो गया। यहां पे अगर अकाउंट इन्फोसिस का है, यहां पे अगर अकाउंट इन्फोसिस का है तो वो किसका पार्ट हो गया, दैट विल बी नॉन फाइनेंशियल एंटिटी इन SBI। लेकिन यहां अगर अकाउंट किसी भी बैंक में हो उस एंटिटी का जिसकी टर्नओवर ही 50 करोड़ से कम है, तो उसे हम क्या कहते हैं, वी कॉल इट एज स्मॉल बिजनेस कस्टमर। फन मुझे लगता इससे ज्यादा इस पे डिस्कशन करने का फायदा है। आई गेस द थिंग्स आर क्लियर। अगला पॉइंट, सर अगर ये सारी की सारी जो कंडीशंस हैं, अगर इन कंडीशंस को इंप्लीमेंट किया गया, वी आर एक्सपेक्टिंग कि पुराने एस्टिमेट्स के कंपैरिजन में देयर विल बी अ 6% increase, there will be a 6% increase in the overall liquidity coverage ratio if we calculate in a consolidated manner for all the banks. की मतलब जब ये norms implement होंगी, इससे overall 6% ज्यादा liquidity coverage ratio maintain होगा, 6% ज्यादा high quality liquid assets होंगी. We will increase by a value of 6% as per the current scenario which has been discussed by RBI. Last but not the least is, सर इसे अप्लाई कब करना है? सर, it will be applicable from 1st April 2026. ये latest implementation है which has been announced. Got it guys? Ready? Shall we discuss a question on this? Question discuss करें, शायद clarity मिले कि question solve कर पा रहे हैं या नहीं. Are you ready? Shall we discuss a question on the same? If yes, give me yes sir in the comment section, and if you haven't liked the session yet, I would request you quickly hit the like button. चलो अब क्वेश्चन सॉल्व करके देखते हैं. What does the question says? First question, first point, an additional runoff rate of 2.5% shall be applied to retail and small business customer deposits that are enabled with internet and mobile banking. क्या ये सही है? Is this point correct? Is this point correct? Give me the answer. चलो आप पहले अटेम्प्ट कर लो आराम से. You attempt the question. I'm giving you few seconds. You give me the answers. A, B, C, D क्या होगा? Left hand side पे options हैं. On the left hand side, you can see the options. Check the options and give me the answer. No one has given the answer yet. Guys, quickly go through with the options. It's easy. थोड़ा सा अगर सोचोगे तो आंसर कर पाओगे. चलो आंसर्स आने शुरू हो गए हैं. Let me look on this. ठीक है. पहला, sir, an additional runoff rate of 2.5% for retail deposit account and small business customer deposit account with enabled इंटरनेट एंड मोबाइल बैंकिंग. यस सर. तो ये हो गया अब कितना? 7.5% फॉर स्टेबल एंड 12.5% फॉर अनस्टेबल या फिर लेस स्टेबल डिपॉजिट्स. लेवल 1 हाई क्वालिटी असेट्स सच एज गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज शैल बी एडजस्टेड यूजिंग हेयर कट्स अलाइंड विद LAF एंड MSF मार्जिन्स. दैट इज ट्रू. ये इंपॉर्टेंट है सर. पहले हेयर कट अप्लाई नहीं होता था गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज पे, बट नाउ एज पर द लेटेस्ट नॉर्म्स हेयर कट विल बी अप्लाइड on this as well. ठीक. हेयर कट का मतलब क्या होता है? As I said, हेयर कट का मतलब क्या? I have said this point n number of times. So whenever we use this word haircut, it basically means what? Sir, haircut provides a buffer for the lenders in case of market value of the asset decreases. तो जो आपकी मार्केट वैल्यू है asset की, फ्यूचर में फ्लक्चुएट ना हो जाए, तो जब आप उस फ्लक्चुएशन को पहले से कंसीडर करके चलते हैं कि मार्केट वैल्यू हम कह रहे हैं 1 लाख, नहीं सर, ये 10% क्या हो सकती है? ऊपर नीचे हो सकती है. 10% ऊपर नीचे का मतलब मार्केट वैल्यू का 10% कितना हो गया सर? दैट इज 100 का 10%, 10 रुपए, तो 90 रुपए क्या निकल के आया? दैट इज द एक्चुअल वैल्यू जो आपको लिखनी होगी. ठीक है. अगला पॉइंट, डिपॉजिट फ्रॉम द चैरिटेबल ट्रस्ट रन ऑफ रेट 60%. नहीं सर, रन ऑफ रेट है 40%. ये चेंज हुआ है तो ये गलत हो गया. Aggregate impact will result, that is correct, 6%, बिल्कुल ठीक. Revised LCR norms will come into effect from 1st April, that is true. तो आंसर क्या होना चाहिए? Sir, E option should be the answer. 1, 2, 4, 5 is the correct answer for the given question. अब सही हो गया. अगर आपने यहां पे देखा हो मेरे एग्जाम्पल में, जब मैंने मार्केट वैल्यू पे 10% का हेयर कट लगाया था, सो आई हैव कैलकुलेटेड द हेयर कट ऑन द मार्केट वैल्यू ओनली. तो ध्यान रखिएगा, जनरलाइज कर लेते हैं, हेयर कट इज अप्लाइड ऑन द मार्केट वैल्यू इटसेल्फ. चलो अगली न्यूज की ओर बढ़ते हैं. अगली न्यूज क्या है मुझे भी ध्यान नहीं है, काफी टाइम लग गया, इतना सोचा नहीं था इस न्यूज के लिए. ठीक है. अगली न्यूज है दैट इज रिलेटेड टू RBI गवर्नर एज वेल एज डिप्टी गवर्नर. स्क्रीनशॉट ले लो. Just take the screenshot of this particular question and I will be discussing the answer. और इसके जो आंसर है, that means the answer of the second question, आप शेयर करेंगे मेरे साथ कमेंट सेक्शन में. Just take the screenshot and I'll discuss the news. आप स्क्रीनशॉट ले लीजिए, आई विल डिस्कस द न्यूज. व्हाट इज दिस न्यूज ऑल अबाउट? सर डिप्टी गवर्नर ये बातें क्यों कर रहे हो सर? व्हाई यू आर वेस्टिंग आवर टाइम? द आंसर इज recently Poonam Gupta ji was appointed as the new deputy governor of RBI. Sir, पुरानी हो गई न्यूज. Why you are disturbing us? We have one more update. The update is T. Ravi Shankar. T. Ravi Shankar has completed his 3 years last year itself. 3 साल का टेन्योर था, फिर उन्हें 1 साल का एक्सटेंशन दिया गया जो कि अब कंप्लीट हो गया. नाउ ही हैज बीन गिवन द एक्सटेंशन ऑफ 1 मोर ईयर. सो प्लीज पे अटेंशन. T. Ravi Shankar is reappointed as the Deputy Governor of RBI. So central government has reappointed T. Ravi Shankar as the Deputy Governor for a period of 1 year, which will be effective from 3rd of May 2025. And recently, Dr. Poonam Gupta was appointed as the Deputy Governor of RBI. So right now we have M. Rajeshwar Rao, we have T. Ravi Shankar, as well as we have Swaminathan ji, and the last name we have is Poonam Gupta. These are the 4 deputy governors of RBI. अगर आप ध्यान से देखें, M. Rajeshwar Rao is about to complete his 1 year extension on 9th of October 2025. लेकिन अगर आप यहां पे देखें T. Ravi Shankar, तो 3rd of May 2025 को he will be completing his first extension, and now the second extension has been announced. अब यहां से इस क्वेश्चन से रिलेटेड क्या क्या चीजें हमें पता होनी चाहिए? सर 2 चीजें आपको पता होनी चाहिए. वो है टेक्निकलिटीज रिलेटेड टू आरबीआई के गवर्नर की अपॉइंटमेंट और डिप्टी गवर्नर की अपॉइंटमेंट. जल्दी से देखना. अगर मैं आरबीआई के बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स की बात करूं तो एक है उसमें गवर्नर, 4 होंगे डिप्टी गवर्नर एट मैक्स, और उसके अलावा 10 डायरेक्टर्स हैं विच आर नॉमिनेटेड बाय गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, और 2 हमारे पास गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स हैं विच आर अगेन नॉमिनेटेड बाय गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, प्लस वी हैव 4 डायरेक्टर्स ऑफ लोकल बोर्ड. तो अगर आप टोटल करेंगे, द टोटल कम्स आउट टू बी 1 + 4 5, 5 + 10 15, 15 + 6 is 21. Out of these 21, these 5 members are the permanent members. These 16 members are treated as the temporary members. उसमें हम क्या कहते हैं? The 4 directors of the local board, they are also nominated as the member of central board of directors. गवर्नर और डिप्टी गवर्नर अपना ज्यादा से ज्यादा समय, पूरे का पूरी एनर्जी सिर्फ और सिर्फ डिवोट करेंगे इन दी ऑपरेशंस ऑफ आरबीआई. बट अगर उन्हें कोई ऑनररी बेसिस पे, ऑनर के लिए कोई काम अगर दिया गया तो वो उन्हें पूरा करना होगा. देयर इज नथिंग रॉन्ग इन दैट. अब आरबीआई के गवर्नर और डिप्टी गवर्नर के अपॉइंटमेंट का क्या प्रोसीजर है? फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर रेगुलेटरी अपॉइंटमेंट सर्च कमेटी, फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर रेगुलेटरी अपॉइंटमेंट सर्च कमेटी मेंटेन करती है लिस्ट ऑफ कैंडिडेट्स फॉर द गवर्नर पोजीशन और कंडक्ट करती है इंटरव्यू. फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर रेगुलेटरी अपॉइंटमेंट सर्च कमेटी उसमें इंक्लूड किया जाता है कैबिनेट सेक्रेटरी को, आरबीआई गवर्नर को, फाइनेंस सेक्रेटरी को, एज वेल एज 2 इंडिपेंडेंट मेंबर्स. और फाइनल जो आपका अप्रूवल है दैट कम्स फ्रॉम द कमेटी, दैट इज appointments committee of the cabinet, which is chaired by prime minister of the country. So once committee gives its approval, the appointment is confirmed, और इनके approval के बाद appointment जो है वो confirm हो जाएगा. अगर आपके गवर्नर किसी भी रीजन से एब्सेंस है, हेल्थ रीजन या समथिंग लाइक दैट, उस केस में out of 4 any one of the deputy governor will be performing the functions of governor as well. लेकिन यहां पे एक बहुत बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन है. सर आरबीआई गवर्नर और डिप्टी गवर्नर की टेन्योर कितनी है? 5 साल है सर, 3 साल है सर, 1 साल है सर, 2 साल है? बता दो, मैं आपको आंसर दे रहा हूं. एज पर दी आरबीआई एक्ट, आरबीआई के एक्ट की वर्ड बाय वर्ड सेंटेंस है जो मैं लेकर आया हूं आपके सामने. एज पर आरबीआई एक्ट, टेन्योर ऑफ गवर्नर एज वेल एज डिप्टी गवर्नर कैन बी अप टू 5 years. तो अगर कोई पूछे कितनी टेन्योर हो सकती है, सर इट कैन बी अप टू 5 years, but the tenure will be decided by the government at the time of appointment. तो जब गवर्नमेंट अपॉइंटमेंट करेगी, उस अपॉइंटमेंट के समय गवर्नमेंट को क्या करना होगा? डिसाइड करना होगा टेन्योर, जो कि बाय कन्वेंशन, अगर हम पिछले कुछ दिनों, पिछले कुछ सालों में देखें तो कन्वेंशनली जो चल रहा है दैट इज 3 years. 3 years के लिए अपॉइंट किया जाता है, फिर उसके बाद 1 साल के लिए और अपॉइंट कर लिया जाता है, फिर 1 साल के लिए और अपॉइंट कर लिया जाता है, और उसके बाद उन्हें जनरली चेंज कर दिया जाता है फॉर गवर्नर एज वेल एज डिप्टी गवर्नर. लेकिन अगर मैं लास्ट गवर्नर की बात करूं, उन्होंने 3 साल का टेन्योर कंप्लीट किया, फिर उन्हें पूरे के पूरे 3 साल के लिए दोबारा अपॉइंट किया गया, विच इज अलाउड. विच इज अलाउड, और फिर उन्हें 6 साल के बाद रिप्लेस किया गया और नए गवर्नर को अपॉइंट किया गया, द नेम इज संजय मल्होत्रा। फिर नए गवर्नर को अपॉइंट किया गया, दैट इज संजय मल्होत्रा। तो अगली बार अदिति, दिस इज वेरी रॉन्ग। अगली बार अगर आपसे कोई पूछे व्हाट इज द टेन्योर ऑफ आरबीआई गवर्नर और डिप्टी गवर्नर, सर एज पर एक्ट इट इज अप टू 5 years, but the tenure will be decided by the government at the time of appointment. Generally, by convention, it is 3 years as per the past few years, and after 3 years of completion of the tenure, government can reappoint or can give an extension of 1 year each, 2 times to complete the timeline, that is 5 years, or 5 years का अगर timeline complete हो गया, then again the reappointment is also possible, reappointment is also allowed. I am giving you the homework, एक homework दे रहा हूं, लिख लेना जरा, name the 2 deputy governors till date, name the 2 deputy governors till date who have served for 10 long years. Name the 2 deputy governors of RBI who have served for 10 long years, यानी पहले उन्हें अपॉइंट किया गया अप टू 5 years के लिए, तब चलता था 4 साल, तो उन्हें 4 साल के लिए अपॉइंट किया, 1 साल का एक्सटेंशन मिला, फिर 4 साल के लिए अपॉइंट किया, फिर 1 साल का एक्सटेंशन मिला, they have completed 10 years. So give me the names of 2 deputy governors who have completed 10 years as RBI deputy governors in the comment section. Moving on to the next news. अगला क्वेश्चन स्क्रीनशॉट ले लो, you will be able to answer this. न्यूज आसान है, आरबीआई ने रिसेंटली कुछ अपडेट किया है एंड दैट अपडेट इज रिलेटेड टू द डिपॉजिट अकाउंट्स. सो नाउ an individual of any age, even if you are of age 10 days, 15 days, 20 days, और अगर आपका आधार कार्ड बन गया है, अगर आधार कार्ड अलाउड है बनना आफ्टर 15 डेज, आप चेक कीजिएगा है या नहीं, तो अगर आपके पास आधार कार्ड है, यू आर एलिजिबल to open up a deposit account. You are eligible to open up a deposit account with the bank. अगर आपकी age 10 years से कम है, if your age is less than 10 years, then you will be opening up an account with your guardian, and if your age is more than 10 years, then in that particular case, you can hold the deposit account independently. Question को पढ़ना, answer देना. Let me discuss this particular news. चलो, अब इस क्वेश्चन को डिस्कस करें तो रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया हैज रिसेंटली इशूड द गाइडलाइंस रिलेटेड टू द ओपनिंग ऑफ डिपॉजिट अकाउंट्स. अब यहां पर पहला पॉइंट, आपकी कोई भी एज है, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, यू कैन ओपन अप अ डिपॉजिट अकाउंट. अगर आपकी एज 10 साल से ज्यादा है, इफ योर एज इज ग्रेटर देन 10 years, if your age is greater than 10 years, then in that particular case, what will happen? So you will be allowed to open the account independently. You will be allowed to open the account independently. और जैसे ही आपकी एज होगी 18 years, the moment you complete the age of 18 years, तब क्या होगा? So the moment you complete the age of 18 years, fresh operating instructions as well as specimen signature of the account holder shall be obtained. तो यहां पर आपको fresh operating instructions दी जाएंगी और उसके साथ साथ अकाउंट होल्डर को क्या किया जाएगा? सर, अकाउंट होल्डर के सिग्नेचर्स लिए जाएंगे फॉर द फ्यूचर रेफरेंस. रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया ने बहुत क्लियरली ये मेंशन किया है कि अगर एक अकाउंट ऑपरेट किया जा रहा है बाय द गार्जियन, द बैलेंस शैल बी गॉट कंफर्म. तो आपका जो अकाउंट बैलेंस है उसे क्या करना होगा? कंफर्म करना होगा. एंड बैंक को प्रोएक्टिव स्टेप्स लेने होंगे. जैसे बैंक को समझ आएगा कि यस, यू आर गोइंग टू कंप्लीट योर एज, that means including communicating these requirements to the minor account holder कि भैया आपकी क्या क्या रिक्वायरमेंट है, आपकी ये एज होने वाली है, अब आप मेजॉरिटी एज में जाने वाले हैं, तो आपका अकाउंट अब आप फ्रीली हैंडल कर पाएंगे, आपके सिग्नेचर्स एंड ऑल. तो वो सारी चीजें, वो सारी जो इंफॉर्मेशन है दैट विल बी प्रोवाइडेड बिफोर हैंड, ताकि जिस दिन आप उस एज के हो उसी दिन से आप अपने अकाउंट को और इंडिपेंडेंटली और ब्रॉड मैनर में क्या कर सके, हैंडल कर सके. लेकिन यहां पर ना एक पॉइंट है. वो पॉइंट क्या कि सर, दे आर यूजिंग अ वर्ड मेजॉरिटी एज. दे आर यूजिंग अ वर्ड मेजॉरिटी एज. ये वर्ड बाय वर्ड मैंने पूरी की पूरी नोटिफिकेशन आरबीआई की वेबसाइट से ली है. मुझे चेक करके बताना क्या ये मेजॉरिटी एज इज रेफरिंग टू 18 years, क्योंकि पहले तो ये 18 years को रेफर करता तो ठीक था, लेकिन अब जब आप अलाउ कर रहे हैं एट एन एज ऑफ 10 years to hold an independent account, तो in this third point majority age refers to 18 or 10 प्लीज चेक इट एंड गिव मी द आंसर इन द कमेंट सेक्शन इटसेल्फ। ठीक है, तो मेजॉरिटी एज पे आपको क्या करना होगा, यू विल बी होल्डिंग द अकाउंट इंडिपेंडेंटली। एक चीज और जो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, प्लीज मार्क इट डाउन, रिलेटेड टू द डिपॉजिट अकाउंट। पहले जो माइनर डिपॉजिट अकाउंट्स थे ना, फॉर दोज माइनर डिपॉजिट अकाउंट एटीएम सर्विसेज, checkbook services was not provided earlier, लेकिन अब क्या कर दिया, क्लियरली बोल दिया कि banks are free that they can offer the additional banking facilities, they can offer internet banking, ATM and debit card, checkbook facility extra to the minor account holder ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ द रिस्क एसोसिएटेड। तो जो भी रिस्क बैंक को लगता है एसोसिएटेड है, उसके हिसाब से जो सर्विसेज, जितनी लेवल की सर्विसेज, जितनी लिमिट तक की सर्विसेज बैंक इज रेडी टू गिव। बैंक इज इंडिपेंडेंट, बैंक हैज द पावर टू डिसाइड एंड ऑन द डिसीजंस व्हिच आर टेकन बाय द बैंक, द पावर्स विल बी गिवन और द सर्विसेज विल बी गिवन टू द माइनर अकाउंट होल्डर्स। अगला पॉइंट है, बैंक शैल इंश्योर कि जो माइनर अकाउंट है, whether it is operated independently या फिर it is operated through a guardian, are not allowed to enjoy overdraft facility। यानी कि जो आपके minor accounts हैं, whether the minor account is of individual with age up to 10 years जिसमें guardian involve है, या फिर आप independently इस account को handle कर रहे हैं, दोनों ही केसेस में overdraft facility is not allowed। दोनों ही केसेस में ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी इज नॉट अलाउड। सो रिमेंबर दैट whenever we talk about the minor accounts, in case of minor account overdraft facility, overdraft का मतलब क्या, आपका अकाउंट नेगेटिव नहीं हो सकता। अगर आपके अकाउंट में 10,000 है, आप अलाउड नहीं है टू विड्रॉ 20,000, जो कि आपके जनधन अकाउंट में अलाउड है। In Jandan account, you can enjoy the overdraft facility, but that overdraft facility will not be available for minor account holder. Next point is, bank shall perform all the customer related norms, जो KYC norms है, उन सारी norms को बैंक पूरा कर लेगा। ये कंडीशन बहुत क्लियरली मेंशन की गई है और आरबीआई ने ये जो गाइडलाइंस इंट्रोड्यूस की है, these guidelines have been introduced under बैंकिंग रेगुलेशन एक्ट 1949 और बैंक्स को कहा है कि आप बाय 1 जुलाई 2025 फाइनल कर लीजिए व्हाट काइंड ऑफ सर्विसेज यू आर गोइंग टू प्रोवाइड, बिकॉज फ्रॉम 1 जुलाई 2025 ऑनवर्ड्स बैंक विल बी प्रोवाइडिंग independent deposit accounts to an individual with age greater than 10 years, as well as deposit accounts will be offered to all the individuals with irrespective of their age. एक पॉइंट और याद रखना, आज से पहले माइनर्स को जो डिपॉजिट अकाउंट ऑफर किया गया था वो सिर्फ सेविंग अकाउंट था, लेकिन अब सेविंग अकाउंट के साथ साथ फिक्स्ड डिपॉजिट अकाउंट्स भी ऑफर किए गए हैं एट द नेम ऑफ ऑफर किए जाएंगे एट द नेम ऑफ माइनर्स एज पर द लेटेस्ट नॉर्म गिवन बाय आरबीआई। ठीक है जी, क्लियर हो गया पॉइंट, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। अगला पॉइंट देखो, अगले पॉइंट में ज्यादा टाइम वेस्ट नहीं करूंगा, सीधा 2 पॉइंट से बता देता हूं। पहला पॉइंट है .bank.in। आपको पता है कि पिछले दिनों में काफी इश्यूज हैं रिलेटेड टू साइबर क्राइम, साइबर फ्रॉड एंड ऑल। So it was fixed that banks will be using a same uniform domain name, that is .bank.in, and financial companies will be using a same domain name, that is .finance.in। और हमने तब ये भी पढ़ा था कि these implementations are going to be done। So इसके लिए अब एक नई अपडेट आई है, and the new update is in order to enhance the trust in the financial sector, bank.in is the domain name which will be used by all the banks, जैसे SBI.bank.in, ICICI.bank.in, Fin.in will be used by all the financial companies, और यहां पर ये एडवाइस की गई है that bank should migrate from their existing domain to the new domain, not later than 31st March 2025। तो by 31st March 2025 banks are asked to shift to a new domain name, and the new domain name for the banks is .bank.in। एक और बात याद रखिएगा कि सर ये जो ऑपरेशनल टास्क है कि बैंक के डोमेन नेम को चेंज करना, ये सारे का सारा ऑपरेशनल टास्क कौन परफॉर्म करेगा? सर इट विल बी परफॉर्म्ड बाय इंस्टीट्यूट फॉर डेवलपमेंट एंड रिसर्च in banking technology. I repeat, Institute for Development and Research in Banking Technology, which has been authorized by National Internet Exchange of India. You will be helping the banks to change their domain name, or I would say migrate from their existing domain name to a same domain name, that is .bank.in. ठीक है जी, क्लियर हो गया. लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट इज रिलेटेड टू योर सेबी. अब सेबी से रिलेटेड क्या अपडेट है? सेबी से रिलेटेड एक अपडेट है रिलेटेड टू इनसाइडर ट्रेडिंग. आई होप आप सबने सुना होगा इनसाइडर ट्रेडिंग के बारे में. तो अगर हमसे कोई पूछे इनसाइडर ट्रेडिंग क्या है, इनसाइडर ट्रेडिंग का मतलब है, अगर मान लो मैं किसी कंपनी का सीईओ हूं और मुझे पता है कंपनी के निटिग्रिटीज के बारे में, I know that we are going to present our quarterly profit data or maybe annual profit data in a day or so, and we know that after presentation of this data, my company share are going to jump by around 5 to 10%. So I myself can purchase the shares of the company in order to enjoy that increment or incentive. Even I can ask my known ones, my family members or my friends and families to purchase those shares just before the result is announced, and the moment result is announced, price will increase, sell out the share and enjoy the profit. This is known as insider trading, which means when you trade on the basis of information which is given from inside, that is known as insider trading. So related to insider trading, please take the screenshot. Related to, मैं एक बार numbering कर दूँ ना, that will be better. So this is the second question which you need to answer. Then this is the third question which you need to answer. This is the fourth question which you need to answer. And this is the fifth question which you need to answer. ठीक है? तो सेबी ने अब क्या कहा? सेबी ने कहा कि सर इस इनसाइडर ट्रेडिंग को रोकने के लिए एक और तरीका अपनाते हैं. वो तरीका क्या? सेबी ने कहा कि जब whenever a company is going to come up with important announcements, during those days, SEBI has asked the stock exchanges to freeze the PAN of individuals who are holding the important positions in different companies. ठीक? उसके साथ साथ now there has been an add-on. The add-on is not only you will freeze the PAN of the individuals who are holding the important post in the company, you will also freeze the PAN of their immediate family members. What I'm trying to say, SEBI extended that the automated trading window closure, that means window will close, to include immediate relatives of designated persons. Or designated person means CEOs in the listed companies. So what is this immediate relatives? Sir, immediate relative include your wife, your husband, it include your parents, your siblings, as well as your children. They all are included. So in order to prevent insider trading, this initiative has been taken. So the first phase will begin on 1st July 2025, which will apply the same for 500 top listed companies on the basis of market capitalization. Yani India mein the companies, all the listed companies, we will first shortlist the top 500 companies on the basis of their market value, and rest will be covered, or for the rest of the company leading members, or I would say for the rest companies designated persons, this will be implemented for their immediate family members or immediate relatives till 1st October 2025. प्रोसीजर क्या है सर? प्रोसीजर विल बी डिपॉजिटरी विल प्रोवाइड पोर्टल एक्सेस. डिपॉजिटरी जो है, इट विल प्रोवाइड अ पोर्टल एक्सेस टू द लिस्टेड कंपनी, एंड द लिस्टेड कंपनी will itself upload the detail of PAN, names and demat account number of the DPs. DPs means your designated persons and their immediate relatives. Additionally, they are required to input the start and end date of trading window closure. तो आपको बताना भी होगा कि कब से कब तक ये trading window close रहेगी, not only for the important individual, not only for the designated person, but also for the immediate family members. Companies are required and to confirm the submitted date at least 2 trading days before. So you have to confirm the date 2 trading days before, and once you confirm the date, for those dates closure will be included, closure will be applied. That means PAN will be freeze, which means for those PAN holders, you won't be allowed for those days to make any kind of trade on the stock exchange. For monitoring purposes, depositories are required to submit a quarterly report to SEBI. तो SEBI के पास quarterly report जाएगी और ये जो quarterly report है, it will be submitted by whom? So this quarterly report will be submitted none other than by the depository which is involved. ठीक है जी, clear हो गया? तो I have discussed with you 5 news, and out of those 5 news, first question was answered. Rest second, third, fourth and fifth question are your homework. Do reply in the comment section. What are the answers for these second, third, fourth and fifth question? Download the PDF from the Telegram, read the PDF and then you can answer the question. PAN card freezes for top 50 companies only. नहीं फुनफुन आप पता नहीं सुनते नहीं हो, मुझे लगता ना आप सुनते नहीं हो. मैंने क्या बोला? 1 जुलाई 2025 तक जो टॉप 500 कंपनीज है उनके जो डायरेक्टिव पर्सन्स है या डेजिग्नेटेड पर्सन्स है और उनकी जो इमीडिएट रिलेटिव्स है, उनके पैन कार्ड को क्या किया जाएगा? इंक्लूड किया जाएगा और उनके पैन कार्ड को फ्रीज किया जाएगा फॉर द गिवन डेट्स ओनली. But by 1st October 2025, it will be implemented on all the listed companies, designated persons, as well as their immediate family members or immediate relatives. Is it clear now? Is it clear? Ciao. Thank you so much for joining, guys. Don't forget to like the session before leaving and do share the link of this session with your friends. Hope you must have enjoyed the discussion. Do share your suggestions and feedback in the comment section itself, and do answer the questions second, third, fourth and fifth in the comment section below. Bye bye. Take care. Good luck. God bless you all. Hello everyone. Warm welcome to Super Coaching Regulatory Bodies YouTube channel by Testbook. My name is Madhav Sir. I welcome you all in the next session of Finance Current Affairs, where we are going to discuss the most important current affairs for the date 24th and 25th of April related to the financial world. As you all know, in this session we discuss the RBI notifications, RBI press release, as well as the RBI bulletin in much detail. So this is a must watch session for everyone, those who are aspiring to become RBI Grade B officer. So before we start the discussion, may I have a reply in the comment section that yes, I'm audible, everything is fine, we are good to go, so that we can begin the discussion without any further delay. My audio, my video, everything is clear, we are good to go. Just give me yes sir, so that we can begin the discussion. Guys, as per the discussion we have done in the previous section, you are very eager to know the answers of the questions which I have given you as a homework in the previous session. So I'll start the discussion with those questions itself. First, we'll quickly solve all the questions which we have discussed in the previous session. Those who were not present in the previous session, nothing to worry. It will be a quick revision for, it will be a quick I would say information of a new topic, of a new news, and if you were present in the session, it will be a quick revision for everyone. Are we good to go, guys? Shall we begin? Quickly share the link of this session with your friends, and do not forget to share the link of this session with your friends on WhatsApp, Facebook, everywhere, as well as do hit the like button before we start the discussion. I hope we are good to go. Okay. So here we start with the first question of the evening, and the first question is based on the session which we have conducted yesterday. So here we go with the first question of the day. So the first question is now on your screen. I want everyone to reply. The question talks about liquidity coverage ratio. I hope you remember in the previous session we have discussed about liquidity coverage ratio in much detail. So giving you 30 seconds to read the question and give me the answer. I'll quickly discuss it and then we'll move ahead. So with reference to the final guidelines issued by Reserve Bank of India on the liquidity coverage ratio under Basel III framework, consider the following statements. The first statement: an additional runoff rate of 2.5% shall be applied to the retail and small business customer deposits that are enabled with the internet and mobile banking. So if we talk about the the stable funds, in case of stable funds or stable deposits, this was 5%. The runoff rate was earlier 5%, and for non-stable funds or less stable funds, it was 10%. But if internet and mobile banking is applicable, undoubtedly there is a risk that quick withdrawals will be done from this particular account, and that is the reason RBI has asked the banks to increase the runoff rate by 2.5%. In the previous guideline, or I would say in the previous draft, the target was 5% to increase, but now finally it has increased by 2.5%. Guys, give me the answer. Which account is termed as small business customer deposit? So small business customer deposit is that account which is opened by a business organization with a turnover up to 50 crores and the deposit value is also below 50 crores. We call it as small customer or small business customer deposit, which is also included under the same runoff rate, regardless of the fact that if I talk about the legal entities or the non-human deposits for which the runoff rate is 100%, but for some of the specific organizations this has been revised and reduced to 40%. I'll check it. I'll discuss that as well with you. Unlike the previous notifications, the previous rules, level 1 high quality liquid asset such as government securities now shall be adjusted with haircut. And what is going to be the haircut? So that will be equal to the margin. That will be equal to the margins which we have for liquidity adjustment facility as well as marginal standing facility. So second statement is also absolutely correct. But if we have the deposits from charitable trust, what I was talking about. So in case of charitable trust, this runoff rate is not 100%. It is now reduced to 40%. It is now reduced to 40%. So it will now attract runoff rate. No. It will now attract the runoff rate of 40% on the basis of which the third statement is incorrect. Moving to the next question. The aggregate impact of these revised guidelines will undoubtedly increase the overall liquidity coverage ratio of the banks, and in consolidation, this increase is going to be 6% more in comparison. 6% more in comparison to the 31st December 2024 data. That is absolutely correct. To remember, you can refer one more term which I explained you in the previous session. We call them as non-financial institutes. So the deposits of non-financial institutes will attract a runoff rate of 40%, and these revised guidelines are not going to be applicable from 1st of July 2025 or 1st of October 2025. Rather, these revised guidelines will be applicable from 1st of April 2026, giving the appropriate time to the banking sector to achieve the target. So according to this, 1, 2, 4, 5 are correct. So E option is the correct answer of this particular question. Is it correct, everyone? Is it clear to everyone? Shall I move ahead? Moving on to the next question. Guys, the next question is related to the latest announcement which has been done by RBI, and the announcement is RBI or Government of India has extended the term of T. Ravi Shankar as the Deputy Governor of RBI, and he is given 1 year extension. He is appointed for 1 more year. Regarding this, I have some conceptual question for you. The question says Central Board includes Governor of RBI. That is true. Up to 4 Deputy Governors. That is true. 4 directors nominated each of the local board. That means the 4 directors of the local board are nominated by the government and they are appointed by the government as a director of the local board for 4 years. Then we have 10 directors again nominated by Government of India, 2 government officials again nominated by Government of India. That is true. So in total we have 21 members as a board of director, out of which 5 are the permanent members and rest can be termed as part-time members. Governor as well as Deputy Governor, they should serve full-time as the board of directors of RBI, but they can undertake honorary work only if permitted by the central board in public interest. This is true, which means that when RBI Governor or Deputy Governor are appointed, they will be performing only and only the operations respective to RBI, but on the honorary basis, they can take up the other tasks as given by the government. Financial Sector Regulatory Appointment Search Committee is chaired by Prime Minister, which selects the RBI Governor and forward the recommendation to the President for approval. Is this point correct? See, Financial Sector Regulatory Appointment Search Committee, it is the committee which is responsible to shortlist the governors, or I would say the individuals for governors as well as deputy governors, but the final approval is given by Appointments Committee of the Cabinet, and this Appointments Committee of the Cabinet is headed by Prime Minister of the country. So keeping that in mind, the third statement is incorrect. No president approval is required in this particular case. Moving on to the fourth point. In absence of governor, any deputy governor assumes the role of chairman of the central board. In general, this statement is not wrong, but there is a point. In absence of the governor, any deputy governor? No. Any deputy governor is not correct. Sir, in absence of the governor, obviously deputy governor will assume the role of the chairman of central board of directors, but that chairman will be appointed, will be nominated by the governor itself. Any deputy governor will be the part. That is wrong. Governor and deputy governor appointed. I'll just remove the image. Governor and deputy governor appointed for a maximum tenure of 5 years. That is true, but the tenure is going to be decided by the central government and they are eligible for reappointment. That is true. So 1, 2 and 5, which means A option is correct for this particular question. Why the fourth statement is incorrect? Is it clear, everyone? If you have gone through with the PDF, which I provided you in the previous session, in that PDF it is clearly mentioned that in absence of governor, deputy governor will act as the chairman, but any out of the four, no random selection is done. It is basically one of the four deputy governors will be appointed as the representative of governor, and generally this appointment is finalized by governor only. Is it clear? Moving on to the next point. Next question says, with reference to the Reserve Bank of India's recent guidelines opening and operation of deposit accounts by minors, consider the following statement. So the first statement says, minors of any age can open saving as well as term deposit account. This is a new entry. Earlier only saving accounts were allowed, but now yes, term deposit accounts are also allowed, but only through their natural or legal guardian. That is true. But if an individual is of age more than 10 years, are permitted to independently operate savings or term deposit accounts subject to bank specific risk management policies. That is also true. Upon attaining the majority, that means upon attaining the age of 18 years, the existing mandate continues unless the bank notifies otherwise, and confirmation of the balance from the guardian is not mandatory. This is wrong. Once you attain the age of 18, even before you attain the age of 18, bank will initiate the process of information or informing you that now your signatory is going to be changed, your new signatures are going to be recorded, and this is the balance of your account as confirmed by your guardian. So all these tasks need to be performed by the bank. So confirmation of balance from guardian is not mandatory. It is wrong. It is mandatory. Moving on to the fourth statement. Banks are mandated to prohibit overdrafts in all minor accounts. That is absolutely correct. In case of minor account, overdraft facility is not allowed. Now, what is overdraft? Overdraft basically means when you go negative. Negative means आपके account में 10,000 है, लेकिन आपने withdraw कर लिए 20,000 और allowed है. It is allowed. So that service where you enjoy withdrawals more than the available deposit as a kind of loan, that is known as overdraft, and overdraft facility is not allowed on the minor accounts as per the latest RBI announcement. These guidelines are according to the RBI, according to the Banking Regulation Act 1949. That's true. And banks, they should align their policies by 1st July 2025. That point is also true. So 1, 2, 4, 5 are correct. 1, 2, 4, 5 are correct. So answer is going to be E option. Let me see who all have given the correct answer. Uday, Kumkum, AK, Shivani have given the correct answer. What about others, guys? Wake up, everyone. I want everyone to please participate actively. It is on your request. You said me in the comment section that, sir, please discuss the questions which you are given as a homework. I am discussing it, but that will be possible, or you are going to enjoy this only if you are going to participate. It doesn't matter whether you are giving a correct answer or wrong answer. What important is you should participate. जब आप यहाँ participate करेंगे, if you are marking a incorrect answer, याद रखना whenever you attempt a question और उसमें अगर आपने incorrect answer mark किया तो वो incorrect answer आपको हमेशा याद रहेगा एग्जामिनेशन में, और अगर वो याद रह गया तो वो गलती आप एग्जाम में नहीं करेंगे. लेकिन अगर आपने अटेम्प्ट ही नहीं किया, सही या गलत जाना ही नहीं अपने आप से, you never checked yourself that whether you are going on a right track or not, it's going to be very difficult. It's going to be very difficult for you to remember the same. Guys, I always say whenever you start your preparation for any examination, you should start the current affairs from the day when you have started your preparation itself. और जो पुरानी current affairs आपके बचे हैं पुराने months के, वो जो करंट अफेयर्स हैं, ट्राई टू कवर देम विद द हेल्प ऑफ पीडीएफ, बिकॉज अगर आप पुरानी वीडियोस को भी देखने में जाएंगे तो कहीं ना कहीं आपका जो टाइम है वो ज्यादा यूज होगा, ज्यादा यूटिलाइज होगा, ज्यादा आई नॉट से वर्ड वेस्ट होगा, लेकिन ज्यादा कंज्यूम होगा. बट यू नीड टू गो इन अ वेरी आई वुड से प्रैक्टिकल मैनर. सो इन दैट केस, जहां से आज आपने सोचा कि मुझे एग्जाम क्लियर करना है, स्टार्ट करंट अफेयर्स फ्रॉम टुडे इटसेल्फ एंड लेफ्ट आउट करंट अफेयर्स कैन बी कवर्ड विद द हेल्प ऑफ पीडीएफ. मूविंग ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट न्यूज गाइस. With reference to the Reserve Bank of India's directive on enhancing trust in the financial sector through .bank.in domain, consider the following statements. Now, the first is introduction of bank.in domain was announced in the statement Developmental and Regulatory Policies dated on 7th of February 2025 when the February monetary policy was presented. That is correct. Statement तो आई थी फरवरी में. अब उससे रिलेटेड एक सर्कुलर आया. उस सर्कुलर में कहा गया द इंस्टीट्यूट फॉर डेवलपमेंट एंड रिसर्च इन बैंकिंग टेक्नोलॉजी हैज बीन अपॉइंटेड एज एक्सक्लूसिव रजिस्ट्रार फॉर द डोमेन बाय नेशनल इंटरनेट एक्सचेंज ऑफ इंडिया. एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट. by the National Internet Exchange of India. That is absolutely correct. ठीक. उसके बाद अगर हम चले, the domain initiative aims to strengthen cyber security and boost public confidence. That is correct. All banks are required to complete migration to the bank.in domain on or before 31st of October. That is correct. Banks must initiate domain registration by contacting IDRBT at sahyog@idrbt.ac.in, which will guide them through the application. That is also correct. So technically, what should be the answer? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. E option is the correct answer. Say yes or no. E option is the correct answer. Say yes or no. अच्छा, ठीक है. अच्छा, अगर मैं आपको कहूं मैंने एक चीज जानबूझ के आपके लिए नहीं पढ़ी और वो चीज आपने भी मिस कर दी, ध्यान से देखो, स्टेटमेंट पढ़ो. इंस्टीट्यूट फॉर डेवलपमेंट एंड रिसर्च इन बैंकिंग टेक्नोलॉजी हैज बीन अपॉइंटेड एज द एक्सक्लूसिव रजिस्ट्रार फॉर द डोमेन बाय द नेशनल इंटरनेट एक्सचेंज ऑफ इंडिया. यहां तक तो सही है. अंडर द सुपरविजन ऑफ मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फाइनेंस. नहीं सर. अंडर द सुपरविजन ऑफ मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फाइनेंस. नो सर. What is the ministry which is taking care of this? It's not Ministry of Finance. पीडीएफ उठा के देखो जो मैंने शेयर की थी. इतने डेप्थ में जाकर एग्जामिनर ने इस क्वेश्चन के ऑप्शन को गलत किया है, और जब ये इतने डेप्थ में क्वेश्चन एग्जाम में आते हैं तो आप लोग मिस कर देते हैं. यू जस्ट रीड द इनिशियल्स एंड यू गिव द करेक्ट आंसर. दैट इज एब्सोल्युटली रॉन्ग. इट इज अंडर द मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एंड आईटी. इट इज अंडर द मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एंड इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी. इट्स नॉट अंडर द मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फाइनेंस. तो ये जो सेकंड स्टेटमेंट है सर, दैट इज रॉन्ग. If second statement is wrong, E is not the correct answer. The correct answer would be 1, 3, 4, 5. That means C option is the correct answer. समझ आई बात? भाई आरबीआई का एग्जाम है, इतना आसान नहीं होगा जितना आसान आपको लग रहा है. तो इसमें हर एक सेंटेंस को, हर एक स्टेटमेंट को बहुत ज्यादा डेप्थ में जाकर जब पढ़ोगे तब जाकर क्वेश्चंस को करेक्टली आंसर कर पाओगे. अदरवाइज this is going to be really very difficult for you all. सौरभ प्रतीक, आई गेस आप पहली बार मेरे क्लास में आए हैं. थोड़े दिन मेरी क्लास में बने रहे, आपको पता चलेगा कि जो करंट अफेयर्स में इंपॉर्टेंट न्यूज है जहां से डिस्क्रिप्टिव क्वेश्चन पूछा जा सकता है, आई ऑल्सो डिस्कस दोज न्यूज इन सच अ मैनर दैट यू कैन राइट अ डिस्क्रिप्टिव आंसर एज वेल. मूविंग ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. With reference to the SEBI's enhanced framework for automated trading window closure aimed at curbing insider trading. Consider the following statement. देखो मोटी मोटी बात ये है कि जो डेजिग्नेटेड पर्संस हैं उनके जो इमीडिएट रिलेटिव्स हैं जैसे कि उनकी स्पाउस, उनके पेरेंट्स एज वेल एज उनके चिल्ड्रन, उनके भी पैन को क्या किया जाएगा, फ्रीज किया जाएगा, उनके भी डीमैट अकाउंट्स को फ्रीज किया जाएगा सो दैट दे शुड नॉट गेट इनटू द ट्रेडिंग, so that they should not get into the trading during the respective days. So restriction now includes immediate relatives of designated persons provided they are financially dependent on on designated persons in trading decisions expanding beyond the earlier scope which applied only to DPs. पहले ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ DPs पे था लेकिन अब उनकी immediate family पे भी है. The first phase of the framework implementation cover 500 listed companies by market capitalization effective from 1st October 2025 and while the second phase applies on the remaining companies from 1st of January 2026. That is correct. Listed companies are required to submit PAN, DMAT details, trading window closure period for DPs and IMRs, that is your immediate relatives, to the designated depositories at least 2 days before or 2 trading days before closure begins. That is correct. The designated depository must share this information with the stock exchange and the other depository at least 1 day before. That is true. Depositories must submit a quarterly report to SEBI including the number of PANs which are frozen and the exemptions. That is true. So answer is going to be what option? So it is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. लेकिन यहाँ तो कोई भी ऑप्शन नहीं है ऐसी, लेकिन यहां पर ऐसी तो कोई भी ऑप्शन नहीं है, तो इसका मतलब इनमें भी एक माइन्यूट गैप है. वो माइन्यूट गैप कहां है? फाइंड इट. इनमें भी एक माइन्यूट गैप है. फाइंड दैट माइन्यूट गैप गाइस, फाइंड दैट माइन्यूट गैप. जल्दी से रिकॉल करो जो लास्ट क्लास में मैंने आपको पीडीएफ दी थी. अगर आप आंसर नहीं कर पा रहे हैं ना गाइस तो एक बात समझ लेना कि आप लोग रिवाइज नहीं कर रहे हैं टाइम से. अगर आप टाइम से रिवाइज नहीं करेंगे तो ऐसे क्वेश्चंस को आंसर नहीं कर पाएंगे, और अगर फाइनली एग्जाम में क्वेश्चन को आंसर नहीं कर पाए तो व्हाट इज द यूज ऑफ स्टडिंग दिस. तो एटलीस्ट जो पढ़ाया है उसे बहुत डिटेल में आप पढ़ें ताकि ये चीजें आपके लिए बेनिफिशियल हो. अच्छा, अब सब लोग कह रहे हैं कि सर जो सेकंड स्टेटमेंट है ना सर वो गलत है. अब सेकंड स्टेटमेंट क्यों गलत है? सर सेकंड स्टेटमेंट में ये जो डेट्स लिखी है ना सर इसमें कुछ इशू है. अब सेकंड स्टेटमेंट में जो डेट्स लिखी है इसमें कुछ इशू बताया जा रहा है एज पर यू ऑल. गिव मी द आंसर, गिव मी द आंसर. वो डेट्स क्या है सर? जो डेट्स है दैट इज 1 अक्टूबर की जगह जो टाइमलाइन है दैट इज नॉट 1 अक्टूबर, द टाइमलाइन इज 1 of July 2025 और ये बाकी कंपनीज के लिए जो टाइमलाइन है दैट इज 1 of October 2025. आई गेस ये एक ऐसी इंफॉर्मेशन थी जिसके पूछे जाने के चांसेस काफी ब्राइट है एंड यू कैन नॉट मिस दीज टाइमलाइंस, दे आर रियली वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. इन जैसी न्यूज में ये टाइमलाइंस काफी ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाती है. ठीक है जी, क्लियर हो गया. तो उसके हिसाब से अगर मैं आंसर दूं तो सेकंड गलत हो गया, तो 1, 3, 4, 5 इज द करेक्ट आंसर. तो बी ऑप्शन आपका क्या हो गया? दैट इज द करेक्ट आंसर. मजा आया? मजा आया गाइस. जिन्होंने पिछली क्लास अटेंड नहीं की दे आर वरिड कि इस सेशन का पीडीएफ कहां मिलेगा, तो पीडीएफ मेरे टेलीग्राम चैनल पर मिल जाएगा. डू ज्वाइन दिस चैनल विद द हेल्प ऑफ स्कैनिंग द कोड एंड यू कैन डाउनलोड द पीडीएफ. ठीक है जी, क्लियर हो गया? मजा आया? मजा आया? यू वांट मी टू कंटिन्यू दिस प्रैक्टिस? बताना मुझे कमेंट सेक्शन में आफ्टर द क्लास. क्या सजेशन है आपका कि स्टार्टिंग के जो 10-15 मिनट है शुड वी यूटिलाइज इट फॉर द प्रीवियस सेशन रिवीजन या फिर डायरेक्टली अगले सेशन की न्यूज को आप कवर करना चाहते हैं? डू लेट मी नो इन द कमेंट सेक्शन आफ्टर द सेशन. अब अगली न्यूज की ओर बढ़ते हैं. आज का हमारा जो पहला डिस्कशन है ये कॉमन डिस्कशन है. कॉमन इन द सेंस इट इज a part of, or this news is a part of ESI, that is PIB, as well as it is the part of finance. तो PIB related जो भी इस न्यूज की nitty-gritties होंगी obviously मनीष सर has covered it, but मैं इसमें थोड़ा सा फाइनेंशियल वाला पार्ट कवर करना चाहूंगा which is also important. So the news says what? India's DBT has helped the country to save 3.48 लाख करोड़ रुपीस. अब यहां पे सबसे पहली चीज जो हमें समझनी है जो कि काफी इंपॉर्टेंट है वो क्या सर? दैट इज डीबीटी. डीबीटी स्टैंड्स फॉर डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर. डीबीटी स्टैंड्स फॉर डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर। ये काफी इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट है, समझिएगा कैसे। डीबीटी का मतलब क्या होता है, अगर मान लो आप गवर्नमेंट है, ठीक, और यहां पब्लिक है, गवर्नमेंट पब्लिक को देना चाहती है सब्सिडी। अब गवर्नमेंट पब्लिक को सब्सिडी देना चाहती है, मतलब सब्सिडी का मतलब यह है कि गवर्नमेंट चाहती है कि पब्लिक अगर किसी प्रोडक्ट को खरीदे, पब्लिक अगर कोई एक्सपेंडिचर करे, तो उस एक्सपेंडिचर का कुछ हिस्सा किसकी पॉकेट से जाए, गवर्नमेंट की पॉकेट से जाए, दैट इज नोन एज सब्सिडी। एग्जांपल, परफेक्ट एग्जांपल इज एलपीजी। तो जब आप एलपीजी सिलेंडर खरीदते हैं, अगर एलपीजी सिलेंडर का फैक्टर कॉस्ट माने जिस प्राइस पर आपका सेलर इस एलपीजी सिलेंडर को बेचना चाहता है, लेट्स से दैट इज 900, गवर्नमेंट ने कहा नहीं नहीं, इंडिया इतना महंगा नहीं खरीद पाएगी। एलपीजी सेलर को गवर्नमेंट ने कहा कि सर आप इसमें से 500 रुपए कम कर दो। एलपीजी सेलर ने कहा क्यों सर, I'll not be able to survive, how should I subtract 500 rupees from this? तो आंसर निकला don't worry, I will be giving you the subsidy। तो ये क्या है सर, ये सब्सिडी है जो किसने दी, गवर्नमेंट ने दी, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट ने सब्सिडी पब्लिक को यानी कि बेनिफिशियरी को डायरेक्टली ना देकर वो सब्सिडी किसको दे दी, सेलर को दे दी। और जैसे ये सब्सिडी सेलर को दी गई, जैसे ये सब्सिडी सेलर को दी गई, तो इस प्रोडक्ट का जो मार्केट प्राइस है वो कम हो गया, और इस कम हुए मार्केट प्राइस पर पब्लिक ने क्या किया, इस प्रोडक्ट को खरीद लिया। दिस इज नोन एज द सब्सिडी विच इज डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड बाय द गवर्नमेंट, बट दिस सब्सिडी इज गिवन टू द सेलर। अब इसमें प्रॉब्लम क्या हो रही थी, प्रॉब्लम यह हुई कि गवर्नमेंट ने सब्सिडी क्यों दी, गवर्नमेंट ने सब्सिडी यह सोच के दी कि आप एलपीजी सिलेंडर खरीद पाए, ताकि आपके घर में जो आई वुड से ट्रेडिशनल वे ऑफ कुकिंग है, मेथड्स ऑफ कुकिंग है, वो रिप्लेस हो जाए, एंड यू शुड यूज अ क्लीन एनर्जी फॉर, I'll not use the word clean energy, but a clean source to cook your food in comparison to wood or cow dung, which was earlier used to cook your food, जिससे pollution हो रहा था, health issues हो रहे थे, बहुत सारी चीजें। लेकिन प्रॉब्लम क्या, इंडिया है जनाब। अब इंडिया में लोगों ने क्या किया, सब्सिडाइज रेट पर सिलेंडर लिया, लेकिन उससे क्या किया, अपनी गाड़ी चला ली। दे आर यूजिंग द एलपीजी सिलेंडर टू रन देयर कार्स। तो गवर्नमेंट ने एलपीजी सिलेंडर आपको कार चलाने के लिए नहीं दी थी, गवर्नमेंट ने कहा था गाड़ी चलानी तो सीएनजी पे चलाओ, लेकिन आप तो एलपीजी यूज कर रहे थे। तो इससे क्या हो रहा है सर, दिस इज द वेस्टेज ऑफ सब्सिडी विच इज प्रोवाइडेड बाय द गवर्नमेंट। अब इसमें लीकेज भी हो रहा है। लीकेज कैसे, द वन हु इज नॉट एलिजिबल फॉर द सब्सिडी, गवर्नमेंट ने सब्सिडी दी सेलर को, सेलर ने उस सब्सिडी को यूटिलाइज करके प्रोडक्ट बेचा, और उस इंडिविजुअल को बेचा जिसपे सब्सिडी देने की जरूरत नहीं है या जिसपे सब्सिडी एलिजिबल नहीं है, उससे पूरे 900 रुपए लिए, और वो जो 500 रुपए गवर्नमेंट से आए वो सेलर की पॉकेट में चले गए। सो दिस इज लीकेज। तो ये जो लीकेज प्रॉब्लम है, ओवर यूटिलाइजेशन प्रॉब्लम है, फ्री राइडर की जो प्रॉब्लम है पब्लिक गुड्स के साथ, इन्हें कहीं ना कहीं कम करने के लिए गवर्नमेंट केम अप विद द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ डीबीटी। गवर्नमेंट ने क्या कहा, गवर्नमेंट ने पब्लिक से कहा कि सर डोंट वरी, अगर एलपीजी सिलेंडर 900 रुपए का है, आप 900 रुपए का खरीदिए। खरीदने के बाद आप क्या कीजिए, रजिस्टर कीजिए अपने आप को, अपनी पूरी डिटेल, अपना आधार कार्ड, अपना बैंक अकाउंट नंबर सब दीजिए। तो ये जो 500 रुपए है ना, दिस 500 रुपए विल बी डायरेक्टली क्रेडिटेड इनटू योर बैंक अकाउंट। ये जो 500 रुपए की सब्सिडी है, इट विल बी क्रेडिटेड इनटू योर बैंक अकाउंट। व्हेन द सब्सिडी इज डायरेक्टली क्रेडिटेड इनटू योर बैंक अकाउंट, दैट इज बेसिकली टर्म्ड एज डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर। व्हेन यू ट्रांसफर द बेनिफिट्स डायरेक्टली टू द वन who is going to utilize it, who is the beneficiary, that is known as DBT। और DBT आज की डेट में अगर मैं कहूं तो एलपीजी पे इंप्लीमेंटेड है। इवन अगर आप मनरेगा की बात करें तो मनरेगा के केस में जो आपको 100 डेज मिनिमम 100 डेज की वेजेस का प्रॉमिस है गवर्नमेंट का, दैट इज आल्सो क्रेडिट डायरेक्टली इनटू योर बैंक अकाउंट। एग्जांपल में प्रधानमंत्री किसान योजना के तहत जो 2000 रुपए 3 इंस्टॉलमेंट्स में आपको मिलेंगे, दैट इज आल्सो डायरेक्टली क्रेडिटेड इनटू योर बैंक अकाउंट। दे ऑल आर द एग्जांपल्स ऑफ डीबीटी। अब डीबीटी आने से होगा क्या सर, डीबीटी आने से जो लीकेज ऑफ सब्सिडी है वो कम हो जाएगा। आप सिर्फ एलिजिबल रिक्वायर्ड पब्लिक को ही सब्सिडी देंगे, ऐसा नहीं है कि इफ आई एम एन इंडिविजुअल, आई एम अर्निंग गुड बट स्टिल आई एम enjoying the subsidy, that is not possible because I will be submitting my Aadhaar card, I will be linking my bank account to it. So the designated individual, the required beneficiaries will achieve the benefits of DBT, that is known as direct benefit transfer। और इसकी वजह से हमने जो पैसा सेव किया, that is around 3.48 लाख करोड़ रुपीस। उस पे एक रिपोर्ट है, and this report is presented by a Delhi-based company, the name is Blue Card Digital Foundation। Blue Card Digital Foundation के अनुसार the report states that subsidy allocation has been halved। जो आपकी सब्सिडी एलोकेशन है वो पहले गवर्नमेंट के टोटल एक्सपेंडिचर का कितना था 16%। नाउ दिस सब्सिडी एक्सपेंडिचर हैज रिड्यूस टू 9%। दो रीजंस है। पहला तो सर गवर्नमेंट एक्सपेंडिचर 10 सालों में बहुत बढ़ गया, जिसकी वजह से अगर आप एक्चुअल अमाउंट की बात करेंगे दैट विल नॉट बी, देयर विल नॉट बी अ मच ऑफ द डेंट और मच ऑफ द डिफरेंस, बट यहां जो ये जो डबल का डिफरेंस दिख रहा है दैट इज बिकॉज इट इज इन द परसेंटेज फॉर्म। सेकंड इज एज पर द मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फाइनेंस जो डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर है इसने इनहांस किया है पब्लिक की स्पेंडिंग एफिशिएंसी को, स्ट्रीमलाइन किया सब्सिडीज को और एडवांस किया है किसे, सोशल इंक्लूजन को। अगर आप देखें कहीं ना कहीं 2000 अगर मैं बात करूं स्केलिंग की गई डीबीटी की फ्रॉम 2016-17 और जब से स्केलिंग की गई है, जब से ये स्केलिंग की गई है अगर आप देखें तो ध्यान से जो नंबर ऑफ बेनिफिशियरीज हैं वो भी इंक्रीज हुए, नंबर ऑफ बेनिफिशियरीज के साथ साथ जो स्कीम्स इंक्लूड की गई अंडर डीबीटी वो भी काफी तेजी से इंक्रीज हुई और उसके साथ साथ जो गवर्नमेंट का डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन हुआ, गवर्नमेंट का एक्सपेंडिचर हुआ दैट इज ऑल्सो रिड्यूस ओवर द पीरियड ऑफ टाइम। अब इस रिपोर्ट से आपके लिए कुछ कुछ चीजें इंपॉर्टेंट है जो मैं लेकर आया हूं, ध्यान से देखना। अगर मैं प्री डीबीटी की बात करूं 2009 से लेकर 2013 तक इन 4-5 सालों की बात करूं तो इस एरा में 16% ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट एक्सपेंडिचर वाज डन फॉर सब्सिडी और वो टोटल वैल्यू कितनी थी, सो दैट वाज अराउंड 2 लाख करोड़ रुपीस। ये डेटा आपको मदद करेगा डिस्क्रिप्टिव राइटिंग में, तो जब भी कभी आप डिस्क्रिप्टिव लिखेंगे तो ये डेटा इंपॉर्टेंट है, डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन आया तो इंपॉर्टेंट है ही। पोस्ट डीबीटी क्या हुआ 2014 से लेकर 2024 तक, सब्सिडी एक्सपेंडिचर हैज डिक्रीज टू 9% ऑफ द टोटल एक्सपेंडिचर while beneficiary coverage increased 16 times। तो beneficiary coverage increase हो गई 16 times, but if I talk about subsidy expenditure as an expenditure या subsidy as a percentage of the total expenditure that has reduced to almost half, 16% से कम होकर कितना हो गया 9%। लेकिन हाँ कोविड के बाद सिनेरियोस थोड़े डिफरेंट थे। अगर आप देखें ये जो ब्लू लाइन है ये बता रही है सब्सिडी एक्सपेंडिचर, तो सब्सिडी एक्सपेंडिचर बढ़ा, फिर उसके बाद 2013 के आसपास डीबीटी आया, सब्सिडी एक्सपेंडिचर कम हुआ, लेकिन फिर उसके बाद कोविड में ये सब्सिडी एक्सपेंडिचर बढ़ा क्योंकि आई वुड से बहुत सारी अनरिक्वायर्ड सब्सिडीज को वहां पे इंट्रोड्यूस करना पड़ा जस्ट टू सपोर्ट द इकोनॉमी ड्यूरिंग द टफ टाइम्स ऑफ कोविड-19। लेकिन अगर मैं कोविड वाला पार्ट आपके सामने से हटा दूं तो अगर आप ध्यान से देखेंगे तो यहां पर क्या हो रहा है सर, जो सब्सिडी एक्सपेंडिचर इंक्रीज हो रहा था अब वो इंक्रीज होकर डिक्रीज हुआ जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ द इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ डीबीटी। अगला पॉइंट जो आपको डेटा याद रखना है, फूड सब्सिडीज इंपॉर्टेंट। 1.85 लाख करोड़ वाज सेव्ड सिर्फ और सिर्फ फूड सब्सिडी पे, लगभग 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए को सेव किया गया, अकाउंटिंग फॉर 53%। तो सबसे अगर यहां से क्वेश्चन पूछा जाए द हाईएस्ट savings on subsidy with the introduction of DBT has been witnessed on what type of subsidies? So 53% of saving has been witnessed in case of only and only food subsidies। मनरेगा की बात करें तो 98% of the wages were transferred timely। तो एक तो DBT की वजह से टाइमली डिलीवरी हो गई किसकी, आपकी सब्सिडी की, आपके गवर्नमेंट बेनिफिट्स की पब्लिक तक, प्लस you have saved around 42,000 crore rupees। लास्ट इज प्रधानमंत्री किसान सम्मान निधि योजना जिसमें 22,000 करोड़ रुपए को सेव किया गया बाय डिलीटिंग 2.1 करोड़ इन एलिजिबल बेनिफिशियरीज फ्रॉम द स्कीम। तो जितने भी अनएलिजिबल बेनिफिशियरीज थे उन्हें डिलीट करना इजी हुआ, आइडेंटिफाई करना इजी हुआ, उन्हें हटाना इजी हुआ जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ द इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ डीबीटी। अब ऐसा क्यों? उस केस में अगर मैं बात करूं तो सबसे पहला पॉइंट है जैम क्या है, दैट इज जनधन अकाउंट बनाए गए, हर किसी को बैंक अकाउंट्स दिए गए गवर्नमेंट द्वारा। दिस वाज द फर्स्ट मूव टेकन बाय द एनडीए गवर्नमेंट आफ्टर दे केम इन पावर इन 2014। तो सबसे पहला 15 अगस्त को इंडिपेंडेंस डे पे ये अनाउंस किया गया था प्रधानमंत्री जनधन योजना, जिसके तहत मेजॉरिटी पॉपुलेशन को इंक्लूड किया गया विद द बैंक अकाउंट। फिर उन अकाउंट्स को आधार से लिंक किया गया, फिर उस पर मोबाइल बैंकिंग भी दी गई। इस जैम ट्रिनिटी की वजह से डीबीटी को इंप्लीमेंट करना आसान हुआ एंड बिकॉज ऑफ दैट इजीनेस to implement the DBT, this savings have been announced. This is the data. Highest saving is on public distribution system, that is highest saving is on the food subsidy. Second highest saving is on the LPG subsidy under the PEHL Yojana, and rest are the savings which have been mentioned on the screen itself. तो ये काफी इंपॉर्टेंट है। Highest savings due to DBT has been witnessed in case of food subsidies because of DBT which has been introduced. अब यहां पर कोरिलेशन की बात आती है। कोरिलेशन का मतलब रिलेशनशिप कैसा है, पॉजिटिव है या नेगेटिव है। अगर आप ध्यान से देखें, दिस इज नथिंग टू मेमोराइज, याद नहीं करना, लेकिन कोरिलेशन एक स्टैटिस्टिक्स कॉन्सेप्ट है। इसे हम समझेंगे सिर्फ उतना जितना हमारे लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है व्हाइल राइटिंग अ डिस्क्रिप्टिव आंसर। ध्यान से किसी एक को पकड़ते हैं। सब्सिडी एक्सपेंडिचर का कोरिलेशन किसके साथ? सब्सिडी एक्सपेंडिचर के साथ 1 ही होगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। सब्सिडी एज टोटल एक्सपेंडिचर, सब्सिडी एज परसेंट ऑफ टोटल एक्सपेंडिचर, जैसे जैसे आप सब्सिडी एक्सपेंडिचर बढ़ाओगे, जैसे जैसे आप सब्सिडी एक्सपेंडिचर बढ़ाओगे, आपकी टोटल सब्सिडी तो बढ़ेगी, आपकी टोटल वैल्यू ऑफ सब्सिडी तो बढ़ेगी, लेकिन एज अ परसेंटेज वो क्या होगा? पॉजिटिव होगा, लेकिन उतनी तेजी से नहीं बढ़ेगा। क्यों? देखो, आपने सब्सिडी एक्सपेंडिचर बढ़ाया, दूसरी तरफ जो आपका परसेंटेज ऑफ सब्सिडी एज अ परसेंटेज ऑफ टोटल एक्सपेंडिचर वो क्या होगा? बढ़ेगा, लेकिन एज अ परसेंटेज उतनी तेजी से नहीं बढ़ेगा। अगर आपने 1 यूनिट से सब्सिडी एक्सपेंडिचर बढ़ाया तो परसेंटेज में इट विल इंक्रीज ओनली 0.23, व्हिच इज अ पॉजिटिव रिलेशन। देन वी हैव अ पॉजिटिव रिलेशन विद टर्म्स ऑफ बेनिफिशियरी कवरेज। सब्सिडी बढ़ाओगे, बेनिफिशरीज बढ़ेंगे और तेजी से बढ़ेंगे। और अगर हम बात करें एफिशिएंसी, दैट इज बेनिफिशरीज पर लाख करोड़, तो उस केस में इट हैज अ नेगेटिव रिलेशनशिप। तो ये बस एक नेगेटिव और पॉजिटिव रिलेशनशिप है, जिसमें आपको 2 चीजें याद रखनी है। पॉजिटिव रिलेशन कब है? स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉजिटिव कोरिलेशन बिटवीन बेनिफिशियरी कवरेज एंड डीबीटी सेविंग्स। जैसे जैसे आपके सब्सिडी एक्सपेंडिचर्स बढ़े, डीबीटी इंट्रोड्यूस हुआ, बेनिफिशियरी कवरेज भी बढ़ा और डीबीटी की सेविंग्स भी बढ़ी। दिस इज अ पॉजिटिव कोरिलेशन। नेगेटिव कोरिलेशन क्या है? सर, देयर इज अ नेगेटिव कोरिलेशन बिटवीन सब्सिडी एक्सपेंडिचर एज अ परसेंटेज ऑफ टोटल एक्सपेंडिचर एंड वेलफेयर एक्सपेंडिचर। तो गवर्नमेंट का जो वेलफेयर एक्सपेंडिचर है, सब्सिडी एक्सपेंडिचर है, एज अ परसेंटेज वो कम हुआ, क्योंकि आपने डीबीटी को इंट्रोड्यूस किया, तो जो परसेंटेज ऑफ एक्सपेंस हो रहा था वो पहले से कम हो गया, एफिशिएंसी इंक्रीज होगी, जिसकी वजह से ये मॉडल देखने को मिला। लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट इज वेलफेयर एफिशिएंसी इंडेक्स। लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट इज वेलफेयर एफिशिएंसी इंडेक्स। इस रिपोर्ट ने इंट्रोड्यूस किया वेलफेयर एफिशिएंसी इंडेक्स। ये एक ऐसा इंडेक्स है जो कंबाइन करता है किसे? फिस्कल आउटकम्स सच एज सेविंग्स एंड रिड्यूस सब्सिडीज विद सोशल इंडिकेटर्स लाइक नंबर ऑफ बेनिफिशरीज रीच। तो एक तरफ आपका जो सब्सिडी एक्सपेंडिचर है, दूसरी तरफ नंबर ऑफ बेनिफिशरीज को रिलेट करके एक इंडेक्स प्रोवाइड किया जाता है, जिसमें डीबीटी सेविंग्स को वेटेज 50%, सब्सिडी रिडक्शन को वेटेज 30% और बेनिफिशरी ग्रोथ को वेटेज दी जाती है 20%। उसके अकॉर्डिंग इस इंडेक्स का वैल्यू था 0.32 in 2014. Now the value has improved to 0.91 in 2023. तो आप देख लो, almost 3 times the efficiency has improved, 3 times the welfare efficiency index has improved in last 10 years from 2024 to 2013. समझ आ गया? ये डेटा इंपॉर्टेंट है, याद कर लेना। इस इंडेक्स के वेटेज को बस पढ़ लेना। क्वेश्चन अगर गलती से आया तो आंसर कर देना, वरना ये इंडेक्स काफी इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्वेश्चन भी बन सकता है और डायरेक्टली आप इसे डिस्क्रिप्टिव राइटिंग में यूटिलाइज भी कर सकते हैं। ठीक, अगले न्यूज पे बढ़ते हैं, लेकिन अगली न्यूज पे बढ़ने से पहले क्वेश्चन है, क्योंकि न्यूज काफी आसान है, तो आई वुड लाइक टू चेक दैट आप अपने लेवल पर क्वेश्चन सॉल्व कर रहे हैं या नहीं। तो देखिएगा जरा। नेम द फर्स्ट एवर स्टार्टअप इन विच नाबार्ड मेड एन इक्विटी इन्वेस्टमेंट। देखो, स्टार्टअप्स को प्रमोट करते हैं डेवलपमेंट बैंक्स, नो डाउट, बट मेजरली जो स्टार्टअप्स है उनमें इन्वेस्टमेंट की बजाय डेट प्रोवाइड की जाती है। दैट मींस लोन इज जनरली गिवन, दैट कुड बी विदाउट कोलेटरल लोन, सब्सिडाइज रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट लोन। लेकिन पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है कि नाबार्ड हैज इन्वेस्टेड फंड्स इन अ स्टार्टअप जिसमें नाबार्ड के नाम पर क्या हुआ सर? जिसमें नाबार्ड के नाम पर इक्विटी होल्ड की गई इन दी गिवन सिनेरियोस। तो उसमें हमारे पास कौन सा है? लेट्स कम बैक टू दिस क्वेश्चन। पहले पढ़ लेते हैं क्वेश्चन क्या कहता है। नेशनल बैंक फॉर एग्रीकल्चर एंड रूरल डेवलपमेंट हैज मेड इट्स फर्स्ट एवर इक्विटी इन्वेस्टमेंट in a bootstrapped startup 24/7 money work consulting private limited, reinforcing it on digital innovation in rural India। तो digital innovation और वो भी rural India में बढ़ाने के लिए एक स्टार्टअप है जिस कंपनी का नाम है 24/7 मनी वर्क्स कंसल्टिंग प्राइवेट लिमिटेड। और ये जो स्टार्टअप का प्लेटफॉर्म है, उस प्लेटफॉर्म का नाम है ई किसान क्रेडिट। इस प्लेटफॉर्म का नाम है ई किसान क्रेडिट। ये एक फुली डिजिटल लोन ओरिजिनेशन, फुली डिजिटल लोन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सिस्टम है जिसे टेलर किया गया फॉर द कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स, प्राइमरी एग्रीकल्चर क्रेडिट सोसाइटीज एज वेल एज रीजनल रूरल बैंक्स। तो ई केसीसी एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है जो इंटीग्रेट करता है किसे, आपके लैंड रिकॉर्ड्स को, आधार कार्ड को, और ई केवाईसी प्रोवाइड करता है कोर बैंकिंग सिस्टम एज वेल एज इट इंक्लूड दी प्राइमरी एग्रीकल्चर क्रेडिट सोसाइटीज के डेटा को, ताकि एंड टू एंड ऑटोमेशन फॉर्मेट पर लोन प्रोवाइड किया जा सके। और इस प्लेटफॉर्म में नाबार्ड ने इन्वेस्टमेंट की है। सो व्हाट विल बी द आंसर? सो द आंसर टू दिस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन इज ई किसान क्रेडिट कंसल्टिंग नहीं सर, 24/7 मनी वर्क्स कंसल्टिंग प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी का नाम ये है, और जो प्लेटफॉर्म है, जिस प्लेटफॉर्म के लिए इन्वेस्टमेंट की गई है, दैट इज EKCC, दैट इज EKCC which you need to remember। तो EKCC 24/7, these two terms are very important, जो आपको याद रखना है। EKCC का मतलब है ई किसान क्रेडिट। समझ आ गई बात? NABARD has successfully piloted EKCC across several banks over the last 2.5 years and it is now ready for the nationwide deployment। तो ये इस स्टार्टअप द्वारा इंट्रोड्यूस किया गया प्लेटफॉर्म है जो कि फुली डिजिटल लोन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सिस्टम है, जो कि फार्मर्स को लोन देने में मदद करेगा, क्योंकि फार्मर का जो डेटा है दैट इज लैंड रिकॉर्ड, आधार, कोर बैंकिंग सॉल्यूशन से टाई अप, ये सब किया गया है इस पर्टिकुलर प्लेटफॉर्म पर, सो दैट सीमलेस credit can be provided to the farmers। क्लियर हुई ये बात? समझ आ गया? If it is clear, just give me yes sir। Moving on to the next point। The next point says remittances। अगर हम बात करें remittances की, तो ये न्यूज क्या कहती है? Outward remittances under the liberalized remittance scheme। पहले हमें यह समझना होगा कि what do you understand by the word liberalized remittance scheme। अगर कोई मुझसे पूछे liberalized remittance scheme का मतलब क्या, तो मैं आंसर क्या दूंगा? सर, लिबरलाइज्ड रेमिटेंस स्कीम का मतलब है आरबीआई अलाउ करता है इंडियंस को, इंडियन मींस इंडियन रेजिडेंट्स को, ऑफ एनी एज टू ट्रांसफर $250,000। इसे $250,000 बोलना गलत होगा बिकॉज दे डोंट यूज लैक, सो इट इज $250,000 यू कैन ट्रांसफर आउट ऑफ इंडिया, या आप कैरी कर सकते हैं $250,000 पर फाइनेंशियल ईयर फॉर permissible करंट एज वेल एज कैपिटल अकाउंट ट्रांजेक्शन। अगर आपको याद होगा कैपिटल और करंट अकाउंट का, तो जब भी कभी हम बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट की बात करते हैं, बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट रिकॉर्ड द ट्रांजेक्शंस व्हिच आर डन बाय द कंट्रीज रेजिडेंट्स विद रेस्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड। दिस बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट ट्रांजेक्शंस आर रिकॉर्डेड इन 3 कैटेगरीज। वन वी कॉल इट एज करंट अकाउंट, अदर वन वी कॉल इट एज कैपिटल अकाउंट, और आजकल एक नया फॉर्मेट जो कैपिटल अकाउंट में ही था पहले, अब उसे इंक्लूड कर दिया, दैट इज फाइनेंशियल अकाउंट। तो फिर चाहे आप करंट अकाउंट ट्रांजैक्शन कर रहे हैं, करंट अकाउंट ट्रांजैक्शन का मतलब यू आर ट्रांसफरिंग द फंड्स फॉर एजुकेशन। फॉर एग्जांपल मेरा छोटा भाई इंडिया के बाहर किसी कंट्री में पढ़ाई कर रहा है, तो उसको अगर फीस पे करनी है, तो उसकी फीस पेमेंट के लिए आई कैन ट्रांसफर द फंड्स, दैट विल बी अ पार्ट ऑफ करंट अकाउंट। इफ he wants to survive there, he wants to pay his bills such as hostel bills and other bills, तो उस केस में जो मैं फंड्स ट्रांसफर करूंगा that will again come under the category of current account। लेकिन अगर मैं कोई एसेट खरीदना चाहता हूं which is allowed as per the government norms, और उस एसेट को खरीदने के लिए मान लो मुझे लैंड खरीदना है, उस लैंड को खरीदने के लिए अगर मैं $250,000 तक पैसा ट्रांसफर करता हूं, आई एम अलाउड। बियॉन्ड दैट आई नीड टू सीक परमिशन फ्रॉम आरबीआई, ओनली आफ्टर द आरबीआई परमिशन आई कैन डू दैट ट्रांजैक्शन। और ये जो लिमिट है, दिस इज अ फाइनेंशियल ईयर लिमिट। पहले ये लिमिट थी $25,000 जब इसे इंट्रोड्यूस किया गया, बट ओवर द पीरियड ऑफ टाइम धीरे धीरे जैसे इंडिया की इकोनॉमी स्ट्रांग हुई, इंडिया के पास फॉरेक्स रिजर्व्स इंक्रीज हुए, और फॉरेक्स रिजर्व्स इंक्रीज होने के साथ साथ इस लिबरलाइज्ड रेमिटेंस स्कीम की लिमिट्स को भी क्या किया गया, इंक्रीज किया गया। अब इसका जो डेटा हमारे लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है, नहीं, when we talk about liberalized remittance scheme, this remittance scheme majorly focuses on the outward flow of funds। It majorly focuses on the outward flow of funds, क्योंकि जब आपके पास inward flow आ रहा है, it should only be accounted, it should be only recorded, उसमें लिमिट नहीं है। कितना भी बाहर से पैसा आएगा तो वो तो इंडिया के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से बढ़िया है ना, क्योंकि आपके फॉरेक्स रिजर्व्स इंक्रीज होंगे। लेकिन जब आप बाहर भेजेंगे पैसा, उस केस में ये लिमिट है। लेकिन हाँ, अगर आप ये बात कर रहे हैं कि बिना आरबीआई को इन्फॉर्म किए या बिना आरबीआई से परमिशन लिए कैन आई रिसीव एज वेल एज आई कैन सेंड फॉर दैट पर्टिकुलर मूवमेंट $250,000 इज द लिमिट। क्लियर हो गई ये बात। अब रेमिटेंस ड्रॉप हुआ है 8.21% ईयर ऑन ईयर बेसिस, जो कि $27 बिलियन रिकॉर्ड किया गया इस बार, और पिछले साल ये रिकॉर्ड कितना था या वैल्यू कितनी थी, $29.43 बिलियन। अब इंटरनेशनल ट्रेवल, इफ यू आर ट्रैवलिंग आउटसाइड इंडिया, ये लार्जेस्ट सेगमेंट है जिसकी वजह से हमारा रेमिटेंस आउटफ्लो होता है लिबरलाइज रेमिटेंस स्कीम के तहत फॉर इंटरनेशनल ट्रेवल। इसमें भी we have witnessed a drop, but drop is pretty minor, that is 1% drop has been recorded। अगर आप ध्यान से देखें, $29.43 बिलियन is the total remittance, जिसमें से मेजॉरिटी कितना सा, $16 बिलियन is only and only for international travel। इस साल के डेटा की बात करूं तो इस साल का डेटा कम होकर कितना हो गया, $27.02 बिलियन, और इसमें अगर हम बात करें तो इसमें जो वैल्यू है अब वो कम होकर कितनी हो गई, $15.84 बिलियन, $15.84 बिलियन। बट अगर आप अभी भी देखें तो मेजॉरिटी इज इंटरनेशनल ट्रैवल, मेजॉरिटी वॉज इंटरनेशनल ट्रैवल। दूसरा पॉइंट, रेमिटेंसेस टू क्लोज रिलेटिव्स, जो आपके भाई दोस्त बाहर रह रहे हैं जिनको आप पैसा दे रहे हैं, यहां पर भी ईयर ऑन ईयर ड्रॉप देखा गया, नियरली 22% का, डिक्लाइनिंग टू $3,300 मिलियन। कुछ रीजंस है, इकोनॉमिक स्लो डाउन एक रीजन है, आपका शेयर मार्केट में वॉलेटिलिटी एक रीजन है, और दूसरा रीजन कहीं ना कहीं आपकी करेंसी का डेप्रिसिएशन भी है। और जब आपकी करेंसी डेप्रिशिएट हो रही है, एंड इफ यू आर ट्रांसफरिंग इट आउटसाइड इंडिया, ऑब्वियसली द वैल्यू व्हिच यू आर गोइंग टू गेट इन डॉलर्स इज प्रीटी लेस इन कंपैरिजन टू व्हाट यू वर गेटिंग इन द प्रीवियस ईयर। तो उसके वजह से भी ये डेंट देखने को मिला। अगर हम बात करें रेमिटेंस फॉर ओवरसीज एजुकेशन, दैट हैज आल्सो डिक्लाइंड, एंड दैट हैज डिक्लाइंड बाय 16%। डोंट रिमेंबर दिस वैल्यू, दिस इज नॉट इंपॉर्टेंट। ओवरसीज रेमिटेंस फॉर द परचेज ऑफ, जो मैं बात कर रहा था असेट्स की, इमूवेबल असेट की परचेज, इसके लिए जो वैल्यू ऑफ रेमिटेंस है दैट हैज इंक्रीज्ड। ये इंपॉर्टेंट है। आप इंडिया के बाहर इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं, यू आर परचेजिंग द इमूवेबल एसेट्स आउटसाइड इंडिया। इसका एक रीजन ये भी अगर आपने देखा हो, देयर आर फ्यू आर्टिकल्स गोइंग ऑन हियर एंड देयर दैट इंडियाज हाई नेटवर्थ इंडिविजुअल्स, दे आर नाउ शिफ्टिंग टू दुबई और यूके, और मे बी आजकल न्यूज मलेशिया की भी है। And if they are shifting out there, they will be purchasing their immovable assets there so that they can stay with their family and they can build up their assets there। तो वो एक रीजन है। इन्वेस्टमेंट इन इक्विटी और डेट इंक्रीज्ड 8.27%। तो जो इन्वेस्टमेंट है इक्विटी में वो भी इंक्रीज हुई, इन्वेस्टमेंट इन असेट्स भी इंक्रीज हुई, लेकिन एक्सपेंडिचर किस पे, एजुकेशन पे। एक्सपेंडिचर किसे, अपने रिलेटिव्स को जो पैसा दे रहे थे। एक्सपेंडिचर किस पे, इंटरनेशनल ट्रेवल पे। तो एक्सपेंडिचर तीनों कम हुए, लेकिन इन्वेस्टमेंट दोनों ही वेज में, इमूवेबल एज वेल एज मूवेबल एसेट के परचेज के लिए जो आपका फ्लो ऑफ फंड है वो क्या हुआ है, ओवर द पीरियड इंक्रीज हुआ इन कंपैरिजन टू द प्रीवियस ईयर डेटा। ठीक है जी, क्लियर हो गई। मूविंग ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट न्यूज। द नेक्स्ट न्यूज टॉक्स अबाउट एसबीआई ग्राहक मित्रास टू प्रमोट ऑल्टरनेट बैंकिंग चैनल्स। तो मेरा आज का इस न्यूज को इंक्लूड करने का रीजन क्या है, मेरा आज का इस न्यूज को इंक्लूड करने का रीजन है दैट इज ऑल्टरनेट बैंकिंग चैनल्स। अगर हम ऑल्टरनेट बैंकिंग चैनल्स की बात करें, कोई प्लीज फलक सवाक को हम उनके क्वेश्चन का आंसर दे दीजिए कमेंट सेक्शन में। जो रेगुलर स्टूडेंट है दे कैन आंसर दिस क्वेश्चन प्रीटी वेल। मैं न्यूज पे चलता हूं। न्यूज क्या कह रही है कि सर ऑल्टरनेट बैंकिंग चैनल्स, ऑल्टरनेट बैंकिंग चैनल्स का मतलब वी नो दैट बैंक प्रोवाइड्स द ट्रेडिशनल सर्विस ऑफ एक्सेप्टिंग डिपॉजिट्स एज वेल एज प्रोवाइडिंग लोन, बट to enjoy the deposit facility, to enjoy the loan facility, to enjoy the other services like withdrawals or utilizing the bank account to make the payments, for that purpose we have different channels। जैसे कि physical channel है हमारे पास, कुछ हमारे पास digital channels है। बैंक की application, it is an alternate banking channel which will fall under the category of digital channel। उसी तरह अगर मैं physical की बात करूं, check falls under the physical channel। तो यहाँ पॉइंट क्या है, इफ यू आर यूजिंग द बैंक टू परफॉर्म द ट्रांजेक्शन विदाउट विजिटिंग द बैंक ब्रांच, विदाउट इंटरेक्टिंग विद द बैंकिंग एम्प्लॉइज, दैट आर नोन एज ऑल्टरनेट बैंकिंग चैनल्स। और हर बैंक इन ऑल्टरनेट बैंकिंग चैनल्स को हर बैंक इन ऑल्टरनेट बैंकिंग चैनल्स को बहुत तेजी से प्रमोट कर रहा है। और व्हाई दीज बैंकिंग चैनल्स आर प्रमोटेड एट अ वेरी हाई स्पीड? बिकॉज दे आर कॉस्ट एफिशिएंट। क्या है ये सर? ये कॉस्ट एफिशिएंट है। कॉस्ट एफिशिएंट का मतलब कि यहां पर बैंक का जो एक्सपेंडिचर है इन कंपैरिजन टू द ब्रांच एक्सपेंडिचर, दैट इज प्रीटी लेस. Every bank is trying their level best to boost it so that the operational expenses should fall down and bank profit should increase. And it has been witnessed in the past few financial years, especially after COVID. Bank operational expenses have decreased a lot, which has resulted in increase in overall profit of the banking sector. Last financial year, India's public sector commercial banks, they have recorded highest ever profit till date. One of the reason is for sure the decreased operational expense. So I'll highlight the term related to SBI. SBI, we all know that it is the India's largest public sector bank, has announced the deployment of Grahak Mitras or Grahak Mitras. They are basically customers friend across 4,500 branches of out of 20,000 plus branches of SBI, which accounts nearly 20% of its total branches, to promote the customer to use self-service banking channels and reduce branch congestion. For example, आप बैंक की ब्रांच में गए, आपके पास कैश है, आप लाइन में रुके हुए हैं और आप लाइन में रुककर इस पैसे को डिपॉजिट करना चाहते हैं। अब जैसे ही आप इस पैसे को डिपॉजिट करना चाहते हैं, तभी बैंक का कोई ऑफिशियल आके कहता है क्यों खड़े हो लाइन में? आपने कहा पैसा डिपॉजिट करना है। उसने कहा डेबिट कार्ड है, आपने कहा है। उन्होंने कहा ऐसा करो, डेबिट कार्ड लेके जाओ, बाहर एटीएम मशीन है, उस मशीन में जाकर पैसा डिपॉजिट कर दो। सो व्हेन यू आर डिपॉजिटिंग द फंड्स इन योर बैंक अकाउंट विदाउट इंटरैक्टिंग विद द बैंक कस्टमर, बैंक एम्प्लॉय, दैट इज द कैशियर, दैट विल बी अ पार्ट ऑफ अल्टरनेट बैंकिंग चैनल। तो ये सर्विसेज को प्रमोट करने के लिए, to inform the public, to guide the public how they can utilize the alternate banking channels, SBI has taken a big step that they have introduced Grahak Mitras, और लगभग 1 out of 5 branches of SBI जहां पर फुटफॉल बहुत ज्यादा है, उन ब्रांचेस को शॉर्टलिस्ट किया जाएगा। एंड इन एवरी ब्रांच देयर विल बी अ ग्राहक मित्र who will help the customer firstly कि भैया आप don't stand in the queue, please go and enjoy the banking facilities through the alternate channel, and how to use them, that will also be, or the guide will also be given by the same friend. So these Grahak Mitras will be sourced from New Delhi based SBI Operation Support Service. So SBI की wholly owned एक organization है, subsidiary है, that is known as State Bank Operation Support Service, and this State Bank Operation Support Service will provide the Grahak Mitras who will be deployed in the ब्रांचेस ऑफ एसबीआई। फोकस वही है कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा बैंक के जो सर्विसेज है दैट शुड बी प्रोवाइडेड थ्रू ऑल्टरनेट बैंकिंग चैनल्स, एंड इट हैज अ सक्सेस आल्सो इन द पास्ट। एज ऑफ December 2024, 98% of SBI total transactions were conducted through these alternate channels, which has increased from 88.1% in March 2019, indicating a significant shift. If you can see, total number of transactions में से almost 98% transactions are already done through the banking alternate channels or alternate banking channels, but still SBI wants to promote it so that the cost efficiency can be achieved. There is one more point. Physical options की मैं बात करूं, we have ATM, automated deposit cum withdrawal machines, self service machines है जहां पे आप अपनी पासबुक को प्रिंट करते हैं, and all check डिपॉजिट करने की जो machines है, they all are the part of physical which you can touch. Digital is when you sit at home with internet banking, mobile banking. For example, in case of SBI, you have YONO app. Even with the help of WhatsApp banking, you enjoy the banking services without even interacting with any machine, physical machine or physical instrument issued by the bank. That is digital and this is physical. Physical याद रखने के लिए याद रखना, you should have the banking instrument issued, फिर चाहे वो डेबिट कार्ड है, चाहे वो चेक है, जिसकी मदद से आप ये ट्रांजैक्शंस करेंगे। इन केस ऑफ डिजिटल, यू आर डूइंग इट विद द हेल्प ऑफ इंटरनेट बैंकिंग, मोबाइल बैंकिंग और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक बैंकिंग एज अ होल। एसबीआई ने एक और बड़ा अनाउंसमेंट किया है व्हिच आई वुड लाइक टू ऐड ओवर हियर। एसबीआई इज नाउ गोइंग टू रिप्लेस और अपग्रेड 62% of its ATMs or automated deposit cum withdrawal machines in this financial year 2025-26, and will be rolling out 5,500 new barcode based पासबुक प्रिंटिंग मशीन्स जहां पे आप जाकर अपनी पासबुक्स को प्रिंट कर सकते हैं. सो दिस डेटा इज इंपॉर्टेंट. कैसे ये डेटा इंपॉर्टेंट है? अगर क्वेश्चन आए regarding the alternate banking channel and there is a question related to what all improvements or initiatives have been taken by the Indian banking sector to improve the alternate banking channel, then you can give the reference of SBI, that SBI has taken a bold decision to replace or upgrade 62%, almost 2/3 of its ATM and automated deposit and withdrawal machines to provide better services to its customers, and they are trying to install more and more machines for passbook automatic prints. Is it clear, everyone? Is it clear, everyone? If it is clear, just give me yes, sir. If it is clear till this point, just give me yes, sir. So alternate banking channels क्या होते हैं? That should be clear to you. If there is a question related to alternate banking channel, these topics, these data can be utilized. ठीक है जी. Yes, it is a part of customer service point which is already available in the bank branches. It is a part of the same. That is absolutely correct, Saurabh. Done. Moving on to the last news, I guess. The last news is HDFC has become the third Indian company to cross a mark of 15 lakh crore market capitalization. What is market capitalization? So market capitalization basically means number of shares issued or number of shares of a particular organization into price of each share. For example, Infosys ne till date issued 1000 shares and each share is of 100 rupees. So the market capitalization of Infosys is 100 into 1000. जो भी example लिया था, that will be the answer. Similarly, if we calculate the market capitalization, Reliance Industries Limited as well as TCS, these two companies, they have already crossed the mark of 15 lakh crore market capitalization. Now the third company, the third Indian company which is in the list, which has achieved this milestone to be valued as a 15 lakh crore rupees of company, that is HDFC. So HDFC Bank on 31st March 2025 stood market capitalization of 15 lakh crore rupees, which is driven by steady share price growth as well as the confidence of the investors in the HDFC Bank. So remember, सबसे पहले हमारे पास Reliance Industries Limited है and we have TCS. These are the two companies which have already crossed a mark of 15 lakh crore. Now the third company which have crossed the mark of 15 lakh crore rupees market capitalization in India is none other than HDFC Bank. Is none other than HDFC Bank. Is it clear, guys? Okay. Now, before I conclude, I have a very important question for you. Please write down the question. Name the company worldwide. Name the company worldwide with highest. Name the company worldwide with highest market capitalization. With highest market capitalization. So the company with highest market capitalization worldwide. Secondly, name the company with highest brand value. Name the company with highest brand value. So you need to give me two answers. हो सकता है दोनों आंसर्स में एक ही ऑप्शन बने, एक ही कंपनी हो. फर्स्ट इज you have to name the company with highest brand value. Second is you name the company with highest market capitalization worldwide, and I will be looking forward for your answers in my comment section itself, and you can for sure download the PDF of this session from the given link below. So I hope all the news which we have discussed are crystal clear, and do suggest me in the suggestion that you want to discuss the questions based on these news in the next session or not. If yes, do write it in the comment section so that in the next session I'll start the discussion with first 10 minutes revising the questions based on the previous session, and then we will be moving for the current session as well. Thank you so much, guys. Let's conclude the discussion. Shivani sir, please answer January और February के finance current affairs complete करने होंगे. बिल्कुल करने होंगे शिवानी, but don't go for the videos, just go through with the PDF. That will be more than sufficient. That will be more than sufficient. देखो शिवानी, सिंपल सा टारगेट है. फेज 2 को टारगेट कर रहे हो तो you should complete at least last 6 months of current affairs, which include finance current affairs as well as ESI or PIB current affairs specifically. और अगर आप सिर्फ और सिर्फ फेज 1 को टारगेट कर रहे हैं, विच इज ऑफ नो यूज बिकॉज यू कैन नॉट बिकम एन ऑफिसर विदाउट क्लियरिंग फेज 2 एन इंटरव्यू, देन यू कैन रिलाई ऑन 3 to 4 months एज वेल. तो इसका मतलब ये हुआ जनरल करंट अफेयर्स, that is MOUs, appointments, obituaries, sports news, all these general news can be covered for last 3 to 4 months. They are relevant for only phase 1, but the news which are relevant for phase 2 as well, that is PIB current affairs, which is taken by Manish sir, and finance current affairs, you should cover it for last 6 months. And if we are expecting the examination to be in July, तो ना चाहते हुए भी January, हद से हद अगर आप जनवरी इग्नोर करना चाहते हैं, then you should start with February, but in January month you have economic survey which you need to cover. ठीक है जी, डन हो गया. I guess all the doubts are clear. So I will be discussing. अच्छा, that means मैं भूल गया. No worries. Next class में I'll include this Global Financial Stability Report 2025. I'll include it in the next session. Don't worry. Don't worry. सौरभ स्टैंड अलोन प्राइमरी डीलर्स के ऊपर मैंने एक सेशन लिया था. आई विल बी शेयरिंग द लिंक ऑफ दैट सेशन इन द कमेंट सेक्शन. आप एक बार ये कमेंट सेक्शन में अपना डाउट लिख दीजिएगा, तो आप फिर उस वीडियो को देख लीजिएगा, आपका डाउट क्लियर हो जाए. ठीक है जी, क्लियर हो गई बात, समझ आया, मजा आया, एंजॉय किया. विल कैच यू इन द नेक्स्ट सेशन. आई नीड योर फीडबैक्स, योर सजेशंस दैट वेदर आई शुड इंक्लूड द रिवीजन क्वेश्चंस in the next session or not. If in the next session you say yes, then please tell me in the starting or in the end of the session. जैसा आप कहेंगे, जैसा आप suggest करेंगे, I will be doing that. Thank you so much. Good luck. God bless you all. Hello everyone. Warm welcome to Regulatory Bodies YouTube channel by Testbook. My name is Madhav Arora. I welcome you all in the next and a very important session on finance current affairs. We know this very well that finance current affairs is going to play a really very important role in your upcoming examination, and if you want to clear this particular exam, you need to follow this session on regular basis. Unfortunately, this session was not conducted. You need to follow this. It was not conducted in the last session, or I would say the last session was not conducted, that is on Tuesday, because of my health. But don't worry, as I always promises you that I will be covering the backlogs in this week itself. So before we start the discussion, may I have a reply in the comment section that yes, I'm audible, visible, everything is fine, we are good to go, so that we can begin the discussion without any further delay. And guys, as per your demand, as per your comments in the comment section, that you want me to discuss the previous day based discussions or previous day based news questions should be discussed. I'm here in front of you guys where I will be discussing. I'm here in front of you where I will be discussing firstly the questions which are based on the news which we have covered in the previous session, and then we will be moving on to the current day news. As you all know, in this session we cover the RBI press release as well as RBI notifications, RBI bulletin, everything is completed. Let's get started guys. I hope you all are ready. If you haven't yet shared the link of this session with your friends, I would request you quickly share the link. I'm also doing the same. Let's collectively copy the link of this session, share it with our friends on WhatsApp, Telegram, Facebook, so that more and more students, they can join us live in this particular session. And once you have shared the link, just give me yes sir in the comment section so that we can begin the discussion without any further delay. Once you have shared it, give me a thumbs up. Big thumbs up is required from everyone so that we can begin. Guys, if you have any doubt, I will be taking all your doubts in the end of the session as always. So if you want to ask general doubts, don't worry, I will be taking each and every doubt of yours, but for that you need to wait till the last of this particular session. Here we go with the first question from the previous session. See, if you were present in the previous session, then obviously you will be in the position to answer it. But if you were not there in the previous session, then also nothing to worry. Just try to learn the new concepts which I will be discussing in a revision format. Ready? Here we go with the first question from the previous session. You have 30 seconds to answer this particular question. Which of the following statement accurately reflects which of the following statement accurately reflects the benefits of India's direct benefit transfer system between 2009 to 2024? So what will be your answer to this particular question? You can choose more than one option. I'm not saying that only one option is correct. You can witness more than one option to be correct, and you need to give me the correct options from the given question. The first option is Jam Trinity. The first option we have is Jam Trinity. The Jam Trinity says Jan Dhan Aadhaar Mobile is considered a foundational pillar behind the DBT success. Is it correct? Okay. Despite increased beneficiary coverage, subsidy expenditure has increased from 9% to 16%. So this is wrong. This statement is wrong because subsidy expenditure has not increased, rather the subsidy expenditure has decreased. Earlier the subsidy expenditure was 16% of the total expenditure, now it has reduced to 9%. Yes, Jam Trinity has played a really very important role in order to achieve the targets of DBT. Moving on to the next point, DBT saved 3.48 lakh crores primarily through the reduced administrative salaries in the welfare department. That is absolutely correct. The majority of DBT savings came from Pradhan Mantri Kisan and Manrega wage. Pradhan Mantri Kisan and Manrega? No sir, if you remember, the majority benefit has been witnessed in case of what? So the majority benefit has been witnessed in case of food subsidy. So keeping that in mind, D option is incorrect. DBT led to both enhanced welfare delivery. I'll just remove the sticker. Hanji. So DBT led to the both enhanced welfare delivery efficiency and significant reduction in the subsidy leakages. That is correct. So technically answer is going to be what? Sir, A, C and E is going to be correct. But the question over here is, sir, DBT has saved 3.48 lakh crore rupees primarily. That is true. But this primarily reduction is because of the administrative salaries in the welfare department? No, sir. Are you getting my point? DBT has resulted in a saving of 3.48 lakh crores. Till this point, this statement is correct. लेकिन ये सेविंग्स क्यों हुई है सर? ये सेविंग्स इसलिए नहीं हुई कि आपने सैलरीज कम कर दी, ये सेविंग्स इसलिए हुई है क्योंकि विद द हेल्प ऑफ डीबीटी जो आपका एक्सपेंडिचर है वो कम हो गया, आपकी एफिशिएंसी इंक्रीज होगी. दैट इज द रीजन. सो व्हाट आई वुड से सी ऑप्शन इज आल्सो इनकरेक्ट, क्योंकि यहां तक ये ऑप्शन करेक्ट था. इफ यू रिमेंबर, आई हैव रेड दिस सेंटेंस टिल दिस पॉइंट ओनली, लेकिन यहां पे जाते ही ये क्या हो गया? गलत हो गया. सो आंसर इज गोइंग टू बी व्हाट? सर, ए एंड ई आर करेक्ट. सी ऑप्शन इज इनकरेक्ट. इज इट क्लियर एवरीवन? Shall I move ahead? Okay, moving on to the next point. The next question says, name of the first ever startup in which NABARD made an equity investment. So NABARD has made the first ever investment, that was equity investment, in which of the startup? That startup is related to EKCC, and this is a portal, this is a platform which will be holding the land records as well as the all other records of the farmers, so that easy and quick loan dispersals to the farmers can be given. So what is the name of the company in which this 10% of equity investment is done by NABARD? So the answer to this particular question is 24/7 Mobile Works Consulting Private Limited. 24/7 Mobile Works Consulting Private Limited. So the answer to this particular question is B option. Next question, which of the following statements are factually correct regarding India's remittance trends and liberalized remittance scheme during the financial year 2024-25. We all know that as per the scheme, $250,000 can be transferred, can be remitted in one financial year regardless of the age. Earlier, this value was $25,000. So the first one, remittance for international travel saw the sharpest year-on-year percentage decline among all the listed segments. If I talk about the travel, so the international travel, which is the highest share, which has the highest share in terms of outward remittance, it has reduced by what value? So it has reduced by 15%. Sorry, it has reduced by 1%. Earlier it was $16 billion. Now from $16 billion, it has reduced to $15.84 billion. If I'm not incorrect, I think I'm going in the right direction, please check this data, $16 billion, and the next point is 1%. LRS currently permits residents to remit $250,000 per financial year. That is correct. Remittance for the purchase of immovable property increased on year-on-year basis. Yes, sir, it has increased, but I doubt that whether it has increased 25% or not. Next is remittances towards investment in equity or debt decreased. No, sir. No. We have witnessed increase in investment, not only in immovable asset, but also the investment done in the equity and debt instruments. In those cases also, our overall investment has increased. So technically, D statement is incorrect. LRS was initially $25,000. That is correct. So if you ask me, I am still doubtful in option A as well as in option C, because it says sharpest year-on-year percentage decline among all the segments. Is it correct? Second point is remittance for the purchase of immovable property has increased. That is true. But whether it has increased 25% or not, you must also be in a dilemma. Don't worry. Let's check this out. Guys, don't worry. Let's check this out. So I have the entire data. Remittance overall has dropped down by what percent? Sir, overall remittance has dropped down by 8.21%. Remember it. If I say international travel, the largest segment recorded marginal decline. It's not a sharpest decline. It has declined only by 1%. So if it has declined only by 1%, undoubtedly it cannot be a sharpest decline. So A option is incorrect. Remittance to close relatives was sharp year-on-year, dropped down to nearly 22%. Remittance for overseas education dropped down by 16%. Overseas remittance for the purchase of movable asset has increased by 28.32%. So keeping that in mind, this statement is correct. So answer would be what? So B is correct, C is correct, and E option is correct, but A and D options are incorrect. Is it clear to everyone? Is it clear to everyone? Just give me yes, sir, if it is clear, so that I can move on to the next point. Moving on to the next question, guys. The next question is now on your screen. The question says, which of the following statements are factually correct? Are factually correct with reference to the India's largest public sector bank, that is SBI, recent efforts to promote self-service banking and digital channel usage? So the first point is Grahak Mitras are being deployed over 6,500 SBI branches, accounting for nearly 1/4 of its total number of branch network. So this is a kind of question which 99.9% RBI is not going to ask. RBI will not check your knowledge with respect to these kind of data. RBI is not expecting that you must remember these kind of data. Intentionally I have come up with this particular question because बहुत सारे students के doubts हैं कि सर कितना डेटा पढ़े, डेटा पढ़ने का समझ ही नहीं आ रहा, कितना डेटा इंपॉर्टेंट है, कहां से क्वेश्चन आएगा. तो मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि यहां से तो क्वेश्चन बिल्कुल नहीं आएगा. अगर ऐसा कोई पॉइंट होगा, if this question comes, just leave it, it's not for us. लेकिन अगर मैं आपको बता दूं क्या ये सही है, नहीं सर, इट इज इनकरेक्ट, इट इज अराउंड 4500 और ये जो है दिस इज 1/4, दैट इज 25%. तो 25% वाला पॉइंट इज करेक्ट, बट एसबीआई की जो ब्रांचेस हैं दैट आर अराउंड 20,000 का मतलब तो ब्रांचेस जो होंगी दैट विल बी around 20,000, तो 1/4 that will be around 5,000. तो आंसर क्या 4500. As of December, ये इंपॉर्टेंट है, this data is important. As of December 2024, more than 98% of transactions were conducted through the alternate banking channels. Yes, sir, this is correct. Swayam, that is required for printing of the passbooks. New Swayam has enabled the migration of 3.4 crore monthly passbook transactions. Again, RBI will not check your knowledge on this ground. SBI plans to upgrade or replace 25% of its ATMs. Is it 25%? This is important. This you need to remember. Is it 25%? You need to check. Grahak Mitras will primarily assess the high footfall. This is correct. So let's find out. What all are correct, what all are incorrect. So we are not clear with A, C and D. We are not clear with A, C and D option. So let's check A, C and D option. First point, sir, Grahak Mitras across 4,500 branches accounts for nearly 25%. No, sir, it accounts for nearly what? 20%, not 25%. So A option is incorrect and the total value is 4,500 crores. These Grahak Mitras, they will be sourced from SBOSS, that is fine. Next point which you need to remember is 98% wala, that is correct. How many ATMs are going to be replaced? If I talk about the upgradation of ATMs, that is around 65,000. So as December 2024, bank had 65,000 ATMs and around 20,000 Swayam passbook printing machines. Bank is looking to replace almost 62% or 40,000. 62% or 40,000. So keeping that in mind, how many ATMs are going to be upgraded? So 62% of the ATMs, around 42,000 or 40,000 ATMs are going to be upgraded. Moving on to the last, this statement is correct. So answer is going to be what? So B, C and E are correct, but D option and A option are incorrect. Is it clear everyone? Enjoying? Is it clear everyone? Enjoying? समझ आया कैसे क्वेश्चंस एग्जाम में पूछे जाएंगे, कौन सा डेटा इंपॉर्टेंट है? जो स्टेटमेंट्स इनकरेक्ट हैं वो डेटा इंपॉर्टेंट था ही नहीं, तो यू डोंट हैव टू रिमेंबर दैट डेटा. बट हाँ, this data was important, this was important, and if you ask me, then this is up to a certain mark. If you remember 60% wali figure, that is more than sufficient. Moving on to the last question from the previous session. Which of the following statements regarding HDFC Bank is correct? So if I talk about HDFC Bank, sir, HDFC Bank has become the third Indian company to cross a mark of 15 lakh crore rupees. So HDFC Bank became the first Indian private sector bank to cross the 15 lakh crore market capitalization. My answer is yes. If it would have written first bank of India to cross a mark of 15 lakh crore, then also it is correct. क्यों? क्योंकि सर इससे पहले सिर्फ दो ही कंपनीज ने ये मार्क क्रॉस किया है, एक है रिलायंस इंडस्ट्रीज लिमिटेड और दूसरी है आपकी टीसीएस, एंड बोथ ऑफ देम आर नॉट बैंक्स. तो प्राइवेट सेक्टर ना भी लिखा होता, फर्स्ट इंडियन बैंक लिखा होता, तो भी ये स्टेटमेंट क्या थी? करेक्ट थी. प्लीज मार्क इट, दिस इज इंपॉर्टेंट. As of March, जो valuation थी, that was around 15 lakh crore rupees. This is correct. A bank is now the third Indian company to achieve this. This is correct. The rise in HDFC Bank, please pay attention. The rise in HDFC Bank's valuation was primarily driven by an increase in foreign institutional investment. नहीं sir. ना. HDFC Bank की जो value increase हुई है, that is not because of the foreign investment और फॉरेन इंस्टीट्यूशनल इन्वेस्टमेंट. एचडीएफसी बैंक में जो ये वैल्यू इंक्रीज हुआ, दैट इज बिकॉज ऑफ स्ट्रॉन्ग इन्वेस्टर सेंटिमेंट्स एज वेल एज कंसिस्टेंट शेयर प्राइस ग्रोथ ओवर द टाइम. सो जो शेयर प्राइस है बैंक का, इट हैज ग्रोन ओवर द टाइम एंड ड्यू टू दैट रीजन दिस इंक्रीज हैज बीन विटनेस्ड एंड द मार्केट कैपिटलाइजेशन ऑफ 50 लाख करोड़ हैव बीन अचीव्ड. सो अकॉर्डिंग टू दिस A, B, C and E is correct. So answer should be A, B, C, E. That is the correct answer. Let's check it out. That is absolutely correct. ठीक है जी, समझ आ गया, मजा आया, क्लियर हुआ. इफ यू ऑल आर क्लियर विद द डिस्कशन, जस्ट गिव मी यस सर. आई विल बी मूविंग टू द नेक्स्ट पॉइंट. आज की न्यूज को स्टार्ट करेंगे और आज का जो हमारा न्यूज है, दैट इज अगेन रियली वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. आज का जो न्यूज है, दैट इज बेस्ड ऑन द लेटेस्ट RBI master circular, and this master circular or master direction given by RBI is related to the currency exchange. Not exactly currency exchange, it is basically related to the soiled notes as well as mutilated notes, and it is related to the currency chest. मतलब ये कि जब आपके पास जो currency notes हैं, जब वो गल जाते हैं, फट जाते हैं, तो आप क्या करते हैं? You have the capacity, you are allowed by RBI कि you can exchange those notes. but आपके दिमाग में बहुत सारे questions होंगे. Where to exchange? अगर मैं exchange करूंगा तो what value I am going to receive? Will I be receiving the 100% value or not? अगला question है, sir, why banks are doing this service? What are they earning with this kind of service? क्योंकि if they are accepting my deposit and giving loan to the public, they are earning NIM, that is net interest margin or net interest income. But if they are just providing me a service and they are acting as an agent of RBI to exchange the soil notes against good and clean notes, what is the benefit of the banks? What are the conditions? What kind of incentives the banks are going to receive? All these discussions will be done in this particular session. तो जिसको currency chest नहीं पता, If you don't know what is soiled note, what is the difference between soiled and mutilated note, what are the incentives going to be paid, what are the locations of currency chest, who is the owner of currency chest, who is the administrator of currency chest, all these questions will be answered in this particular session itself. I hope we are good to go. Do hit the like button before we start the discussion, and once you have hit the like button, give me yes sir in the comment section so that we can begin. And you can download the PDF of this session from a Telegram channel, and you'll find the PDF after this session itself on this particular channel. Good to go, guys? Good to go? Okay. Let's get started. Please pay attention. Listen to me very carefully. Each and every point is going to be really very important. In this particular news, we have two kinds of data. एक है that is to give you the knowledge around the topic, and second is something which you need to remember. The data which you need to remember, I will be writing R on it, and I'll give you the annotated PDF in the Telegram channel, and you just learn the data on what I will be writing the alphabet R. उसके अलावा जो data है that is only and only for your reference, for your understanding, जो आपको समझना है. ठीक है जी? तो सुनिएगा जरा. Master direction on the framework of incentives for currency distribution and exchange scheme for bank branches including currency chest. अब क्वेश्चन है कि सर इस डायरेक्शन का मतलब क्या? देखो, we all know that who is the printer of currency? So currency is printed by RBI. Currency is printed by RBI, but the metal coins, they are minted by Government of India. But paper notes as well as the metal coins, they are distributed by RBI only. Now, if RBI wants to make the distribution, obviously RBI will be making this distribution through different channels. The first channel is through the banking sector. Second channel is bank can directly supply this funds to the public. So RBI directly public को कैसे पैसा देगा? Public को दे सकता है ना. अगर RBI ने open market operation के तहत, if RBI has started the open market operation, RBI has issued the government security, or RBI is purchasing back the government security, and against that purchase back of government security, RBI can distribute the currency to the public. But मेरा आज का जो concern है, that is not only the concern of distribution, my concern is जो RBI ने currency print की, वो आपकी public तक कैसे पहुंचती है? Sir, it reaches to the public with the help of banking sector. लेकिन, but the point is, banks branches, they are not directly receiving the funds from RBI. Actually, RBI transfer these funds, or RBI transfer the cash to the currency chest, and from currency chest these funds are transferred to different banks branches. From these currency chests, these funds are transferred to different bank branches, or with the help of this particular network, RBI comes up with the distribution of currency in the economy. Distribution of currency in the economy. Not only this, even the banks, even the bank branches, they are accepting the soiled notes from the public, and those soiled notes which are accepted from the public. अब आप सोच रहे होंगे soiled note का मतलब क्या? Soiled note, in very simple terms, I will be explaining in much detail. In very simple terms, the notes which are torn out, फटा हुआ note, gala hua note. For example, the currency note was in your pocket and your mother put your jeans in the washing machine, and once your jeans is, I would say, dry enough and you're wearing it again, then you realize that there is a 100 rupee note in my jeans, and you must have seen कि note का जो actual texture है वो change हो जाता है. Notes looks quite different, and we call it as imperfect, soiled notes or mutilated note. I will be bifurcating, I will be explaining them individually. ये तीनों एक जगह यूज किए जाते हैं, soiled, mutilated, imperfect, but these three are very different terms which I will be explaining. You need to stand with me for some more time. So RBI used these currency chests for making the distribution. That means RBI do not circulate the funds directly to the bank branches. Rather, this circulation is done with the help of these currency chests. Not only this, we all know that RBI provides loan to the bank against repo rate, against repo rate, bank rate, MSF. In that case also, once the bank has borrowed the loan, that loan or the cash required can also be distributed through the currency chest. For example, RBI ने SBI को loan दिया, ये लोन डिजिटल फॉर्मेट पर आरबीआई ने एसबीआई को सैंक्शन कर दिया. नाउ एसबीआई विल बी यूटिलाइजिंग दीज currency chest of RBI to distribute the currency or distribute the cash in different branches as per the requirement of SBI. तो वहां भी currency chest is important. So currency chest is nothing but it is a locker of RBI where RBI keep the funds safe or RBI keep the cash safe and distribute whenever required. The way you have a locker in a bank or you have a locker in your house where everyone keep their I would say valuables, and whenever required they can take out those valuables. In a similar manner the currency chest operates. So the first point is related to the currency chest. Next point is incentives for currency distribution. Now banks traditional function is what? So bank's traditional function is to accept deposits as well as provide loan. But if bank is distributing the currency on the behalf of RBI, which is supposed to be done by RBI, then it's not our bank's business. But if still bank is performing this kind of business, that means it is operating as an agent of RBI. And if it is operating as an agent of RBI, तो free में तो कोई काम करेगा नहीं. If free में कोई काम करेगा नहीं, तो obviously incentives pay किए जाएंगे. That means funds, incentives will be paid by RBI to these bank branches. Not only this, these bank branches, they will also exchange the soiled notes, the mutilated notes, फटे हुए गले हुए notes को ये जो branches हैं, they will accept those notes from the public and give them the clean notes, give them the new notes which should be introduced in circulation for better penetration. So all these functions which are performed by bank, these are not the traditional functions for which bank has been set up, but these are the functions which bank is performing on the behalf of RBI, and that is the reason bank should be paid with some benefits. कुछ return में देना पड़ेगा, कुछ commission देना पड़ेगा, कुछ incentive देना पड़ेगा, and that incentive has been defined under this particular scheme. So under this particular master direction, what has been introduced? Sir, they have introduced currency distribution and exchange scheme. Currency distribution and exchange scheme. What is this? So this is the incentives, framework of incentives. For what purpose? So for the purpose of currency distribution and exchange of currency. उन दोनों purposes के लिए जो incentives हैं वो दिए जाएंगे, और कितने incentives होंगे वो disclose किया गया. And these incentives will not be only given to the banks, it will also given to the currency chest, or I would say it will be distributed to the bank branches through currency chest only. अब क्वेश्चन ये है कि सर व्हाई दीज इंसेंटिव्स? भैया इंसेंटिव्स दोगे तभी तो बैंक वो काम करेगा जिसके लिए वो बना ही नहीं है. I have set up a bank for deposit and loan, but I am performing these kind of functions on the behalf of RBI. क्यों? भैया कुछ पैसा मिलेगा तभी तो करूंगा. And that incentives have been announced, which we will be discussing in this particular session. I request everyone, no questions for next 20-30 minutes. Let me complete this discussion, then I will be taking each and every question of yours. You just keep on noting down your doubts on a rough notebook which you have. बस एक बार लिख लो रफ में कि ये डाउट है. जब सर कंप्लीट करेंगे आई विल बी टेकिंग ऑल ऑफ योर डाउट्स. अभी आई वोंट टेक एनी डाउट ऑफ योर्स. ठीक है जी. नाउ क्वेश्चन ये है कि सर आरबीआई इज परफॉर्मिंग दिस फंक्शन अकॉर्डिंग टू द प्रीएम्बल of RBI Act 19, according to the RBI Act preamble, according to the section 45 of RBI Act 1934, and according to the section 35A of Banking Regulation Act 1949. I don't know whether you have gone through with different articles and discussions in the past related to RBI, but in my observation, section 35 and section 45. 35 of Banking Regulation Act and 45 of RBI Act 1934 is always in news. So let's first decode these three things. What is preamble of RBI? When I was in my RBI Grade B interview, the chairman sir, he asked me why RBI was set up. The question was why RBI was set up. The basic reason is what were the objectives behind setting up of RBI. Remember that if this kind of question is asked, why RBI was set up, what was the need of RBI, why RBI was set up as a central bank separately for the country, the answer is going to come from the preamble itself. Why? the preamble of Reserve Bank of India describes the basic functions of RBI. We know that we have ample of functions of RBI. मैंने भी पढ़े हैं, आपने भी पढ़े हैं, लेकिन जब RBI की इंटरव्यू में specifically पूछा जाए the objective, the agenda behind setting up of RBI, then your answer should be the preamble. So what is the preamble? The preamble says RBI was set up to regulate the issue of banknotes, keeping of reserves with the view to secure monetary stability, generally to operate the currency credit system of the country, to have a modern monetary policy framework to meet the challenge of inflation, to maintain the price stability while keeping in mind the objective of growth. So RBI के basic functions क्या है? सर तीन basic functions है. पहला currency का printing, उसकी issuing और उसका डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन प्लस रिजर्व्स. तो करेंसी से रिलेटेड तीन फंक्शंस है. पहला प्रिंटिंग, इशुइंग, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन एंड रिजर्व्स. दूसरा फंक्शन है रिलेटेड टू द क्रेडिट, कि क्रेडिट सिस्टम को कंट्रोल करना, दैट इज टू कंट्रोल द ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस व्हिच आर प्रोवाइडिंग द क्रेडिट फैसिलिटी, दैट इज बैंक्स एंड ऑल. थर्ड इंपॉर्टेंट फंक्शन इज कंट्रोल द इन्फ्लेशन रेट्स, keeping in mind the growth rates of the country. So these are the basic functions of RBI. These are the basic objectives जिसकी वजह से बैंक RBI को बनाएगा. अगली बार अगर आपसे कोई पूछेगा, you will be in a position to answer this question very accurately. You won't miss it. The way I was not able to present myself up to this mark, but it's okay. I was able to clear the examination. That's fine. But yes, this was the question which has been asked. Moving on to the next. The next point is Section 45 of RBI Act 1934. So, Section 45 of RBI Act 1934 gives the power to RBI to appoint the agents, which means RBI can appoint the agents. That means RBI can appoint the banks, the other financial institutes to operate or to work on the behalf of RBI so that the functions of RBI can be performed in a better manner. So, if someone asks you, RBI can appoint banks as well as NBFCs as its agents, my answer is yes. And these agents are appointed under which act? So they are appointed under RBI Act 1934. And if I talk about the section, it is going to be Section 45. तो ये वाला preamble यहाँ पे क्यों important है? Why the preamble is important? Give me the answer, guys. Preamble is important because Preamble is important. Why? Because RBI is what? Sir, RBI is coming up with a master direction, and this master direction is related to what? So this master direction is related to issue of banknotes. इसलिए preamble को refer किया गया. Banks को appoint किया जा रहा है as an agent. Banks को provide की जा रही है incentives. इसलिए Section 45 was mentioned. And lastly, Section 35 क्यों mention किया गया? So Section 35 was mentioned because RBI has been given the power under the Banking Regulation Act 1949 to regulate and supervise the banking companies to protect the interest and the overall banking system. तो यहाँ पर banks जो है वो provide करेंगे ये services to the public, और उस service providing में कोई भी गलत service या कोई भी गलत I would say transaction should not be performed by the bank. तो public के interest को safeguard करने के लिए they have included Section 35A as well. तो ये तीनों चीजें याद रखिएगा. They are very common. That is the reason I am discussing it. Otherwise, I don't discuss the sections and all because they are not important. अब question ये है कि sir, when this particular announcement was done, this master direction was announced. In that master direction, the ultimate aim of this master direction is to achieve the targets of clean note policy. Now the question is, what do you understand by the word clean note policy? When we use this word clean note policy, it was introduced back in 1999, where RBI want the notes to be clean so that their lifetime can be increased. मतलब आपने एक note print किया, I am an RBI and I want the lifetime of this note to increase. So in order to increase the lifetime of that note, I come up with certain conditions. The first condition, if I come up with, आज की डेट में you don't get the entire bundle of notes which is either stapled or stitched. पुराने टाइम में बात करें, इट वॉज स्टिच्ड, लेटर ऑन इट वॉज स्टैपल्ड, इफ यू रिमेंबर. अब स्टेपलिंग भी नहीं है, स्टिचिंग भी नहीं है, यू जस्ट गेट दैट बंडल एंड देयर इज अ kind of, I would say, ribbon on it, and that ribbon is just to hold those all the notes in a bundle itself. It is tight enough, but it is not tied, मतलब उसके ऊपर धागे से टाइंग नहीं की गई, ना ही कोई स्टेपल किया गया. So this is what we call it as clean note policy. So remember that RBI has introduced clean note policy back in 1999, in which banks were asked not to give soil notes. अब बैंक को कहा गया, if you receive a soil note in form of deposit, you should not make that note in the form of withdraw. मतलब उस नोट को withdraw मत करो. Keep that note safe with you and transfer that note to RBI. And what will RBI do? Sir, RBI will collect all the soiled, all the mutilated notes, और उन सारे के सारे soiled और mutilated notes को RBI will destroy and RBI will reprint them. RBI will first destroy them, reprint them in same denomination. Are you getting this point? In same denomination. For example, RBI has received 10 notes of 100 rupees, 50 notes of 20 rupees, let's say 5 notes of 500 rupees. So first RBI will destroy them and then RBI will reprint the same number of notes in given denomination, so that na to overall currency value change ho, which is in circulation, as well as the overall denomination numbers also should not change. So RBI maintain it while reprinting the soiled or mutilated notes. तो यहाँ पर clean note policy के तहत अब ये बहुत clearly बता दिया गया banks को, it has been directed by RBI that banks, they will be accepting the soiled notes, they will be accepting the mutilated notes, but they won't be recirculating these notes back in the economy. यहाँ पे एक point और important, I don't know whether you remember, एक बहुत बड़ा मीम भी चला था, वहां पे बहुत काफी ज्यादा वायरल भी हुआ था. 10 रुपए के नोट के ऊपर लिखा हुआ था सोनम गुप्ता बेवफा है. अगर सोनम गुप्ता बेवफा लिखा है नोट के ऊपर तो मान लो नोट भी बेवफा है. व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से, इफ अ नोट has something written on it, that note is also not considered as a fit note to be circulated in the economy. Remember that point. So clean note policy says that RBI ask the banks that you should not recirculate the soiled, mutilated or a note with a written notes on it to the customer, because we won't, or RBI want that banks should ensure the availability of good quality of bank notes to the members of the public, and this will be possible only if RBI will give incentives to the bank. Then only bank will perform this function, and for that incentive this particular direction has been announced. In 2002 it was advice given that RBI has advised to stop stapling the currency notes. So आज की डेट में banks में जब आप जाते हैं, this is the screenshot which I have taken from one of the bank when I was visiting a bank. वहां पे एक notice board पे लगा था, we accept delivery currency notes and those delivery currency notes should be de-stapled or unstitched only. We don't accept the stitched or staple notes. Please do not write or scribble on the currency. Do not use banknotes for making toys. गले का हार बनाने के लिए use मत करो. Please count and check the currency before leaving. Soiled and mutilated currency notes are freely exchanged at our counters. That means I am an agent of the RBI. I will be enjoying the incentives which Madhav Sir is going to discuss because I am the part of this. Coins as well as small denomination notes are freely accepted as well as issued at our cash counter. So these are the clean note policies which I have read in a particular branch on their notice. ठीक है जी, क्लियर हो गया. अगली बार अगर कोई पूछे what is clean note policy, clean note policy basically means RBI is trying to ensure the circulation of good quality banknotes in the country, and RBI has asked the banks to do not recirculate soiled, mutilated as well as notes with writing on them, and this process is termed as, or it is a part of clean note policy, which also says notes should not be stapled, they should not be stitched, and nothing should be written. If anything is written, any political slogan or any other slogan is written, then that note will not be considered as a legal tender. It won't be accepted as a legal tender for completing the transactions. Got it, guys? Is this point clear? Got it? Is this point clear? Okay. So I hope you can visualize on my back what is this. It's nothing, guys. It is currency chest. Now I'll give you a quick review of the currency chest. So हालांकि मैंने आपको बता दिया currency chest है क्या, कुछ technical terms हैं which I would like to discuss. So the depository of RBI, where RBI keep its currency safe, is known as currency chest. So depository of RBI is known as currency chest. It consists of cash, and this cash is meant for banks as well as ATMs. The chests are located on the premises of selected banks. This is important. कि सर ये जो currency chest है, this currency chest is located on the selected banks. That means RBI select banks branches, RBI select bank branches, and in those bank branches, RBI or bank construct the currency chest. Bank construct the currency chest, but this currency chest is administered by RBI. So when RBI prints new notes, they first send them to the currency chest from where it goes into circulation. The whole purpose of RBI is to deliver currency to rest of the country with the help of currency chest, and currency chest help facilitate a good healthy economy by producing note circulation in the market. They act as a caretaker of Indian currency system. I have a homework for you guys. Homework is how many currency chests do we have in the country as of today, and how many small coin deposit currency chests we have as of today. So one we have currency chest, one we have small coin deposits. In currency chest, basically we focus on banknotes, and there are certain currency chests which only and only collect the small coin deposits. If you can find this data, very good, but this data is readily available. Do find it and comment it after this session. Currency chests are located in the branches of selected banks. So it is located in the branches of selected bank, as I said, but they are managed, administered by RBI, and RBI can inspect these currency chests on periodic basis. RBI can inspect these currency chests on periodic basis whenever required. Moving on to the next point. So what are the main activities? So currency chest is responsible for cash movement. Cash movement का मतलब RBI से न्यू करेंसी प्रिंट होकर करेंसी चेस्ट पे आई, करेंसी चेस्ट से ये करेंसी आगे ब्रांचेस तक क्या होगी, ट्रांसपोर्ट होगी, और RBI will, or I would say the RBI departments which are involved in this, they will try to minimize, they will try their level best to minimize what? So they will try to minimize the travel cost or the transportation cost. That is cash movement. Second is inward cash processing. The wing comes under the production factory of RBI. So this wing comes under the production factory of RBI, which basically maintain the record of what value of inward cash has been received in the currency chest. And last function is vault. Vault ka matlab the locker at your home. So that is a vault where you keep your funds safe until they are required. So it helps us to maintain or to facilitate the cash movement. It processes the inward flow of cash, as well as it plays a role of a locker where the cash is stored on the behalf of RBI. What are the security measures? Sir, RBI pays the expenses as necessary for the security measures to the banks and the transportation costs. तो जो security measures है वो उसके लिए जो भी खर्चा होगा बैंक देगा, as well as for the transportation cost also charges will be paid by the bank, by the RBI. But in case of theft, RBI has specific categories of loss. So under certain categories of loss, RBI will be witnessing a loss, but beyond those specific category of losses, bank will be witnessing the loss. That means if bank is enjoying the benefit, of holding, currency chest in the form of incentives which they are going to receive from RBI, that is not the only one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is if anything goes wrong, bank will be at risk as well of losing the amount in case of accidents, robbery and whatnot. So keep that as well in your mind. Obviously, if you are looking forward for return comes with risk. So this is the risk which is associated with the banking sector if they are involved in the currency chest management. Guys, this is the scheme which we are talking about. These are the incentives which have been written on the screen. So we have 4 points which we have to discuss from this master direction, but unfortunately or fortunately you are joining my class and you know that I won't be discussing them in a very plain manner. I will be trying to decode each of them in a very detailed manner. So let's get started. The first incentive says that if a bank is opening up a currency chest in northeastern states, if the bank is opening up the currency chest in the northeastern states or in the hilly states or hilly places of Ladakh as well as J&K, in that particular case, capital up to 100%, that means up to 100% of capital expenditure is eligible for reimbursement. What does it basically means? It means that you are a bank, and you are opening up a currency chest in northeastern states, or you are opening up the currency chest in hilly places or inaccessible places. Then if you are spending 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs, 15 lakhs to construct that currency chest, 100% capital expenditure will be paid by RBI. But there is a limit. What is the upper limit? That is 50 lakhs. If you are spending up to 50 lakhs, RBI will reimburse it. If you're spending more than 50 lakhs, RBI will give you only 50 lakhs. Rest expenditure has to be bared by the bank itself. Rest of the expenditure has to be bared by the bank itself. As you can see, capital cost, you have spent 75 lakh rupees to construct a currency chest. In that particular case, RBI will pay you only 50 lakhs. Rest 25 lakh rupees has to be bared by the bank. Second point. The second point says revenue cost. 50% of the revenue expenditure is eligible for reimbursement for first 5 years of currency chest operation. So if you are setting up a currency chest as a bank, then in that particular case, you can reimburse your expenses. You can reimburse what? So you can reimburse your expenses. What expenses? I'm talking about the regular expenses, the revenue expenses. How this revenue expenses reimbursement will be done? If your first year expenditure is 15 lakhs, you can reimburse up to 50%. So that means 7.5 lakhs will be reimbursed. If your second year expense is 16 lakhs, 8 lakh will be reimbursed. Similarly, 16 lakhs, 8 lakh will be reimbursed. 17 lakhs, 8.5 lakhs will be reimbursed. And if your expense is 18 lakhs, 9 lakh rupees will be reimbursed. This is only for first 5 years. In the sixth year, if your expense is 10 lakhs, what will be the reimbursement? 0, because it is clearly mentioned that it will be applicable to new applications for opening currency chest in these areas received on or after the date of master direction. So if you will be opening the currency chest in the near future in these areas, then only you are eligible for this reimbursement, and you are eligible for this reimbursement for first 5 years only. And what is the reimbursement value? That is 50%. And what is the reimbursement in case of capital expenditure? That is 100%. Is this point clear? क्लियर हो गया? अगर यहाँ पे कोई डाउट है सिर्फ इस स्लाइड से, if you have any doubt with respect to this slide, you may ask please. If you have any doubt with respect to this slide, you may ask please, else I'll move ahead. Else I will move ahead. Do reply in the comment section please. Done? Shall I move ahead? Okay. Moving on to the second point. So this is the first incentive. One is revenue reimbursement. Second one is capital cost, which will promote the construction of currency chest in the inaccessible areas, hilly areas of Jammu and Kashmir, Ladakh as well as northeastern region. ठीक है जी, तो ये तो पहला बेनिफिट है which has been announced by RBI. Reimbursement का मतलब है आकाशी, reimbursement for WC मतलब reimbursement for, I can't see your comment now, पता नहीं शायद हटा दिया उन्होंने कमेंट. ठीक है, MR मैं आपको बताता हूँ बेटा, इसका मतलब क्या है. MR it basically means what is capital expenditure. Let's suppose you are a bank, SBI, you have a branch in Ladakh and you want to construct a currency chest within that particular branch, and you applied, you have raised the application and the application is approved. Once the construction was completed, after the completion of the construction, you can reach to RBI that, sir, I have spent 30 lakh rupees to construct that currency chest within my branch. I want you to reimburse. So you just pay them the bills. RBI will credit 30 lakh back to you because you are constructing the currency chest in the specified areas as per the latest RBI direction. These incentives or these reimbursements are not available for the entire country. They are available for the specific regions, locations only, which is clearly mentioned on the screen. It is valid for all, yes, all the banks, whether it is private, whether it is government. For all the banks which are eligible to set up a currency chest, they are eligible under these benefits. Now, what is revenue cost? Revenue cost ka matlab, you can take it in a very simple manner, operational cost. You are holding a currency chest, you will be witnessing an operational cost because it will involve expenditure in terms of security, safety, to maintain that safety, and number of expenses will be done. So those, I would say, regular expenses to run, to hold, to provide the services of the currency chest, those expenses are termed as revenue expenditure or revenue cost. So if your revenue cost is whatever value of 1 year, 50% will be reimbursed. 50% of the value will be reimbursed by whom? Sir, it will be reimbursed by RBI. It will be reimbursed by RBI. ओके, करेंसी चेस्ट इज नॉट अ बैंक. करेंसी चेस्ट कोई बैंक नहीं है. सिंपल सी बात है, समझो जरा ध्यान से. आप लोगों ने, वो कहते हैं ना, ज्यादा अगर आप लोगों को स्पेस दो ना कि कुछ भी पूछ लो तो आप इररेगुलर क्वेश्चंस पूछते हैं. मैंने बोला तो है कि ये बैंक की ब्रांच है. जब आप बैंक की ब्रांच में जाते हैं तो बैंक की ब्रांच में आपके पास ये सारे एम्प्लॉइज बैठे हैं, अपने जो भी डे टू डे ऑपरेशंस है वो परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं. और ये आरबीआई का एक बैंक का लॉकर है जहां पे बैंक ने आपको लॉकर सर्विसेज दी. उसके अलावा बैंक ने एक रिस्ट्रिक्टेड एरिया रखा उसी ब्रांच में जहां पे यू आर नॉट अलाउड टू गो. एंड दिस रिस्ट्रिक्टेड एरिया विच इज, आई वुड से, अ काइंड ऑफ सुपर सॉलिड बॉक्स. ये बॉक्स ऐसा है कि इट इज मेड अप ऑफ कंक्रीट फ्रॉम ऑल द 4 डायरेक्शंस. It is a very strong room which is created, and this particular strong room is where the currency is stored, kept on the behalf of RBI. तो यहां पर कोई भी बैंक, सिर्फ ये बैंक नहीं, मान लो ये एसबीआई की ब्रांच है, एसबीआई की यही ब्रांच अपने रोज का पैसा नहीं, इवन आईसीआईसीआई, इवन पीएनबी की जो ब्रांच है, दे ऑल कैन पार्क देयर फंड्स इन दिस करेंसी चेस्ट. दे कैन पार्क देयर फंड्स इन दिस करेंसी चेस्ट and it will be administrated by RBI. अब parking क्यों होगी? So for example, banks have to park their CRR. They can park their CRR with RBI with the help of currency chest. If banks, they are borrowing from RBI, they can borrow the cash from the currency chest, और currency chest की availability all over the country है. So the functions of RBI, services of RBI can be provided all over the country with the help of currency chest. यार एक simple सी बात समझो ना, RBI is the printer of currency. And RBI want to distribute that currency to the public, and it has to be done with the help of banks. Now banks, they are spread all over the country, and RBI headquarters is in only and only Mumbai, or let's add the regional offices as well. Let's say RBI offices are present, let's say, on 40 odd places in the country, but still those 40 odd places are not appropriate, not enough to perform these distribution services in an appropriate manner. So rather than setting up separate currency chests which are going to be regulated, managed, maintained by RBI, RBI has asked the banks that you already own your branches. In the branch only, create a currency chest, manage in terms of its safety, security and all, and provide the distribution function of currency from there. I will be administrating it, I will be monitoring it, I will be inspecting it whenever required. And for providing this service, I'll give you incentive. For providing me this service, I'll give you incentive. That is the point. Is it clear now? Arey, is it clear now? No, it's not. अब तो क्लियर हो गया होगा अक्षय. डे टू डे कॉस्ट बैंक की तो यहाँ पे क्यों आएगी? बैंक का तो यहाँ से कोई लेना देना ही नहीं है. बैंक की प्रेमिसेस में एक अलग यूनिट है which has nothing to do with banks day to day operations. ठीक है? सुदीप क्लियर, आकाशी क्लियर. चलो, मूविंग ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट पॉइंट. ठीक है, अगला पॉइंट है क्या सर? अगला पॉइंट है एक्सचेंज ऑफ सॉइल्ड नोट्स एज वेल एज म्यूटिलेटेड नोट्स. पहले ये समझ लेते हैं, व्हाट आर सॉइल्ड नोट्स, what are mutilated notes. Let's try to understand this point. If this question is asked to me, soiled notes kya hai? So soiled notes in a very liberalized form, I would say, notes जो कि let's say you have a currency note, but this currency note is torn out. It is torn out in two pieces and both the two pieces are available. Both the two pieces are available with you. या फिर आपने वो सेलो टेप लगाकर चिपका दिया, या फिर आपने सेलो टेप लगाकर चिपका दिया. So soil note means a note which has become dirty due to normal wear and tear. Also include two pieces note pasted together wherein both the pieces presented belong to the same note and will form the entire note is known as soiled notes. It's known as soiled notes. What is mutilated note? So mutilated note का मतलब है note which is incomplete. Incomplete का मतलब क्या हुआ? सर incomplete का मतलब है अगर एक बैंक नोट है but it's not available completely, only this part of the bank note is available, that is mutilated note. Even if we have a mutilated note which is present in more than two pieces. If a bank note is present in more than two pieces, that is also known as mutilated note. So mutilated note means a bank note which is in pieces and maybe the entire or all the pieces are not available, and if all the pieces are available, they should be of more than two. The count of pieces should be more than two, then only it will be termed as what? It will be termed as mutilated note. So mutilated banknote is a banknote of which a portion is missing or which is composed of more than two pieces is known as mutilated note. समझ आ गया? What is the difference between soiled note and mutilated note? If the difference is clear, give me yes sir. एक और बड़ा important point है, that is imperfect note. This point is also used oftenly. Imperfect note का मतलब क्या? Sir, imperfect note का मतलब है which is wholly or partially shrunk, washed, altered but does not include a mutilated banknote. मतलब क्या हुआ? सर ऐसा नोट जो कि अपनी बेस्ट क्वालिटी में नहीं है. The note is not in its best quality. That means the note has a normal wear and tear but it is not in pieces. The note is intact, इसके कोई pieces नहीं है, but it is not in its actual quality. Its quality has degraded but yes, it is not in pieces. So अगर नोट दो pieces में है और दो पीसेस को जोड़ा गया है और क्वालिटी भी खराब हो चुकी है नोट की, पेपर क्वालिटी, इट इज सॉइल नोट. इफ नोट इज इन मोर देन two pieces and even the pieces are not available or the pieces are missing, it is mutilated note. If the note is intact, there is no turning out of the note फटा हुआ नहीं है, but yes, it is not in its best quality, then it will be termed as imperfect note. Now, as per clean note policy, bank is responsible to accept soiled notes, mutilated notes as well as imperfect notes, exchange them with the good quality notes, and ये जो notes bank ने इकट्ठे किए, the notes which bank has collected, bank will be transferring those notes to the currency chest, and from currency chest it will be reaching to RBI's issue office, and once it reaches to the RBI issue office, then incentives will be paid. To whom? Sir, incentives will be paid to the bank branches which are collecting these notes. To the bank branches which are collecting these notes. समझ आई ये बात? अब क्वेश्चन ये है कि सर against these soiled notes, against these mutilated notes, do we get 100% value? Any idea, guys? Do we get 100% value? Any idea? What to exchange? Want to exchange the damaged currency notes? Will you get the 100% value? Say yes or no. So the answer is no. अब कितनी percent value मिलेगी? That is not your cup of tea. You didn't need to memorize it, but Madhav is Madhav. Madhav has got the answer to this. What is the answer, sir? If the note is extremely brittle, burnt or stuck up note. अगर तो कोई नोट जल गया है, brittle है, burnt हो गया, एक दूसरे से बहुत अच्छे चिपका हुआ है, if you are trying to make that note straight, it is not going to happen. It will tear into pieces. In that particular case, its exchange will be rejected. In case of soiled notes, 100% exchange value is paid. In case of soiled notes, 100% exchange value is paid. In case of mutilated notes, if the note denomination is below 20 rupees, if the note denomination is equal to or below 20 rupees, then you will get the full value, only if you have more than 50% of the area. That means you have single largest undivided piece of note. मतलब आपके पास जो piece of note है, जो आपके पास मान लो ये 20 रुपए का नोट है, इस 20 रुपए के नोट में what you have is you have this much only, but if this much note is greater than 50% in area, then you will get full value. If it is less than 50% in area, then you will get zero value. Are you getting my point? So if a note is in pieces, let's say it is in four pieces, and this is the largest piece, and the largest undivided piece area is more than 50%, you will get the 100% value. If it is less than 50%, then the value will be zero. But if the denomination is greater than 20, then in that particular case, for example, you have 100 rupee note. In case of 100 rupee note, you have this 100 rupee note in, let's say, four pieces. Out of these four pieces, this is the undivided largest piece. The area of this undivided largest piece, if it is greater than 80%, area is greater than 80%, you get 100% value. If the area is in a range 40 to 80%, then you get 50% value. So this is nothing to memorize, only read. ताकि आपको क्लैरिटी तो हो कि होगा क्या, वरना मैं भी आपको सिर्फ और सिर्फ न्यूज बताकर चला जाता और आप रटते रहते. I don't do that. I always try to give you the clarity. And this is the clarity कि what value is going to be received. You just read it, that is more than sufficient. ठीक है जी? You just read it, that is more than sufficient. Okay, 1 second. Okay, moving on to this point. What does this point says? Sir, if there is a slogan written on a note, or there is any kind of political message is written on a note, then in that particular case, that note with a political message, or I would say a slogan written on it, will be rejected. So Sonam Gupta bewafa hai, to wo note bhi bewafa hai, that will not be exchanged. If someone has deliberately cut the note, and if it is identified that the note was not turned out with use, it has been deliberately cut, then also its exchange will be rejected. And those coins which are uncurrent, that means which are not allowed in current circulation, for example, today, earlier 25 paisa and below coins were stopped from circulation, then 50 paisa and below coins were stopped from circulation, and today only 1 rupee and above coins are in circulation. We don't have small coins in circulation. So the small coins in circulation, if they are not in circulation, then those coins can be or cannot be accepted as per the requirements. Got it? Moving on to the next point. So what facilities, please pay attention, what all facilities will be provided by the branch in terms of exchange of notes and coins at the bank branch? All branches of all banks in all the parts of the country, they are mandated to provide the customer service. First one, issue fresh and good quality notes and coins for all denominations on demand. Whenever you go to the bank and you say कि बेटे की शादी है, वो 10-10 वाली 20-20 वाली bundles दे दो, बैंक कहता है नहीं, बैंक कहता है I don't have, sorry. But bank cannot say नहीं दूंगा. Bank cannot say I'll not give, because it is the condition given by RBI. You have to provide the service. Better is you say I don't have. Second is exchange of soiled, mutilated and defected, or I would say imperfect notes is ought to be done. But small finance banks, very important guys, small finance banks and payment banks, they may exchange the mutilated and defective notes as at their option. If small finance bank want, they can exchange it. If they don't want, they can reject. Ki bhaiya, we cannot exchange your notes. That is also allowed in case of small finance bank and payment banks. Last is accepting coins and notes either for transaction or exchange. You have to accept the coins and notes for both the cases, for transactions as well as exchange. These are some of the mandatory customer services which are provided by the bank. ठीक है जी. नाउ आई विल कम बैक टू द पॉइंट जहां से मैंने ये सारी रामकथा शुरू की थी. तो मैंने शुरू की थी कहां से कि भैया सॉइल्ड नोट्स क्या होते हैं, म्यूटिलेटेड नोट्स क्या होते हैं, इम्परफेक्ट नोट्स क्या होते हैं. once we are clear with this, then I discussed with you what is the exchange rate of these type of notes. Now I'm coming back to the point, what are the benefits bank is going to receive if bank is exchanging the soiled as well as mutilated notes. Please pay attention. So second point, पहला point हमने कर लिया. What was the first point? So the first point was related to what? So first point was basically related to capital expenditure as well as revenue cost. Now we have the next one. What does the next point says? So the next point says exchange of soiled notes, exchange of soiled notes as well as exchange of mutilated notes will be done by the bank over the counter, and against this exchange bank will receive 2 rupees per packet. Bank will receive 2 rupees per packet. Bank will receive 2 rupees per packet as an incentive from RBI. मतलब क्या हुआ ध्यान से देखना. Please pay attention. What does it says? It says that if the note denomination is below 50, then in that particular case, if the note denomination is below 50, in that particular case, for exchanging the entire bundle, for exchanging the entire packet, which means packet of 100 notes, bank will receive 2 rupees as an incentive. I'll take an example to explain you. Please pay attention. Let's say denomination is 10 and number of pieces. How many number of pieces? We have 400 number of pieces. We have 400 number of pieces. Out of these 400 number of pieces, 5 notes were either counterfeit, means they were fake, or 5 notes were short, मतलब आपने काउंटिंग में गलती कर दी, अरे वो पुराने नोट थे, चिपके हुए थे, गलती हो गई काउंटिंग में, विच इज पॉसिबल. तो अब आपके पास जो एक्चुअल नोट्स क्या हुए, जो एक्चुअल नोट्स एक्सचेंज हुए, एक सेकेंड, आपके पास जो एक्चुअल, 1 second, I'll take this example first. I missed it. First I'll take this example. What I was trying to say, exchange is 2 rupees per packet up till the denomination 50. अगर denomination 50 से ज्यादा denomination के notes को bank exchange करेगा, against that exchange no incentive will be paid. Incentive will be paid up till 50 rupees denomination only. ठीक. अब यहां पर देखना दो चीजें. मान लो आपकी जो number of denomination है, denomination is 10. If I talk about the number of pieces, so number of pieces is 5500. If the number of pieces is 5500, that means how many bundles we have, how many packets we have. So we have 55 packets, क्योंकि एक पैकेट में कितने नोट्स होते हैं, 100. So we have 55. We have number of packets. What is the number of packets? So we have 55 number of packets. अब ये जो पैकेट्स है, इन पैकेट्स को बैंक ने रिसीव किया और रिसीव करके बैंक ने इन पैकेट्स को दे दिया किसे, करेंसी चेस्ट को. Now currency chest will receive those packets and currency chest will forward these packets to the issue department of RBI. अब issue department of RBI इन पैकेट्स को खोलेगा, इन पैकेट्स को काउंट करेगा, and when issue department of RBI was counting these packets, they realized कि 5500 की जगह how many 5500 की जगह how many notes have been received? So they have received only 5390 notes. ये कह लो कि 110 notes जो है, number of notes, उनमें से मान लो 10 notes counterfeit थे, उनमें से 50 notes mutilated थे, क्योंकि हम तो soil notes की बात कर रहे हैं. 50 notes आधे थे, तो उसको उन्होंने रिजेक्ट कर दिया, और उसके साथ साथ 50 नोट्स ही कम थे. सो टोटल कितना हो गया, 110. अब जो नंबर ऑफ नोट्स पहुंचे हैं फॉर इंसेंटिव पर्पस वो कितने हैं, दैट इज 5390. अब टोटल नंबर ऑफ पैकेट्स कितने हो गए, सो 53 90 को 100 से डिवाइड करेंगे तो क्या आएगा 53.90। तो यहां पे जो राउंड ऑफ होगा दैट विल नॉट द सेम राउंड ऑफ जो आप मैथ्स में करते हैं कि 54 कर दो, नहीं, उनके कहने का मतलब है कंप्लीट पैकेट्स कितने हैं 53। तो जितने कंप्लीट पैकेट्स हैं वही पैकेट्स एलिजिबल होंगे फॉर व्हाट, सो दोस पैकेट्स विल बी एलिजिबल फॉर इंसेंटिव। पर पैकेट कितना इंसेंटिव है 2 रुपए, सो हाउ मच इंसेंटिव यू विल रिसीव, यू विल रिसीव एन इंसेंटिव ऑफ 106 रुपीज। बैंक ने 106 रुपए कैसे कमाए, इज इट क्लियर? Is this point clear? Shall I take one more example? Shall I take one more example? Shall I take one more example? Look, one more example to understand the same. Please pay attention. Please take please pay attention. 50 rupees is the denomination. Okay? 50 rupees is the denomination. This is the branch B1 of SBI. This branch B1 of SBI is the branch which possess the currency chest as well. ये मान लो इसके पास currency chest नहीं है. So this branch has received total 7,500. This branch has received total 7,500 soiled notes, means 7,500 50 rupees के soiled notes receive हुए, and those notes have been exchanged into a good quality notes. So total 75 packets were submitted to the currency chest. Currency chest forwarded these packets to the issue department of RBI. Issue department of RBI क्या करेगा, इसे प्रिंटिंग प्रेस में भेजेगा, पहले डिस्ट्रॉय किए जाएंगे और सेम डिनोमिनेशन को प्रिंटिंग प्रेस में क्या किया जाएगा, रीप्रिंट किया जाएगा. दिस इज द एंटायर लाइफ साइकिल. But the moment it reaches to issue department of RBI, they say no sir, there are 245 नोट्स शॉर्टेज, मतलब सॉरी 75 नोट्स क्या है, शॉर्ट है. 75 नोट्स शॉर्ट है मींस कुछ कम है, मान लो 15 नोट तो काउंटरफिट है और बाकी के 40 नोट्स जो है या 60 नोट्स जो है दे आर शॉर्ट. तो जो एक्चुअल नोट्स रिसीव हुए दे आर 7425. 7425 में जो बंडल्स बनेंगे, जो पैकेट बनेंगे वो कितने हैं 74. तो 74 पैकेट्स पे हर एक पैकेट पे 2 रुपए का incentive. So incentive is going to be 74 into 2. It comes out to be 148. So this is the incentive which will be paid to the currency chest. Currency chest will transfer this incentive to the respective branch, and this is the incentive which a branch is going to receive on exchange of soiled notes. समझ आ गई बात? Is it clear? No rocket science, बहुत easy है. अब अगर मैं म्यूटिलेटेड नोट की बात करूं, अब म्यूटिलेटेड नोट में मेहनत ज्यादा. क्यों मेहनत ज्यादा? भैया चेक करो. वाई आई से दैट म्यूटिलेटेड नोट एक्सचेंज इज quite a difficult task for a bank, because in that particular case bank has to identify the area of available largest undivided note, then they have to calculate the area, then they have to pay according to the area. So it's a tough task. Then RBI said don't worry, for every mutilated note exchange I'll pay you 2 rupees. Soiled, for the entire packet I'll pay you 2 rupees, but in case of mutilated notes, for each note mutilated which you are going to exchange, I'll pay you 2 rupees as per RBI. As per RBI. So RBI says mutilated notes per note incentive is 2 rupees. Let's say 10 rupees is the denomination. Number of pieces which are mutilated, that is 400, out of which 5 notes were short. Actual received were 395. If the actual received mutilated notes till the issue department of RBI is 395, for every note 2 rupees is paid. So 2 into 395 is 790 rupees off. 790 rupees of what? 790 rupees of incentive will be paid. And in this case, this incentive will be paid for all denominations. This incentive will be paid for all denominations, unlike soil note, because in case of soil note, it is paid only. In case of soil note, it is paid only till 50 rupees denomination. Above 50 rupees of denomination, no incentive is going to be paid by RBI for exchanging the soil notes. No incentive is going to be paid by RBI for exchanging the soiled notes. Got it, guys? Moving on to the next. The next is related to the coins. This is the incentive given for the distribution of coin. If a branch has distributed a bag of coin, they will get 65 rupees as an incentive. Now you must be wondering, bag of coin, so what is the number of coins in one bag of coin. Please pay attention. According to the issue department of RBI, one bag of coin means either 5,000 pieces of 50 paisa coin, but अब तो 50 paisa coin circulation में नहीं है, so I can remove this. But if the coin denomination is 1 rupee, 2 rupee or 5 rupees, then you will say it a bag when you have 2,500 pieces of given denomination metal coin, and in case of 10 or 20 rupees, it is 2,000 pieces. समझ आई ये बात? What I'm trying to say, I'm saying, what is bag? Bag of coin means 2,500 coins will make one bag if the denomination is either 1 rupee, 2 rupee or 5 rupee. Sir, one bag will be equal to 2,000 coins. One bag will be equal to 2,000 coins if each coin is either of denomination 10 or 20. And for distribution of one bag of coin, incentive is 65 and it will be 75. The same incentive will be 75 if the distribution is done in rural or semi-urban area. If the distribution is done in rural or semi-urban area, again I have an example. Example is on your screen. What is the denomination? So we have 2 rupees denomination coins. Total pieces deposited. How many pieces deposited? Sir, 4,000 2 rupee coins are deposited. Total pieces withdrawn. So the total pieces withdrawn are 2,500. So what is the distribution or what is the net distribution? Net distribution means branch से कितने coins distribute हुए. सर branch से तो कुछ distribute ही नहीं हुआ. कैसे? Incoming 4,000 था, outgoing 2,500 है. Actually में the branch is holding. Actually the branch is receiving rather than distributing. Branch is receiving what? So branch is receiving 1,500 coins. Branch is receiving 1,500 coins. और ये कौन सा coin है? 2 rupee denomination का. और हमें पता है कि एक bag कितने coins होने चाहिए? 2,500. So 2,500 से अगर मैं divide करूंगा, what I'll get? So I'll get 3 by 5. That is 0.6. So this is negative 0.6, which means there is a net withdrawal. No sir, there is net deposit. Here we want withdrawal. अगर withdraw होगा तभी तो distribution है. अगर distribution करना है तो withdrawal ज्यादा होना चाहिए. But here the deposit is 4,000, withdrawal is 2,500. So there is net deposit, और net deposit कितना है? 1,500 coins, which is equals to 0.6 bags. Clear? Which is equals to 0.6 bags, which is I hope clear till this point. Moving on to the next point. 5 रुपए के सिक्के की बात करें तो 5 रुपए का सिक्का, 0 deposit, 7,500 withdrawal. 7,500 withdrawal means how many bags have withdrawn? So 3 bags have been withdrawn. तो यहाँ पे +3 हो गया और ये +1 हो गया. So in total we have 4 bags withdrawn, 0.6 received. So total withdrawn is 3.4. Again we will go to the closest. Closest it means अगर आपके पास 3.4 bags है, how many bags are complete? Out of 3.4 we have 3 complete bags. तो ये है 3 complete bags. Now what will be the incentive? अगर तो ये distribution बैंक ने किया semi urban areas में या rural areas में, then we'll say 3 into 75. If this distribution is done in semi urban or rural areas, it is 3 into 75. If this distribution is done in the other parts of the country, then it will be 3 into 65. समझ आ गई बात? 65, 75. I hope both the points are clear. You have to cram all the data. बेटा ये तो example है. This is the example. ये cram करने के लिए थोड़ा, this is for your explanation. हाँ, ये जो blue color में है, this you have to cram, this you have to learn. But the way I'm explaining it in so much detail, I guess if you'll read the PDF after this session carefully, you will be in a position to remember it for sure. Last is the service charge. What is the service charge? Sir, if the cash is deposited and the cash deposit by the non-chest branch under the currency chest, for example, I am a branch of SBI, but I don't have any currency chest in me. Rather, to my closest, there is a currency chest which is in ICICI or which is in PNB, and I reach to PNB to deposit my funds or to deposit my cash. But this service won't be provided free of cost. This service will not be provided free of cost. The service charge which is going to be charged by currency chest on the non-chest branches kitna? Non-chest branches is going to be by the large modern currency chest, it is 8 rupees per 100 pieces of notes, and other currency chest it is 5 rupees per 100 pieces of notes. So it's a costly affair for the banks to deposit their funds in the or keep their cash in the currency chest, or to, I would say, if you're depositing your cash in the currency chest, you are going to bear a huge value. You are going to bear a huge value, which you need to remember. After that, we have certain few terms which are very clear. I have already discussed. Incentives shall be paid on soil notes. As discussed, incentives will be paid on the exchange of mutilated notes. Incentives for the distribution of coins will be paid on the basis of net withdrawn, which we have already discussed. Currency chest holding banks will raise the invoice to RBI for claiming the incentives. तो होगा क्या? Currency chest जिस बैंक के पास है, that bank will raise the invoice to RBI, then RBI will review it and RBI will pay the incentives. Currency chest branch shall pass on the incentives to the linked branches. So the currency chest will receive the incentive and then that incentive will be distributed to the linked branches. Distribution of the coin shall be verified by RBI regional office through the inspection of currency chest. So distribution of coins shall be verified by what? So it will be verified by the regional officers through the inspection of currency chest or incognito visit to branch etc. which can be done by RBI. ठीक है जी, क्लियर हो गया. अब एक पॉइंट और था, अगर net is 0.3 then 0, incentive will be 0. If your net is minus 0.3 then incentive is 0. If net is only 0.3 then also it is 0. At least you must have one packet or one bag of coins to receive the incentive. If the bag count is less than, less than 1, incentive will be 0. Less than 1, incentive will be 0. This is all from my side, guys, related to the RBI circular, RBI master direction. Now if you have any doubt, you can ask, please. Many times you all comment in the comment section कि sir classes बहुत ज़्यादा lengthy होती जा रही है, should we follow or not? Undoubtedly classes are lengthy. What you can do is you can you need to answer yourself in this format. If I'm joining this class, I won't be able to understand the current news. I will be able to understand the static around that particular news, which is really very important. Now you know what is mutilated note, you know what is soiled note, you know what is currency chest, you know what is imperfect note, you know what are the exchange values, how the exchange is done, what are the conditions, how bank, what kind of services are provided to the customers by the bank branches related to the exchange. So this entire information will help you when you sit in the RBI Grade B examination. They may not help you in direct objective questions of phase 1, but they are surely going to help you in phase 2 objective as well as descriptive questions. If you have enjoyed the session, do give me the thumbs up, give me a love sign in the comment section so that we can conclude, and in the comment section do give me the answer, how many currency chests do we have in India as of today. Secondly, if you have any other suggestion, any other suggestion to this particular class, do share that. Even share your feedbacks for the current section. Thank you so much for joining. If you have any doubt, you may ask, please. Sir, in notes, it should be understood that the soiled, or what is the criteria for giving? Criteria coin में incentive का है ही नहीं. Criteria coin में incentive का है ही नहीं. Criteria coin में तो जो आपको पैसा दिया जा रहा है, it is for distribution, not for collection. Notes के केस में you are getting the incentive for collecting the soiled notes and exchanging them with the good quality notes. In case of coins, you are actually the distributor of the coins, and if you have actually distributed the coins, you will get the incentive, otherwise no incentive. I hope it's clear. Done? Okay. Thank you so much, guys. Even if after watching this session you have any doubt, you should ask your doubts in the comment section. I will be answering each and every doubt of yours. Do share the feedback in the comment section, and do share the number of currency chests in the country as we talk today. Thank you so much for joining. Don't forget to hit the like button before leaving. Good luck. God bless you all. Bye-bye.